Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 100th episode of the Shut Your Mouth Lounge podcast. I'm Mike the Rat Guy, making my return, and I'm here with. Do we want to go by real names? Are we going by internet handles? How do we do this?
It's kind of mixed. I'm Alex, and that's Addy, but pink is pink, and soon is soon.
Yeah.
Well, anyone who's listening at this point, again, you guys have managed to keep this up for 100 episodes, and that's just, the last one I was in was number 8, and it was like a Christmas episode. I think it was literally Christmas of 2014.
Yes.
So, oh my God, you guys have done, I'm honestly amazed that you guys have kept this up as long as you have. That's really impressive. I think that's crazy.
Well, the thing is, it's not really 100 episodes, because we are still counting the original 8 as canon.
Oh, okay, bye.
Yeah, it's actually 92. Technically.
You don't consider the first 8 as canon? That's funny. Like, you have a timeline.
No, we do.
Then?
We do consider it. We do consider the first 8 canon.
One.
So this is so the first 8 episodes are extended universe then, right? Expanded universe. Okay.
Yes, we don't need George Lucas to come in and make it non-canon first.
Sure. Well, Disney anyway. Yeah.
I don't count any before like episode 90 as canon because I wasn't in them before then.
Yeah. The ones that you and Pink weren't in don't count.
Well, Pink joined around episode 15, I believe.
No, Pink joined on episode 11.
Oh, okay.
I thought you said 9 yesterday. I guess it doesn't matter.
No, I started up the podcast at 9.
Oh.
So I was the one who recorded, edited, and put them up for 9 through I don't know how many. And then after a while, WT took over. Yeah, something thereabouts.
Having only just started kind of really working on my own YouTube channel, for the most part, my YouTube channel was just, throw up just random stuff whenever I thought it was funny, which is still kind of the case until I got into all the Call of Duty modding that I've been doing recently, and that I've been throwing up, singing and stuff like that. But before that, I would only just, put up just stuff every now and then. And editing was such a pain in the ass, and just the time it took to trim videos down and everything like that. So, again, you guys have been doing a really good job. Just the fact that you've kept this going this long without just being like, I don't even want to do this anymore. That's impressive.
We've already had an argument about this. So.
So there was a time when it was at risk. There was a time when the podcast was.
Not the podcast itself, but there was a time when W's inclusion was at risk. Yes.
Oh wow!
I don't remember what that. Well, I remember that definitely happening. I don't remember what was happening in my life at that time that made me. I don't know what happened in your life, but I do know that what was going on was that you said that you wanted to quit everything that wasn't the podcast.
Wow.
Because we uploaded shit like every day, and it was draining. So
yes.
I don't fault you.
Yes, we were uploading stuff every day, which I thought was like. It was around that time when we were deciding to officially make the change of this is. At that time, we were thinking oh well, maybe this will get famous. Maybe that's what we're banking on, actually running a successful YouTube channel. And around that time, we decided, no, we won't be doing this professionally anymore. We're going to make this just be for fun, and if people want to watch, then they're free to.
But here's the thing: we're still doing shit. But here's the thing: we're still doing things professionally. We just got a new schedule. Is all that happened. Because yeah.
Definitely a lot of that. The key thing here is that you actually enjoy editing.
Well, I wouldn't say that I enjoy editing. I enjoy working with something and then seeing it all come together like a freaking Frankenstein monster. Actually, editing is a pain in the ass, but if I spend half an hour editing just one small animation of, I don't know, most recently, I spent 15 minutes or so. It wasn't 15 minutes. It was 5 to 10 minutes at most. On just getting fast from Guilty Gear's intro into the ending of the Sonic Unleashed video. And it's not a big edit, it's not the funniest edit, but it took a bit of work, and it does look good, all things considered. It doesn't look great. It could look probably better if I spent more time making the mask not look like complete garbage, but for what it is, and for such a short thing, it serves its purpose pretty good. And those are the things that I go like deep into editing for.
Just a couple comments on that. First of all, I think you do a good job. Last night, I actually know. I guess it would have been just today, just a little bit ago. W sent me the clip of the Moscow incident, and
Yeah.
I have to admit I was disappointed that you took out the original audio of me putting on the music because I wanted to hear you guys laughing again. I wanted to hear you guys like, well, what the fuck? You actually put the song on, but when you put the song in yourself, it synced up so well to the action, and it actually ended exactly when Onaga or whoever it is like died, and it was like, wow, that was actually really synced up very well. And
So here's the thing, Mike. Multiple things. So for one, I actually messed up that recording. The game's audio was baked into every track. So you putting on the music was barely freaking like hearable. That's why it wasn't.
I thought I was kind of quiet, so yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I messed up. That was my fault. So then I was like, well, how can I salvage this?
Well,
and I went, well, yeah.
I do want to point out, before that, the only times we'd recorded on the PS2 were Sims 2 and World Super Police, both of which are relatively quiet games.
Yeah.
No, World Super Police was blaring, but that also had this same issue, and that whole freaking recording got torched. So the Moscow incident came out good.
It did ultimately.
Relatively.
Yeah.
But another thing is.
Oh yeah, you
sorry for cutting you off. But the other thing with that is, I actually didn't sync up shit. Like I just
really? That was just random.
Yeah, I just got together.
God.
I just got. Usually when I do that sort of shit, I actually try to make it like a montage and freaking change on beat and shit like that. But I was a bit lazy, so I just went, I'm just gonna cut this shit together and see how it turns out. And then I edited the audio of the music, so it wasn't too long.
You know, that actually sort of ties into another thing. The reason, okay, I have a YouTube account that goes into the name, I calls them like I sees them, which is a quote from The Devil's Rejects, a movie that I like. And I originally used to have a Mike the Rat Guy account, and I don't anymore, and it got closed. And the reason it got closed was because, interestingly enough, I had the ending of Return of the Jedi synced up to the Kiss song, oh God, what was it called? Shit. Now
There's only two that I know. Rock and Roll All Night or Detroit Rock City.
Shit, why am I drawing a blank? And those are both decent songs. I Was Made for Loving You. I'm sorry, I Was Made for Loving You. Their disco song. I was made for loving you, baby. You guys probably have never heard it. But anyway.
I have heard it, yes. I'm just not a Kiss fan.
Yeah, I wasn't growing up. I like them all right now, but I synced the song up to the end of Return of the Jedi by complete accident. I happened to be recording two different sources, like way back when I was in college, and the scenery matched so well that it almost made the end of Return of the Jedi look like with that song in the background, everyone in the movie is hugging at that point and grabbing on each other, so it almost seemed pornographic with that song in the background. And I logged off of YouTube for a while, and then in the meantime, I got a notice to take the video down from Lucasfilm, and since I wasn't online to catch it, I didn't, and they closed my account. So I just find that interesting that you Atty were able to accidentally sync up the song like that without even trying. Like when that happens, that accidental synergy, that's pretty cool in the rare instances when it occurs.
Yeah, W and Pink can tell you that basically my creative process is throw shit at the wall and see if it looks good.
Nothing wrong with that.
Me personally, for my own channel, I've just started making it where I only record in hour-long instances, so I don't even have to record edit to do that, to cut it down.
Editing, yeah. When I did the podcast, the very short-lived podcast that I did with my buddy back home, it was his idea, and I wasn't really that into it. I did wind up enjoying it, but he's a very goal-setting, go-getter type of guy, and he thought that we'd get like sponsors, and I'm like, dude, no, it doesn't really work that way. And he's like, well, we're really good. And I'm like, yeah, we are, but no one knows who we are. And he said, well, I'm going to change that. I'm going to go to Twitter and advertise us. And he did. He got us like a couple thousand followers, most of whom I'm sure didn't actually listen to us, but whatever. But the thing was, he and I near the end got in an argument, and W, you heard the story several years ago. I'm not going to go into all the detail, but he did the editing on his side. And so there were times when he would make edits that I didn't like, and we'd kind of bicker about it a little bit. And it was like, well, maybe we're doing this a little too much. Maybe we should ease up on the schedule, blah, blah, blah. So again, I'm familiar with that as well. The burnout, it's very real. I can totally understand, especially when you guys have been doing as many of these as you have.
Yeah, and you also have to consider, it's not just the podcasts. We also record gameplay. I also edit those. Like my thing is like W edits the podcasts because I am a quality over quantity kind of guy, so I can just turn something out next day. Usually, sometimes it can happen, but it's not something that happens a lot. W, however, he writes shit down. He makes timestamps. So he has an easier time just going, oh, well, this part from here to there just needs to be cut. That part is cut. There we go. Now it can be shipped.
That's interesting. That's actually the same way that me and my friend did it, or my friend and I did it. I would go through and I would write down, okay, at this time code, you mentioned the name of somebody who probably wouldn't want to be named. You might want to cut that. Over here, you might want to throw in some music, and he'd be the editing guy. I wouldn't touch it. And in the couple of times that I did do the editing, I don't know what kind of like professional editing software you or he used. I just had basically whatever
Movie Maker, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Windows Movie Maker, stuff like that. They have Sony Pro Cut or whatever stuff like that, but it used to be
Sony. It used to be Sony Vegas, but now it's not. I think Sony sold them to someone. Now it's just something or other Vegas Pro. I don't use that. I use Adobe Premiere.
You're right. That's what I'm thinking of. Vegas Pro.
I use Adobe Premiere.
Oh, okay. All right.
I just used whatever was free that I happened to find that was better than Windows Movie Maker.
You're right. Yeah.
But the thing is with the gameplay is that I record the gameplay. I also edit the gameplay, whatever we record that isn't on PC. Usually, sometimes I record on PC, but it's not a whole lot of times because my PC isn't a beast. And because my PC isn't a beast, even the console gets out of sync and can have issues with the recording. So basically, whenever we say say we record a 5-hour session of a game, which I always bring up 5 hour, but I'm pretty sure it's just PTSD from freaking Overwatch. But say there was a time when we recorded a 5 hour whole 5 hours long bloody session of Overwatch with Brian, and that got torched because I just couldn't sit through it. I sat through it once.
You played through it once?
Yeah, I played through it once. I sat through it once while edited the whole thing together, and then I think the save, the Adobe save of the whole project, got corrupted.
Oh.
So I would have had to sit down, watch the whole 5 hours again, sync up when it went out of sync, and then sync the audio. And cut shit out that isn't needed.
So yeah, that's why I don't do your editing style. Is I could not sit through the entirety of the podcast that I just recorded. I was fucking there. I don't need to be there for it again.
See, Alex. Another thing with this is that I have the freaking brains of the mythological goldfish. So by the time I get to edit a podcast, whenever there was some issue on your end and I had to record it, whenever I would edit a podcast, I would be like, oh well, I don't quite remember what we said about this topic, or I don't remember how you guys reacted to my shitty joke here. So
in that way, I actually differed. I, for some reason, enjoyed when I did my podcast with my friends, and actually when I did it with you guys way back, when I used to be involved. I enjoyed listening to it. I actually, had a lot of fun going back and listening to it. And recently, only about maybe half a year ago, I went back and listened to the old podcast that I was involved in with you guys, and some of them were actually really good. A lot of them were very entertaining. It's a shame that there's not more viewers out there or listeners or whatever to appreciate it. But then again, that's just it, though. That was the other thing I wanted to say, is that you can't, you can't go into this expecting to be a success. You can't go into this expecting that, you got to just have fun. And if there's an audience, you have to trust that they'll find you. You know what I mean?
YouTube's algorithm is not helping them.
No, I don't even get how that works. I keep getting offered videos that I have no interest in whatsoever.
Yeah.
So, Mike, YouTube recently changed its algorithm. I'm the YouTube guy, so I sometimes I keep tabs on this shit. YouTube recently changed its algorithm, so basically, if something has a lot of interactions, a lot of people watch it, or a lot of people write comments, a lot of people like it, then that thing gets pushed to the front and to everybody that has eyes.
Oh,
And shit like us that barely has a view and never, like, rarely if ever gets a comment, is pushed into the drawer.
Yeah. There's also some that are literally just bought for.
Yeah.
Like, you'll see, if you go into trending, you'll see a lot of, like, news broadcasts that have, like, less than 1,000 views. And they're supposedly trending.
Between those 1,000 people, I guess. Yeah, W can attest to this as well. I've been talking to him, obviously, about a lot of different subjects, but I did a video on the game Monstrum. Are any of you at all familiar besides W?
I've heard the name.
Okay, it's a first-person horror game, in my opinion, really good. W didn't take to it as well as I did, or whatever. But anyway, it wound up being like a 4 or 5 hour long recording, which I didn't intend. But the game is just that good to me, and I just got sucked into it. The point being, excuse me, I spent the first probably 10 or 15 minutes of the video going on at great length saying, look, people, this is going to be like a long video, and I am not going to ask you to subscribe. I am not going to ask you to smash that like button. I hate people like that. I am not the PewDiePie type. I don't care if I have 1 million views or not. I'm doing this for me, for the few people that, know me, who might get some entertainment out of this. And it's like, sure, it'd be great if I got pushed to like the stars or whatever. But I mean, it's just, again, you just have to do it for yourself. You just have to have fun. I don't want to be one of those people who goes out there and begs for likes and begs for views and says, make sure to subscribe because it really, really helps me to make videos. Fuck you. Someone had enough of my rant.
No.
Pink
Sometimes
was personally
I'm just not
offended.
able to
Pink's
talk
like,
to
that's the
Discord
life I
doesn't
want
let
to
me.
lead. Screw you.
I want all the likes and subscribers and comments.
Subscribe right now, or I will kill myself live on footage.
People probably actually said that. There's probably YouTubers who have said that.
I'm pretty sure that's what Spoony does.
Who?
Spoony, one of the old Nostalgia Critic guys.
Oh, okay. I've heard the name, and I know.
Subscribe to me right now, subscribe to me right now, or you will see me freaking stab myself in the neck live on this podcast.
Now, strangely enough, there was a guy. He was like some incel emo whiner who was on Instagram or something like that, and he was chasing after some chick who was also like some kind of like anime emo whatever fangirl, and he wanted to be with her, and apparently he did for a little while, but then she dumped him, so he wound up killing her and putting a photo of her body on Instagram, and then he in fact then went on to take pictures of himself stabbing himself in the neck. So it's kind of funny that not really funny, but it's kind of,
It's hilarious. Oh.
I mean,
all right, allow me to laugh. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, Jesus, when did Titus join the podcast?
I appreciate that.
Making fun of a Final Fantasy after 6 is a good way to get points with Mike as well.
They're remaking number 7, but like they're not even doing it in one purchase. They're going to spread it, from what I understand, like into multiple different editions. And that's just so dumb because the original game came on 4 discs, or not even 4. I think it was 3 discs in 1997. I think number 8 was 4, but I think number 7 was 3. I could be wrong. But
I feel like the PS Classic tells me there's 4 discs.
It could be. It's been a long time since I played it, but I mean, just to respond to W, I don't know. And number 7 is tremendously overrated. It's by far the most overrated in the series. But looking back, it's really not a bad game. It's just not worth all the hype. That's just my opinion.
Mike, is number 7 number 2?
Is number 7 number 2?
What?
He's asking you if number 7 is shit.
How do you interpret that from what he said? I'm so confused.
People will say, did you go number 1 or number 2 to the bathroom? And what they mean is, did you piss or shit?
I gotcha.
Okay.
Like if I were to rank them, I would put number 7 at maybe like 3rd, I'd say. My
That
old
was farther
favorites are
than I
Final
expected.
Fantasy. I liked Final Fantasy 4 and Final Fantasy 6. Technically, I think 6 is the best, but my personal favorite is 4. Whereas 7, again, it's a good game, but it's very dated. The graphics are ugly. The plot is a mess. The characters are, in my opinion, mostly unmemorable and like one-dimensional. But for most people, it was their first major entry into the role-playing genre, so everybody like jerks off to it way too hard.
I mean, usually what you can tell with a generation like what would be their major first game, and that's the one that gets jerked off the hardest.
Yeah, definitely. Which I can understand to an extent, but it's just like, it's like, guys, but there were good games before this one. They're like, no, fuck you. All right.
Like, sometimes you can tell turnarounds like that. Like, particularly, sometimes a generation will be ashamed of it when in their late teenage years, but then as soon as they turn young adults, they suddenly turn around back to loving it. And
Yeah,
you can
happens.
see that with kind of the millennials and early Generation Z, as they went from going, Minecraft's great, fuck Minecraft, Minecraft's great.
Now, I wonder if part of that is because Minecraft was purchased by Microsoft at one point, and that's when I started hearing everybody saying that, oh, it's sold out and it's too popular now. And, remember the good old days when there were only like, again, like PewDiePie and Markiplier, and it was whatever.
Remember the good old days when we didn't know that like 90% of the Minecraft tubers were pedophiles?
Yeah.
Who could have guessed?
Yeah.
I don't actually remember because I dropped out of that sphere before it turned out that they were, but like weren't basically everybody aside from Skydo's Minecraft pedophiles?
I
Maybe
don't know how many. I feel like I heard of one, but I've not heard of all
Basher.
of them being
There's
pedophiles.
Definitely like at least like 5 or so.
Probably, yeah.
I don't remember if Sunday was. Basher definitely was. I have heard Basher being about Basher being a pedo. I don't know about anybody else.
I don't recognize
I
any
like
of these
to-
names.
I like seeing major YouTubers get knocked down. Like if it's not them, it's like the guy, I can't remember his name, but you guys probably do. He, which no offense to you, it's just I don't remember his name. He, I guess, like went to the Japanese suicide forest and made fun of a dead
Logan
guy.
Paul.
Oh, Jake Paul.
Logan Paul, yeah,
Nobody
yeah.
likes
Jake,
him.
yeah.
Logan Paul.
Yeah.
Nobody likes him, no.
That
I
is a
love
guy who
shit
was
like
marketed
that.
on being a douchebag.
Oh, really? Like that was his gig?
Yeah,
was
he's
to
a
be
douchebag.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
see, and why does somebody like that become popular? Like, why does somebody that deserve the views? That shit pisses me off. Those are the people
Right.
that need to die.
Well, I mean, there's a thing called hate clicks. Controversy creates cash.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Because I
He's
didn't hear of Logan Paul until the Suicide Forest.
Same here. Yeah.
I have heard of Logan Paul before, but I feel like there's this whole thing going on right now where instead of people stalking celebs, people are just stalking rich people who are more than ready to sell their lives for more money.
Well, then it's not really selling their lives.
Well, their careers, their livelihoods.
Yeah.
Which, again, just the idea that you can make a lot. Part of it, I guess, is jealousy, but it's just like I see these assholes that just.
Envy.
It's not even envy because I don't want to be like them. Again, on that Monstrum video, like I said, I talked for like 10 or 15 minutes saying, look, people, this is like a scary game, but if you're expecting me to be the kind of YouTuber who's like, oh my God, and freaking out, that's not me because I'm not retarded. If you want something like that, go watch any of these other YouTubers because that's their shtick. And I don't get it. I don't get how stuff like that becomes popular.
Little kids enjoy it.
It's little kids, and I mean, to each their own, I guess. I on one hand I feel bad, shitting on them, but it's just the low. You always see me bitching about low standards, not like I'm the arbiter of standards, but it's just I see so much quality content online that has like a tenth of the. If you go onto YouTube and you see an icon that's got like a chick's ass, guaranteed 10 million views,
Well,
and clickbait and all that shit, it just drives me nuts.
Well, so many people just have, like, when they want their kid or their toddler to be entertained, it's like, oh, well, put them in front of YouTube. And what, like, kids
Go
love...
click on the chick's ass.
Dude, when's the last time you were a kid? Like, and it's not even, like...
When's the last time?
I'll admit it's been a while.
I was just a kid this past Wednesday.
I'm a kid every day.
I'm just a kid and life is a nightmare.
Right.
Because kids are curious. They're not... They don't understand yet, but they want to understand. When I was like 9 or 10 and we first got the internet put in, I spent almost all my time, like, secretly when my parents weren't looking, I was looking up all of the horror movies.
The ones that you like weren't allowed to watch.
I was just reading about them. Yeah, I didn't watch them because I was too scared of them. But I would read the plot synopsis.
W watched all the horror movies.
Yeah, Yeah, exactly. No, that was a couple years late.
Yeah, after you steeled your nerves to be ready.
But I think a big part of the YouTubers who flip the fuck out at, scary reactions, I think a big part of that is like, kids love, Looney Tunes even back in the day, like in the 50s. And what do kids love? They want big, exaggerated, cartoony reactions. They want people to be big caricatures.
It just seems so unnatural and fake to me. Like to me, like that seems so like almost mental that the YouTuber would choose to act that. Like I just
Bugs
said,
Bunny doesn't act natural.
What? Who doesn't?
Bugs Bunny.
Oh no, well no, but I
Big
mean,
chunker.
like if you're watching a guy play a game like I don't know, like Five Nights. Well, no, that's a bad example because a lot of kids like that. Even though that series actually has like really really gory, in-depth lore, so I don't know why the kids love it. But like. Let's just say Monstrum, just for an example. Resident Evil, like little kids, I would assume, wouldn't be watching those. So I'm just assuming that a lot of the people based on the YouTube comments are at least teens, and it's just, this is where I show my age, I guess, and feel like an old man. It's just like I wasn't that stupid when I was that young to where, somebody's acting like a buffoon. That's so fucking funny. I don't get it. I don't get why that's so popular.
I mean, there's always been trash entertainment. I mean, do you remember Jackass? Because I remember Jackass.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And I had several teenage cousins who thought Jackass was the shit.
I really enjoyed it for a while, so again, no accounting for taste, I guess.
Well, see, now you suck.
Yeah?
Mike, you also need to consider shit like, it might just be weird. Who knows? But like, one of the first games I played was Doom. And I spent like, I don't know, like 9 to 13, somewhere around there. I spent most of the time watching shit like Fatal Frame. So,
Did you say the first game was Doom? Doom?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I'm a fan of Doom.
But like that, I'm just saying this to say, like, kids shouldn't, like, quote unquote, shouldn't be looking for horror shit and stuff like that, but they will.
Yeah, that's also true.
Some kids are into that.
I guess I don't know. I guess I'm just so full of hate that I just wish that the hypoglycemic, exaggerated YouTube stuff would just I don't know. It just bugs me. Again, the whole PewDiePie thing, Minecraft, I think had a lot to do with it because every now and then when I was first getting into Minecraft, I would look for like instructional videos or whatever, and I would see the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. People would be like just like spasming out, just like hopping up and down and talking in goofy voices, and they're like 30 years old, and it's just I never understood the appeal. I never understood how they rack up like 108 million subscribers, where like somebody over here they've got like an intellectual conversation about something important, and they've got like whatever, like 1,000 views.
Well, Millie, that
would remind kids of their school teachers that they don't want that. They want the opposite of that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, they used to have, reading campaigns, read books for the kids before the invention of cell phones, because now kids can't stop reading.
I was going to say books. Yeah, do you guys remember those?
I remember those. I remember when they'd have the old book drive, old Scholastic would come in with their books, and that was a big thing every year when you were in elementary.
I can't believe that they were still doing that at your age. That was like way back in my time. I thought that was like an old school thing.
Well, speaking of kids getting into horror too much, I remember those Scholastic book drives. Everyone else was like, oh, let's get Captain Underpants. Let's go get Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Meanwhile, I was the one who was like going and getting Mary Shelley's Frankenstein and Dracula and shit.
That's cool.
Yeah, same.
I have no idea why they had Dracula. That book has got some sexual undertones.
Oh, yeah, it does. Frankenstein kind of, the film version of Frankenstein does. I've never read the book all the way through, so I can't remember how bad that one is.
I have read the book 7 times, and I could not tell you.
Did you ever see the movie with Kenneth Branagh and Robert De Niro?
Hell no.
Hell no, did you say?
Hell no, yeah.
Hell no. I am staunchly against that. No way. I liked it. Everyone else hated it, but I liked it.
I'd never heard of it, but I'll
never
admit,
heard
for
of it?
me, like, I've never been particularly impressed with Robert De Niro's acting, and the only Kenneth Branagh film I've seen is Thor, which is not a good place to start.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, Kenneth Branagh was in Dunkirk. I'm trying to think of what else I've seen him in. Not a lot.
Well, he's
He's
very
okay.
famous for having redone, like, almost all the Shakespeare plays in film
Shakespeare,
form.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, that was
That's
a big
true.
reason why they hired him for Thor, was like, oh, it's the Shakespeare guy. But then they didn't really let him do Shakespeare. They tried to just have him fill in the Marvel, superhero stereotype.
But then didn't they also get Jeff Goldblum?
They did for a later one. Like,
Oh.
the Marvel universe has had a bit of a problem. Like, in most of the early movies, the Disney CEO or the Marvel CEO, I forget whatever he's a douchebag. Ike Perlmutter was in charge.
Bob Iger.
Yeah, Bob Iger.
Yeah, and he wanted them all to fit. Like, there was very little independence. But somewhere around, like, after the second Avengers movie, Kevin Feige got to take over, and he gave the directors a lot more independence, which is how we wound up with Thor 3 being a comedy with Jeff Goldblum.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's real weird.
Obviously, I don't follow the comic book movies. Although, strangely enough, for some reason, it seems like Batman's always a hit for me. I mean, except for Batman Forever and Batman and Robin. But
Hey,
I think
What
those
about
were hits
Batman
for me
versus
for all the
Superman?
wrong reasons.
wait, I'm sorry, but two of you guys said something interesting that I only heard partially of. You said something about the wrong reasons, and then someone said, "What do you think about Batman?" Something.
Versus Superman.
Oh, but to be fair, I didn't see that one actually. I guess I can't count that one. I heard it was terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it was just absolutely awful. So I don't know.
You probably heard a lot of that from me as well.
I heard it from like everybody. I don't think I know anybody like that. Seriously, like I mean, everybody was just saying it was just so stupid and defied the lore somehow. I guess I don't know.
Yep.
W, what did you ask? Or what did you say? You made some comment that I just barely missed.
Oh, I just dumbly said Batman Forever and Batman and Robin were hits with me for all the wrong reasons.
Oh, okay, right. Well, you honestly almost all the right reasons, because if you can get any entertainment out of those movies at all, that's a win.
For some reason, as a kid, I loved Batman and Robin.
Well, you were a kid. That's excusable. Seriously, I mean, if you're young, that's a fun movie, and I liked Arnold Schwarzenegger in it. I thought he was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arnie carries the movie.
He really kind of does, to
He
be
does.
honest. His plot's pretty much the only interesting thing in the film.
That was
Want to revive my dead wife?
Oh, who killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
I still see you. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, that was my first introduction to George Clooney, which inspired a lifelong hatred.
I mean, honestly, George Clooney just played George Clooney in that movie. He put forth no effort whatsoever to be a different character.
A recurring trend for
I mean,
Batman
isn't that
actors.
George Clooney?
Yeah.
Like, does he ever play a character?
Yeah, that's a good point. I can't remember the last time that I saw him in anything where it's like, wow, what a good performance. What a unique character.
Good night and good luck. He's good in that.
Okay, I didn't see that one. He directed that, I think.
He plays a fairly boring character.
I mean,
Oh,
that's
well-
George Clooney.
Yeah, perfect.
Well, I mean, the thing is, he's like kind of understated, so it's not George Clooney showing up and being like, "Hey, I'm George Clooney, ladies."
Not typical smarmy George Clooney, just quiet George Clooney.
Yeah,
Yeah, I thought he was gay for the longest time, and I still kind of question it,
he
but I
said
don't know.
he
Wait,
said he played
why?
Batman as gay.
He did, didn't he? Someone said that. That does
Wait,
sound
what?
familiar. Did he actually really say that?
Yeah,
He played
he said
Batman
he felt
as gay?
guilty because he thought he had destroyed the Batman franchise up until.
I do
Dark
remember him
Knight.
saying that. He actually apologized for it, for his involvement in that film, which I respect. But I didn't hear the gay part. That's interesting.
He did nearly like bankrupt DC, didn't he? Like with that movie.
That movie made about like Batman, the first original Batman, made almost, I think, like $300 million, which in today's money would be closer to like 5.5, which is pretty big.
Yeah.
Batman Returns made a little less, but 180 million, something like that. Forever bounced back up a little bit, and then Batman and Robin just bottomed out at like just barely 100 million.
I heard
And-
that like Batman and Robin like was so bad that like all around DC's like sales plummeted.
I would assume
Like
so.
not even
Yeah.
just with movies, but like with their comics too.
Well, the thing is that coincides with the '90s comic book crash, which hurt
Yeah.
Marvel as bad as it did DC.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now I know, Atty, you're sick of hearing about Star Wars, but that's a kind of parallel to what's going on right now. The Last Jedi, which is the second most recent film that came out in the Star Wars series, so dramatically and vehemently polarized the crowd that even merchandise sales, like, I go to sites where they actually keep track of this shit. They were partially blamed for the collapse of Toys R Us. Stock went down in Disney. I mean, like, it caused a lot of damage. So if you take a high visibility franchise and you do such a shitty job with it that just like half the audience just stays away or is pissed off or whatever, it actually, like you guys just said about the comic book crash, it kind of extends further than just the films itself. It actually does some real damage, ancillary damage.
What even is going on with Star Wars now? Like,
can anyone answer that question?
Like plot wise or like production wise?
Like production wise, because like I keep hearing like everything is getting moved around.
Yeah,
like they keep moving like directors and producers. Yep. Like I don't know who's working on what anymore. I don't know what's production. Like what's going on.
I don't think they do either. What I obviously, I think you might have been one of the ones who posted it. Benioff and Weiss are out. The Game of Thrones
Benioff
guys.
And Weiss.
The victory won.
Really quick, I didn't hate the last season of Game of Thrones like so many other people did, but it was incredibly rushed and like didn't stand up at all to the other seasons. So I mean that's putting it politely.
The thing is, I liked watching the end season. The problem was that the writing was just the only
awful
thing that was so bad.
It was, yeah. The acting was fine. The production was fine. Yeah, the script
the acting, honestly, like all of the actors who I hated in the previous seasons, like Kit Harington and Emilia Clarke, they stepped up their game so much in that final season. Like,
they did.
They performed like better than they ever have in anything I've seen them in otherwise.
Honestly, Emilia Clarke felt so guilty in real life that, I don't know how. I don't know who has seen what, and I don't know who's going to listen to this, so I'm going to avoid spoilers. But Emilia Clarke was so distressed about the direction her character took, and the events that happened, that she actually kind of like went out and started talking about it. Like I hope people still like me as an actress or whatever.
Yeah.
And the people on Reddit, at least, there's a subreddit called
Free Folk.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Yeah,
I was like watching that as it was happening.
Oh, it was amazing. I was too.
Yeah.
The fury, the unbridled hatred that was coming out of people for days. It's still going on now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Free Folk is still active.
Oh
yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah, and they still hate. They hate the last season, and they make sure that everybody knows it. But they went out of their way though to praise Emilia Clarke and to say, "We love you. You did the best you could. This is not your fault at all." They raised like $10,000 or $20,000 for a charity.
Oh no, they raised 50,000.
Really, went up to 50. Wow,
50,000 for both her and then Kit Harington as well. After it came out that he like went into
Oh yeah, he did. He went into right therapy. Yeah.
Yeah, they raised it that much for both of them.
Nice.
And tried to promote all of the other actors' charities.
See, that's what I'm not going to bag on Wild Knight, but I remember he really freaked out when I said something about I was on Reddit the other. He's like, Reddit, that's nothing but horrible. If you like one Reddit subreddit, you like all of them. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works. There's good Reddit sites where there's like good people that do good things. No, there aren't. And what? All right.
Yeah,
he's talking about Reddit broadly as a Reddit. Sorry, Soon.
He's always been like that about Reddit.
He talks about Reddit broadly as a business, though. That's the key thing.
He did. That's true. I do forget about that detail. Yeah. He was like, how can you endorse it? And I'm like, well, I'm not really endorsing it or not endorsing it. It's just, I've used the site before and I've met perfectly decent people on there. It's not, and he said that it was, a garden of pedophiles and everything like that, which I'm sure in some Reddits that's probably true, but not the ones that I went to. So he said it doesn't matter if you go to one, you're supporting them all, which again, I said it's not the case, but whatever. Anyway, the point being, there are some good people on there and they turned their negativity towards Game of Thrones into something completely positive that helped, who knows, untold amount of people. So I think that's awesome. But anyway, back to Star Wars. Because for a while, they were the darlings of the industry. The people who wrote for Game of Thrones were tapped to do a trilogy of movies for Star Wars. Meanwhile, Rian Johnson, who is a good director, he did the 2 best episodes of Breaking Bad, but he's a shit writer because he wrote The Last Jedi, which has a terrible fucking script, in my humble opinion. He was going to have his own trilogy as well that was apparently going to be just like a spin-off, just like set in its own, whatever, like, again, expanded universe. My understanding now is that no one's quite sure, because now that the Game of Thrones guys are out, but they know how many people hate Rian Johnson, not just for The Last Jedi, but how he reacted to the feedback afterwards.
Yeah, he reacted really bad.
He was a dick. I mean, he literally, like, he posted a picture of, like, him drinking out of a cup that said fans tears.
Yeah.
Like, what a way to ostracize your fucking audience.
Well, there's a key there's 2 key things here. First being that there's a lot of politics attached to Rian Johnson, because a lot of the controversy that surrounded Last Jedi, well, a lot of it was surrounded around a lot of the poor decisions they made. A lot of it was also inevitably political regarding the characters of Rose and Holdo. And so, if they get rid of Rian Johnson, it might be seen as Disney making a statement against liberalism, which it obviously wouldn't be, but it would be perceived as that,
Yeah.
Yeah, by some people, sure.
And the other thing being that Rian Johnson, the people that do like Rian Johnson, like him because he drinks Star Wars fans' tears, because he shits on the franchise.
But the problem with that is that those people aren't the ones that, like, buy Star Wars merchandise.
Exactly, that's the thing. Yeah, he subverted expectations, supposedly the goal being to bring in, other people that, normally don't watch Star Wars, and it failed because the people who don't watch Star Wars don't want to watch Star Wars. I mean, seriously, just like with the Chinese, Rogue One, which in my opinion is easily one of the best movies in the entire franchise, strangely enough, a Disney-produced Star Wars film. That one included an Asian character, Donnie Yen, and it was obvious that was a specific move to try to help cater to the Chinese audience, and they didn't buy it. They didn't fall for it. Rogue One more or less tanked over there in China. And it's like, you can't take something that exists and play with people's expectations in such a way to where you just say, okay, well, forget about what you like. We're going to turn it into something that is more popular and, financial. I mean, you can, but obviously it pisses off a lot of people.
I mean, the key thing also is that Star Wars is already making loads of money and has loads of people. I'd be hard-pressed to think of anyone I've met in my life other than Joey who doesn't like Star Wars. Who has never seen Star Wars. Addy doesn't like Star Wars, but he's seen it.
Okay.
The thing about the Star Wars decisioning is that, like, in business, there's this idea that, like, you get, like, 50% of your money from, like, 5% of your base. Or something like that.
Sure.
And that's what Star Wars is having an issue with.
Yeah, that makes sense. They're ostracizing a lot of the diehards while trying to groom a new audience, which long term I can see why that's not a bad idea. But again, just the fact that, I mean, perhaps it's anecdotal, but if you go around and look at pretty much any site that talks about Star Wars, that movie is frequently mentioned as something that people just don't like. So I don't,
Well, part of the thing there with Star Wars Last Jedi is when it subverts expectations with stuff like, oh, the Jedi actually did suck. The Jedi Order stuff does need to be burned down. That's not dealing with anything that anybody in the common audience cared about. That was the criticisms of diehards towards the prequel trilogy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you think about it, in order to deliver this message, along the way, they just unceremoniously, well, maybe not so much unceremonious in Luke's case, but they it's not a spoiler to say that they killed off like all the major characters from the original trilogy.
Except for the one whose actor in real life passed away.
Yeah. So we've got one actor who really died, 2 actually, technically, if you count Chewbacca. And then they killed off the other main characters without even having them reunite, which everybody had been waiting, 30 years to happen. They chose not to do it that way.
Hang on.
And now they're bringing back the Emperor, who's the one character who's supposed to be dead. And like, literally, like...
You forgot Darth Maul.
Yeah, by bringing this character back, that literally undoes, like, the entire purpose of the first trilogy. Like, oh, Luke didn't win after all. Yeah, he saved his dad and whatnot, but the Emperor's not dead. The real hero, Rey. Rey and Finn and what's his face. They're the ones who are really going to do the job. Well, I mean, and I've read spoilers, supposed leaks of the movie, and it sounds awful. I don't know if they're true, but if they are, it's a fucking nuts.
Didn't they make it into a freaking like shonen?
Into a what? I'm sorry.
Wait,
Shonen.
I don't even.
Shonen is a type of anime where it's centered around fights, but it's all about the power of friendship and talking shit out and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. No, actually, what I've read, just to keep it vague, the leaks include stuff like mystical daggers and spiritual quests and searching for like secret codes that unlock just weird shit. Just
Who did this? Terry fucking
you're talking
Gilliam.
about Rise of Skywalker, right?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Like literally, they're supposed to be like Rey. Again, this is just supposed leaks, which may or may not be true. However, last time when the Last Jedi leaks came out, those all wound up being true. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, in this one, Rey is supposed to be for some reason on a quest to find some kind of mystical Sith dagger to kill the Emperor. Supposedly, the Emperor wants to give Rey the Empire. He wants to hand it off to her and Kylo Ren, but then they fight, but then they join up together to kill the Emperor, and it sounds like fucking nonsense. Honestly, it just sounds like a mess. I'm keeping out a lot of the more specific details because I don't want to spoil anything else.
Well,
Does it turn out that she actually is like Luke Skywalker's kid?
Do you want me? I mean, I can tell you. I don't know if you.
I'm good with spoilers. Yeah.
You guys are okay.
Yeah.
I don't give
I'm
a
good.
shit.
I'm not sure how this is gonna play out for me, so I just don't care.
All right. For anyone who's listening to this who doesn't want to know the answer, skip ahead. I guess by a minute or two. I guess, and we'll be past the eye rolling. But supposedly the movies have been correct. Her parents were nobodies, but her grandfather, on the other hand, is Emperor Palpatine.
Which sounds.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
That makes
That's what
it
the leaks
sound
said.
like Jabrams. It makes it sound like Jabrams and Rian Johnson are fighting with that.
Yeah, they definitely are.
Because that was the only twist out of Rian Johnson Last Jedi I actually liked, that Rey's parents were nobodies.
Did you hear that one of J.J. Abrams' friends, I forget the actor's name, but he's in like Mission Impossible, the newer ones. But he said that after J.J. Abrams watched it, he was like, "What the fuck was that?"
I hope that's true. I saw a headline, but I didn't click on the article because I kind of just don't even care anymore. But the article,
Pegg.
what's that?
Simon Pegg was the one who said that.
That
Simon
makes
Pegg
sense.
said that?
Simon Pegg, that makes sense. Simon Pegg was in Force Awakens, by the way.
He was, yeah. He was
the
a
dealer.
car plug or something like that.
Yeah, he said that
Portions.
J.J. Abrams had planned for something entirely different, and that Ryan Johnson had undermined.
I would tend to believe that because, I mean, obviously I don't know the guy personally, but Simon Pegg is a really hardcore fan. So I mean, I see no reason for him to lie about that. But the headline I saw that I didn't bother to click on was that Abrams was quoted as supposedly having said that Rian Johnson's Rian Johnson's installment, The Last Jedi, didn't throw off any of his original plans. That's supposedly what he said. So
Well,
I don't know if that's true or not. They're probably just saving face. They're two totally different movies. If you watch the end of The Force Awakens, it's clear that it's going in a direction that The Last Jedi does not take. Because again, subvert expectations, just like the end of Game of Thrones.
It's definitely saving face, because, like, Jabrams, I would think, like, if you can use enough retcons, you can course correct out of anything.
Yeah.
Like, the only serious problem I bet The Last Jedi made this one wouldn't be able to deal with is that Jabrams may have intended to do something with Luke. But wait, fuck, they could just bring in Force Ghost Luke. Why would I not think of that?
And that's just, I mean, they're rewriting the rules as they go. I mean, people complained about the way Luke at the end of I guess we're just like right into spoiler territory. If you haven't seen these movies yet, you really shouldn't anyway. So if you're interested, piss off. The end of The Last Jedi has Luke doing this monumental task, but then a bunch of people pointed out, well, that's new lore. There's never been anything establishing that Jedi can do that. And Rian Johnson whipped out some kind of book and found some little obscure reference. But the thing is, that was a book that was from the expanded universe, which when they bought the property, Disney said doesn't count anymore.
Yep.
So it's like, what the fuck, man? Make up your mind, guys. I don't know. Luke Skywalker is my favorite character in all of fiction. So, what I read all the spoilers of The Last Jedi because I was literally stressed and anxious over, oh my God, please don't make him a Sith and please don't kill him. They did the lesser of the two evils, but still,
They did both.
They kind of, in a way, sort of did. I mean,
Yeah.
they made him, the impetus. Apparently, Luke Skywalker, the hero, is going to kill his nephew because he sees evil in him. Like, are you serious? Whatever.
Normal people don't do that.
My favorite thing concerning Star Wars, by the way, is years ago, like maybe it might have been 10 years ago, I was looking for freaking Star Wars toys, and it was a listing on like on equivalent to eBay, and the seller put them up like it was figures of Vader, Maul, and Palpatine, and they put them up as Star Wars shitlords.
I mean, just change 2 letters and you're there. Yeah. Interestingly, those are all good characters in my opinion. Wild Knight again. I don't want to back up, but he hates Darth Maul. Whatever. He was. You go ahead.
I don't hate Maul, but calling him a character is stretching.
That's true. I mean, that's what he hates about him is that the character has no development, he has no background, which is true. But I mean, to be fair, you can also say that about like Han Solo, at least until the new Solo movie came out, which I didn't see it. I've been too burnt by the sequel trilogy, but my understanding is that Solo answered like all these background questions that no one was asking, and it's
also Maul's back.
Yeah, honestly, it's just I don't know. It's just I'm a Star Wars fan through and through. When I first saw The Force Awakens, I saw it on opening night, midnight. Huge crowd, full theater. I loved it. I walked away full of the buzz of a new Star Wars movie, and then I noticed a few weeks later, I was like, I think maybe that was just the buzz of seeing a new Star Wars movie. That was actually that movie was kind of just A New Hope all over again.
Yes,
that seemed like what everybody's reaction was. Like, they liked it at first, and then a few weeks later, they were like,
reality sank in.
Yeah, they were like, wait a minute.
I don't know. I watched it with my mom, who has never seen a Star Wars movie, and as we got to scenes, she guessed the whole scene before the scene even began completely.
Yeah, honestly.
She's never seen a Star Wars movie.
That doesn't surprise me. So for that reason, I actually kind of appreciate The Last Jedi more because even though all the ideas that they brought to the table were terrible, they did at least try to bring new ideas. So I do give them a little bit of credit for that. I actually, if I'm to watch either of the two, I actually would choose The Last Jedi, even though it's the more offensive movie. So I don't know. I mean, because the first one, it's literally just it's a bait and switch. They just they stole all the bits that people liked from the original movies just to get the audience back in to say, hey, the prequels, the prequel trilogy sucked, didn't it? Come watch our new sequel trilogy, which is great. And people fell for it, including myself. It's a huge success. And then now that they got him, now that Disney got him into the theater, now they start fucking with it. Now they're like, okay, we got him. Now let's start, making up our own version of Star Wars, which is totally different.
You lure him to the van with candy.
What's that? What?
I said you lure him to the van with candy.
That's what they did, and then they rape you. Yeah, I don't know.
It's different strokes for different folks. Like, for my own purposes, I've never watched. Like, I like Star Wars. I've never been deep into Star Wars, so for me, I just enjoy Force Awakens because it's the only sequel to the original trilogy that has actually properly imitated the energy of the original trilogy.
Yeah, you're totally right about that.
Because every other film, like the prequel trilogy, was made by the same guy. But it doesn't feel like Star Wars. It's political drama in a sci-fi setting.
But the prequel trilogy was made by that same guy that made the first trilogy, but it was all on that same guy's watch. Everything done was his decision.
Yeah, the writing...
And usually when you give the sole creative decisions, things go bad.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, the original movies, obviously, well, I don't know if it's obvious, but a lot of you probably already know this, but George Lucas only directed the original A New Hope, Star Wars, the first one, and then he let 2 other accomplished directors do Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, whereas the prequels, he directed all 3, yeah.
Yes.
I myself am a fan of 2 of the 3 prequel films. In fact, actually, strangely enough, I'm easily in the minority, but I think Revenge of the Sith is actually the best. That's actually my favorite in the franchise, but I admit that I'm the weirdo, so you know.
Speaking of giving like creative directors like complete freedom, that looks like that's what happened with Death Stranding.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like the George Lucas of the gaming industry.
He
Yep.
really is. He really Hideo Kojima. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about Silent Hill. W and I love it. So I mean, that PT trailer. Did you guys all see that? The PT demo. That
Yeah. I
okay. Yeah. What did you guys think about that?
Oh, the PT demo was amazing. It was honestly.
Yeah.
I didn't like it, but
I wasn't a big
Yeah,
fan of how
go
it
ahead.
cut out actual Silent Hill mechanics, but it had the Silent Hill aesthetic, which I appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like it because it just it seemed like a repetitive thing. But then I actually then it got to the point where people started explaining the lore, and I was like, okay, this seems interesting now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see that point, definitely. And then to this day, I've never heard it explained as to why they cut it off, why they just decided to. I mean,
Konami.
Konami.
Well,
When
hang
I was,
on. Kojima
Was
was
that-
going a bit power mad with Metal Gear Solid 5. That's the important
was
part.
he?
Yes,
Yeah.
he was blowing the budget. He was going way over time limits. And Mike, you've played Metal Gear Solid 5 to completion. That's only
Sure.
half a game. There were
That's
supposed
what
to
I've
be-
heard a lot of people say. Yeah,
That's only half a game. There are only 2 acts in that game. There are supposed to be 3.
you're right. I remember hearing about that. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Mhm.
The reason
Isn't the
why
third
you got,
isn't the third the freaking like just the one game that's like one mission?
What a stupid game that would be. I don't know.
hang on, he's talking about a game that actually existed. The prologue before the prologue for Metal Gear Solid 5 was Ground Zeroes, which they did release as a separate
that's the
game.
one.
Yeah.
That's,
Did that come out first? I've never
Yes.
played that one.
It did.
2014.
Okay.
It was actually really good, and it made me really excited for Metal Gear Solid 5, despite the fact that they expected you to pay $60 for a one-level game.
Oh, sure.
But once I was able to get it way later on sale, I actually really enjoyed it. And as a matter of fact, I'd actually say I'd probably enjoy going back and playing Ground Zeroes more than I would playing through Phantom Pain.
Yeah.
Wow.
I-
mean, I love Phantom Pain. I thought that was actually one of the best games I've ever played.
Phantom
It was
Pain
really good. Yeah.
Phantom Pain builds off the excellent foundation that is Ground Zeroes, but it gets very monotonous very quickly.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
And I'd
Yeah.
say once you get to the point where they start bringing in helmets and rocket launchers and shotguns
Yeah.
and radars, at which point the game just kind of introducing each one or two or three of those elements encourages the player to play a little differently. Introducing all those elements encourages the player to turn the console off.
Yeah, I think me and Alex both stopped at about the same point in the story, right?
After beating Act 1,
After beating the
the Sahelanthropus.
Sahelanthropus.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sahelanthropus, I think.
Sahelanthropus.
is that the big Metal Gear thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I also turned the game off after that.
See?
Wow, none of you guys actually went past that? You didn't finish the game?
No.
No, apparently not.
I wanted to, but but every at this point, every time I look at Phantom Pain, I'm like, I feel drained.
Yeah, same. That's exactly how I felt.
I'm going to step up real quick, but I'll be back in a sec.
All right.
All right.
So yeah, soon repeat that.
That's why I felt the same way, and that's why I stopped playing it. I just every time I was like, I should play Phantom Pain, I look at it, and I'm like, nah, I'm gonna play something else.
Yeah.
What
It's
was
not
it?
with the trouble.
I guess not. Apparently, I don't know why I went through it. Well, to be fair, by the time I think I went through the game all the way through without ever modding it the first time, but then I played through it a second time with mods, and I specifically turned off the stuff that W was talking about. I used mods to make it to where the characters didn't suddenly near the end game have a bunch of buff armor and helmets,
Right.
and it
Yeah.
definitely made a difference.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like it was going on too long, and it felt like a good ending, I guess.
Yeah,
and I just ended up,
Yeah.
and I started hearing that the actual ending was kind of terrible, and
Yes.
so I just ended up spoiling myself, and I was like, oh, I don't like that ending, so I'm just gonna
might as well just stop now.
That's what happened to me with Far Cry. What was the latest one?
5.
5.
5. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that
Don't
ending
talk to
was,
me.
That ending was so bad.
Yeah,
Soon fucking talked me into buying that game for $60 day one, and that is the worst game I've ever bought for $60.
I
Yeah.
really enjoy that game.
but
I don't know. It's just too Far Cry.
It's too far.
It's formulaic. It's formulaic, but that
My
describes most
girlfriend is
everything
wagging
Ubisoft
my
comes out
finger
with.
at me because I had Alex buy Far Cry 5.
I mean, soon you got Alex to buy Far Cry 5 and actually played with him, so it was a waste of his money. I got Alex to waste.
Play together.
Yeah, I'm saying you played together. But, yeah, it was a waste of money, but you all at least played together. Alex bought me Civ 6, and I can't run it on my PC.
Oh.
I robbed Alex of $40.
No,
Blind.
$47, nearly $50.
All right, I robbed Alex of $50 blind.
Now hang on. Pink has also robbed me here because we thought he was going to get a
What did I do?
PS4, and so when we were ready for him to get a PS4, I bought a copy of The Forest on PS4 because we thought we'd play it with him. So that's another
yeah,
$20
that's right.
that Pink's robbed me of.
Pink also robbed me with the forest.
Mike,
See,
when are
this
you
is-
going to rob me?
I was just gonna say this is why I haven't been in the podcast for a while because you guys are all ripping each other off.
We're terrible friends.
To be fair, Addie's one was of my own volition. I was trying to surprise him with like an early Christmas gift, but that blew up in
Right.
my face.
Oh, I would love to play The Forest with you guys, but I pirate everything. I haven't, I don't have any of the modern consoles. I skipped out on this generation altogether, and it actually hasn't affected me. There actually has not been a title that has so enticed me that I'm like, oh man, I wish I would have bought this system or that system.
Red Dead 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which is
and
now on
again,
PC.
Not
though.
even God of War.
wait, what about the PC? Who just said something about the PC?
I mentioned Red Dead 2, but now that's going on PC as well.
Yeah, that. Although I'm still irritated that the first one didn't, because from everything you guys have said, the second one was kind of underwhelming at the end.
Well,
when everything was said and done.
I could barely play the second one. It just
Wow.
bored me. Like,
It's different
it was
strokes.
just...
I can say Mike would love Red Dead 2 because it's full of the kind of minutia he'd really enjoy, managing
Okay.
food and drink and all that. And it's something that I enjoyed. For me, Red Dead 2 died when Red Dead Online went online, and it was
Red Dead Online was just a complete shit show.
It was it was like, imagine the worst parts of GTA Online times 10, and that's all there is.
But why did the online experience sour you on the single player game?
Because that was a big part of why I purchased the game.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
Because at the time, everyone on the forum was hyped. We had like 10 people buying Red Dead 2. And
I remember that.
Yep.
And like most of us were buying it on PS4, so I figured we'd be able to get like most of the forum playing one game for once, and then it fucking sucked.
Okay, that does make sense. Yeah, that's a shame. See, I would have loved to have played, like I said, The Forest with you guys, but there was no way I could have done so. I have it on the PC, and it's pirated, so there's no crossplay.
I also have it on PC. That's part of the thing. I bought another copy for PS4.
So you have two copies of The
Speaking
Forest?
of,
I do.
speaking of the pirating shit, I just want to point out I technically own Enter the Gungeon 3 times. Once pirated, I tried the game out. I liked it.
If you pirate it, you don't own
Yeah.
that. You are illegally holding it.
I am holding
Yeah.
it hostage.
He's
But
borrowing.
yeah,
The thing about this generation and the next is that you don't really need the consoles anymore because everybody is putting their games on PC now.
Yes, Microsoft
Like,
is
there's
directly
no
just
such
publishing
thing
them.
as Xbox exclusive, and PlayStation is starting to go that way too. With like Death Stranding is coming out on PC, and like the God of War creator wants to put the next God of War on PC too. So like, there's no real console exclusives anymore.
Yeah, because the game
Hang
developers
on,
don't want to
Nintendo.
cut the market in half.
Nintendo, yeah.
Nintendo is going to be a dick till the end of time about that.
Oh,
Yes.
Nintendo is so niche. I've never. I mean,
Not anymore.
Nintendo used to be the king when I was a kid. Now they're just weird.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
you do not.
And a weird hipster in the corner.
Have you seen the
I mean,
numbers
the
that the
Switch
Switch is doing,
really
man?
big.
The Switch is
The-
selling big.
That's
Yeah,
what
the
I don't
Switch is really
understand. Everyone falls for their weird gimmicks. I mean,
Well,
they're
I don't
probably
get it
quality
either.
products, but
Switch is the first one that's not really a gimmick. That's the key thing.
the Switch, that's the one that like comes
Yeah.
apart and then you can put it back together to play it on the
Yeah,
TV.
it
That
still
seems very gimmicky
still
to
has
me.
a gimmick for sure.
I mean, it's a gimmick, but it's not like it's a logical gimmick. It's just that the game is both a console and a handheld in all in one.
It is
Yeah.
logical. It's just the same debate I had with my friend back home who used to do the podcast with me. He was going on and on about how it's one of the best systems ever, and it may be, but it's like what strikes me about Nintendo, and it works for them, so I guess more power to them. But they seem like they care more about being different than actually putting out like new good stuff. I mean, like,
Right.
it's always okay. In what strange new way am I going to play the next Mario and Zelda and Donkey Kong game? Like every 10 years, it's the same.
That's how I've always felt about Nintendo. Like, I don't care that like the last 5 Marios are like top rated games on Metacritic. I just don't want to play them because like, why bother?
I can't imagine they're any real difference between them all. I mean, the formula's got to be the same.
Well,
Yeah,
they're getting better. Like Breath of the Wild, like this isn't going to please anyone here other than Mike.
Well,
but
no,
Breath of the
I am a Zelda fan. I do. I mean, they're all repetitive, you know, but I do like Zelda.
Right, but Breath of the Wild takes a lot more cues from Skyrim than any Zelda game has ever taken cues from any other game outside of Zelda ever. So,
Don't say that on the forum. You'll be lynched. You and I are the only people who fucking defend Skyrim. I swear to God. I
don't
remember
defend
whenever
Skyrim anymore. I've lost my love for Bethesda.
I am tired as hell of Skyrim, but a lot of that comes from modding it endlessly. You and I talked about that very recently.
I'm tired of that. I'm also a bit like the more time I spend on Reddit, how everyone on Reddit comes all over it. Oh my God, Skyrim is the best game ever. Oh yeah, still.
God, I mean, the game's like 8 years old.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, Minecraft's older than that. It's like 10 years old.
That's true. That's true. I have trouble defending Minecraft because the same people that I try and explain Minecraft to have the same argument I did when I didn't play the game, which is all you do is build blocks. It's stupid. It's just a Lego game. But when you play like the survival mode or whatever, and you actually have to like, you know, defend yourself against creatures and all that, I think that's actually a lot of fun. But
I don't know, dude. We built a whole community and then blew it up. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But admittedly, the first detonation was an accident. But
yeah, the first detonation was an accident, but then we went like, oh well, everything dies. It was already after I became Tennis.
That's the only game where I've ever been allowed to live on top of a mushroom, so it had that going for it.
There you go.
And then I set it on fire.
Can't
and then you set it on fire.
Yeah, that game, again, Five Nights at Freddy's, those were games that just got like so much hype and I didn't get them. It was like, what's so good about these? And then when I personally sat down and played them, there were subtle details that I was not made aware of that I appreciated.
Like what?
Like in Five Nights at Freddy's case, I assumed, I guess correctly in a way, like I had it visualized differently in my head, but I assumed that it was a game where you're literally, and again, this is true, just sitting in a room waiting for like, you know, animatronic monsters to come in and kill you, and it's just nothing but jump scares. Right. What I didn't know is that there's actual strategy to it, that you have to monitor, you know, your power usage, and you can close the doors to stop the monsters from getting in to get you and all that. I found the gameplay to be fine. It was a little bit more fun than I expected it to be, but what I really loved about it was the atmosphere, the ambiance, the sounds, the sound effects. It's a game that makes you, maybe not everybody, mileage will vary, but it makes you, or at least made me feel very tense. It's a game of, it's less to me about the jump scares than the suspense of trying to successfully prevent them that makes it a satisfying experience. And then when you add in the lore that has been added to each successive game, it gets really deep, and it's about fucking serial killers and shit. It actually, I appreciate it. I came to actually enjoy that series, or at least, you know, what I know.
I didn't get Five Nights at Freddy's when I was of the age to like it, and then I saw the lore and I got into it. Yeah, and then the game just kept coming and coming and coming, and they don't stop 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 coming.
There's actual jokes about that, even from the people who appreciate the series, because I found out that the second or third most recent one, which that says a lot right there. It's like the 7th game in the series.
Oh Jesus!
It's I think it's like Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. I think that's the title of it. That one has an ending that's actually really good and conclusively wraps up. It seems like a very clear-cut, that's it. They even say in the narrative, this is the end. It ends here. And everybody was like, wow, what a cool way to wrap up the series. And I felt the same way. And then he went and made a couple more games. So I don't know.
There was a really good ending where there was a really good ending where you go into a room and then there's just a corgi with monitors, and weird barking music starts playing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The games, I think, Scott Cawthorn?
Cotton, I think.
Is that what it is?
I think it's called Cotton, yeah.
When you look at his resume, the poor guy has been a developer since like 1995, and he literally, I'm not exaggerating, like 30 games before Five Nights at Freddy's took off. So I mean, I can definitely understand why he wants to keep going.
Weren't all of those were like shitty freaking Christian games?
Some of them were. Some of them were Christian games. I can't say if they were shitty or not, but a couple of them were. Yeah. He made a couple like puzzle games. He seemed like he dabbled in a lot of different genres, and he made a game called like Chuck's Lumber Company or something like that with like a beaver character family. And apparently, people were so appalled by the look of the beaver characters, they thought they were like terrifying. And so he was like, "All right, well then I'll use that idea rather than stop making games. I will make a scary game intentionally." And that's where Five Nights at Freddy's came from.
Right.
Rather than make a good-looking game, I'm gonna make a scary game.
Yeah, honestly, that was how it started, and it's obviously you saw how the rest of it went. It's a huge franchise now. Toys. There's supposedly a movie coming out soon and everything.
Wait, what?
A
Yeah,
Slender Man movie came out.
Yeah.
Why would that surprise you?
Oh God, that's right. I didn't watch it, but I heard it was absolutely awful. I heard it was a terrible movie.
Well, it's
and
a
why
cash
wouldn't
grab.
it be?
I mean, there's still
A
not,
cash
like,
grab on a horrible real life near murder, which is just
there's
wow.
still yet to be a good video game.
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat, I agree, is the best, I think, of the video game adaptations, but I personally
Unless
like
you
Silent
count
Hill
like
a lot.
Scott Pilgrim.
Scott Pilgrim doesn't count. Like, I wouldn't count Scott Pilgrim or Wreck-It Ralph.
Because they're not adaptations.
Yeah.
Nah. I mean, Detective Pikachu I heard was quite good.
My understanding is that's the only one that if you go to Rotten Tomatoes has a positive score. I don't know if that's still true or not, because last I checked it was like right on the border.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, Detective Pikachu. I never wanted to watch that because
No. To be honest, the trailer made it look better than I was expecting, but I'm not. I had a minute with Pokemon when I was like 20. That's long past.
Yeah, it just looked like I didn't like the idea of like the Pokemon being in like real world setting or what. I don't know. It just felt so stupid.
They
And
were
then,
like
like,
hiding
what to
in
say-
tall grass.
And then everybody was like, who was a Pokemon fan was super excited about it, and I just didn't understand why.
What you're saying is you really want the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon movie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That'd be great.
Mystery Dungeon
I was
actually
really
good.
hyped for Ryan Reynolds,
Oh.
but that's about it.
Ryan Reynolds is fantastic, yeah.
Yeah,
But
Ryan
yeah,
Reynolds is
I
great.
don't care about Pokemon unless it's something to do with Charizard.
That's oddly specific.
Yeah, I was about to say.
So if they made a Charizard movie, you'd be on board.
I like Star Wars, but I'm only here for Chewbacca.
Right.
Actually true.
I was going to say that's probably true of some people. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think my favorite character in Star Wars is Chewbacca.
Really?
Not
No, it's
Boba
3PO.
Like the two most useless characters.
Well, of the good guys, he's probably Chewbacca or 3PO. I like Boba Fett and I like Maul, but I don't know because Boba Fett literally has a scene and Maul is just dancing for most of his scenes. So
Can I point out both of those characters are wearing black and red?
It was
Boba.
who was it? It was Maul, Chewbacca, 3PO, and what was the other one? It was
Boba.
Boba Fett. Yeah. I never.
Boba's not wearing black and red. He's green and white.
Yes, he's green and gray and white, kind of. I think he's got a red like jetpack missile. I guess.
Oh,
So
I
that
thought his
counts.
mask was red.
No,
No, it's green.
Oh, right.
I'm trying to think if there's a Star Wars character that has a red mask. There's got to be.
Raven.
Who? Oh, Darth Revan.
Revan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Darth
that's true.
Revan.
Yeah,
I'm
from
sure
the
there's
video
like
game.
10 clones.
Probably.
I think
Yeah,
it
All
did
of,
make
all of the royal,
red in the
all of
last
the,
Jedi.
all of the royal guard.
The Emperor's
How
Guard
did
has
you
red
say
masks.
guard there? Whatever.
Yep.
Yeah. Those
And
guys
then
were
now they're doing like the Sleepers and Rise of the Skywalker, Rise of Skywalker, and they're like completely red,
That doesn't surprise me.
and they apparently have force powers.
Why wouldn't
Wait.
they?
Who are you talking about in the Rise of Skywalker?
Sith troopers. They're
Oh, the
like,
Sith troopers. Yeah,
they're
I
clone
gotcha.
troopers with like force powers.
Okay. Oh, that reminds me. Supposedly, Rey can use Force lightning in the new movie as well.
I mean, realistically, anyone with a force can. It's just supposed to be illegal.
Well,
Yeah.
it's illegal. It's against the rules. -10.
It's not
You're
allowed in this
disqualified.
part of the universe.
Yeah, but my favorite freaking memory of KOTOR is still like I starting out my character. The first freaking force power that my character can masters is Force Lightning, and then one of the NPCs is like, "Huh, so you're gonna help us?"
Zap.
Yeah.
That's
Like, yeah, obviously, I'm gonna save all of the Jedi.
Yeah, I would imagine that you got the bad ending then, or the Sith ending, right?
I didn't play through the game. I didn't have the time.
Oh,
I got
okay,
the
yeah.
Sith ending.
I never, despite being a big Star Wars fan, I actually never played through either of the KOTOR games, and I heard that I, really, really missed out. They were supposed to be great.
The Sith
I
ending
own
is
both.
so fucking dark. You literally brainwash, what's her face?
A
Bastila?
Bastila? Yeah.
Yeah, you literally brainwash Bastila.
That's the
I feel like
the whole French freaking prison.
The Bastille.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Bastille.
you torture her until she like loses like mind and just becomes a Sith.
Wow. That's like, is that what happens in either ending?
Well, you save her if you're like good, but if you're evil, you just like have her as your slave.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Some dark stuff. I can appreciate that.
Was it the Sith ending I saw where there's a bit and you're like basically standing like Hitler watching the Nazi troopers march by?
Yes, that's the Sith ending.
There we go. It's not the Sith without some Nazi imagery, is it?
Honestly.
Although I will admit that the ending is kind of like a little bit forced. You just like use your force powers to decide who wins the fleet battle, because it's like a draw and just use your force powers to decide who wins. It's a bit of a cop out.
The evil endings in just about any game are going to have less thought put into them than the good ones, because the majority.
No, that's how it ends either way.
Oh.
Just either use your good force powers to decide that the rebels win, or you use, well, not the rebels, but the Jedi win, or you use your Sith powers to make the Sith win.
Oh, huh. All right. Well, that does sound weird.
A lot of people suggested that they should have made movies based on those games or which I'm not at all familiar with, but I know it exists, the Thrawn trilogy of books.
Yeah.
And,
Thrawn trilogy definitely isn't happening now.
I
None of
wouldn't.
it's happening now.
They could reasonably fit KOTOR in now because it's set like 1,000 years before even the prequel trilogy, but Thrawn, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that happens not long after Return of the Jedi, right?
Yeah, I think it's basically Thrawn is the one who comes up with the resurrected Empire.
Okay.
Basically the neo-Nazi. Now,
But
wait.
that's-
Is it Thrawn still considered to be somewhat canon, though? Didn't they introduce him in one of the cartoons? They're still considered canon?
Really? They might have.
Yeah, I think now he's just First Order.
First Order. That's so. I swear to God, with the Force Awakens, you can literally like rewrite, like you could summarize A New Hope and just leave out certain words and fill them in with the Force Awakens words, and it would literally read as the same script. It's like a plucky group of rebels try to take down the Empire. A plucky group of resistance members tries to take down the First Order. And it's so stupid. I'm sorry.
And the Star Base destroys.
Oh yeah, the Star Killer Base. Yeah, it's
Star
totally
Killer Base
Star.
destroys the rebel planet,
Right.
the resistant planet.
While a character from a desert world, a plucky young youngster, takes advice from a mentor character who looks after her until he dies, and then she realizes the strength within herself, and fuck off. That's the plot. And then fuck off.
The only thing that's not covered by that is like Finn, I guess.
Which
Yeah.
Ben? Kylo Ren or Kenobi?
Well, Finn's still
Finn.
the Han Solo. That's the thing. He's still Han
Yeah,
Solo.
that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
But like he escapes from the First Order. so there's a little bit of a difference.
Yes, a little bit, a little bit.
But Oscar's
And he's not
straight
as
Leia.
cool as Han Solo either.
One of the things I really don't like, one of the many things I series, and maybe they'll try to wrap this up, is that when you go back and like watch stuff like The Force Awakens, they don't like they leave. Why did Luke Skywalker's lightsaber call out to her, and they literally say like, "Oh, that's a story for another time." You know, why did R2D2 only suddenly wake up with like the MacGuffin with the the blueprints to Luke's planet or whatever, only at the very end of the movie when suddenly it's like, oh hey, thanks, that comes in handy. Just all these stupid, lazy writing techniques. Just that's the kind of stuff that you realize after the buzz of the new Star Wars movie starts to leave your system, and you realize that it sucks.
The thing is that stuff would have made sense if like
Rian
Johnson hadn't happened.
Yep.
To me, the most offensive moment in the entire series was when Luke Skywalker getting back his father's fucking lightsaber and his own lightsaber. This traditional.
And he just throws it.
Yeah, he doesn't even like they could have had him just solemnly kind of drop it and walk away, but no, he pitches it over his shoulder as a deliberate comedy bit.
Yeah,
like,
they just
fuck
like
you.
They do this like stupid Marvel thing where like there's a dramatic tense moment, and then like some like stupid thing happens to cut the sincerity of it. Like in Doctor Strange, when like he accepts the mantle of being Doctor Strange, and then the fucking cape like swipes at his eye.
I hate shit like that. Yeah,
like you don't.
That totally undermines the moment.
Just play it sincerely. Like
this is kind of a generational issue. I would say that the entirety of the Millennial and Generation Z have this recurring problem where they try to use humor to undercut genuine serious moments in real life because that's kind of a self-esteem thing. They can't handle it.
They don't want to. They don't want to deal with sincerity.
I would say like this.
And that's why like we've had so many like parodies and satires and like riffs on popular content become even more popular because like that's what people are into nowadays.
Yeah, too many people grew up watching Scary Movie, but like I have this running theory that like the millennials and Generation Z, they always like to make fun of the generations that came before for using like faux machismo and faux toughness to try and cover up their own vulnerabilities, particularly emotional vulnerabilities.
And millennials just do it with
humor. They just do it with humor instead of toughness.
Yep.
See, I'm Generation X, so we were basically just like cynical and disillusioned and angry, which you see evidence of all the time on the forum.
Yeah. You, Mucha, and Wild.
Yeah, we are the three oldest.
Something degenerates.
Yeah, a lot of that is just me being hyperbolic, and I assume it's probably the case with the other two as well. Knight has copped to as much, so a lot of it's just us just kind of fucking around and ranting. But there's, again, I'm showing my old man side. I'm 41 years old now, and I only feel like I'm 20. Yet this world just seems like it's changing. It's becoming something I don't even recognize anymore. So, yeah, it's hard to identify. Millennials.
Oh man.
Gen Z is probably going to be worse.
What's that?
Gen Z is probably going to be even worse.
Worse?
It already is.
For what definition?
Who I didn't even catch who you guys were talking about. He cut out a little.
Oh, I said that Gen Z is probably going to be even worse than the millennials.
Oh, Gen C? Is that what you said?
Z.
Yeah, that's the...
Z. Okay, I was going to say, when do they start calling them C? Okay, yeah, gotcha.
The Tide Pod Eaters.
Yeah, the Jake and Logan Paulers.
Yes. Yeah. The retarded generation. the Darwin,
by the way.
the Darwin generation.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that I'm part of it.
How old are you?
Well,
I'm gonna be 20 in March, so.
Me and Alex are a part of it too.
We're on the cusp.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know where the exact. There's never an exact cutoff, but it's probably right around.
We're like right on the cusp. Like some people say that we are Gen Z, others say that we aren't. So
there are some estimates of generations that say Mike is a millennial.
Yeah,
There are.
exactly.
That's true. Yeah. The Generation X supposedly goes back to like 75 all the way up to like 90 or something like that. But then you're right. There's also millennial. If you look at Wikipedia or whatever, it's say millennials. Some think that goes back to like 1980 or whatever, which is right around when I was born, just a couple years later. So. Yeah, it's hard to say. I always grew up thinking that millennials were, literally born around the millennium, and to me that made more sense. But I don't know.
It's supposed to be like if you were reaching adulthood by the time of the millennia.
Yeah, I think you're correct. Wow, you guys, all of you grew up with the internet, didn't you?
Yeah.
Nope.
Well,
yeah, no.
The internet was around. I didn't grow up on it.
I literally have been on the internet since I was like 5.
Can you guys imagine a world without the internet? Can you imagine like having a life that does not at all involve the internet in any way?
I didn't have TV
No,
with the
I
internet
would
until I was
die
like
within
9.
seconds.
Yeah,
I can imagine a world without
literally
the. I can imagine a world without the internet. I just don't know what I would do with myself. Aside from also opening myself.
That's like when I look back at like people from like the 1920s or something like that. It's like, oh God, what would you do all day? That's funny that you look at life without the internet the same way.
Yep.
Shoot your neighbor.
What would I do without the internet? I have to like go outside or something.
I think if it weren't for the internet and freaking making videos, I would actually know how to play a guitar because I have talent for it, but I don't have like patience or time.
There's probably lessons online though. So
you could probably learn guitar faster now at the internet.
All this information at our
absolutely.
fingers, and we just use it for dank memes.
Yeah.
What exactly does that mean? I've heard that term, dank meme. What is the dank part? I mean, I know what the word dank means, but
Dank came from the idea of like dank weed, which is like really good weed.
Strong weed.
oh, okay.
So dank
That's
memes,
what it-
like as a joke, originated with the idea of it's memes that only a stoner would laugh at. But now it's just kind of spread into just dumb memes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. There's a lot of terminology that, again, generational differences here. A lot. I sometimes have to look up acronyms. Like AFK. Oh, away from keyboard. Okay, that makes sense. I actually use words when I communicate, so it's.
I mean, I still have to do that sometimes.
No, AFK means Alan F. Kennedy.
AFK.
I like how you still stuck it just down to the F. Like, is his middle name just F?
Yes.
It is. There's a JFK and RFK.
I know. I mean, Ulysses S. Grant, his middle name is just the letter S.
Oh, it is really. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I think I've heard that. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
S.
That must be a proud parent right there. Well,
I
we'll
was
give him
gonna
for
say-
his middle name, hon. S.
S. I don't give a shit. He ain't mine anyway.
No.
Is JFK's like middle name Fitzgerald?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a reason people shorten that one.
Fitzgerald. I was thinking about JFK the other day and wondering if obviously this also goes for all of you guys, will ever have a truly, legitimately, straight up, honest, well-meaning, well-intentioned.
No.
You know where I'm going, yeah. President in our lifetimes.
I don't think
Oh,
such a
no.
thing's ever existed in the history of the
I
United
know,
States.
yeah. It's
Outside of
absolute-
Washington, maybe. And even Washington was pretty two-faced. He had a whole network of spies.
Yeah.
You have to be a successful
Vote-
leader.
Vote
I mean,
Harvey.
politics, like, there's never been a well-intentioned politician since, like, ever. Like, all the way back to the Greek and Roman times.
We're not
Yeah.
mind readers. We'll never know which ones were well-intentioned or not.
I
'Cause
mean,
we're
they
not
never.
fucking mind
they never-
readers.
I mean, if you're successful in politics, you're probably not well-intentioned.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. Yeah, you have to be slime. Apparently, I mean, I don't know. I voted for Trump because I honestly thought he'd be
Ooh.
different,
Oh, no.
and I did. Even though I'm left leaning, but just see. Here's the thing: Hillary is a slime.
Work yourself at that shoot, brother.
Hillary.
Here we go.
She is
Put up the
so.
timestamp.
Hang on, yeah.
Jesus Christ. I am a fairly liberal guy, but the thing is, Hillary is just she struck me as just evil, just completely deceptive, snake-like, etc., etc. Donald Trump, he at least had the balls to say, "Look, I'm going to be different. I'm rich. I have nothing to lose, blah, blah, blah. You know, he was an asshole, but he owned up to it. I found that so refreshing. He's like, look, this is stupid, and I'm going to make it stop, you know? Plus, I feel very strongly about illegal immigration, and so does he. Apparently, I'm Hitler for it, but so does he, you know? And
So is he.
and I voted for him, and I remember my cousin's first reaction, because everyone was surprised, because I've always voted Democrat or just not voted at all. My cousin, when I told him, he just laughed, and he said, some people just want to watch the world burn. So we're seeing that happen now, in fact. So
vote Dent. At least he's honest.
Who are you gonna vote for next election?
Me?
Yeah.
I
thought you said you were gonna vote for yourself. I was like, wait.
Oh.
Let's get this campaign going.
Yeah, I think me. I've given it a lot of thought. To be perfectly honest, my votes have been this: Clinton the second time, because I wasn't old enough to vote the first time. Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't vote for Clinton. My first vote was for Gore, because I didn't like Bush. I lost out on that. My second vote was for Obama. He turned out to be a terrible president, so I lost out on that. Then I voted for Trump, and I have mixed feelings about him, to be perfectly honest. He's scum, yes, but he's scum of a different breed, so I still don't necessarily regret my choice. I think when you look at politics right now, we are so divided, and a lot of that has to do with both him and Obama. But the thing is, if you really look at what has happened, ever since he took office, the Democrats have only cared about one thing, and that's doing anything they can to get rid of him. Yeah. That's the only thing they have done. And it's like, seeing that has made me realize the parties they're the same. They're both shit. You know, they really are both. It doesn't matter who you vote for. You're fucked.
Yeah, right. I'm trying to support Tulsi Gabbard because, like, she's one of the few politicians who has, like, actually stood against, like, the Democratic Party as well as the Republican Party. Like, she borders the line there, you know?
Is she a straight up independent, or is she
No, she's Democrat. She's Democrat.
Okay.
But, like, she has, like, stances that are very Republican. Like, for example, I remember hearing that she's, like, against gun control, for example.
Okay.
So, like, she has, like, her own opinions about things.
Gotcha.
Just trying to pander.
She doesn't just follow the party line and flip-flop whenever it suits her.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, gotcha.
And so I want to support her just for the fact that she actually has, like, her own set values that she stands by.
I mean, that's how it should be. It just never turns out that way. I mean,
same reason I supported Ted Cruz, honestly.
Oh yeah, he was a little bit. I'm not. Knight gets again. I'm really sorry to bag on.
Isn't he the origami killer?
He's what's that? Say what about a baby killer?
Origami killer.
Zodiac. It's the Zodiac.
Oh yeah, the Zodiac killer. Sorry,
Origami killer's from Heavy Rain, Addy.
Yeah.
Yeah, get your memes right, Addy.
Ted Cruz killed all those people in Heavy Rain.
I'm clearly missing out on something.
There was a meme
on the drugs
on that Ted Cruz was the Zodiac killer.
I never heard that.
Because he looked like so many different people, he just, looked like the Zodiac killer.
I never heard that. That's fantastic.
Oh, man. I got sick of that meme immediately, because I remember during 2016, nobody fucking shut up about that meme.
I can't understand how I missed it.
I never understood it either. Like, doesn't look anything like this.
I don't think it was ever meant as, like, a meme for anyone to laugh at. I think it was just meant to demean Ted Cruz.
I think so. But yeah,
That's
like,
hilarious.
This one kid, like, had Ted Cruz ask a girl to prom for him, and then at the very end of the, like, proposal that he had, like, written out for Ted Cruz to ask, he wrote, "I am the Zodiac killer," so Ted Cruz would admit it. Or whatever.
He doesn't look like Ted Cruz. He doesn't look like the Zodiac killer. He looks like fucking Kevin from The Office.
Yeah, he does. That's one of the ones that, like, people would compare him to.
I can see that definitely more than the Zodiac killer, yes.
It's one of my favorite gifs, the time where someone brought the picture on a picket sign at a Ted Cruz rally. And you can see when Cruz sees the sign, he just stops mid-speech to, like, bend over and laugh.
Really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. least he's got a sense of humor.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is I'm really not trying to bag on Knight. Knight obviously argues with everybody all the time about everything.
Yeah,
That's just who he is. That's fine. I love the guy. When he's on a good day, he's like the greatest guy in the world. When he's on his night days, he's a fucking pain in the ass. I'm sure that's true of me too. I'm sure that all of you have gotten sick of me more than once.
Well, that's true of everyone.
It is, so I'm not trying to single him out. The reason I mention him is because I am not, he really harps a lot on, secularism. And, I'm not for anything. I'm not atheist. I'm not religious. I'm in the middle. My personal opinion, just me, is that it is arrogant to believe that we could understand if there is a God. There's no way that we have the capabilities to ever even comprehend what that God is. Or that's like an ant trying to understand a computer. Is the reference?
Cthulhu Riley.
What?
Cthulhu Riley.
I don't even know what that is. Gesundheit.
You've heard of H.P. Lovecraft?
This is apparently a part of Lovecraft lore that I'm not familiar with.
Cthulhu. You've definitely heard of Cthulhu.
Oh, I didn't hear Cthulhu. I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't. Sometimes, I'm still not familiar enough with your accent to pick up on everything perfectly yet. I apologize.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't, it's not that I don't believe in anything. It's that, I don't feel strongly one way or the other because I just don't, whatever, my life experiences, the way I was raised, whatever. The thing is, whenever, someone really bangs the drum about religion and, theology and everything like that, that kind of scares me a little bit because it's just, to me, a lot of that stuff is obviously unproven. I can't get behind it. So when we have candidates that are, one of the reasons why I've never voted Republican before Trump is typically Republicans side conservatively and typically conservatives side very religious. And I remember what's her name scared the hell out of me. She was hot, but she was totally into God and guns and killing animals.
Oh, Sarah Palin.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like I liked John McCain, but once he added her, she seemed like a nutcase to me, and it wasn't because of what she believed in. It's because of just how rabid her beliefs seemed to be. So when people go ahead. You've been wanting to talk. Go ahead.
I just want to go ahead and say, Kane probably could have taken 2008 if it wasn't for Palin.
Yeah, probably.
I think so. It's hard to say. My understanding is that the black vote was not as profound as people thought it was going to be. So I think that you're probably right. A lot of people said, well, he's going to get all the black votes, but apparently he didn't. So him being Obama.
Obama got more than Hillary, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, nobody's ever liked Hillary.
Yeah.
I mean, again, that's just it. Yeah. I mean, I vote for if somebody I can't vote for Hillary because I don't, I feel that we should enforce our laws, our immigration laws, not have sanctuary cities and shit. But
I actually always found it really interesting that Trump actually got the highest percentage of Hispanic voters of any Republican.
Really?
Hispanic is a big group, I should know.
More than John McCain, more than George Bush. He got the most of any of the Republicans in recent years.
Wow. That comes as a shock to me. Wow.
Not even just as numbers, but as a percentage of how many of the Hispanics in the country. The media didn't report on it, but this was what happened.
This whole thing's getting cut, by the way, but I do want to note, my dad has one of the mechanic shops he's got is down in Miami, and it's mostly staffed by Cuban immigrants who, of course, left Cuba after Castro.
Right.
And they fucking despise Mexican immigrants.
I've heard a lot of black people hate Hispanics for, I guess, maybe for the same reason. I don't know.
A lot of legal Hispanics hate illegal
that much Hispanics. Is for sure. Yes, absolutely. I've met
Trump had so many legal Hispanic immigrants come and give speeches on his campaign. Many.
Hang on, that doesn't prove anything though, because you can get a dozen people to view anything realistically.
That's true. But
you could probably get a dozen of a designated ethnic group to come up and give speeches on why they think their own ethnicity should be fucking killed.
Yeah, that's true.
What's his name? The character from Boondocks. What was his name? The guy who hated black people from Boondocks. He was their uncle.
Uncle
Ruckus.
Uncle Ruckus.
Yeah.
Yeah, get Uncle Ruckus to go up there and explain why they need to support the KKK, right?
Right.
Yeah, because he's got the freaking reverse of Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
That's
the
true.
fact that like the actual after voting polls showed that like he did better among Hispanics was like the main thing.
See, I find that interesting. I don't know. See, the candidates, it's tough for somebody like me because, again, where I was going with the whole Knight thing is that there are some people who he's welcome to have his belief. Do you guys remember the name Divas Rock? Do you remember that member?
Yeah.
Divas Rock.
Oh yeah, Divas Rock. Yeah.
Yeah, she really liked me, like I mean, platonically. You know, she really liked talking to me or whatever.
I would imagine, considering she's a lesbian, but
Oh, is she?
Bi.
yeah. Well, she was married to a chick, so
Yeah,
Really?
she's married to a chick.
I did not know that. Okay, well
I thought she was married to Goku.
well,
Okay, that. All right. Are you guys actually being serious about the marriage to a chick thing, though? Are
Yeah,
you?
yeah, she mentioned.
I don't
it
know
on
how
the-
she.
while you
I
were
don't know
gone.
how I missed
she was
that.
in the
She never
military
mentioned
or
that.
something. The
I
wife
think
was.
you were off the force during that time.
Oh,
during one of your
okay.
hiatuses.
Well, see, what happened, that actually adds credence to what I was about to say, which is that she and I were having some private messages. She was just saying, how's it going? She said, I'm not really feeling it on this forum anymore. Why don't you join me on this other forum, whatever? And I did, and it was like a forum that seemed to be primarily comprised of women and or gay wrestling fans. And I was like, well, I don't really fit in too well here because blah, blah, blah. But she and I started to get to talking about the fact that she was really upset about some of the stuff that Knight had said about, well, not just Knight, but all of us. I mean, I wrote pretty hard as well. The whole anti-transgender bathroom issue and stuff like that. And,
Right.
she got really pissed off, and I actually found myself defending Knight and saying, look, I really don't agree with a lot of the stuff that he believes in, and he feels the same way I do, but I'm not going to judge him as a bad person for it because I didn't walk in his shoes. I haven't lived his life. I wasn't raised the way he was raised. I might disagree with how he feels about a lot of things, but that doesn't mean that how he feels is wrong. He feels how he feels because in his mind, based on his life, based on his experiences, he has every right to think that he's, correct. And she got really offended by that. She's like, how can you defend somebody who's, talking about, whatever, I don't know, whatever the the transgender bathroom issue.
The gay bathroom issue.
Yeah, I mean that was a big thing, and the identifying, binary versus transsexual, blah blah blah. She said, how can you defend somebody who has beliefs against that kind of thing? And I'm like, well, first of all, for one thing, I'm kind of in the same camp. I kind of think that that's gotten a little bit out of hand, and secondly, again, I might not agree with everything he says. I'm not religious, and sometimes, obviously, a couple of years ago, there was a time where I think that he took it a little bit far, and a lot of people were uncomfortable about it. But I'm not going to tell him that he's wrong for feeling the way he is. But, and so she quit talking to me over that. She felt betrayed about that. And I'm like, well, I have to be objective. I have to be fair. I mean, I have my beliefs that people think are crazy. I mean, people have questioned me. How can you be pro-life? Because I'm sorry, not pro-life. I'm sorry, I'm pro-choice. So that's going to make me, that's going to make me an enemy to some of you guys here. But at the same time, I'm totally pro, banning illegal immigrants. And people are like, well, how can you be both? And it's like, well, because I can think for myself, because I have my own personal reasons for thinking that each one is bad. Based on my personal experience, my personal life or whatever. And so my point eventually being, I've never had a candidate that I could vote for who actually matched how I feel strongly about, because I feel strongly about both Republican and Democratic issues. Sorry, guys, I've been going on for a while.
I get it. I'm the same way. Like when people ask me what party I'm part of, or like whether I'm conservative or liberal, I always say, like, the first thing I say is like, I'm an individualist rather than any of those. And then they're like, oh, what's that?
I don't like to be labeled. I remember there was a while one of us put up a test. I think it might have been Charlie Bucket's grandpa. Somebody put up a test and a lot of us took it, where it was a political test. You answered like 20 questions and it showed you on a graph where you were.
Yeah.
And I think almost all of us were like either like right towards the middle or just to the left or just to the right of it.
Oh, I was like the most extreme of anyone on the that took that test. Like, I was the most right.
I mean, I know that you, for example, I know that you are pro-life, which is fine because again, that's if somebody feels that way, that's their choice. I'm not.
Yeah, I have my reasonings. Like, for example, because of the fact that, like, when I was in my mom's womb, I was like I was situated on a really bad spot, and it was very risky whether or not I would survive the pregnancy or whether she would survive the pregnancy even. And so, like, abortion would have been a good choice, but she was brave enough to, like, and she stood by her values enough that she decided to, like, go through with the pregnancy anyway. And because of that, that's the reason I'm still alive. Like,
see, that's really cool. See, I respect that. I respect the hell out of that. That's the kind of thing that I said to Divas Rock. I'm like, some of these people have really good, valid reasons to feel the way they do. How can you knock them?
Right.
We might not have the same opinion, but that doesn't mean they're wrong.
I just can't support her choice because if I did, I wouldn't be alive today.
Yeah, understandable.
But yeah, like, for example, with gay marriage, I've always been, like, very adamant against my fellow conservatives that I support gay marriage very firmly, even, like, on a religious basis, because I think that, like, God isn't, like, the government isn't the decider of whether a marriage is legitimate. It's God that's the decider.
But I'm confused. You said that you're for it, though?
Yeah, I'm for gay marriage.
You're for gay marriage. Okay.
Being
I'm just
legalized,
surprised.
yes.
I mean, realistically, it's just one more sin among a list that just about everybody is guilty of.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, again, see, I have both the privilege and the burden of being in the middle, being, completely, agnostic. Again, I think I had a girlfriend who was atheist, and she's the one who went out and got like 1 million piercings in her face and what the fuck. She would, there's no God. And I'm like, well, how do you know? I mean, well, because it's stupid. Because some of it sounds stupid, but the Bible is, I think like more of like a moral book of, how to behave and good values, whatever. But she would argue that just the idea of a God is stupid, and I'm like, well, how can you speak with that kind of authority? I mean, so she'd be like, well, do you believe in God? And I'd be like, because I just haven't lived the life. I haven't seen the evidence that suggests that I should. But at the same time, I mean, I'm here. Somehow I exist. I mean, something put me here. So it's like, I don't know. It goes back to, I'm surprised that you're in support of, gay marriage, as I am very strongly. I've always been, because usually, that just goes to show that, you shouldn't label everybody, because most conservatives are very much against gay marriage for religious reasons.
I feel like I'm in a weird spot here with gay marriage because I don't necessarily support it, but I'm not against the legal definition of gay marriage. Like, I feel like having church marriages is lying in that case, but I don't see why they couldn't have the same civilian marriages that anybody else does.
Yeah, to me, it's a practical issue. Gays are going to get together whether you like it or not, whether it's behind closed doors, in public, whatever. You're not going to stop. So I'm of the belief that you can't choose who you're attracted to, who you fall in love with. If you could, life would be a lot easier for everybody. So if there's a gay couple that wants to be together, I personally don't understand why giving them legal protection, giving them, tax. I can't think of all the different words. I'm drawing a blank here. The right to decide what happens when they're hospitalized. It just makes no sense to me that it's like, okay, well, we accept that you're gay, but God doesn't like that, so we're not going to allow you to have the same rights that everybody else has. I just don't. I don't know. That's just my opinion. That's why I've always felt the way I have about it.
Yeah, I'm literally only arguing about the formalities right now. Like, I don't disagree with them having the same rights. I don't disagree with them having the same rank or whatever. It's just literally just don't do it in a church. That's it.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, again, everyone's got their beliefs. Yours is a little bit specific, but fair enough.
Don't do the do in the church.
Other than
that, you do it behind the
church. Saying don't do the do in a church. I feel like you'd apply that to straight couples too. But
yeah,
yeah, they shouldn't be doing it either. It's sacred ground.
Yeah, probably a lot of stuff.
People should have the right to deny based on their deny service based on.
Yes, I agree.
Like the whole baking idea. I just feel like people have the right to to whoever they want.
I mean, yeah, that's one of those things where that becomes an entirely different issue. Like, regardless, I think there would be people on either side. Like, even if you support gay marriage, you don't believe that people should be forced into those things, or vice versa.
Right.
I didn't like the situation where the woman at the DMV absolutely refused to give somebody what was it, a driver's license or a marriage license.
Well,
I don't know why it would have been the DMV. Well, you
that's
guys
a
probably
government
remember that.
employee.
Yeah,
if you're not
remember.
following the rules of your workplace, you get fired. That's just,
Yeah, exactly.
Which she did, didn't she, or did she quit? I guess it doesn't matter.
I think the state government did try to protect her, but I think that was probably one of the states that was trying to hold out, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was probably a jurisdictional thing. You're probably right, because that was before the vote.
Because if that happened in, like, Alabama, then the Alabama governor would be like, no, you can't do that.
You can marry your cousin, but, you can't...
Can't marry that dude, no.
But you can't deny a gay couple marriage. Yeah. Sorry, people in Alabama. Don't cut this. This has been a very interesting conversation. This is
It's gonna get cut.
Oh, fuck off.
At
We
this
don't want
point,
any
it's gone. Like,
controversy.
I was a little spooked there when you were like, oh, well, let's talk about Trump. I was like, oh, no. But, I mean, it's gone much better than I was hoping, than I was worried about.
Yeah, keep it in. Keep it in. This has been very open-minded discussion.
My official standing about the political issue is that I am an asexual slime person. So
Whoa,
that's my type.
Well, at least he didn't
That's
say
what I
attack copter.
Wait, an asexual what person?
slime.
That's what I thought.
He's doing the attack copter joke. He's joking he's an attack copter.
Again, you guys and these in-jokes, I'm so out of touch.
That's not an in-joke.
Oh, Mike,
Attack
you remember
copter?
that one guy? I think it was it Bane? Who was like asexual? Was it? I think it was Bane.
No, Bane very vocally had a girlfriend.
Right. But there was this one guy who was like sexual, get like feisty if anybody like did pictures of like or anything. He would like talk about how by them.
Well, I don't think I ever referred to myself as asexual, but I think you're describing me. I have always been vocally against like putting that kind of shit on the forum.
This was from before your time, though.
Well, that was probably Cole then, because I believe Ted.
No, I don't think it was Cole. It was some guy from like the old wrestling e-wrestling thing that we had back in like 2010 or 11 or so.
All right, then me and Addy aren't going to be able to contribute here.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, I was there, so who are you talking about?
I don't remember. Was it like the Samoan bulldozer or something?
There was a guy named Samoan Bulldozer, yeah, you are right about that.
I think was he the guy who was like super asexual?
I honestly don't remember anyone openly declaring that.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Huh.
I think his name was Phil, like his real name.
Phineas, maybe?
Phineas.
Oh,
No,
God.
Not Phineas, no. Phineas was sexual. Phineas was troll sexual.
Phineas, I had to work so hard to get rid of him because when I was made a mod and started talking to the administrators, I learned that they really, really didn't like banning people. So
Right.
I had the luck of having Showtime, who also fucking hated the guy. We both went to the admin at the time who there was a transition there before Aubrey came in. There was a guy named Marcus, and Marcus was cool, and he listened to us, and he said, okay, if one of you wants to go collect like evidence against Phineas, as to why he should be banned, I said, I'll do it. No problem. I can come up with 50 fucking posts right now. And I did. I went and I spent an hour compiling posts, and I'm like, do you see why this guy is a problem for this forum? And boom, he was gone.
Cool.
I mean, he oh my God, he was evil. I remember him telling Cole that your parents divorced because you're a weakling, you were born sick, and they hate you for it. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Like, why would you say shit like that, man? Chill the fuck out.
I can think of a reason why he'd say that. He was jerking off while he wrote the post out.
Yeah, you're probably right. I remember he worked everyone up saying that, hey, like somebody was going to return It was either going to be Jericho or Undertaker was going to make a return in like early 2012, and he said, "I swear to God, it's going to be the Undertaker, and if I'm wrong, I'll leave the forum." And everybody was like, "Oh, we hope, we hope, we hope." He turned out to be wrong, and then he was like, "Aha, you dumbasses! You thought I was really going to leave." And of course, everybody was. You remember that? Yeah.
I bet I wrote that post with one hand.
Yeah, he was just a troublemaker. He eventually got pissed at me because I disagreed with him about the color capabilities of the Super Nintendo versus the Sega Genesis.
Oh my God, that is such an old person argument.
I gave him schematics. I'm like, dude, like, look right here. The actual developers quoted as saying the Super Nintendo had more colors. And he's like, no. And I'm like, all right, whatever. And he never liked me after that. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I remember, like, Mr. Edge fan at one point, like, started drilling everybody so he could get banned or something.
He was bad about that sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. I remember he was, like, attacking, remember Zim?
Oh, yeah. Now that you mention it, yeah, I do.
Yeah. And he was, like, being really homophobic, and then
then it turned out he... Wow. The shoe is on the other foot now.
Mr. Edge fan was being homophobic?
Yeah.
Oh, wow,
that's before he came out.
Projecting.
Yeah, he must have been, I guess, or having trouble at the time with, you know, how he felt about himself. I'm not sure. I don't want to guess, but yeah. Wow. Yeah, I remember there were a couple times where Showtime banned him, and I remember he and what was the guy's name? There was another user. Fuck, what was his name? There was another black user, which I specify that because we've only had a handful of black users on the forum, but I can't remember his name. Well, yeah,
you can't see through the computer screen like, oh, I see, Italian.
Well, he did actually use, I think, a picture of himself as his avatar. I can't remember the damn guy's name. Either way,
what a vain miscreant.
I remember there was a while where I used my avatar, and I remember telling people, like, I will never let anybody see who I look like, and it was just a stupid joke. Yeah. But yeah, people who use their pictures are just, they suck.
They suck.
They do. That's why no one does them except assholes. Yeah. I can't remember the guy's name.
Everybody who uses that a picture of themselves for an avatar is narcissistic.
What about IDK?
IDK.
Oh man, IDK. Yeah.
I remember.
I forgot about him.
Yeah, he was like 14 or so.
What was his story? I don't remember what he did or didn't do.
The only time I ever got a warning in the history of the forum was in an argument with him.
Really? You got a warning?
Yeah.
Why? You just, like, don't argue?
I've always been nice.
I also remember the guy who, like, posted his dick on the... like, Randy? Was it
G-Man?
No, not G-Man. This was from before your guys' times. And then, like, Ted's kid saw it or something?
Yeah, I remember him being rightfully pissed about that.
Was it RKO or Randy? Who was Randy?
I was around long enough to remember Randy.
It was Randy, yeah.
Randy was what, Jericho Savior?
I can't remember. Some of these names I haven't even completely forgot about until you guys are bringing them up now. Randy and RKO, those were two different people, right?
Yeah, those were two different people. There was RKO 619, 316 or whatever.
Yeah. Man, I'm still
RKO 42069.
Right, exactly. I'm still trying to think of the guy who he got banned multiple times because he seemed generally good-hearted, but he was so emotional. Like, whenever anyone like disagreed with him, he'd get like really just like childish and well, you're an idiot, and I
think that was Randy, Jericho Savior.
That is definitely Randy.
Maybe. Yeah.
Well, there were a couple people then who did this because it's bugging the hell out of me that I can't remember this guy's name. Shit, this is bothering me. You don't know how much it's driving me nuts that I can't remember this guy's name because he was always cool with me. And in fact, I told him a couple times, I'm like, dude, just like relax and you won't get banned all the time. And he's like, Showtime hates me. No, he really doesn't. You just have to stop, being so outrageously, emotional whenever someone disagrees with you or whatever. Yeah. He was like 30-something years old. He was black. He was from Chicago. He was really
that's IDK.
Really? God.
Wait, was it IDK?
Yeah, I
don't
remember
think it was.
IDK was very defensive.
I thought IDK was like 13 or 13.
No.
Oh.
He was the guy that was obsessed with the Bella twins. You remember that?
I do remember.
That's...
And me and him got into a fight because I said I fucking hated the Bella twins because the Bella
Well, because
twins
why
are
wouldn't you?
one of the gimmicks that always pisses me off every time it shows up in fiction, and thankfully it's disappearing with time. But one of the things I always fucking hate in fiction is when they have twin sisters that are vaguely erotic in a disturbing sense.
I can't say I mind that, but go on. Go on. Go on.
You know what? I don't think I will.
Navia doesn't like the stereotype of twins who are vaguely erotic. It's because he can't direct them.
Yeah, it's stupid. It is stupid. It's like, ooh, they're both attractive, and watch them like writhe on each other. It is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird.
You have to leave this in. You have to leave this whole.
Oh yeah, we're
Yeah,
well
yeah,
past
you
the
have to
point of
leave
cutting
this.
it out.
You what?
You have to leave this.
Yeah, definitely. Leave the whole thing. This is going to be like a 20-minute podcast. If you.
Yeah, I was about to say if we cut this out, it's gonna be half a fucking podcast.
Right.
There's just gonna be a sudden
I mean,
jump,
well,
like, oh yeah, this is what I think about Star Wars. Okay, we're done. Bye, guys.
I mean, if you want, I actually.
We can
Yeah.
switch to less anytime subjects. Anytime
I
you
mean-
guys want to.
Hey,
Oh, I
if
just
you want,
watched
I
The
actually.
Boys.
Yeah.
I just watched The Boys on Amazon and it's really good.
Did you crack
voice?
The voice?
The Boys.
Where they
Yes,
wear
The
masks?
No,
that?
the
The
voice is
Boys.
just the one where they bring up some no names and like Blake Shelton and.
Oh, you said the voice. I thought you said the boys.
No, very different. Oh wait, no, he did say the boys. We heard the voice.
Boys.
I was like, really? We're getting into reality TV now soon?
No, The Boys from Amazon Prime. The show
Yes.
about the guys who kill a bunch of
So-
superheroes that are super evil.
Yes,
So
Garth
did
Ennis'
you
I
crack
Hate
open-
Superheroes show.
So did you crack open the boys with a cold one?
But it was actually really, really good. It had some death scenes. Like, for example, there was one scene where a chick is getting her ass eaten out, and then she ends up crushing the guy's head while she orgasms.
she uses her super fart powers.
This really does happen in the show. Like, I'm not kidding.
It's a comedy show then.
Okay.
It is a bit of a comedy show, but it's also, like, very dark.
So a chick is getting her ass eaten, and then suddenly Freddy's hands show up and just mash the freaking ass cheeks
I
together.
wouldn't say that it's very much a comedy show. It's much more a drama. There's some humor, but like it's mostly drama and very like think of a more serious Deadpool, I guess.
Yeah, see, for me, I won't be able to ever separate this from its writer, Garth Ennis.
Right.
And, like, I've been vocal about that with Hank and Addie before, that Garth Ennis is a
And-
superhero writer who fucking hates superheroes.
Yeah, and me. I like told you I was watching this and you were like, "Nah, I'm tired of this evil superhero, Superman trope," and that Garth Ennis is a shitty writer or something.
Yes. Well, Garth Ennis is a
I like
good
how-
writer. He's
I like how this conversation is repeated enough for Soon to have the full script memorized.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
You got Soon off script, now he's lost. He's got to find his page.
Yeah.
He's impressed that you like the show enough to have the whole script memorized.
No, not the show.
Oh,
I said I like how W I talking about Gordon is sucking happens so much that Soon just has the whole script memorized.
You'd love him, Mike. He hates superheroes.
who does? This author you're talking about?
Yeah, Garth Ennis. He writes a bunch of superhero comics about how superheroes are the worst.
Like ironically,
No.
or I mean,
Not-
why would they? I mean, that seems counterproductive to sales. Why
It
would
is.
he? Why would they?
But he
Okay.
makes money. It's like Stone Cold Steve Austin. You know how Stone Cold Steve Austin comes into wrestling and shits all over wrestling, but he made a ton of money at the time?
Yeah, I guess I gotcha. Yeah.
He's very famous for writing Punisher Kills the Marvel Universe, which is literally just a comic book of Punisher going around and killing all of the Marvel heroes.
that's lazy but awesome at the same time. I can totally get behind that.
He drops a fucking nuke on the X-Men.
Why? What's his beef?
Legitimately, what happens is there's a big superhero fight in the middle of New York, and his family gets killed. Frank's family gets killed in the crossfire, so Punisher is like, well, time for me to kill all the superheroes.
That's kind of what happens in The Boys, too.
Yeah.
Like, the guy's girlfriend just gets, like, eviscerated by this, like, Flash guy. And she gets, like, burst into a bunch of bones and blood. And then he, like, just wants to kill all the super.
Yeah, that's Garth Ennis. He needs an excuse, but other than that, he just wants to write stories about superheroes getting murdered.
He actually ends up, like, making it interesting, because there is one good super who, like, ends up dating the guy.
Oh, that must have been Amazon's mandate.
That might have been Amazon.
Yeah, because Garth Ennis would not write a good superhero other than...
That felt like that was honestly the most engaging part of the story.
Yeah,
the fact that there was the one good superhero in this world. And you're wondering if she's going to get corrupted or if she's going to go and stand against them. It's the most engaging part of the story, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was like Amazon.
Yep, there we go.
The last good show that I saw, I don't watch a lot of TV anymore, so the last good show I saw was Chernobyl.
Oh, Chernobyl was amazing.
I thought it was absolutely, 100% one of the best things I've ever seen. I tried to tell, for the fourth time I'm going to bring him up, I tried to tell Knight that. Soon you were there.
We were like, I think you got a crush on the guy.
He's the only person I've argued with to the extent that I have. Now, while
he's the only person who knows me.
Yeah, well, it used to be people used to call us both, like mommy and daddy are fighting because he and I used to argue about everything constantly.
Yeah.
And again, I love the guy. I think he's a very good-hearted guy. He's got good values, and I respect the fact that he stands by him. It's just when he wants to be an asshole, he's so good at it. So we argue a lot.
You love the guy, but he hasn't returned your bouquets yet.
Right, that's exactly right. That's where this all started. You're entirely correct. Wrestle Clown seems to have taken up the mantle of arguing with them now, so I don't have to. They go on for pages and pages about everything.
I am the clown critic. I argue with Walter. You don't have to.
But yeah, I tried to tell Knight about it, and again, Soon was there, and we were like, dude, just like hands in the air, it's just a really, really good show. And he was like, it's socialist, I'm not gonna watch it. And it's like, what the fuck?
And that was literally like in the very first episode of a guy like that's basically an ironic praise of socialism.
Mm-hmm. It's like, what, 20 minutes into episode 1?
Yeah. And the guy like starts praising socialism as socialism.
In defense of Ted,
Chernobyl.
In defense of Ted, I think Ted would solidly consider. Like, here's the thing: that segment is criticized. Like, it might look like it's critiquing socialism, but more than anything, it's critiquing the Soviet Union and its government and how there was no real.
Yeah, I took it as both. Yeah,
I didn't see it as a critique of socialism. Like, the main theme of Chernobyl is like people need to be held accountable. People cannot just lie about things. People need to be held accountable, and the Soviet Union's government did not really hold people accountable.
Right.
Where I think Ted views the Chernobyl incident as being exclusively the product of socialism, the inevitable product of socialism, and any series that treats it as being the fault of anything else is lying and it is socialist propaganda.
He just picks such weird reasons to, and again, it's his prerogative. He's more than welcome to do it. He just picks such weird reasons to stay away from things that are often good, and instead winds up seeing a bunch of stuff that he hates. Like he, Terminator. He just watched this weekend and said it was, he said it was good, but he said that it wasn't, wasn't anything special, and he hated Joker, and it's like, but there's so many things that you probably like if you just kind of like gave him a little bit of a chance.
Ted kind of watches everything that's going on at the theater because he has a date night every week with his wife.
Exactly. That's true. He's dragged to a lot of movies that I'm sure he really doesn't want to see.
I think he's seen the entire Fast and Furious series by now, and he fucking hates it.
Theater where he gets to watch a bunch of movies for free or something.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, and so that's why he's literally always going.
He was in Movie Pass for a little bit, but Movie Pass went out of business.
Yeah, they did already. It's not Movie Pass. I think he just has a special deal with his local.
Yes, there are definitely a lot of local theaters that run that.
Yeah.
Movie theater.
I
Movie
actually
pass
heard that
was
the new Terminator was pretty fun to watch, but that it was, that nothing really happened, but it was fun.
That's what I
Which
would
was
imagine.
surprising.
Like when they were first announcing it, like, oh hey, we brought back Linda Hamilton. I was like, all right, this one will be fun and probably not very good, but it'll be fun because they brought back
I mean, there
Sarah
was
Connor.
a lot of like the usual anti SJW commentary because like they had the female Terminator or whatever.
Yeah, and a female main. Not, I don't know about a main character, but pivotal female character that's in addition to Linda Hamilton.
Yeah,
that young girl or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Terminator, I dropped off with 3. I didn't see any of them after that, so
3 fucking sucked.
I actually liked it. I thought 3 was okay. I thought the ending was great.
Did you like 3, or did you like the ending twist that Judgment Day is inevitable?
No, I legitimately did like 3. I thought there were some moments in it that were really interesting, like whenever John talked to the T-800, and the T-800 revealed that in the future I kill you and stuff like that. I think that kind of stuff was interesting. But it just so happened that the ending was, in my opinion, so good and so out of left field that I thought that was kind of like the icing on the cake. I don't think it's a great movie. Certainly doesn't live up to the first 2, but I actually personally thought it was pretty good.
Oh, okay. What section did you prefer? The part where the T-800 goes to a strip club, or the
strip club? Oh, he does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's where he gets his glasses.
He gets all his clothes off the male stripper.
Or the part where the female Terminator looks at the billboard and makes her boobs grow bigger.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
that one's
I remember
a classic.
that.
Can't forget that.
Here we go. So we got a bunch of knights on the podcast, I see. Which part did you like better, idiot?
They're the movie nerds, so
Yeah, every
they have to
time
be
we talk
snobbish about
movies,
it.
Addie and Pink are just gonna sit back in their chair like, well, guess I'm here.
But then
I also just watched Carrie for the first time.
What? Carrie?
Yeah, Carrie. The Stephen King movie.
Sure.
I tried to watch Carrie once, and it just opened up on a bunch of prepubescent girls showering in the period.
Yeah, it did.
At which point I was like, you know what? I'll check out. Goodbye. Later.
Yeah, I almost shut it off then too, but it got pretty good. Yeah.
I've never seen it, so I can't actually attest to that. I've only seen the last 15 minutes or so, which I thought were good.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of the main thing that you watch the movie build up towards what ends up happening.
Right.
I mean, as Stephen King stories go, it's not the one that I'm most terribly interested in.
I mean, it wasn't the most well directed, but the story was good.
I think Brian De Palma directed that, but I can't remember what else he did that was really big. He was famous for a while, and now I can't think of what else he did.
Brian De Palma is one of those directors who directed a piece of everything. So I couldn't tell you because it's oh, he directed this famous horror movie, this famous action movie, this famous sci-fi movie, this famous romance movie.
I can't tell if it was just dated or if it was badly directed, but it felt badly directed.
It is 40 years old. I guess it could have felt as well.
It's it was made 2 years after Stephen King wrote the original book, and it was the first book he had ever published or something, right?
Yes, I believe so. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was it was made into a movie 2 years after that.
Brian De Palma did direct Carrie.
That was fast.
Yeah,
you found that quick.
Yeah, I got a phone. He also,
does it say what else he had done?
Scarface, The Untouchables.
Oh, right. Okay, there you go.
The First Mission Impossible. And Carlito's Way.
Oh, I really liked Carlito's Way, actually.
He's got several more that
He's spits in the face of the people who don't want to be cool.
What? What about being cool?
Carlito clone. he turned it into a wrestling reference.
Oh, of course, Carlito. I hated that.
Yeah,
that whole era, 2008, 9, 10, right around there. That's actually when I quit watching. So yeah.
Yeah, that was 2009. Was honestly, it was when I started watching wrestling, but 2009 was really, really bad. Not as bad as nowadays.
Well, hang on. What wasn't at the top of the card in 2009? One of the major main events of that year's pay-per-views was Jeff Hardy versus Vladimir Kozlov for the WWE Championship.
I forgot.
Yep.
Yeah.
What a fucking all-star match!
I forgot about Kozlov so much that I thought you were going to say one of the freaking. I thought about because of so much. I thought you were going to say one of the main events of that era was Jeff Hardy against Vladimir Putin for the WWE Championship.
Just give the WWE enough money, and I'm sure that'll happen someday.
That'd be a simple match. Like Jeff Hardy comes in, he does a flip, and then Putin just snaps his neck with some old KGB shit.
Yeah, what even is going
Putin
on?
has a bear
nowadays.
Putin has a bear. 2009 was also the year that saw WrestleMania 25, which was marketed as the 25th anniversary of WrestleMania, making WrestleMania 1 the first anniversary of WrestleMania. And this was the WrestleMania in which
every time WrestleMania 25 comes up, you do this.
Because it's the dumbest, you have a crew of people. None of them corrected this. None of them noticed that the 25th instance of something is not the anniversary.
It's because they could market it as the 25th anniversary and people wouldn't know the better.
It's so fake. It's so incorrect and stupid and wrong. It's fraudulent.
Think about how stupid the audience is. If they had marketed WrestleMania,
that's true.
If they had marketed WrestleMania 26 as the 25th anniversary of WrestleMania, think of how many people sitting at home would have been like, "No, God, you're late, dumbasses." Oh, stupid 26.
How can 26 and 25 be the same thing?
Oh, fucking idiots.
But this was to continue and to finish. This was also the same WrestleMania that saw a man in drag win the huge, big, celebrated Diva Battle Royal. So,
shit! Right, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that was WrestleMania 25.
I have 25 on DVD, and I forgot.
Everybody's favorite wrestler, San Martino Marella.
I hated that literally that match when that happened. I was like, if you aren't going to take your own product seriously, why should I? I'm done.
Although, the thing about WrestleMania 25 is that, the only thing that gets mentioned is HBK versus The Undertaker.
True. It's the only memorable good part, in my opinion. I liked the match. A lot of people piss on it because it was probably a little bit overrated, but I thought it was good.
Yeah. Every match with HBK in it is overrated.
I actually didn't start watching wrestling until that year, which I think is it October or November?
For what?
Hell in the Cell.
October.
Oh, that's October.
Yeah, October. That's when I started watching. The first match I watched was D-Generation X versus Legacy in Hell in a Cell.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, my first exposure to wrestling was John Cena versus Alberto Del Rio in 2011. In the middle of the match, Rey Mysterio comes in and steals Del Rio's car.
Okay.
Oh boy, is Alberto Del Rio better or worse than Vladimir Kozlov?
Worse.
Worse. He was a champion.
So much worse.
What did Vladimir
Remember
Kozlov
when Del Rio ran over Santa Claus?
Wow.
Probably the best thing he ever did.
Yes, I do. Yes, Mick Foley. You don't know what Mick Foley caused, I think.
Oh, you see, Mick Foley's really big on Santa Claus, so I can see that happening, but it still shouldn't have, because that's stupid. Whatever.
Alberto Del Rio killed Christmas. What a heel.
I mean, is that literally just the beginning and end of the story? He that's how evil he is. He ran over Santa. They went with that.
Yeah. So what happened was, from what I remember, he ran over Mick Foley's Santa, and John Cena was like, "You can't do that. That's Saint Nick." And Alberto went, "Yes, I can. I'm Mexican."
What?
There's no Christmas in Mexico.
You better watch out if you're going to Mexico dressed up as Santa Claus, apparently.
The excuse is that he's Mexican. I love it.
It's open season on Santa Claus in Mexico.
Jesus. What year was this? 2011, did you say?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
2011 or maybe 2012.
You cross the border
right
and
around there.
You cross the border and you just see a fleet of cars crest the hill.
Oh, no, you cross the border and there's a sign like the deer sign, but instead of the deer it has Santa on it.
I like John Cena's line too. You can't do that. That's Saint Nick. Hey man.
That sounds like an external commentary, not from one of the other characters, but just like someone watching would go, "You can't do that."
Yeah, right. It's such a muted reaction as opposed to, "Oh my God, you just committed murder!" You can't do that. That's Santa.
I just whipped out a calendar. So
Wait, does that mean
Monday-
that Alberto Del Rio is Santa now? By virtue of Santa
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Santa Claus. That's right.
The Alberto Del Rio won the Santa in the Bank Championship.
I'm just,
Oh,
I'm just
man.
imagining this like fucking Highlander, but with Santa Claus.
Right. Yeah. They could have went like full 11 with an idea like that, but instead they just like threw it out there and just let it die. And it's like, what were you even thinking? If you're gonna do that, do it. Go all the way.
Well, I mean, they've done 11 before, and it still turned out pretty terribly.
Oh, that's true.
Fucking Al Snow and Big Boss Man.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. That was pretty fucking bad.
That's one
I
storyline
think
where
I-
I think we should have just stopped at the first promo.
I don't remember the promos or anything.
Nobody
That
does.
was
We all
So-
just remember that time that fucking Big Boss Man cooked Al Snow's dog, and then they
Dog.
fought in a fucking Hell in a Cell. But it was being
With
marched around
dogs.
by dogs that clearly looked bored and didn't want to be there.
the description
So-
I read was that they were like shitting and humping, but that's probably exaggerated.
Oh,
No, I
did you
think they were.
guys see the?
They were
Did you
absolutely.
guys see the weird like Bray Wyatt versus Matt Hardy match?
That I think I would have liked. That's the kind of
freaking
goofy I like.
Scooby-Doo, the freaking Scooby-Doo chase through the cemetery.
Yep, I remember that.
That sounds funny.
I don't.
And then he throws him in the Lazarus pit.
Yeah.
The thing I liked about the Matt Hardy, the whole broken thing, and Brother Nero and all that bullshit, is that like it was knowingly stupid. Like,
Right.
but they embraced it. It was like, this is like the dumbest shit you can imagine, and we're just going to go full throttle. And I liked that. I actually thought that was funny. It's a dilapidated boat.
God.
I guess I'm alone on that one.
But yeah,
Yeah,
Freaking-
yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing. None of us have watched wrestling in like the
So-
last 5 years.
Yeah.
I have watched 97 Raw. Recently.
So have
Oh,
you guys,
you guys-
not seen the Jeff Hardy, Matt Hardy, I can't remember what the name of it was, just like the deletion thing that they did in TNA? The
I
final
never saw
I
the,
did. Yeah, the final-
Ultimate Deletion.
Oh, you should watch it. It's so fucking stupid. Like literally, Jeff Hardy has he's sending drones or I'm sorry, Matt Hardy is sending drones to Jeff Hardy's house to like take revenge on him for something that they did when they were younger or whatever. And
Was
he's
that the
Right,
fucking
Matt-
angle?
sing that
Was
stuff.
that the fucking angle where they like Jeff Hardy was mad at Matt or something over the fucking dog dying in Jeff Hardy's house fire?
I don't know actually, but if so,
No, I
that's
think
even
I
better.
That
think
was
I think
years
with
earlier,
how they
2009, because that was part of WrestleMania 25.
Oh, okay. Then it would have been
I
after.
think I think what happened there. I actually didn't like look it up because TNA. But from what I could tell from how they acted during the match and after it, from what I could tell, the thing was Matt was like envious of Jeff because Jeff was successful, but he was also a drug addict, sport monkey.
Which is
Right.
true.
Yeah.
And basically, the whole gimmick was Matt will beat the sport monkey out of Jeff so he can be more successful.
Oh, that's what led up to it. That was the
I
TNA
think so.
angle. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't
Wasn't
know.
Jeff
I think
Hardy
so.
Wearing like one of those masks or whatever. Like that
Willow
one mask,
shit.
That one specific mask, I forget.
No, he was like literally. It was a few vignettes where like Matt Hardy is for some reason he keeps calling. I guess because of the traitor angle, he keeps calling Jeff Brother Nero, and he's like, Brother Nero, I'm gonna.
No,
fight-"
it's also. I think it's also because I'm pretty sure Jeff's middle name is Nero.
really.
Yes,
It is.
Like shoot
I never
real
knew
name,
that.
shoot
Okay.
middle name.
Well then, wow, that makes even more sense now. But yeah, it culminates with them having like this crazy like backyard match where they're like shooting fireworks at each other and shit, and
And Matt nearly blows himself up.
almost at one point Jeff is shooting fireworks. He's got like a firework launcher, and it's at night, and it's all like over dramatic on purpose. And Jeff is shooting fireworks at Matt, and Matt runs, and he literally yells to no one in particular, "It's a dilapidated boat!" And he jumps behind a dilapidated boat to defend himself from the fireworks. It's that kind of it's like it's seriously like you might not like it, but you guys should check it out because it's like willfully stupid. It embraces
Right.
the stupidity, unlike WWE where it's stupid and they think that like no, take this seriously though because
Do any of
They
you
have
guys
such
know what's going on with AEW? I've been seeing like a lot of for it.
Well, the thing is, I've been thinking about getting into New Japan and AEW to see if I still like wrestling or if it completely died to me. But the thing is, I look at wrestling and then I look at Kenny Omega and I'm like, nah.
Yeah, he's a bad example.
And the thing is, both AEW and New Japan have a lot of Kenny Omega. So I'm like, you know what? I might like Japanese wrestling. I don't know. I might like Cody Rhodes, whatever the hell Cody Rhodes is doing. I don't know. I'm not gonna like it until Kenny Omega is in it.
Right.
Kenny Omega and W. Who were the other guys that we were talking about the other day? Can you know? And the Young Bucks, was that who it was?
Oh,
Yeah.
Young Bucks, that makes sense.
Yeah, they have done spots like, for example, one of them throws a fake hand grenade and they all sell it and fall over like, oh, ow, that really hurt. So
Right.
that's the kind of
Oof,
shit.
ouch, the bone hurting juice.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the kind of, I mean, I don't know, that's the kind of shit that would turn me away right away. So
Yep.
that's the stuff that I think is currently popular. And I don't know about AEW, but I think like, did Kenny Omega come up in New Japan? Is that where he got popular in some other like small?
Yeah,
Place.
Omega was in New Japan for a long
He
time.
was. Okay, all right. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that they seem to, pop for over there, I guess. So
Yeah,
whatever that says about Japanese wrestling, I don't know.
right. It's like I want to check out AEW because there are a lot of guys over there that I do like, specifically
Yeah.
Cody and formerly known as Ty Dillinger. I forget what his name
Right.
is now. Sean Spears. I really like those two guys. I thought they had a world of potential, but the rest of their roster, I look up and down at them, and I just don't like any of them.
Is it because they're
Especially
just like,
Goldust.
I don't like
I
the.
like Goldust.
I was always fine with Goldust.
I like Goldust too.
By the way, we never talked about this, but with the freaking angle of Bossman and all else no. But the worst freaking angle, the Attitude Era
That's because
had.
we don't want to talk about it.
But the worst freaking angle that Attitude Era had was Goldust versus Pillman, and Pillman died during the freaking ending fight.
Kind of hard to write yourself out of that one.
Yeah. So basically, what happened is, I don't know if you remember it, Mike, because you might have watched it. But so what happened was, Goldust and Pillman disagree on something. I'm not quite sure what. They have a thing where if Pillman loses, he has to wear a dress. If Goldust loses, he has to quit the company. Goldust wins.
Yeah.
Goldust wins. Pillman has to wear a dress, and then they make it so they have another fight. If Pillman wins, he gets Goldust's wife just flat out, and then for the next month or two, every single Raw, Pillman has a freaking video package where it basically shows him raping Goldust's wife
Jesus,
while laughing.
I don't remember this. No.
So yeah, that was really bad. And then they were supposed to have a fight. But I don't remember which pay-per-view. But literally the day before the pay-per-view, Pillman died.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. Wow. What
What a shitty freaking
Right. What a way to go out.
thing to go out with. Yeah.
I'd forgotten about that latter half of the program because I remembered him having to wear the dress, and I thought he only died a few days later after that. But apparently, he lasted a month longer than I thought he did.
Wow.
Just like recruiting the EX.
Yeah. Man, I just all right. I don't know. Just some of the shit they came up with. This will sell tickets. Seeing him fuck. What was her name? Terry.
Terry.
Yeah.
Terry.
Yeah, there's a reason why Vince Russo belonged on a leash.
Oh, was that during his time? During his second tenure or whatever?
He was feeling like a freak on a leash.
You guys are talking about the Attitude Era, right, Brian Pillman?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
That
that-
was in 90.
He died that early, didn't he? Yeah, like 96 or 7, something like that.
97.
97.
That was a
Remember
while
that
ago. Okay.
one time
Yeah.
that Edge and Lita had like sex?
The live sex celebration. I've seen that. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was 2010 though.
No, that was
that was
that
like
was
that
not
was in,
2010.
like-
that was
That was
2006.
late 2000.
Was it 2006?
Yeah.
That was when Edge first won the championship.
Yeah.
It was hot
Yeah.
after the controversy of Matt Hardy and Lita, so it was like maximum heel for Edge, you know?
Right.
Are you saying it was hot?
Lita wasn't even with the company in 2010.
I remember
She was in Mexico.
I was watching the clip because they said that you could see, like, you know, they were actually nude. They were actually legit nude under the blanket. And you could see one of her boobs come out, and that wound up actually being true. So I went and checked that out for that reason.
Why?
I was just going to say, because I'm one of the few people who actually thinks Lita's attractive.
Oh, no,
so,
that's not the part I was going why to, but why would they actually be naked under the covers?
Because Vince demanded it.
Real commitment, I guess. Real commitment to their craft.
Vince wanted proof.
Maybe, honestly.
Vince Russo was the part of the creative team from 96 to 99, by the way.
All right.
Oh.
I was wondering if he was still there in 97, because I thought that might have been when he jumped over to WCW, but it makes more sense that it would have happened much later.
Well, yeah, Vince Russo's one of the guys that people like try to like put the meat of the Attitude Era on, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, he had a lot to do with it, but it's just I don't know. A lot of people love the Attitude Era, whereas, you know, people like Knight and I, we think it was terrible. So I mean, to us, it makes sense that Russo was never good. Whereas the people who hate Russo, I don't understand how they can still love the Attitude Era, because they were inseparable. He was pretty much, you know, in large part responsible for the Attitude Era.
Because it's very easy to think that Vince McMahon or somebody else was able to keep him under control.
Well, to be fair, you're right, actually. I mean, he was being filtered. Jim Cornette, who, I don't know how often you guys have ever listened to Jim Cornette, but he, like, his lead... Like,
I listened to him weekly in freaking 97. Because every freaking week they have him do a video package where he slams some random ass freaking guy from the New York Post.
Oh, that'd be great.
No, they did that. They did that.
It did. And he hates Russo so badly that he's coming out and said, oh yeah, he said, he is, even beyond that, he said, if I can find a way, he says, I wake up dreaming about it. If I can find a way to get away with killing Vince Russo, I will do it. And he says, you know, he's gotten a restraining order from Vince Russo. It's gotten that bad. And the reason I bring all this up is because you know, if you point to when WCW collapsed, that was right around the time that Vince Russo went over there. And Cornette has, I think, probably correctly pointed out that the reason WCW collapsed is because Vince Russo was just throwing everything at the wall with no one like McMahon to filter out all his shitty ideas for the one good one.
Right.
Yeah, you need some. Whereas right now, no one is filtering out the WWE's shitty ideas.
No one's filtering the other Vince now.
I have no idea how much like Vince McMahon actually would be the one who filtered Russo. There has to be someone else there, because we got to keep in mind McMahon also was the guy who wanted it to turn out that Stephanie was pregnant with his kid.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
Like, I think McMahon is as much of a dope as Russo was, but there are other minds at play.
I wonder if AEW will make WWE step up their game or not.
I don't know. They already had a freaking controversy.
What happened?
I think Cody Rhodes brought his dog out, and they set off fireworks, and the dog got scared, and that's the controversy.
Because the dog got scared, or did the dog
get
on fire?
I don't think anything happened.
Scared?
I don't think anything happened to the dog, but I haven't
on fire. I'd have heard about it by now. So.
Yeah.
But I have heard that AEW has like very little concept of like rules, and so you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, they never spelled out the rules, so you'll get stuff that would not happen in modern WWE, like a disqualification in a triple threat match.
Or like a disqualification in a Hell in a Cell, for example.
Oh yeah, there we go.
See, I don't watch, but I read about it from time to time, and that kind of stuff's fun. I hope so bad. I legitimately mean it every time I say it. I hope WWE collapses, because just like every year they're doing something worse and worse and worse. And when they made that Saudi deal, there are people who defend it, but it's like, wow, you have to have some fucking balls to go through with the deal with somebody whose government murdered an American citizen. Like wow.
Yeah.
Have some fucking shame.
Vince doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who has shame.
No, we're long past that.
Yeah, I really want WWE to collapse, because there's They just have too much of like control over the wrestling. They're just not very good.
I mean, like I'm not a fan of WWE now, and I'd like to see them get threatened and eventually get their ass kicked if they continue to flounder. Because hey, you deserve the consequences for your own actions.
Yeah.
But for my
no
part, I don't
accountability.
think I could ever go back to watching wrestling because I don't think I have the stomach for it anymore. Like, the more I read about how horrible wrestlers' lives is and how, like, you get a concussion every year and you just kind of keep going with enough pain pills to keep you going, like, I couldn't do it.
Right. To me, I think it really says something that WWE really pats themselves on the back for having, like, a drug control, oh, yeah, we screen for, illicit drugs and all that. Yet
We give them back to the wrestlers.
Well, yeah, but then you have to, like, if you get a concussion or, like, an infected elbow that they have to, like, cut off or whatever, like, they don't seem to give a shit about that. You're piece of meat,
Well, the drug policy can't be that strong if Kurt Angle and Jeff Hardy are back.
Yeah. Didn't Jeff Hardy just get arrested again or something?
Yeah, for DUI.
Oh, of course. Jesus.
It's wrestling.
Yeah, I don't. My era when I was really a true fan was between 1988 and about 1994, and I've gone onto various sites and literally put together like every hour of television that WWE put on between those years, and I have those on a couple of hard drives. So for me, it's like I don't watch the modern product anymore, but if I ever want to watch wrestling and feel nostalgic or whatever, I'll just watch the old stuff that I grew up with. Fuck the modern shit.
Right.
Yeah.
That's just how I feel. I don't know. And not that the old stuff was, I mean, it was different. I don't know if it was better, but I liked it better. I don't know.
Yeah, it certainly had its flaws. You had to put up with shit like Ultimate Warrior or Max Moon,
Max Moon, yeah, he's a good example. I liked the Ultimate Warrior at the time. Obviously, things came out about him that, were not the most flattering, but, I don't know. Max Moon's a different story.
What's your up for them Hulk Hogan's?
I used to love Hulk Hogan. I was a Hulkamaniac kid, and now he's just like the biggest douchebag. It's so amazing to me to think that I looked up to the guy back when I was young. I mean, his whole family.
My favorite thing is that even after all these years, he can kind of reinvent himself because now it's not only brother and dude, now it's also Jack.
Oh, he says Jack now?
Yes.
Let me tell you, Jack. I'm gonna beat you up, dude. What are you gonna do, brother?
Yes, exactly.
It's kind of funny, but
it works for Hollywood Hogan.
Hollywood Hogan actually kind of worked because he, as we learned, he was kind of a dick. Yeah. They say the best characters are you just, turned up.
Whenever new Hogan gets quoted, my favorite is when people just freaking make bouquets with his replace words or replace names words. Listen to the brother Jack, dude.
Brother Jack,
dude. At the same time, all of them.
I just did a little bit of that yesterday, I think. I made some kind of quote about, I was mocking him for something, and I was like, I said something about, the controversy of him, having sex with his buddy's wife and, his usage of the N-word. And in one sentence, I think I used brother like 3 times. I had dude a couple times. And, I just don't know if I want my little Brooke Genie dating a black-eyed dude, she's my little daughter, brother. That kind of stupid shit.
And just run the whole quote over that image of him slathering Brooke's ass with, like, suntan oil.
Yeah, that was really disturbing. And it's weird that she's, like, a small version of his ex-wife, and she was, in my opinion, very gross. So it's like I don't know. They both went after young, both he and his ex-wife both went after young people after they split, and it's just the whole thing's disgusting to me. His son's a fucking dweeb who basically killed somebody and won't apologize for it. It's bullshit.
In 20 years, people are going to be amazed that we deliberately chose to watch Hulk Hogan in real life.
That we deliberately did what?
That we chose to watch Hulk Hogan's personal life.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, he really made a mess of himself, yet he keeps rebounding. I don't know how people respond when he shows up. I just read that he keeps showing up, so I guess, I don't know.
I don't know. At this point, right now, he's in the game. Active wrestler.
Oh, he is, isn't he? Yeah.
He actually is back, by the way. Yeah, I'm not lying about that.
In 2K20?
Yeah.
No, in real life. I
Oh, in
think
real life.
Real life.
isn't there?
Oh, you're right. He is. That's right. I forgot. Yeah, him and the team Hogan versus Team Flair. Whatever that's all
Yeah.
about.
Yep.
Oh man, I it's cruel, but they're neither of them are really good people. So I would love to see an actual Hogan versus Flair match today. And they both just fucking die in the ring.
Can we get Terry Funk
Flair-
to ref it?
Yeah,
We
there
have-
you go. His bones.
We've established that Ric Flair cannot die. Him and Funk are destined to fight on the dust of the universe after it freaking blows up.
I like the idea that not dying would be a stipulation. Like, no, you can't do that. That's against the rule.
No, they are literally immortal.
Speaking
You know,
of
Hogan
Ric
seems to
Flair,
really think so.
speaking of Ric Flair, I found out not too long the attended wrestling event ever was held in North Korea, and Ric Flair main evented.
there
Yeah.
you go. He's
He
old
main
drawing
evented
shows.
against what's the guy from Japan who
like
became
Antonio
a
Inoki
politician?
or something.
Yeah, Inoki.
Okay.
He went against Inoki, and Inoki ended up getting cheered, and Ric Flair got booed, and it was the only time the crowd in North Korea interacted for the entire night.
Wow.
And so
Did it
Ric Flair got booed by what was it, 250,000 that actually wanted him dead.
So Kim Jong-un had him shot as he left the arena, and the Ric Flair we see now is a body double.
No, that's what the big Kim Jong Il.
I'm curious
It would've
though,
been
with
Kim Jong-il.
this North Korean wrestling event, did it feature the well-known iconic WCW wrestler Dennis Rodman?
It featured it only in its advertisements, but it did feature Chinese overlord Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah,
It beats a guy in a rabbit suit.
Does it?
I probably not. I just know that WWE did that. I don't even know
One
what
of
the
the
hell happened
wrestlers-
with it.
One of the wrestlers did almost get killed because he trashed the North Korean government while Korea.
Oh, well, that's a bad idea.
Because he
I-
didn't realize that they had wiretapped the entire.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so he almost got. I forget which wrestler it was. It wasn't a really big name, but yeah.
I know that
Brutus
Vader. Beefcake? Is that what you said?
yeah, Brutus Beefcake.
One of the biggest names in wrestling today.
Yeah, him and the fucking love sponge were just sitting in the back dishing on North Korea, but when Kim Jong-un said we gotta kill him, then Hogan stuck up and he was like, no, brother, you gotta give him a good shot, brother.
dude.
Listen here, Jack. I need Beefcake for my game show.
Game show? He's got a game show?
He did. He ran the old school tough enough freaking game show recently, I think.
Oh, okay. I know that Hogan
How
hosted
recently?
I don't know, but I do know that I actually think that his frontman was one of the wrestlers.
I think it was Scott Norton.
Oh, yeah, that all-star.
another luminary.
Yeah, Scott Norton was the one who almost got killed.
Oh, well, it would have been no big loss.
Isn't he big in Japan?
I mean, honestly, would your life have changed if Scott Norton died? Come on.
I'd never heard of Scott Norton until today.
I'm Wikipediaing
Is
it
it-
right now.
Is Scott Norton not Dr. Death? Am I mixing him up?
No, it's Steve Williams.
No, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott Norton, only really known for his work in JPW.
Yeah, that's why I know
Yeah.
him then.
That's a hell of a summary.
Yeah. He doesn't even have a picture on Wikipedia.
Oh, there you go. See, that's it's one step to not even have a Wikipedia page, but then when you do, but they don't even have a picture of you, you're still like, C level celebrity.
Yeah.
You're just
Or if they have a picture of you from 10 years ago.
Yeah.
you know when they have on a freaking MS Paint drawing of you as their picture in Wikipedia, you were a CDI level celebrity.
Oh God.
Lamp oil, rope, bombs.
Yeah, I was about to say, Addie's
You can-
all about that CDI there.
CDI. Why? What's the history there?
Philips CDI.
Yeah. What is your? Are you like? Do you have one? Are you fascinated with it or something? What is?
No,
People
no,
use it to
I'm
make
just.
dank memes.
Oh,
Yeah,
another dank meme. Okay.
the thing is, I grew up on YouTube poops and CDI YouTube
Oh,
poops.
sure. Like the
And
Zelda cartoons and stuff.
yes,
Yes, yeah. I've had my share of YouTube poops as well. Some of them are actually very, very funny.
some of them are funny. Most of them are shitty ear rape or just freaking repeating stuff at
Yeah,
nausea.
they
Well,
did get that way. Yeah.
That's one thing for Eddie to say right at like before we started this podcast. He brought up fucking Chinese.
While y'all were watching Chinese, I said so a lot of the jokes fall flat, but the ones that work really pretty good.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of YouTube either. Now that I think about it, I kind of do, but I don't like stick to any one particular person. I don't even really watch the Angry Video Game Nerd that much anymore. I just kind of bounce around.
I quit watching the Angry Video Game Nerd when the whole Mike Maite controversy started up.
Which
and
one?
nothing was said. Yes,
Literally,
the first one.
I mean, honestly, he has caused so much trouble for the AVGN. It's honestly surprising me that they're still friends anymore.
Yeah, that's why I left him. But that's because Mike is the guy who represents the channel most. So
Yeah.
but that's why he freaking I think like he fired Bootsy or something.
Oh yeah, there was. I forgot about the Bootsy thing. That's right, because everyone fucking loved Bootsy. Bootsy was great.
Yeah.
Just a chill guy, just cool and nice. And supposedly the story goes is that Mike was getting upset that he was kind of becoming second banana, and Bootsy disappeared, and Bootsy was like, "Well, you'll have to ask them." You know, something wasn't right.
Well, I mean, the thing is with that kind of situation is anytime a new guy starts really taking over the channel, like Mike Matei, every video that comes out on the Cinemassacre channel that isn't Angry Video Game Nerd is going to feature Mike Matei without failure.
Yeah.
And whenever that happens, people will always like say, "Oh, well, clearly he's a fame monger. Clearly he thinks he's the star of the show." And I don't really buy it. I'll take it from the horse's mouth. And in this kind of story, no one's going to give it from the horse's mouth. So I'll just say something fucky happened.
Well, you know, I can't remember where I've gotten this. I think maybe the AVGN himself, you know, James has I think come out and said that Mike actually does a lot behind the scenes to actually make the show work. Has helped James, like, you know, with the filming and editing, and I guess it was Mike's idea in the first place for James to put his episodes on TV. I'm sorry, onto YouTube to begin with. So he's probably a decent guy. He's just very like hyperactive and childish.
Well, he's probably not a decent guy. He's just a hardworking guy.
Yeah. I mean,
he's annoying. He's annoying as shit. But the funniest controversy that we've had with him, in my opinion, was the one where he got freaking like pissed off drunk.
Yeah, I know where this is going.
And legit posted a dick pic for all of the Angry Video Game Nerd fans to see, just to prove that he has a large penis.
And people who paid more attention to the picture than I did said that he held the ruler like way down, like the perspective was looking down at his cock, and the ruler was down on a table to make it look bigger than it actually was.
Yes, and somebody actually calculated that like if we among the freaking like the curvature of the picture or whatever the hell.
Someone did math on this.
Yes, someone did. But if we take into account the curvature of the picture and all that, then Mike either has or an average dick or a small one.
Interesting. Just the fact that this happened and that people analyzed it, that's just and he's still doing videos. He's still, I mean, I would never show my face on the internet again after that, but he's still up there.
I mean, Brutus Beefcake got a career by knowing Hulk Hogan, so...
we were talking about Mike Matei, which is the sidekick, co-star of the Angry Video Game Nerd, best friends.
Okay.
Yeah. What did you say about Beefcake and Hogan? They got caught having sex? What did you say?
Yes, exactly. On top of Bubba the Love Sponge and his wife.
Right.
Oh, do you guys know The Amazing Atheist or whatever?
No.
I've heard of him, yeah.
Like several, like...
He said several tapes. He said several tapes with buff cake on beef.
He had one week of him, like, sticking up...
Sorry, soon, start over, right?
We've been missing the majority of what you've said. Addy Addy was speaking over you.
Oh, okay.
Start over.
Yeah, the Amazing Atheist. He had several sex videos leak. One of which featured him shoving a banana up his ass, and another was him dripping hot wax on his dick.
Oh, I have heard of this.
Did he do this on purpose for views or something, or was this
No,
one of those?
It just got leaked. Like the fappening, that kind of stuff.
Got leaked like the video of Paige squirting a dildo out of her ass.
Yeah,
and then Xavier Woods comes on the title.
Yeah, and she's still. I have no clue what the fuck the WWE's thinking, but she came back anyway.
Well,
and then she died.
She had a very successful movie come out.
Did she die?
No,
I mean,
she's still alive. She had a very successful movie come out about her life, produced by Rock.
Did that much fulfill his prophecy? Did he actually kill her?
It's so weird because I think she was out in the first place, I think, because of an injury, and out comes the sex tape and the picture of sperm all over the fucking title. She's screwing in the video, which I didn't watch. It has 4 guys fucking her or whatever, and then she comes back while they're making a movie about her, and it's like, what a mess this is. Then she gets injured by, I think it was Sasha, right? Didn't Sasha kick her in the back of the neck or something?
Yep.
Yeah, so then she has to retire, and all this weird shit's going on, but then her movie comes out and is actually successful, and it's like, what is going on?
That movie has a better cast than you would ever expect.
And it got good reviews.
Yeah,
which I would.
What's this movie called?
Fighting with My Family.
Fighting with My Family, yeah.
It's got Lena Headey and Nick Frost play her parents.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I've never heard of this.
They have Jason Statham play The Rock.
Well, no, The Rock plays The Rock.
Yeah, Nick Frost from Shaun of the Dead and others, and Lena Headey, of course, Cersei from Game of Thrones.
Yeah. How have I not heard of this?
I have no idea. It was actually a pretty big success. Everybody liked it.
Yeah, critically successful, to my shock.
Yeah, 92% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Very highly critically successful. Wow, Jesus.
The first directing venture of Stephen Merchant.
Stephen Merchant sounds familiar.
He is a very dopey, skinny British actor who's... Have you ever seen that lip sync contest show?
No. Sounds bad.
Well, that was his idea. The idea usually is just to get a bunch of celebrities to do goofy dance routines while famous songs play in the background.
Oh, well, okay, that could
the only good thing that has come out of it is freaking
a lot of good things come out of it.
Well, the one I remember the most was freaking I always forget his Terry Crews doing the White Chicks song.
I don't know the song, but I know Terry Crews.
1,000 Miles
commercials.
Yeah.
So wait, she doesn't even play herself, but Big Show and Sheamus are in there?
Big Show and Sheamus both play her.
Wait, what?
Plays her, I think he said.
No, I support Big Show and Sheamus play Paige.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. Yeah.
Okay,
that would be
a
very different
this is
movie.
more of a Pink
Go
and
ahead.
Eddie thing or Soon thing. Have you guys ever seen the one of Tom Holland from Lip Sync Battle where he's wearing a brassiere and everything?
Nope.
Yeah, I have.
Legitimately the only freaking only videos of these talk show things that I watch are the Terry Crews one I watched, and then I also freaking watched the Daniel Radcliffe rap.
Was he any good?
Yeah.
Yeah,
which was a surprising part.
Spider-Man, everyone.
Did you just put it in Discord?
Yeah.
Ah, yes, I see. Yes.
Switch over.
Wow. This is so athletic. It's crazy.
Kind of reminds me of that.
This is gonna be. I hope instead of bringing in an actual Gwen Stacy, this is gonna be Gwen Stacy.
See, I was gonna say that reminds me of what's her name? It's a female wrestler right now in the WWE. Again, I don't watch. I just see
China.
No, but I can see why you
China.
both make the comparisons you did. She's got half her head shaved. Something.
Nikki Cross.
No,
Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, Rita Ripley. Somehow that reminds me of Rita Ripley. I guess probably just because the way the hair is on the one side.
Yeah, and all the black as well.
The outfit, yeah. So that's a dude there I'm looking at, huh?
Yes,
Spider-Man
that's
you're
Spider-Man you're looking at.
That's Spider-Man.
Oh, that's
These
the last.
are
Okay, I get it now.
yeah,
Oh,
these are pictures of Spider-Man.
wow. Well, see, this is why I don't like superhero shit. This is your guys' stuff. This is the stuff that you guys.
I don't like superhero shit
This
either.
isn't from an actual superhero movie. This is from a TV show that he was on.
No, I
It
know.
was
I'm
on
just giving
late
you
night.
shit.
It was on late night.
I'm just using it as an excuse to beat up on superheroes.
Jimmy Fallon.
Jimmy Kimmel, you mean? Did you call him Jimmy Collin?
I thought I heard Jesse Collins.
Oh, I called
He
him
said Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, it was Jimmy Fallon, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
no wonder it's stupid. Jimmy Fallon is the worst.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
know which ones I'm
Jimmy
talking
Fallon,
about.
Jimmy Fallon is so bad that they freaking parody him in Hungary.
I
Yeah,
really
like-
don't even know him
Jimmy
out there.
Fallon is the one with the laugh that's really fake. Jimmy Kimmel is the one who's just really, really boring.
Yeah,
I don't,
Jimmy Fallon is like the little kind of Weasley guy who sort of talks like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
everyone's
Yeah.
friend, or at least he tries to be.
He is.
Yeah, exactly.
I said this on one of the podcasts I did with my friend. Jimmy Fallon, my friend and I, again, we're like 40 years old. We used to watch Saturday Night Live in the 80s and 90s and see reruns of the 70s version. In all the episodes of Saturday Night Live we've ever seen, Jimmy Fallon was like easily one of the worst, like least funny characters they ever had in the decades of the show's history.
He cracks an
Right.
shit.
Yeah, he
can't keep a
breaks
straight
character. He
face.
laughs at his own jokes.
Yeah, he can't keep a straight face.
No, he can't. And he's usually the one. I just the other day I watched a video of him interviewing Robert De Niro for an upcoming movie that he's doing with Al Pacino. And Robert De Niro looks so awkward. It looks like he's struggling, just like he just does not want to be there because Jimmy Fallon is just slapping his desk and laughing so hard. And I'm not even making it up. De Niro's just kind of sitting there like, yep, yeah, okay. It's the most awkward thing. He's terrible.
Yeah.
I hate Jimmy Fallon. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I hate Jimmy Fallon too.
The only late night host that I like is Conan O'Brien, and I know
Yeah.
that's going to get a reaction out of.
No,
I think Conan
Wait,
O'Brien
I'm sorry,
is one of
Rick,
the
no.
smarmiest individuals who has ever stepped foot upon the earth.
he can be for sure. He
Can
can
be, yeah, but that's part of his character.
He's very self-effacing as well. I mean, if you've watched him
Yeah.
for a long time, he's constantly making fun of himself.
I don't
Yeah,
see
he's
that as much of
also
a
the
strong
least
thing. I think
political.
that's very lazy comedy nowadays. I think everybody nowadays does that kind of kind of comedy.
But he's also the least political late night host. Like
Uh,
all of the other late night hosts just constantly go on, especially Stephen Colbert.
Well, Colbert was hired because he was political. Let's not pretend.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I despise Colbert for a variety of reasons. But
Oh,
I
and
don't- I
then
won't
there's
even
the
bother. I won't
there's
even-
the one little fat guy with the beard.
Oh,
that guy with the beard.
I know who you're talking about. British guy.
Yeah, and he's actually so terrible. Like I've heard stories of him in real life, and he's such a prima donna.
Well, I was
And,
going
like-
to actually mention what I'd heard about Jimmy Fallon in real life.
Oh.
Because Conan O'Brien, I heard in real life is actually a really cool guy who mostly
Yeah,
just wants
he is.
he just wants to get his
He is a
work
really
done and then
cool
go
guy.
home with his family and all that.
Yeah.
When he was fired off of the Tonight Show, he paid like the rest of the writing staff or whatever out of his own pocket to make sure that they had somewhere to bounce back from after they all had to leave the show very suddenly.
And I mean,
Right.
the guy,
That's the kind of guy he was.
I can rail on the guy because I don't like the way he handles his talk show, but the guy wrote most of the good Simpsons seasons, so he's definitely got comedic talent.
He wrote what a lot of, not me, but a lot of people consider to be the best Simpsons episode. So I give him credit for that. That it's Marge versus the monorail.
Are
I
you
don't know if
talking
you guys
about
remember
Conan
that.
right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Conan wrote for the third and fourth season.
Nah.
He's actually on a couple of the Simpsons DVD commentaries, again making fun.
But what I was going to say about Jimmy Fallon was that there was a story I heard, which was completely unsourced. I heard it from my sister, who is considered the talk show nerd of this household. So, while I do trust her, at the same time the story is unsourced, so take it with a bit of salt.
Right.
But what she said about Jimmy Fallon was that basically Jimmy Fallon in real life does a ton of cocaine
Makes sense.
and trolls the bars for borderline 18 girls from the local colleges. And that's just
Sounds like him.
every night. That's
It
what he does.
actually does. Yeah, to be honest, he seems like a kind of guy who'd be like that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Just
like
the pervert.
the little fat guy with the beard. I'm just gonna call him that because I don't care, because he's apparently a really shitty person. But he he's the kind of person, like, if he had an Uber driver, he would like wait at the door, driver to the door. From what I've heard.
I want to find. Is he American or British? I don't remember if you
He's
said.
British.
He's British. You did say he's British. Okay.
Yeah.
God, I can't think of his name, which is
I
weird.
can picture who he's talking about too. I've got him in my head because I just saw him on a YouTube clip, just like
James
doing
Corden.
a duet. Yeah.
James Corden, that's right.
Wasn't he like a pedophile or something?
No.
No.
You think everyone's a pedophile. I love it.
No, I just think British people are. Well, British media people. British media people.
And
Yeah,
everybody
I've
in
heard
American
nothing
Hollywood.
but bad things about people who have actually met him.
Like Corden's one. At first, I really wanted to appreciate him because he brought over like a unique thing in that he doesn't bring out the guests one at a time. He brings them all out all at once to have kind of a group conversation, which I like.
That's cool. That's different. Yeah.
But I mean, over there in England, they have a guy who does it better. Anyways, I forget his name, but it's beside the point. But yeah, everything I've like. The only funny clips I've ever seen of them are scripted instances of skits they did for the show. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
And even then, I've
That's
heard that
one
a
of
lot
the
of those are creatively edited.
Oh, well, sure. That's one of the reasons why I don't like Jimmy Fallon, what I've seen of his show, because there was a while where YouTube was constantly saying, hey, you should watch this, until I finally, click the little button saying not interested. I would give him a chance, because, like, for example, there was a clip where he had Mike Tyson come out and play a game of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out!, and I thought, I have to see this. And again, Jimmy Fallon is like, I'm not even exaggerating, literally rolling on the floor with laughter. And it's like, you are so fucking fake, it makes me sick. And when he's not doing that, he's just doing gags. He's not, like, he can't interview for shit. So he's got, everyone's like doing like singing or playing games it's like, it's a gimmick. His whole show is a gimmick because he's that bad. Sorry to bring it back to Jimmy Fallon, but...
Well, I have to imagine that Jimmy Fallon's one of those guys who's very popular in the industry because he'll laugh at anyone's joke. And there are certain celebrities and certain executives that there is nothing that they like more than that.
I mean, Jimmy Fallon is successful because he has the celebrities do things besides interact with.
He has a talk show where they do things other than talk. My God.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he has a talk show where he doesn't actually do anything. He just like sits there and laughs at.
Yeah, he reacts. Yeah, he laughs. He laughs at himself.
He's literally a React channel on TV.
It's not
Jimmy Fallon. From how you're describing him, Jimmy Fallon seems to me like the freaking like the jump scare YouTube channels of TV.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what he's like. I'm pretty sure he's done those.
I'm sure he has. Hey, we got John Carpenter on the show, which means we're going to be playing Five Nights at Freddy's. It's going to be great.
That's the kind of thing Conan, you would do. You're right.
That's the thing that Conan does. But like Conan actually is funny when he does his video game stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean the difference is Conan actually has like a dedicated like side gig sort of thing, like playing games and making fun of them.
I've never really enjoyed that.
Me neither.
It's Conan sucking at video games, and then he says, "Man, what kind of losers play video games? God, I can't imagine."
He makes fun of the games themselves a lot, and I think a lot of the commentary is pretty witty. He made fun of Final Fantasy, I guess 15, I think. Yeah. One of the, he said, like Elijah Wood was playing it with him, and Elijah Wood was like, "This boss fight takes like an hour," and Conan was like, "Why would you play this?" And it's, I don't know.
Yeah.
I
do think that Conan, the gamer series, was better like before a celebrity jerk.
Oh, that it's different now?
Yeah, like before it used to be just him and like the guy who's like playing a nerd character.
Yeah, that crew member guy.
Games. Yeah, and now it's just him sitting with celebrities playing the games.
Oh, you know what? You're right.
It just becomes a jerk off fest.
You're right. I forgot because the last one I saw was him with Peter Dinklage and we just talked about her earlier. I can't remember her name now. Cersei.
Lena Headey.
Yes, Lena Headey.
Yeah, Headey. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. They were all just
So
kind of making jokes with each other.
I haven't watched it in a long time because like nobody is there that knows anything about games.
I don't know, like for freaking if you have shit like Frodo Baggins on the show, you should fire up the DOS so you can play.
Harmless.
I don't mind him. I found it funny how in the I think the New Zealand freaking airlines like instruction video he plays both the man and the baby at the same time.
Oh yeah.
They changed nothing about him but his size. They shrink him down a bit. But yeah.
Is New Zealand Airlines not the airline that crashed into like Antarctica and then they just recently made? I honestly think that it is. There's an airline that was hang on, just really quick. There was an airline that actually like had tours flying over like the volcanoes of Antarctica, and in like the 70s or 80s, it crashed, killing like 300 people. And recently, like within the last year or two, that same airline used Antarctica to promote themselves. They were like, "Hey, come to Antarctica; it's great." And it's like they leave out the part that they actually killed a bunch of people there. And I think that's New Zealand Airlines. Believe it or not.
It might be. I don't know.
Anyway, I have to go, so I'll see you guys.
All right.
Oh,
Later,
bummer. Sir. Yeah, take it easy.
Bye.
Bye.
Later.
But yeah, so the thing is, like, I feel like if you're going to do that, if you're gonna get freaking like people whose IP they appear in has been made into video games, then actually get them on the episodes that their game is in. Like, you know, Elijah Wood shows up. Get him in front of a freaking old Commodore 64 and fire up Lord of the Rings on the freaking Commodore 64.
I guess the reason they had him is supposedly he's a really big gamer. So I think that's he probably wanted to. I think the game again they were playing was like Final Fantasy 15. So, well then again maybe that's why they had him. Maybe the whole fantasy element. Maybe that's why they thought it'd be cool to involve him. I'm not sure.
Have freaking Gandalf on. Have him play Shadow of Mordor.
That would be fascinating. I'd be very interested to see him playing a video game.
I don't
that
think
would be
he's
so weird.
The tutorial.
I don't. He's probably he just seems like the kind of person who has never even touched it. Like he doesn't even know what they are.
Right. He's never touched the video.
Although now that I think about it, he did his voice for his character in the Lord of the Rings game.
Most of the
so I guess he's
did.
Yeah. So he's at least somewhat familiar.
Well, I mean, Christopher Lee did a voice for Kingdom Hearts, but I bet you Christopher Lee doesn't know what the fuck a Kingdom Hearts is.
Well, what kind of? I don't know the series at all.
Final Fantasy plus Disney.
No. I do know that. You're right. That's pretty much a good summary. What kind of character did he play?
He was kind of this old wizard scientist guy who was like, Kingdom Hearts is all about the gathering of the hearts and the things.
Makes sense.
Yen Sid?
Yes, Yen Sid. He was Mickey Mouse's old samurai master, basically.
But
dude, you don't understand. This is Kingdom Hearts. This is all played totally serious. It sounds stupid as hell when I say he's the old Jedi master of Mickey Mouse, but that's how it is.
That's actually real?
Yes.
You're being serious?
The thing is,
I've missed out in a wild time.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, freaking out. I like how, but by the time I actually get to say shit, I forget what I wanted to say. But yeah, so the thing is, you said that you don't think he knows what's happening in Kingdom Hearts. I don't think Nomura or whoever the hell writes Kingdom Hearts knows what's happening in Kingdom Hearts at this point.
Well, apparently he does, because Kingdom Hearts 3, he was like, you know what, let's cut out all the Final Fantasy shit. I think we've reached this point. He has such a bizarre image, like his own idea of what he wants Kingdom Hearts to be that has nothing to do with Final Fantasy or Disney, the entire idea of the franchise. So he was like, all right, let's start cutting that shit out, and now it's just all about my own creations. Like, fuck off.
What is it with developers lately just like destroying all the franchises people care about? I mean, you know, we talked earlier about Kojima and Metal Gear, and you know, I guess he didn't kill it on purpose, but I mean, Metal Gear went south, and then Konami, they don't even like do AAA games anymore, and you know, the WWE
Contra Rogue Core wasn't too bad; it was mediocre.
Wait, which game was that?
Rogue Core.
I don't think I know that one.
It's the newest one. They released it like a month ago, and everybody hated it because it wasn't like it didn't suck your cock when you put the disc in.
Yeah, I
It's the
hate it
first
when
time
people-
Konami's made a new game in any of their franchises since Metal Gear Solid 5, though.
Yeah,
I
and
guess
like
when
the
doing
thing is, I won't freaking say that the game is good because I'm not stupid, but I also won't say that the game is shit because I'm not blind. The game is mediocre. It's nothing more, nothing less. It's the worst thing it can be.
Yeah, that's actually probably true. Yeah, if it can't even garner any reaction, the Star Wars sequels at this point, it's like I just don't care.
Yep.
I mean, I care to the extent that I want this last one to fail, so I guess I have like an interest, but my interest in actually like I don't care like if all the characters get killed. Like if all the new characters just like die at the end, it's like whatever. You know,
Yeah, there's no investment.
No, there isn't. I mean, look at not to really get on Star Wars again, but just to point out an example. What is Finn's backstory? He used to be a stormtrooper, then he isn't anymore, and like that's it. Really,
Yep.
we're on the last movie, and that's all we fucking know about the guy. That's all right. Whatever.
My bigger question is, what the fuck is Oscar's backstory?
Oscar
I keep
Isaac's?
referring to him by Oscar Isaac, right? His character's named something else. Well, what the hell?
Poe.
Poe.
Oh,
Yeah,
You say Poe, I think of the guy from Kung Fu Panda.
I never saw that.
When you say Poe, I think of the Teletubby.
Kung Fu Panda,
Oh,
I assure
God,
you, is a much better
I think
movie
it's
series
Edgar
than the
Allan Poe.
sequels.
It's such a stupid. Well, you're right though. I never really thought about that. What is his background? He just kind of shows up. He's like, I'm a cocky pilot. Well, that's all the information I need.
Yeah.
And
But Solo, we
wow.
didn't need information either. He's like,
Yeah,
oh, I'm the
again.
cocky pilot, and that's it.
To be fair, that is true. That makes it tough to really stand by the point because you are correct about that. I mean, again, Luke gets development, Leia gets a little development, but Han Solo, he gets developed through Leia. But even then, like you don't really get to know more about him or anything like that. He's just like the cocky smuggler who doesn't care about anything, and then eventually turns into the cocky smuggler with the heart of gold. So there's a little development, yes.
The power of boner compelled him.
You, the Exorcist, yes. Yeah, I don't know. This new, whatever. Star Wars just frustrates me so much at this point.
Hey, there's a Mandalorian.
I'm not even gonna watch it. I love the character, the look of the character, but yeah, I'm not even gonna invest my time in anything Star Wars anymore for a while.
Well, I'm getting Disney Plus for Simpsons anyway, so I might as well watch it.
Well, supposedly people are saying, like, I haven't watched the trailers or anything, but a lot of people are saying that the Mandalorian looks really good.
It does.
Unlike, yeah, so there you go. I hope it is. I hope that, I mean, there's somebody who cares about the franchise making it. If I recall correctly, it's the dude who made Elf and what's his name? Help me out.
Jon Favreau.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. He's apparently a big Star Wars fan. There was a picture posted of him, like, palling around with George Lucas. So it seems logical that they probably would have had conversations. And, it seems like the show is going in a different direction than the sequel trilogy is. It seems like they're actually, trying to really stick to Star Wars type of Star Wars with that show.
Yep.
It looks like it's going down a more serious and dramatic route, which you can tell, like, because there's definitely, like, a hint of, like, the modern TV show thing, Chernobyl, Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones, all that, present all throughout the trailers.
That's cool. Maybe I should watch the trailers. I go to a site called JediArchives.com where they talk about Star Wars, like, all day, and they review figures, and they break Star Wars news and stuff like that. And most people there are very enthusiastic, and they posted the trailer, and I just didn't watch it because, again, just Star Wars lately has just so let me down. But it's long story short, the consensus seems to be that that's the thing to actually pay attention to, as opposed to this last movie, which I don't know if that's bad or good. I mean, seriously, when you think about it, it's like, well, maybe Star Wars still has life left in it, but it's like, wow, at the same time, people are actually paying more attention to this TV show than the last movie. Wow. Not even the last movie, but the last of the numbered movies, apparently.
Well,
Right.
I was watching Fargo the other day, Fargo Season 2.
The show, okay, yeah.
Yes, the show, which is excellent, by the way. And it occurred to me while watching it, like, I talk a lot with, like, my dad about how the quality of film has declined quite a bit in past decades. Like, the only good movies that come out nowadays are superhero movies. If you don't want superhero movies, get fucked. Which is an issue I'm sure you've noticed.
I've had some comments about that, yeah.
Like, there are some odd exclusions like Mad Max Fury Road or Gone Girl, but broadly speaking, most of the non-superhero movies that come out are generally quite mediocre, very cookie-cutter. And it was something that occurred to me while watching Fargo is that for whatever reason, the quality of like drama, like dramatic TV shows that aren't designed to just hoard awards, like the modern drama movies that come out are designed to be Oscar bait. The overwhelming majority are Oscar bait. Either you've made a dumb popcorn movie or you've made Oscar bait, and there seems to be nowhere in between with modern Hollywood, you know?
Right. It's either of those or a comic book movie, right?
Yeah. And I think that a lot of the talent to make actual like works of dramatic art in that regard, and not specifically seeking the appeal of the Academy, I think a lot of that went into television instead.
It has gotten to the point where I don't know how much you guys follow this at all, but at the second to last Oscar telecast, which would have been 2 years ago, there was a huge uproar because Netflix wanted to submit something that had aired on their channel. It was like made
Roma.
for TV, made for that does tie into it. Well, we might as well jump to that point. Netflix wanted to be involved in the Oscars because their argument was great cinema is great cinema, whether it's in the theater or not. But the people who run, the AA MPS or whatever, I can't remember, the American Motion Picture Association, they were like, well, we get your argument, but you guys have the Emmys. We have, what we honor is, theater movies. So what they did was, they kind of petulantly, but at the same time kind of shrewdly, they were like, oh, okay, we'll tell you what. Then what we're going to do is we're going to air our movie, Roma, like you said. We're going to take it off. We're going to put it on Netflix, but we're also going to air it in like 5 theaters for a week. And by doing that, that makes it eligible under your rules. And so the Oscars, the people who make the Oscars, there was a huge debate as to whether they should do that because they are worried that the more that TV quality improves, the more that's going to suck talent and good writers and good directors away from people who make studio films, and therefore it's going to be detrimental to studios. And therefore the major studios aren't going to make money, and therefore the Oscars are not going to be as popular or whatever. So that's what they're afraid of. Because, as you just said, films are getting kind of a little bit, whatever here and there, whereas TV, the quality of television in the last decade, is like the best it's ever been.
Well, I mean, you can try and, stonewall it as much as you want, but the future comes whether or not you want it.
Yeah, that was my friend's argument. I kind of sided with the Oscar people because, again, it was like, well, they might as well honor music too, because what the hell, why not? They're only supposed to honor.
Hey, there's a big difference there. That's not an equivalency because television.
It's not. It's not an equivalency. No, it's but the point remains that it points out that they have their own separate rules for their own separate not genre but category. Theatrical films as opposed to TV television shows. But it's got point.
Those lines are kind of blurred. Television is more so just long form, and film is short form. But they're ultimately at this point the same medium.
That's kind of what like the Netflix argument was. And Steven Spielberg himself, surprisingly, came out against Netflix, and he said, "No, we have to preserve the theater experience. If we start recognizing, television as being equal to, theatrical films and all that, that's again going to help to make the theatrical experience dwindle." But to point out, it's worth pointing out that Hollywood is like I've said this before on the forum, the most like greedy, fucking profit hungry. If you look at articles that talk about Hollywood and how much they make per year, they are always wetting their pants if the year is performing less than the year before. They live in a fantasy utopia where they need every year of theatrical box office receipts to be higher than the year before. Otherwise, they go nuts. They're like, "Oh my God, no! Piracy and everything else. Our industry's falling apart." And it's like, dude, you just made $11 billion last year. Your industry's fine.
Business is never built to be satisfied. That's what keeps innovation going.
That's a good saying.
If people are satisfied, then they're not innovating. That's some people perhaps, but the overwhelming majority of people, if they are satisfied, they're not innovating.
I need to butt in for a second just to say I'm gonna have to tap out here because I've got work tonight.
All right.
Damn, you've hardly spoken.
Yeah, but it was fun nonetheless. We'll have to do it again sometime.
We definitely should. Well, it was good to have you for the 100th episode.
Yeah.
Awesome.
See you all later.
Later, man.
I'm out.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
I mean,
We're thinning out. Wow, that sucks.
All right, guys, I'm gone.
Yeah. I don't know. Just I don't know where I come down on it. I don't have Netflix, but like the stuff that I've bought from Netflix, like when Stranger Things got released on video and shit like that, HBO, obviously that's television. Like I said, I love Chernobyl. AMC has Better Call Saul. They had Breaking Bad. They had The Terror, which I think was a great show. I don't know about the second season because I haven't watched it. But yeah, TV has gotten so good, and yet I find myself going to the theater so little that it's almost like, I don't know, they kind of have a point. Like, why even go to the theater anymore? There's so much quality television.
well, I mean, yeah, sure, there's a lot of quality television, but I don't think people are opposed to film as an art form. I think it's just that the film industry has been stinking up the place so bad.
You see, I think it was recently that Martin Scorsese and Francis Ford Coppola, two giants
came out and said that superhero movies are not cinema.
Yes, yeah, they said it's the same thing over and over and over again. Where's the innovation? Where's the art? Where's the drama? And, some of the people in the industry were like, well, we respect you because you guys are like legends, but we're going to do our thing and people like it. So too bad, And I can see both points because populist entertainment, if it drives the industry and helps keep the theaters going and everything like that, that's great. But at the same time, here we are talking about how drab the film industry is. And it's like, well, surely some of that has to do with the fact that they've had nothing but, like you said, like 3 genres for like the last 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, the superhero movie genre has produced some good-ass movies. Like, and I could talk a lot about that, and it really wouldn't be relevant because neither one of you guys watch superhero movies.
Oh, Addy doesn't either? I didn't know that.
No, Addy watched Infinity War, but other than that, he's missed the majority of them.
Okay. Good for you, Addy.
But
go on.
Populist entertainment, back in the day, people went out to the theaters and they watched Godfather, and they watched Taxi Driver, and they watched, Schindler's List. And I don't think populist entertainment necessarily means bad entertainment.
No, it doesn't. Not inherently.
Because people went out to watch Breaking Bad, and people went to watch Game of Thrones. But the modern film industry is not producing Godfathers or Schindler's Lists or Platoons or what have you. It's producing, what's a good example of a bad modern movie? I haven't been watching a great degree of modern movies because, established the point there.
Whatever random movie had Julia Roberts in it last.
Well, yeah.
The Lorax.
Lorax. Yeah, Lorax was bad.
The Lorax? Wow, that's out of left field. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah, Lorax was pretty bad. I was going to try and go for
thinking about bad movies, so...
I was trying to go for an Oscar winner, but I don't think Lorax won any Oscars.
Bad. Okay, well, Birdman, I hated. So that won Best Picture, so we can go with that.
Yeah, Birdman wasn't great.
What about Shyamalan's fish sex movie?
Oh, Lady in the Water.
Wrong in so many ways.
Well, it didn't have anything to do with sex, did it? Oh,
it did.
You said okay. You confused two movies.
The wrong part was the Shyamalan.
Right.
Was it not Shyamalan?
No.
Oh.
M. Night Shyamalan made a movie called Lady in the Water, which did have like this mermaid creature in it or whatever. But what you're thinking of is from Guillermo del Toro, who made a movie.
Oh.
What was it even called? Help me out, W.
Shape of Water.
Thank you. The Shape of Water. Yes.
Yes. Yes, I was thinking of The Shape of Water.
Yeah. You almost. Yeah. I can see how you got him confused.
I have no idea whether Shape of Water is good, but the last Best Picture winner was Green Book, which nobody liked.
I don't know if I've talked about this, but the Oscars for Best Picture are, I think I wrote about this at least, so I'll keep it really brief. The Oscar rigged, did you say rigged?
Yeah.
You're not wrong. I mean, Weinstein bought it for like several years.
For a while there, that was the controversy. That was the accusation, yes.
That is the only logical reason why Shakespeare in Love or Crash ever would have won Best Picture.
Yeah, Crash in particular. Those are two often like near the top as the worst Best Picture winners ever, definitely. What it is the best pictures. First of all, I don't know if it's still. There's two things to point out. I don't know if it's still this way, but what it used to be was certain craftsmen could only vote in their category. That came out wrong. What I mean is only like costume designers could vote in the costume design category, for example, whereas it's always been anyone can vote for best picture. Anyone in the movie industry who's, you know, got the movie card and who's a member of the Oscar crew or, you know, organization or whatever can cast their vote for best picture.
Yeah,
However,
but it really should be the best picture managers.
well, you know, on one hand I agree with you, but the
he was
problem,
trying to joke. He was joking. There's no such,
he's
there's no such
in a
person
way,
as a best picture man. Like, there's no. You have a costume designer. You don't have a best picture designer.
well, that was, I guess, the argument was that you know you vote for your like somebody who's like, you know, whatever, doing makeup shouldn't have a vote in, I don't know, like cinematography.
But where do
you know,
draw
because
the
they're
line?
two different crafts. What's that?
Where do you draw the line?
I don't know. I'm not sure. This is just, you'd have to ask them, I guess. That's a good point.
Like with best picture, like there are so many things that go into whether or not you'd consider a best picture.
Oh, well,
And
we see that I wasn't finished, though. That was actually the second point, which is very important and flows into what you're saying, which is that, again, anybody can vote for best picture. Like, craftsmen have to vote for their own craft, but anybody in any craft, makeup, cinematography, whatever, anybody who's eligible to vote for any Oscars can vote for best picture.
Anybody over the age of 18 can pull out their phones and vote for best picture.
Well, that would definitely be a problem. I
Yeah.
think. But another problem, though, is that the Best Picture vote, from what I understand, unlike all the other categories, is preferential, meaning you don't just say, I want this one movie. What you do is they give you a list of the movies that have been nominated, and you rank them, like 1 through 10 or whatever.
I heard
So
about this.
a lot of people are saying that Green Book won because more people, you know, kind of casually liked that movie than loved any other movie. So that's why it won. Like, in other words, not enough people voted passionately for like any other one movie. They couldn't all agree on any other movie, but enough people liked Green Book that's the one that was like voted number 2, voted number 3, whatever, the most often. Therefore, that one won.
I'm looking up its competition just to see, like, would it be a controversial enough group that people would have just went, oh, well, Green Book, as, like, a calm one.
A lot of Green Book is already, and maybe it's just blowback, I don't know, but I'm seeing Green Book. Everyone's pretty much saying that one should not have won the Oscar. That was undeserved.
Okay, yeah, I see why Green Book might have been the dark horse that would have won just because people had put it in the middle. Because that year, its competition was Black Panther, Black Klansman, A Star is Born, Vice, Roma, and The Favorite. Oh, and Bohemian Rhapsody.
Which was like one of the lowest rated critically, you know, audiences loved it, but it's one of the lowest rated critically that's ever been nominated for Best Picture, which I thought was astounding.
Like, every one of these movies are movies I could see the voters getting into big fights over.
Right, exactly.
Roma was the Netflix controversy. Black Panther was a superhero movie.
Yep.
Bohemian Rhapsody was crap, but popular. Vice was about Cheney.
Yes.
A Star is Born was supposed to be quite a good movie, but it was also quite popular, which might hurt some people's opinions.
Very popular and supposedly quite depressing as well.
Yes. And I wouldn't say that the people in front were really industry favorites either.
Right.
And Black Klansman was from Spike Lee, who has had a spotty track record when it comes to directing.
Yeah, very much. I loved it. I thought it was an excellent movie, but yeah, definitely. He's extremely hit and miss and pretty racist to boot. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter what you view his racial views as. Like, there are some movies like Old Boy that people just universally revile.
I heard that it was, I heard Old Boy was absolutely garbage.
Oh, yeah, he also directed NBA 2K16 Story Mode. How could I forget about that?
He did? Really?
Yeah. It's shit.
Wow.
It is shit.
So again, very hit and miss.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Hit and miss. I guess they never miss, huh?
Yeah.
That one was a miss, apparently. Yeah, so you're right. So picture the Oscar, you've got like 3,000 members of this Oscar Academy voting for a movie, and as you just said, each one of these movies has like something going against it, yet Green Book, it's like, well, that one was okay. So picture all those 3,000 people put that movie as like, again, number 3, whereas not enough of the other movies got enough votes in ones or twos to be able to beat it.
Like, Green Book is when people make the jokes about your Oscar bait movies.
Oh, sure, definitely Green Book. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Because what is the joke about the Oscar bait movie? It's a slow, kind of plodding, dramatic movie about a white guy discovering how horrible racism is. That is just Green Book.
Yep.
That's it.
Right. The Green Book refers to a book that was written by a black guy that was meant for other black gentlemen to know which restaurants were black friendly back in the segregated South.
And to
so
avoid
this white guy,
towns.
Yeah, right. And so this white guy is just, he's like, whatever, it's a lunkhead, and he escorts this black guy around to these various restaurants to comprise this book, and through this process they learn to love and be happy and whatnot, and it's very, I'm sure, sugary and optimistic. And Driving Miss Daisy was the same basic thing except in reverse, and Spike Lee lost that year as well. And he's made the joke that whenever somebody's driving somebody, I lose an Oscar, which so far is actually accurate. Driving Miss Daisy, the record sucked because it was the same thing. It was schmaltzy Oscar-ass bait. It was an old, crotchety woman who learns to love and understand that racism is wrong because her black driver's a good guy.
I mean, I'm not going to dish on Green Book too hard because it stars
Viggo Mortensen and...
I do love Viggo Mortensen, that is true.
He's a good actor. He's a very good actor. I unfortunately don't know who the other guy is, but I think he won Best Actor this year.
Well, yes, it is... I don't know why, but I forgot his name, Mahershala Ali, who is fantastic.
Oh, okay, all right. I didn't know that's who it was. Okay.
Yeah, Mahershala Ali, who I've only seen him in 2 things. I've seen him in Luke Cage, which was Netflix's Marvel TV show, and he had a very small part in Hidden Figures, and in both of those movies he was fantastic.
Really? Hidden Figures was good, huh?
Yeah, I really liked it. It's for the most part, it's a historical film with only a couple inaccuracies, and the inaccuracies are the kind they use to just create a cohesive story,
Right. Well, I mean, I liked Apollo 13, but that mainly took place in space, so I don't know. I didn't know if I'd like Hidden Figures.
Hidden Figures it's more about the science and like particularly the stuff going into all. What's the astronaut that everybody loved who just passed away like last year? He was a senator afterwards.
Oh, was it John something? John Glenn?
Something. Hang on, I'm looking it up. But it was a very good movie about 3 black women who were on the science team going into that space, that particular launch.
Right.
And each of them are a member of a different team, but had some kind of important impact on it. But it's a generally pretty good movie.
Okay. That's one that I haven't seen.
Oh, it has Octavia Spencer as one of the main 3, and she's also great in just about everything.
Where do I know her name from?
Oh, John Glenn. John Glenn was the astronaut.
Oh, it was John Glenn. Okay.
I'm trying to think. Octavia Spencer, you might know her. Did you watch Snowpiercer?
No, heard it was good, though.
Yeah, I liked it. Ted hated it. Different views.
That's funny because I've heard, I don't know if it's joke or not, but I've heard that some people have said that you could view Snowpiercer as like a sequel to Skyrim somehow. I don't know.
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I've just heard the two compared. They're like, yeah, if you really think about it, like not legitimately, but they're like, yeah, there's enough similarities and blah blah blah. I think that's the right movie I'm thinking of. Maybe not. Maybe I'm totally off base.
You're probably thinking of a different one because the only thing those two have in common is snow.
Okay, in that case, I must be wrong.
She was also.
If you really think about it, Snow White is actually just Skyrim 2.
Because it's got snow in it. Okay.
Yeah.
You may have seen. Did you see ads for the new horror movie Ma? That's about middle-aged black woman gets a bunch of teenagers to party at her house, but like it turns out she's a stalker or a serial killer, and she's hunting them down.
Oh, okay. Is she the mom then?
She's Ma, yeah.
Okay, all right. I can.
Oh,
Yeah. Which
was Ma any good?
I have no idea. I was interested in watching it because I like Octavia Spencer, but I didn't actually go to watch it.
Someone spoiled it like you just did.
No, well, here's the thing. That's what the trailers say, but it seemed like a movie that would have a twist at the end, you know?
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just giving you shit anyway.
The only like slightly horroristic movie that I've freaking seen recently, and by seen recently I mean seen the trailer for recently that I've been interested in is freaking Happy Death Day.
That one I've been interested in. I wasn't interested until I saw the trailers for the sequel.
I wasn't interested in it, but then I watched a review of it, and then it got like, you know, because I saw the trailer on Spotify, and I'm like, this looks like garbage. And then
The bad kind of horrified.
yes, and then I watched the review like months later, and the guy who reviewed it, you know, actually talks about how it's sort of horror, but it's actually more comedic. It's in a sort of way, while also still have like it's basically the best way I can describe it is what if we took the Too Many Cooks freaking intro and just made it into a full horror movie, but with slightly more seriousness.
Well, let me change that to one that's more understandable. Groundhog Day, but it's a horror movie.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I've actually heard both of what you guys just said. Yeah.
And the sequel, I think, is
Who
built
the
around-
hell uses Too Many Cooks aside from me for freaking similes?
Yeah, somebody actually did. They were like, "There's just too many cooks in the kitchen, too much going on. It's a mess."
Oh no, I don't mean that.
Oh,
Too
that's
many
not what
cooks.
you meant. Oh,
No,
It's
Too Many
referring to
Cooks.
an Adult Swim skit.
Yeah.
really? You guys and your references, which reminds
Stop
me.
saying you guys. It's fucking Addie who does this.
You're right. To be
Stop
fair,
lumping me in there.
you have the explanation, but you're not the one who comes up with it.
I have to
What-
be the fucking translator here.
How then? Help me before I forget, because I was really kind of dwelling on this for a minute, and then we moved on. How does what were you guys talking about a guy turning into a helicopter, an assault copter?
It's
Like,
a very
what?
common. Hang, Addie, don't make it worse. It's a very common joke to make fun of transsexual and transgender individuals, to say I identify as a attack copter, because it's trying to paint the transsexual or transgender position as being absurd. You know.
Okay. We've done a little bit on the forum. Somebody once said I identify as a parachute, so I get it now.
Sato probably
Gotcha.
did that. Sato
I think he did. I think he did.
Sato loves to repeat that joke for some reason.
Yes.
Oh, he does?
It's Seto's avatar.
It's
legit.
Is it really?
No,
Not
it still is.
It is? Right, you're right.
I'm pretty sure it still is. Yes.
Hang on.
Not the parachute. I'm pretty sure his freaking avatar is a picture of propellers with it's a badge with of a picture of propellers, and it's like I identify as as an attack helicopter. I think.
Yep, there it is. I see that.
Yeah, because I was like, I saw his avatar and I was like, oh.
I didn't know what to make of it at first.
No, I didn't know what to make of it, but then I saw the writing. I mean, and I went, oh.
Well, go ahead.
That reminds me. Then you also said that your spinning avatar guy was pizza. Like, what was that?
That's a channel in joke. So
Okay. So that one is an in joke. Okay.
yes. So pizza. It's because Okay, this is gonna be a long one to explain. So
I think it's a pretty short one, actually. We played.
well,
we
it's
played
a long
King
one
of
to explain
Fighters
fully
98. Okay.
because the origin of the pizza.
Oh, you
Is
want
this
to
the freaking
include
thing?
the
Yes.
origin of the pizza as aggressive?
Yes. Well, so so the whole joke is
The origin of the pizza is aggressive. I don't even
Yes.
know what that means.
so
I didn't think about the way I
what that
phrased that
means.
sentence when I said it.
so.
The origin.
I'm
So-
already lost.
So, Mike, let me explain from start to finish how, because this is taking two jokes that are not from our channel and making them into a joke from our channel. So, So,
Oh god.
joke one. There's this like Gmod video of, or at least I think it's Gmod video of like it's a parody of Jimmy Neutron,
Okay.
and during that they call pizza because Jimmy's dad killed his mom or something.
With a shotgun.
Yeah, with a shotgun. So Jimmy orders pizza, and then the pizza arrives, but then the pizza attacks them, and Jimmy says the pizza is aggressive.
The key thing
So
is
that's
the pizza flies like a buzzsaw through the air and decapitates Jimmy's dad.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
So that's joke one. That's joke one. Joke two. There was a meme going around of Hatsune Miku, Japanese Vocaloid singer,
Right.
singing a song to the Spider-Man 2 pizza theme that went like, pizza pasta, put it in a box, deliver it to my house and put it on my cock.
Okay.
I'll link you the video later. So
Sure.
so that's joke two. And so for a while I've always brought that joke up, or well, I actually don't think during the KOF videos recording I did it, or like before around that time. Like I brought it up a couple of times before I showed W the video, and they just kind of stuck the pizza pasta, put it on my cock. Freaking
Okay.
face. So during the freaking we did KOF, and we did that move with that character, and somehow that ended up being the pizza toss, and then that transitioned into pizza pasta, put it on my cock. So then the move just ended up being the pizza.
Okay. Okay. I'm more informed, and yet I'm no closer to understanding. I think I get it. W, you said
We've got it
that it
on
was easy to
recording. That's
explain.
a thing.
Yeah, we got it recording. That's on a video on the channel.
Oh, it is really?
Yes.
Okay, I'll have to see this. But yeah, W, in what universe is that simple? What's the short version of what he just said?
I wasn't going to explain either of the first two jokes. I was just going to say we played the fighting game King of Fighters. In it, there is a football player character who has a move where he'll spin through the air, and we considered it to look like a pizza, so we started referring to him as the pizza.
Oh, okay. Well, I can appreciate both explanations, because your simple version is easier to understand, but Addy's version has more important details. So now I have the full story.
Yeah.
And the people listening to this will have no clue unless they're current forum members and can see that we're discussing your signature, which is a spinning GIF of a guy from what was it, King of Fighters?
King of Fighters.
King of Fighters 98.
Spinning in place.
Is he supposed to be, or
Yes.
when he does that in the game, he actually flies across the screen?
He does fly across the screen, but I think if you do it right, you can get him to spin in place.
Oh wow, okay.
So if you input the jump neutral, then you can do it in place. I'm pretty sure, because I think I did it like twice like that. I mean, you never want to do it in neutral though, because in the corners it crosses up like 15 times.
Jeez. Strange. I'm clearly out of the loop fighting game.
And not only that, that's a 20-year-old fighting game. That game came out.
Oh, you said 98. Okay.
98.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a 20-year-old
Okay, then I've
fighting
been out
game.
of the loop for a long time.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, I literally think the last.
The last what?
The last ride.
Oh no! There he goes. Goodbye, Mike. I don't know when we'll see you again. Oh man, alright. Oh Jesus. Yeah, this topicless podcast just kept going and going with the organic topics. Things just linked into
Yep.
other things.
And I actually wrote a list, like a detailed list of what I did this week. That's the worst part.
Keep it for next week. It'll be back to routine next week for the most part, I think.
I won't freaking remember though.
Yeah.
Because like, here's the thing. Let me see if I let me see something that I probably wouldn't freaking remember. Like, I wrote video game titles and then just like cliff notes of what happened so I might remember them. And it's like it's like here, Metal Slug X, controls, movement, style.
Yeah.
Although Yakuza 4 is the best because there's just nothing.
Yakuza 4. It happened.
Yeah.
I played as the Kiryu and stomped many thugs in the face.
No, you only play as Kiryu during the last part of the game.
Oh, right. I forgot that 4 was the one that introduced the multiple playable characters. Which character was your favorite out of the ones you did get to play?
I don't know, because I've only got to play Majima's freaking Kyodai and Shun.
Right. Was Shun the police officer they had to delete out of existence?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. He's the loan shark.
The loan shark. Yeah, he stays forever and
Hello?
ever. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, guys. I
So
plugged
where
in
were
my
we?
iPod. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I plugged in my iPod, and apparently that was too much for my $1,000 computer to handle. So I unplugged it and tried 15 times to get my microphone plugged back in, and now here we are. So sorry about that. I heard the first minute of you guys being like, "Oh no," and I thought, "Ah, shit, what a way to end it." But yeah, I'll leave the iPod away for now.
It's cursed.
My computer's cursed. CW, do you believe me now? I told you all the weird glitches on this fucking thing. I can't plug my iPod in, apparently, without the microphone going out. Whatever.
Yeah.
I only put it in to charge it, so again, whatever. All right, life goes on.
Addy
So
was
have
in the
ever
middle
we-
of talking about the
Yeah.
Yakuza game he was playing.
What? You were talking about what?
Yakuza 4.
Yakuza.
Oh, yeah, it seems like everybody has played that, at least one of those games. I've never played even one of them. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I think
I've
you've
played
like-
5 games at this point. Actually, I've played 6.
They're all that good?
I think I'm like well.
There
Well.
is a hang on. They are good games, but there is a wealth of side content, and I wound up burning myself out on the one I did play by trying to do all the side content instead of the main story.
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing with the side content is that you like what W did wrong is going to do, or in my opinion, is going out of his way to do all of the side content, because a couple of the side missions come naturally, a couple of them are supposed to be from exploration, shit like that. But basically, if you ask me, with how the Yakuza games seem to be built, you're supposed to do the side content that isn't in the way of the story missions. Like when you're sick of doing the story missions, or when you just want to take a break from the main story,
Right.
instead of just getting all of these smaller stories done, and then okay, now comes the main story.
That kind of reminds me of Sleeping Dogs. I played that for a little. I played that for a little while, and I had enough fun with like the main storyline for like the first few missions or whatever. But then I found myself just enjoying the combat more, so I would just spend my time just randomly driving around looking for fights, and then I never finished the game.
Yep.
Oh,
Sleeping Dogs was-
that was your
Sleeping
experience
Dogs-
as well, huh?
Yep.
Sleeping
Exactly.
Wow.
Sleeping Dogs was heavily inspired by Yakuza, by the way.
It seemed like it would be. Yeah. That's
But,
what I thought.
But the hand-to-hand combat system was pretty much directly ripped from Bully.
Oh, was it? See, I heard that it was ripped from Arkham Asylum, and that's why people liked the combat.
Kind of parts of it, but like, I noticed that the grappling system was Bully's grappling system right down to pretty much identical moves.
Oh, wow. I never noticed that.
Yeah. If you put them side by side, like they right down to just having a combo when you're grappling somebody of punching somebody in the face and then stomping on the back of their shin. It's identical.
That's actually very interesting. I'm learning a lot of things today. Well, I liked Bully, so
You're learning a lot of things today, like the fact that you need to put pasta on your cock.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to walk away having learned that. That's for sure.
But yeah.
Oh, my
Yeah.
cat needs to step out to poop. I'm gonna let her out.
All right.
Yeah, I know. I see.
All right. So basically, the Yakuza games, they released a prequel called Zero, and then
Right.
they released the first two games of Skivami, 1 and 2. Then now they're releasing all of the ones leading up to the newest one, which is 6, and they're also making a 7, but that won't be with the same main character. It also will be a turn-based RPG instead of a
Oh,
freaking action adventure game.
so where would somebody like me start? 0?
0.
Yeah, Zero. Zero is the thing is the issue that I'm having, I think, with all this is that Zero's fighting systems are really good. Zero uses the old engine to its full extent. Maybe even Kimami 1 does so. Kimami 2 is on the new engine, which has a lot more physics. And then with 3 and the ones after that, leading up to 6, are all on the old engine. And they're not that well utilized because, well, they were still figuring shit out.
Okay.
So that and also they really freaking like hyper armor, and I don't. And by they I mean the enemies.
Hyper
Like,
armor.
Zero-
Hyper armor, by the way, is a fighting game term meaning attacks that can't be interrupted.
Yet it's called hyper armor?
Yeah.
That seems kind of backwards.
Well, in fighting games, usually it means that you have to hit them twice to actually interrupt the move instead of once.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's viewed as
all right.
armor that can be broken, but we kind of use the same term for just about every instance of it now.
I see. Again, kind of out of the loop, but I guess that does make sense.
Yeah.
Just wait until you want me to freaking describe a combo. No one freaking understands because I actually took the 15 minutes to learn the like really basic version of whatever the tournament players use
In which game?
in general.
Oh,
Because
just
the
in
thing is, the really basic version of what the tournament players use is the directions of the directions. Square is 1, triangle is 2, X is 3, circle is 4 on a PlayStation controller.
Right, mapping the face buttons to numbers so that the directions can be transferable across any console.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
That does get confusing, yeah.
the real freaking like advanced shit that not even I have the brain to memorize is when they give directions numbers and the face button. I don't remember what the face buttons are even. Because it's like do 6F 54 forward and forward arrow 9 like I, and then that will be a minus 15 on startup.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds like more than what I'd want to fuck around.
Yeah.
Maybe that's part of the problem is that I back when I played fighting games, they were simpler, and I'm not a dumb guy, but I think they just got like overly complicated to where I just didn't enjoy them anymore.
I mean,
Yeah.
on what level? I mean,
Well,
did you consider the Super Meter edition of Turbo to be a bad thing?
No, I enjoyed that. I would often really like actually like I would pick Ken more often. I always was a Ryu guy, but I would start picking Ken more often because I loved his flaming dragon punch that you could execute when the bar went up.
Was that called Shiryuken? I forget.
No, Ryu had the Shuriken.
Well,
He had a flaming Shuriken, and Ken had a flaming dragon punch in Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, at least. And
I think you're thinking of the Hadouken because the Shoryuken is a dragon punch.
oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Yep. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Ryu had the Hadouken, and Ken had the Shoryuken. Yes.
And Akuma had the Shangoku Satsu.
What?
Raging
Yeah, I don't
Demon.
even. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, I use the Japanese name because I think it sounds cooler.
Did anyone have a flaming Tetsumaki Senpu Keaku?
Ken does in one of the newer games, I feel.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. You knew what I was talking about. Nice.
Well,
Then
I
again,
got
you guys are more-
Tatsumaki, but the rest was like, okay.
I actually. No, it actually is the name, and I do actually usually call Tatsumaki Senpu Kyaku. So
Yep, that's
hey,
it's the tornado
that's
kick.
a full name.
Spinning kick.
Spinning bird kick.
Yeah, well,
I just go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say it's the Ken and Ryu version of the spinning bird kick, or vice versa. Yeah,
I always just called it the Tatsumaki Senpukyak because that's what Sakura calls it in the new games.
that's pretty close. That's almost the same.
Yeah.
Tatsumaki Senpuku.
Yep, Tatsumaki
There we go.
Senpu Kyaku. Yep. I can. I've said this before, I think, but I can say anti-lock brakes in Japanese.
Anti-lock brakes?
Yes, I can say it in Japanese. It's antiloku brekita. I learned that from Akira, from watching the Japanese version of Akira over and over.
I've
There's
watched
also
Akira, and I don't remember anybody mentioning anti-lock brakes.
yeah, near the beginning of the anime, the main villain Tetsuo is admiring the main protagonist's superbike, and he's on it. He's like, "Oh man, it's got all these cool features," and he's listing them off, and one of them is anti-lock brakes. And because that was an isolated line of dialogue, because there were like a few seconds between the other things he was saying, that was the only thing that was captioned on the screen when he said it. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm hearing him say this phrase. And so I remembered it phonetically and looked at the captions and saw that it said anti-lock brake. Yeah.
That's basically how I've been learning Japanese for a couple of years because I'm too lazy to learn.
Oh, it seems like a really tough language. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the main issue is that it has 3 alphabets.
It does. Yeah, there's like variants of it. Yeah.
Because phonetically, I can speak Japanese a really small amount. I cannot read Japanese at all.
Oh, I wouldn't even begin to start. Yeah. The only other thing I know in Japanese is a completely just as irrelevant as anti-lock brakes. Another thing from Akira, one of the characters says, why did it come out of my head? Anti-lock brakes, and then there's
Hang on, there's 2 that I definitely know from Akira. Kaneda!
Yeah,
Tetsuo! Sasuke!
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Third act of Akira summarized.
That's pretty accurate, actually. Yes. It's amochi kurane wa freitu wa nadono komishirenda. And
He died.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say it slower. Amochi kurane wa freitu wa nadono komishirenda, which is maybe we shouldn't touch that kind of power. Again, it's just a line that stood out. Oh, I know why that one stood out, because there's a Japanese import version of the Akira soundtrack that has some of the dialogue from the movie in it. And when I first got the Akira soundtrack, because I really like it, I didn't want a version that had talking in it. So until I could return it for one that didn't have talking in it for a different version, I spent like a week or two just listening to the to the one that did have dialogue added in, and that's one of the phrases that played during one of the songs. So I think that's why it stood out to me. I think that's why I remembered that phrase.
My favorite Japanese sentence, I guess, or word is still freaking mendokse.
Mendokse?
Yeah.
What is that?
Mendokse means that something is being a pain in the ass. People usually translate as either what a pain in the ass or what a drag.
Okay, that's a good one to know. Better to know than anti-lock brakes.
Yeah, I know real basic shit like that and freaking help me, which is tasukete.
That's a good one to know too. If you're in Japan and you need help,
but I feel like Japanese would be a language that has multiple help me's, and I feel like tasukete is the help me, they're stabbing me right now.
I was gonna say that hopefully if you didn't know how to say help me in Japan, if you just flailed around and screamed a lot, they'd understand that you needed help. But then I realized that no, that's just how Japanese people are. So they just
it means the start of an anime battle is happening.
Yeah.
What's that?
It means an anime battle is starting.
Yeah, there you go.
you run into the middle of freaking Tokyo yelling tasukete. Behind you, Gojira.
Well, that one's pretty simple. I think everyone knows Japanese for Godzilla by now.
Yeah.
Have either of you guys seen Shin Godzilla, which I just pimped to hell back when I first saw it?
No, I have seen one Godzilla movie. It was whatever one happened to be free, and it came out in like '66.
Oh,
I have not seen any of them fully. I have seen the one from '66, I think, when we tried to watch it on Rabbit. But
wow.
Yes, we watched it with Clown and Rachel, I want to say.
Clown, Rachel, and Asthma.
Yes.
Oh, you guys did it for one of the podcasts, right?
No, it was supposed to be for a movie night, but those never took off. And yeah.
That's a shame. I think that was a good idea, but it's always difficult to get a bunch of people together at the same time.
At the time,
Yeah.
it was just a problem of whatever movies were being streamed for free. Though now we could probably just get around it with Mixer, though that'd probably count as piracy.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would or not. Wow, what an interesting thought. I wonder if you are to exhibit a movie that you rightfully own to other people online as opposed to like having friends over or whatever, is that piracy? That's a good question.
Well, I mean, I'd probably be streaming it through Netflix, so I wouldn't own the movie. Netflix owns the movie, and I'd be renting
you'd
it.
be paying for the right though to view it on Netflix, right?
Well, the thing is, like, technically, from what I understand,
you don't actually own
the thing
anything nowadays. I'm pretty sure it almost all counts as rentals, as part of
true.
anti-piracy laws.
but from what I can tell with freaking copyright laws and or not copyright laws, like I guess piracy laws, which would be whatever, or ownage laws of this shit, is that if you buy something, like physically, I'm not sure about digital, but I in my opinion, it should be that way digital as well. If you buy something then you get the unlimited right to
usage of it.
yeah to just watch it yourself or watch it with an amount of people of your choosing that isn't that as long as you I don't know because I think it's like as long as it's not for money or something like that, because I think they bar commercial use and stuff like that, and I don't think just showing it to a lot of people would be commercial use. But here comes the but. That only applies to private showings. So Mixer, as good as it would be, wouldn't work because it can't be a private showing. It can't just be, oh well, only I and Pink and Mike and whoever else watches it. It's either nobody watches it or everyone watches it. And I think that's where the legal issues come in.
It's just so stupid because I mean I agree with you that if you I've complained about this a million times on the forum and elsewhere. I don't like the trend that everything is going digital because while it makes it way easier for me to pirate, so it's probably I shouldn't be bitching about it. The simple fact is they have been able to manipulate the laws in such a way to where, like W said, you don't technically own it. You're just buying for the privilege to use it. And that is so just onerous. That is so fucking one-sidedly just manipulative. I think that's terrible. I'm parting with my money. I mean, the way society came to be is you traded money for goods and services. You didn't just give somebody money just to borrow something.
Well, it's not like they're going to take it back. If they take it back, then people will stop buying their products because they might be like, oh, well, fuck, I'll probably lose this when they take it back.
I wonder about that because people are settling for so much. I mean, people are putting up with so much bullshit. I mean, I ride you guys a lot for like, again, I hate bringing him up because it's, going to seem like I'm bashing on him, but he is the biggest proponent of it. Knight, like, totally will go out of his way to say it's a great thing that video games are released and then they patch them 2 weeks later and all that. I'm like, dude, no, you're just encouraging them to release unfinished games. Like, how
they
much
would
of
have
this
released unfinished games anyways.
What they didn't.
You were alive in that time period. There are some shit games that came out in that time period.
Yeah, but there were also a lot of good games that came out because they knew
good games that come out now.
Well, that's true, but they also usually have to be patched to become good. Whereas in the old days, yeah, there were some shit games, but there were loads of popular games that spawned franchises that still exist today because they put in the effort to make sure that the games were good and complete before they shipped them out and ruined their reputation. But now you can't go out and get an Assassin's Creed game that even like works, or a WWE game that works, because people put up with it. They keep buying them, and it's like no one says we're not going to put up with this anymore.
Well,
and I don't get that.
It is true that nobody says we're not going to put up with this anymore, but I would specifically say, like, AC and WWE are both odd examples out, and everyone made fun of them for being odd examples out in that they were trash and did not stop being trash until, like, a month after release.
Broadly speaking, you don't think that's the standard?
That is not the standard.
Sony
Sony releases a game, Last of Us comes out, and it's not, it's probably patched day one, and that fixes some bugs, but it's not patched a week later, and that fixes the fucking game crashing bugs.
But why is the duration of when they patch it the determining factor? It should be complete before it leaves the warehouse.
Well, it's still a factor of time, regardless of whether it's complete when you put it in the console or complete when it leaves the factory.
Yeah, well, but that's the problem exactly, is that it should be complete when it leaves, and you shouldn't have to download a patch at all. You should be able to put the damn game in as soon as you get home and play it. Well, you shouldn't have to wait for a day one patch. I mean, yeah, sure, it's on day one, which is great, as opposed to day 72, but it should be minute one. You shouldn't have to wait for a patch at all in any capacity. The game should just play right out of the gate.
Well, they need to fit it on the disc, and there's only so much data that can actually fit on the disc.
Oh, I think that's a shit. Then they need to... Yeah, I mean, I guess. I see your argument, but I don't agree with it, because I think that's just a crutch for them. Well, we can't fit... then you're making your games wrong. If you can't fit a quality game on a disc that's got whatever, like 50 gigabytes or whatever, then you're fucking doing something wrong. And what it is you're making your graphics too damn fucking high tech and 4K and all that shit. Shadow of Mordor, that's like literally like a 70 gigabyte game or something like that. And it's like, they said it was for the AI. No, it isn't. You don't need hundreds of gigs for AI. It was for the fancy HD graphics. And I know that because I could have pirated the standard version or the HD version, both of which have the same AI. And the HD version was like 3 times the size, but everybody wants the games to look pretty, so you wait for the fucking patch that adds 40 gigs of graphics. Special effects, I guess.
Well, what are you saying? We go back in time and just stick with fucking PS2 level SD graphics?
I mean, not that I'm suggesting that, but would that kill anybody? Like, everybody acts like, oh, if it's not like 4K, I can't see. Like, I can't make out every individual pixel of that guy's, eyebrows if it's not super 4000 HDF or whatever. Like, I've always made the argument, everybody's like, just because we can doesn't necessarily mean we should. It's like everybody's so perpetually dissatisfied with what we currently have. Like even right now, the game systems. We have the PS4, we have the Xbox, 360 or whatever. Xbox One. Like, is anybody like dissatisfied with their performance?
No.
Like, are you really like finding yourself thinking? And then they even updated those. They have like the special souped up versions of the Xbox One and the PS4. They have the super HD versions of those systems. And it's like, if you play them and you play a game, like, do you have any trouble seeing the game on your screen? Like, do you have any trouble making the games work? After they're patched, of course. Probably not. So why are we moving on to another generation? Like, why don't we just be happy with what we've got until change is necessary? You know what I mean? Like, have we really reached the limit of what games are capable of?
No, we haven't. Here's the thing. PS5 and Project Scorpio, which we don't know the name of the new Xbox other than Project Scorpio.
No, Project Scorpio was Xbox One.
Oh, you're right.
X.
What's the name of this
is Project Scarlet.
Scarlet.
Yes.
Project Scarlet.
But it's gonna be all about the blood. But I think that I wanted to
Project
Scarlet. But I wanted to butt in to say, technically we shouldn't be pushing the boundaries as much as we seem to be right now. On one hand, on the other hand, I have heard not one, not two, but like at least 3 people. One of whom was W, say that RDR2 has made their PlayStations turn into helicopters.
Yes.
Like just helicopter fans. And while W's PlayStation is a basic one, the people who were complaining the most that I've seen were the freaking all hulked up PS Pro users.
Right.
So even the most expensive PlayStation that's out right now turns into a jet engine under RDR2. Now, whether or not RDR2 deserves that, I don't know, because horses balls, but I will never freaking drop my grudges. Never.
What's your grudge with RDR?
I hate Rockstar.
You hate Rockstar?
Yeah. I don't find I don't find any of their games fun.
There is a legitimate reason to hate Rockstar for Red Dead 2, because Red Dead 2 was the one that was the peak of the crunch time developer abuse controversy, which I'm sure you guys remember.
Red Dead 2 was? Or the first one?
Yes.
Okay, because I thought that happened with the L.A. Noire.
Well, yes, L.A. Noire was a different case. To my understanding, the head guy at L.A. Noire was very abusive just in general, like a shithead.
Okay.
Who expected perfection out of everyone. Red Dead 2, the thing was, like, several workers had to pull 100-hour work weeks. Several workers had stories of, like, missing their kid's birth or missing their kid's first steps or first words because of the fucking game.
Okay.
And realistically, the first steps and first words thing doesn't actually matter because those could fucking happen anytime. Let's be realistic here. But the birth is ridiculous.
It's hard to predict.
I mean, a lot of stories were just passed around because they made good headlines, and that did piss me off at the time. But like Red Dead 2, you can clearly see no one would have made this realistically within 6 years under a reasonable workload.
Okay. I wasn't aware of all that controversy. I kind of stayed away from all that.
I want to get this point in. I want to point out, like, Mike wanted to make a point of, like, why would we ever need to advance past the PS4 and Xbox One?
Well, no, I just really quick, just to, like, I'm not saying ever. I'm just saying, like, we're used to, like, a clock, and it's like we're going to release the new systems because it's expected, not because it seems like they're even necessary. But go on.
I would say that there is a noticeable graphics upgrade between the Xbox 360 and the Xbox One and the PS3 and the PS4, and that wasn't very visible at first. Because games like Dead Rising 3, that were the launch titles for those consoles, didn't look great. Like, no one was impressed by the graphical capability of Knack. But games did wind up coming out on the PS4 and Xbox One that were far too graphically advanced to ever have been put on the Xbox 360 or PS3, and it was obvious. And it was games like the early WWE 2Ks. Like, 2K15 was one of the first fantastic-looking games on this generation. And
all right, so just to support your side a bit, I'm not sure. Like we can say anything about COD. I saw a video, like a small showing off of a break-in in the new COD, and it looked like live footage. That's the thing.
Yes.
Like,
what was it, a cutscene or was it actual in-game graphics?
It's actual in-game graphics. The guy was in gameplay.
We have genuinely got to the point where people get real life in the games confused with some of these games.
Well, but the new COD is coming out for this generation of systems.
Yes.
So my argument would be, if we have games that we can make for current hardware that literally look lifelike, like how much more?
Mike, you also have to take into the fact that the new COD. Not only does it look very good, it's also bricking people's consoles.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, well, okay, well, that's bad. That shouldn't be happening.
I do want to note, for Mike's sake, that this next console generation is not being hyped up on its graphical capability. This is the first time in a long time it is being hyped up instead off of its performance capabilities. Specifically, that they're changing from hard drives to solid-state drives.
Okay.
And solid-state drives are known for their fact that they are pretty much able to...
They're faster, and yeah.
Which will apparently just, like... We've repeatedly... every console generation has a moment where we say, we've finally gotten rid of loading time. We've finally gotten rid of loading times. And that's happened plenty of times before. I remember when Tony Hawk Underground for the PS2 was being hyped up as the game that got rid of loading times. But this supposedly will get rid of loading times for the most part. And to show this off, Sony released footage of Spider-Man for PS4 being played on a PlayStation 5. And yes, though, in PlayStation 4, Spider-Man is artificially slowed down if he gets too close to a loading zone, the edge of a loading zone, so that the game can load in a new area without it being obvious to Spider-Man.
Sure, okay.
And for the PS, they showed off a video where they turned that system off. They turned that hidden artificial system off. So on the PS4, when Spider-Man did it, if he hit the edge of a loading zone, the game would just freeze for like a second or two, and then he could keep going. Whereas for the PS5 version, there was no freeze. And this is the big thing they've been hyping, is like, we won't have to load things anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the cynical side of me says, should I really be expected to pay $500 or $600 for a 1 or 2 second difference? But at the same time, I see what you're saying, that technology is actually making performance better. That's that changes up my perspective a little bit, I guess, because usually the argument I hear is that, look at these shitty graphics on whatever game that came out like 5 years ago. And it's like, dude, like, wow, I went like 10 years with like Atari graphics and you're complaining about a game that was just released, a few years ago. Like, fuck off. But if the games actually perform better, if they actually have like better functionality or whatever, that's more of an issue of, okay, this is something we can actually use, as opposed to we're just doing this because what the hell we can. We're out of control. We're so addicted to eye candy. We're just going to make the best looking thing we can and still not be satisfied. What you're describing sounds more practical, and that's better. That's how I think it should be.
Another thing is that it's just the place on the PlayStation side, but the reason I'm interested in the next generation of consoles is because Sony was rumored and also apparently patented in China, freaking Japan. I'm the weeb, and I get it wrong.
Yeah.
Bloody hell! But I think they patented it in Japan, where they have a system for the PS5 where it can emulate all of the previous PlayStation systems. So you can play either any video game that's ever released on a PlayStation system, or at least a lot of them.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Depending on whether they go with the Xbox version of backwards compatibility, where it's by freaking whatchamacallit, licenses.
Xbox One, they have to deliberately go back and modify each game to make it backwards compatible, which is a problem.
That's true.
It's a problem because there are certain game devs that will choose just not to.
Right.
Because,
but
NetherRealm has not made any of their Xbox 360 games backwards compatible for Xbox One, so that you mandatorily have to buy the new HD remake each HD remaster they made for Xbox One.
Ugh.
And another one that's even worse, I would say, is games where the dev doesn't care. Like
yeah, that's usually shitty.
WWE All-Stars, nobody cares THQ is fucking dead, and nobody at 2K is going to care about WWE All-Stars. So it's just never been made backwards compatible. There's not even a sequel or an HD remaster that they're trying to sell. They just didn't care enough.
Yeah, the big thing here with the PS5 is, from what I gathered from people translating the Japanese patent, is that it's not a software thing, it's a hardware thing that's emulating the previous generation consoles.
Well, if it's just a straight emulator, then that actually could mean that we could just get any game.
Yeah, I think they use the word emulator, but I can't prove it, because not only did I not understand the whole patent because it was in Japanese, I also wasn't able to find it since. So who the hell knows at this point? We'll see.
I mean, that would be a key thing
I'm just hoping
to do, because a big part of PS3, switching from PS3 regular to PS3 Slim, was the fact that they dropped PS2 emulation.
And the thing that I want,
I forgot about that. Yeah,
and I'm hoping that if they do this, then it will be a thing where every generation's discs, any region can run. Because if they do it that way, then that just opens up so many freaking things for me, and for this channel to record.
I mean,
because
that would certainly be interesting, but I don't think they would, because I think the region locking exists for a reason. I don't know what reason, but it exists for a reason. Region locking giggles to fuck you over.
Region locking hasn't existed this generation, though.
I know that they've been getting rid of it, but it must have existed in past generations for a reason. They didn't put it there just because, let's fuck over Hungary.
I think the let me think what could be the
I would assume it would just be a business thing, a financial thing. That's that's being cynical, but
I mean, it could be a legal thing as well, because Germany and Australia are both infamous about their tendency to ban video games.
Yeah,
I was about to say what I can think of as being a legitimate reason for region locking is freaking sensors, and different things that they go to.
Because I can see in Germany or Australia some guy popping the American version of Left 4 Dead into his console, and the SWAT team arrives, they kick down the door. Oh man.
I can't relate because I haven't played the game, but I can picture that.
Left 4 Dead 2 was very famously banned in Germany and Australia because
Okay.
it has a dynamic gore system where basically the zombies, their insides are fully modeled and everything, and depending on where you shoot them, parts of their insides will go flying, and you can see like their internal organs and shit.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So too graphic then.
Yeah, way too graphic.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, it fucking looks sick as hell blasting a zombie in the chest with a shotgun and like you see his rib cage everywhere. But apparently Germany and Australia were like, nah, you can get eaten by a giant fucking spider out here, but we don't have any of that shit.
It was a pretty good accent, that was.
But yeah. All right, so Mike, here's something that you might have played, but I'm not sure that I played this week, just to get shit off of the list. Metal Slug.
Yes, only once or twice in the arcade. Yeah, like I'm familiar with
Do
what
you
it
also
is.
do you also prefer Contra?
I have to because I grew up with Contra and I never played like literally when I say that I've played like 2 or 3 games of Metal Slug, that's literally like there was a night I was at a bowling alley and they had like a 4-slot model SNK machine and Metal Slug was the game that looked the best and I played it a couple times and lost and then like never saw the game again. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I played through all of Metal Slug X. I gave Metal Slug a chance because for the longest time I was just like, Metal Slug sucks because it's heavy and feels like shit to play.
Really? They looked. I mean, I thought that it was challenging, but it looked like a good game to me.
No, that's what I thought before. Now I played
you
it
changed your
and
mind.
not completely, but yes. I don't think the game sucks anymore.
But you don't like it.
There's
I mean,
certainly
it's
a
not.
difference.
I still prefer Contra, but I don't think it's a bad running gun shooter anymore.
Hmm.
I think it's fun.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I can only go by the first 2 Contras, or the first 3, I should say. The last one I played was on the Super Nintendo, and they made quite a
Alien
few.
Wars.
What's that?
Alien Wars.
Oh yeah, it was called the Alien Wars. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that was the third one. The Alien Wars was also basically Metal Slug.
It did. Now that you mention it, I do see similarities. Yeah, actually, the atmosphere, kind of the sound effects, just the Yeah, wow, you're right. They are
the
very
large
similar.
cars. But yeah,
Yeah.
so actually the thing is, a lot of people like Contra 3 because I don't know why. From what I can tell, it's just because it's Metal Slug but with the construct painted code. I
Could
dislike
be.
Contra 3. I dislike Contra 3 because it added a thing that I really dislike in run and guns, which is normal enemies that take more than one shot when you don't.
Yeah.
Because it's annoying as shit, it's not fun, and other such things to say about it. But so, Metal Slug. Metal, Metal Slug only has, Metal Slug X only has, I think, 4 power-ups. I'm not sure. Maybe, whatever. Which, I mean, you don't necessarily need all of power-ups because here's the thing. The basic gun is alright. During the levels, you can break a shit ton of the levels, like the backgrounds and foregrounds and stuff. And some of the parts of the levels actually become interactable. And there's mechanics in the place, like if you pick up a lot of food items, which gives you score, in a short amount of time, you become fat.
What?
You become fat, you move slower, but your attacks are larger as well.
Okay. Interesting.
Also your pistol becomes a blunderbuss, more or less, a one-handed blunderbuss.
That's actually that's kind of a neat concept for a shooting game.
It has a lot of creative elements. I actually think that at times it's more creative than Contra, but it's the gameplay side that I enjoy less.
Yeah, I can picture that. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So, because this game has a lot of good freaking parts in it. The animations are really freaking good. The game. I'm not sure if it's a problem with the emulation, which I doubt. Although I can't prove, or if it's a problem with the game. But this Metal Slug is the only game that I've known for the longest time where doesn't matter how advanced freaking consoles get, all of them have slowdown. All of them.
Just too much going on the screen at once. Too much to register, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, some emulators try to imitate the technical limitations of the console they're emulating.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, but Metal Slug had no slowdown. That's the thing.
Nah.
So it's either an emulator issue or the freaking Xbox One is not as powerful as SNK's freaking Time Machine arcade games or arcade cabinets.
I can see SNK hiring some pretty shitty porting teams.
Yeah,
you got to figure also that there sometimes, like what W just said in a way. Sometimes like even modern games just like are shit on one system, but then work fine on another.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
go ahead.
No, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that on the my memory, and I could be incorrect about this, but my memory is that 2K14, a lot of the PlayStation players had a lot of glitches, whereas the Xbox players did not. And having been at the playtest, I can attest to the fact the game was designed and built on the Xbox first. And then ported over to the PlayStation. All our sample unfinished copies, they were literally blank discs that had unfinished copies of WWE 2K14 on them, and we played them in like modified 360s, and then obviously they ported them over to the other system, and apparently it wasn't as successful because, I guess porting is not as easy for some people as other people.
Same for Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls, every Elder Scrolls game is infamously buggy on PS3. Which
You're
is saying
right,
something
now
for
that you
Elder
mention
Scrolls.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they're glitchy on the PC as well.
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, it kind of bothers me because people are right to complain about how buggy Bethesda games are, but Bethesda games are so vast and have so many variables, options, and huge worlds and statistics and all that shit. I'm not making excuses. You should still not release a game that's, whatever, buggy and glitchy and whatever. But I just, when people are like, oh, it's a Bethesda, well, I mean, there's a lot going on under the hood as opposed to like, I don't know, like a typical Mario game. Having said that, though, you're right. I do remember that my friend got it for the PS3 and he was like, oh man, I can't even, have my character walk through water. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And you said my game literally crashes if I put my character in water. And I'm like, mine doesn't. And it's turned out to be a PlayStation specific thing.
I mean, not to drive the point away from Metal Slug here, because I know Addy wants to get through what he's done this week. But
is that why you brought it up? You guys are going to be doing Metal Slug? Is that why?
No, Addy. We have a thing usually on the podcast where we talk about what we've done this past week. I wasn't really planning on doing it this week, but Addy wanted to talk about it, so. But
I gotcha.
What I was just going to say there is, like, I think part of the thing with Elder Scrolls is that the public opinion is starting to change on making a game that is, like, let's say, less quality but broader versus making a more concise game that is higher quality. I think before people used to prefer the former, but they're starting to turn towards the latter.
Yeah, it could be.
I think the other big thing with people starting to trash on Bethesda is simply stuff like Fallout 76 changing whether or not it's okay to trash them.
I mean, I heard that game was really, really fucked up, really bad, like really bad.
It was.
So I can understand.
We played it. We played for the freaking channel. Yeah.
You guys have first-hand experience. Was it just glitchy then, or was it just like dull?
We played it a year after.
It was dull.
It was dull, but we played it a year after release. At release, it was buggy as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's also the shit with Fallout first. Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, Metal Slug. It has a lot of creative elements, like the aforementioned being fat, but then also level 2, I believe, has mummies on it. That if they breed on you, you also become a mummy. And
is there any
the mummy
advantage to that?
Well, I don't think so. I think the big difference is that between normal play and the mummy play is that the mummy can only use the pistol. So yeah, but then there's also there's just the weapons, which they're really like they're basically what you'd expect. Homing cannons, yeah, I guess that works. Homing missiles. You have machine guns. You have normal missiles. You have well, actually, I think that's once again freaking Contra ripped off. I think from Metal Slug. Is grenades, but the difference is the grenades in Metal Slug don't just clear clear the screen. You actually have to position them to blow up in a good way.
Yeah. Okay.
Then there's also like the thing that gives the game the name, which are its combat vehicles. So you have the Metal Slug, which is a tank. Tank. But you also have shit like there's basically an exoskeleton from like Alien vs Predator, the arcade game, but it has two machine guns attached to it for arms that you can dab with to shoot, because why not? And it also has a dick that you can fire missiles out of.
Okay.
There's also a camel that also has built-in machine guns.
As camels do.
Yeah, things like this. So the game has style.
Yeah.
I can say it doesn't, but the gameplay, I felt like the style elements that change the gameplay as well do actually make the gameplay better. But then we get to just the shooting, which in my opinion was worse than in Contra, because the big difference between Metal Slug and Contra is that Contra has 8-directional shooting. Metal Slug doesn't. Metal
That
Slug
will make
has
a difference.
What would make a difference?
I just said that will make a difference. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That would definitely change up the gameplay.
So, while Metal Slug has a lot of interesting things, like, also another thing that I forgot, which is actually pretty good, that it got imported into Blazing Chrome, which is like this love letter to both Metal Slug and Contra 3, is the ability to do punches when in melee range. So when you're smashing the shit out of the shoot button, if somebody gets close enough, then instead of shooting them point blank, the characters take out the weapon and just shank them. But yeah, so
So
really, it's just it's a fun game. It's really just the shooting that I had issues with, because whatever shooting down is whatever, you can just do jumping shots. That's how you do them most of the time in Contra anyway. But I really missed being able to aim diagonally towards the sky, because it was really useful.
Yeah, Contra, if it was known for anything, it was for its control. For example, if you jump, you can change your direction mid-jump. Like, if you jump towards a platform that disappears or something, you can go, whoa, and you can pull your character back in midair.
Yeah.
As you said, you can shoot in 8 directions. The various guns they gave you had different properties that, some were, they had better spreads, and some
I
were
actually
more focused.
recently just realized that laser doesn't suck as hard as I thought. It's still the second worst gun in the game, but it doesn't suck as hard as I thought.
Second worst behind the flame gun.
Fire, yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Flamethrower.
Fire will always be the worst. No, but the thing is, Contra 2's fire is good.
Yeah.
That's weird.
That's right.
That's the weird thing.
Contra, it's actually a better gun. Yeah, it's a different style of fire. It doesn't shoot like a round ring that twirls or whatever.
Yeah, it's basically a grenade launcher in Contra 2.
It honestly kind of is. Yeah. Yeah. The first game I remember having like fun with a flamethrower type of weapon is Loaded for the PlayStation 1. I don't know if you guys have ever played that or not.
Nope.
No, it's a top-down run and gun game that's kind of similar to Smash TV, but it's not room by room. You get to free roam, and you play as one of like 6 different like mental patients, like deranged people who all have their own special weapons. One of whom has a flamethrower, and it literally like shoots. It acts the way you would think a flamethrower would. It shoots a wave of fire out in front of you, and it crisps up anything that it touches. It's very satisfying.
It shoots like in Alien Wars, I'm gonna assume then.
I guess Alien Wars, you're right, because that came first, yeah. So I suppose it would have been Contra 3, actually, that had the best flamethrower first. Yeah. Yeah, because Loaded came about 4 years ago.
But only the top 10 parts. I think flamethrowers sucked in freaking Alien Wars as well. I don't remember.
Well, now I can't remember what they look like from the side. Yeah, from top-down they worked fine, but then I didn't really like the top-down modes at all anyway, so...
Yeah, me neither. Well, wait, I'm actually mixing them up, because I think I don't think there was a flamethrower in Contra 3, but there was a laser.
I think there was a flamethrower in Contra 3.
I have Contra 3, so I have Contra 3 on my PS4. So
Oh, weird. Oh, so you
Yeah.
guys can emulate on the PS4?
no, so what Konami did is they released basically all of the mainline Contra games that weren't on the PS2 because those sucked.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
For the PS4 in a bundle that costs $20.
Did they leave out the first game like they did with
No,
Metal Gear and
they had-
Silent Hill? No. Okay.
here's the
Hang
thing.
on.
Here's the weird thing. So
Wait.
Mike,
I don't know who
Before we
to.
move on with the Contra talk, I should point out Metal Gear Solid 1 and Silent Hill. Metal Gear Solid 1 and Silent Hill 1 are both PS1 games. I think that is important information. I think there might just be a problem with the PS1.
That is true. That is true. I never considered that. I mean, I still think it's lame that they would release. I mean, if you can't release a collection and include the beginning of that collection, maybe you shouldn't release it. But I never looked at it that way. You're right. You're right. Those are PS1 games, different generation.
so what they did with the Contra Anniversary Collection, which is what they call it, is that they have both Contra and Grisor, the NES
Oh yeah,
versions.
Grisor. Yeah, not a lot of people are familiar with that. Mm-hmm.
Dude, I have made a Contra review 4 times now. I know most facts by heart.
Ha, that's cool.
Not all of them, but I know a good bit.
Yeah,
I actually prefer Grisor, by the way.
I do too. Yeah, there's it's got more animation. It's got like the cutscenes between levels. Yeah.
It's also harder.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Okay. Yeah, I'll believe you. I'll take your word for it.
The cannons can also shoot in 8 plus directions now.
Oh,
They-
okay.
Yeah, they moved that from the US and EU release
Okay.
because
I did not know
the
that.
countries couldn't handle it. I didn't know that either, but then I noticed it during gameplay.
Yeah, I guess you found out the hard way.
Yeah, they just basically have more finite movement. But yeah, so they have Contra and Grisor, they have Super Contra, they have the original arcade version of the first 2 Contras.
That's cool.
I'm lukewarm on them. They have Alien Wars, they have Hardcore, which was the PS1
Genesis
game,
version.
or was it the Genesis? It might have been.
Genesis, yeah.
Okay, yeah. The thing I have never played Hardcore, but people say that it's not bad. I played it, and it's Michael Bay. Like, I'm not sure if you've played Hardcore, if you've seen Hardcore, but everything's so fast, which wouldn't be an issue if the explosions didn't stay on screen. So,
Oh.
and also most of the enemies are robots. So,
Oh, right, yeah.
so like, there's this one line where you can stand and you will be seen, but anywhere outside of that, it's Explosion City.
Okay.
At least from what I remember. It's also very freaking hard.
I do remember hearing that. Yeah, I think that's why they called it hardcore, but I don't know if that was just a rumor.
So that was that. They also have the Game Boy game,
Which was supposed to be pretty good. I think that's based on Contra 3 or 2, maybe?
it's its own game. It's its own game.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they
It's not
even
bad.
include that
I tried to do it.
Wow.
Yeah, and then there's a separate menu to go to the Japanese releases of everything that isn't Grisor.
That's actually pretty cool. They sound like they did a good job with that.
Yeah, the only things that are missing that some of them, like, I think most of the ones that are missing are understandable, but
The shitty ones, you mean?
yes, like Neo Contra,
Legacy of War, I think, was the PS1, one of the PS1s.
yeah, like Legacy, Shadow Soldier,
Yeah.
and then they also don't have Contra 4, which I miss Contra 4, but it's also understandable because it was on a freaking DS.
Oh, it was. Okay, I was about to ask you what system it was on.
Yeah, Contra 4 was fun. Contra 4 had a lot of callbacks to the first game, at least the parts that I played. But then, from what I remember, it also had like a really interesting like alien level where the bottom of the screen was the actual play screen, but then on the top screen you could see the Earth above you, and then you could see the aliens moving in the vents.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
W, have you played any of the Contras or Metal Slugs? You said you just played Metal Slug, right? You guys?
No.
No, I played Metal Slug. I'm planning on forcing W to play Contra because share play is a thing on PS4, and
Oh, okay.
I can just basically give him a virtual controller and go, okay, you are Lance Bean now.
Well,
I have never played a Contra or Metal Slug game in my life. As a matter of fact, I'm playing Minesweeper on my phone during this conversation.
oh, wow.
Yeah,
Yes.
W hates running guns or well, two-stick shooters.
Oh, do you really? You don't like
Yeah.
those types of games?
Yeah, I hate them.
It just not your cup of tea, or
No,
you're just not good at them?
It's not my cup of tea. It doesn't work for me.
Oh, okay. Well, pretty bold of you then to go along with with Addy forcing you to play one of them.
You say it as if I have a choice in the matter.
I would assume that he doesn't have a gun in your head, but I don't know what your guys' relationship has been in these last 100 episodes.
You don't know how long my hand is.
Yeah,
Not my arm, just my hand.
just your
Long,
hand.
creepy fingers reaching over all of Europe. People in Germany just look up and they see fingers going through the sky.
That's creepy, actually. That'd make for an interesting movie.
Well, they just look up and they're like, "Oh no, God is angry again."
The Hungarian god.
So yeah.
Wow, well, that was quite a lesson on Metal Slug there that I received. Wow.
Yeah. So Metal Slug, fun, but don't remember to leave your directional aiming behind.
Sure. Yeah,
Ben,
I can't. Oh,
yeah?
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to go completely off topic. I was just going to talk about, I can't remember the last run and gun type of style game that I played.
Blazing Chrome. Play Blazing Chrome right now.
I never even heard of Blazing Chrome.
Blazing Chrome is a thing that they teased at E3 that I was like, yes, I am taking this right now. And then Konami came out and went, hey, new Contra.
Oh, okay.
So that was funny. Like it's not a Konami game. I think it might have been confusing a bit, but so Blazing Chrome is this indie game that is basically Contra 3, but with a couple of Metal Slug elements that weren't bad. A bad addition. Also, it's also Ninja Gaiden, because you can unlock basically Ryu Hayabusa, and he has freaking charge shots with his sword.
Weird. I mean, it sounds interesting.
It's a really fun game. I've played through it twice. I think I'm not sure if I finished the game on hard because it was really freaking hard. But either way, the game is really good. The final boss is very freaking hard and also has a couple of interesting parts. There's only one part in the whole game that I can say is bad. Space Harrier.
Yeah.
I guess you are familiar with what he's talking about.
No, I just hate Space Harrier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that kind of game was never for me.
Yeah, so Blazing Chrome being basically a love letter to Contra went, well, yes, 3D part. What can we do that Contra hasn't done yet? Space Harrier.
Yeah, I wouldn't like that either.
Yeah, the Space Harrier part is shit, but every other part in the game is fun. And the boss has 3D parts in it. 3D parts in it, and that's really freaking fun. That's addition of 3D.
I see.
So yeah, Blazing Chrome. Pretty bloody fun.
The last game that I finished was, I'm trying to think. God, have I Metal Gear 5, I think. That probably would have been the last game I finished, which would have been like 2 years ago. Wow, that doesn't sound right.
No, it doesn't. I swear
No.
you talked about a game since then.
I'm trying. Oh, Resident Evil 7.
Yes,
Which was
that's a good game.
I loved that game so much until the ending, which at the time really pissed me off because I didn't like I think the game gets steadily worse, subtly. Like it's not like, oh man, this game's just turning to shit. I just think the best parts were at the beginning, and then it just like with each subsequent chapter or focus or zone or however you want to look at it, I think it gets less less solid, less strong, less good. But that wasn't enough to just, to like significantly lower the score to me. I think that, to me, just like Metal Gear 5, Metal Gear Solid 5, I think that Resident Evil 7 is probably one of the best games I've ever played. I came away just immediately wanting to play that game again, to the point to where now I still want to go through it again and again, but because that takes a long time and a lot of commitment and I've already done it, I actually watch people let's playing it so I can relive it without actually having to play through it again. That's how much I love the game.
I've only played the demo, but I did like the Kool-Aid Man.
Oh yeah, the guy that crashes through the wall, right? Jack Baker. Yeah. For a second I was like, the Kool-Aid. Oh yeah. I remember. Yeah, it's I liked the atmosphere. I liked the first person. They came out with the remake of Resident Evil 2 not long after that. I think that was last year. And though I haven't tried it yet, someone shortly thereafter made a mod to where you could play that game in first person perspective. And I've been really wanting to play through that because I wound up really enjoying the first person Resident Evil experience.
I bought Resident Evil 2 pretty much I think I actually bought it launch day. And yes, it is also fantastic. It's got a lot of... You can tell it's got a lot of influence from Resident Evil 7 in a lot of ways.
Oh, really? How so?
The inventory screen, for one thing. The inventory is identical.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I like the inventory, like this, like the blocks, the shapes of how you can only carry so many things based on how big they are and that kind of thing.
Yes, there is definitely a lot of that. I would say the atmosphere is very Resident Evil 7-y.
Okay.
Particularly, you know how in the original Resident Evil 2, you played the original Resident Evil 2, right?
It's been a long time, but I have. I actually finished it, but it's been like 20 years.
Did you play through the B scenario?
Is the B scenario just Claire, or
well, it depends on who you picked first. It depends on who you picked first.
Okay. So I know I played through it twice, so I guess so. I would think so.
Okay. So in Resident Evil 2, there was this enemy called Mr. X, who was a big guy in a trench coat.
I was going to ask you about that because I've seen clips of him that look amazing, but I don't remember him in the first game. He was in the original. He's going to give it to
you. Shut up, Addy. So Mr. X was in Resident Evil 2, but he only appeared in the B scenario.
Okay.
And in the B scenario, he was kind of presented as the big threat, and he would replace Birkin as the final boss.
Oh, okay. I don't remember that.
He would pop in the occasional room. Like, if you went to the conference room after he had appeared, he would burst through the wall and chase after you. He was the inspiration for Nemesis when they later introduced Nemesis in Resident Evil 3.
Okay, that makes sense.
People really like the idea of this big, intelligent monster that was chasing you around the police precinct.
Definitely.
Though Mr. X was not... It was actually kind of a artificial effect. Mr. X is not actually intelligent, did not actually chase you around the precinct, but all of the scripted instances were placed in such perfect places that people thought he was intelligently chasing them around the precinct.
That's a pretty good job of them to do that, to make it actually seem like random and actually not be.
Right.
And then didn't he actually follow you in the remake though?
He does. That's the key thing.
So in the new one, he actually literally does just follow you nonstop.
Yes, and he appears on your first playthrough instead of your second one. He appears on all playthroughs, not just scenario B, which is key.
I'm sorry, I keep wanting to say something, but it's. I should let you finish.
I just want to get this in because I think this is the part that would interest you. You can tell that they put Mr. X in largely because one of the biggest, most successful parts of Resident Evil 7 is the parts where you are running around the Baker estate avoiding Jack Baker.
Nice. Yeah, that definitely does appeal to me.
And Mr. X functions in pretty much the same way. He is once he spawns into the game, once you trigger the event to get him to spawn, he is genuinely dynamically wandering the precinct looking for you.
How well does he like zone in on you? Does he literally just kind of wander and you just bump into each other, or like can he like always find where you are?
Well, he wanders around the precinct looking for you. He will not home in on you outside of specific scripted events where he needs to be there, because obviously it's right. But he will... There are 2 events that will cause him to notice you. If he just happens to see you, then obviously he's going to go after you. And if you try to, like, sprint past him, then he's going to catch on to that shit. He'll hear your footsteps.
Right. I would hope so.
And if he is in like generally the same wing of the precinct, if he is like within a few rooms of you, and you fire your gun, he will hear you and he will home in on you if he hears you firing a gun a couple rooms over.
But like, okay, so then, for example, if you're, I don't know, just for example, I'm not sure how well the physics and the mechanics work. If you're in a room, let's say like hiding behind an object or whatever, and you were to just stand there, there's a chance that you'd see him like walk past the room and just keep walking.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Also,
cool.
you can stand under the statue and he will never catch you.
Shut up, Addy.
It's true though.
There is a specific sewer statue, sewer statue that you can hide under, and he will eventually he'll walk up to you, but he'll be like, you know what, I'm not going in there, and he'll just turn around and leave.
It sounds like a glitch.
It's not a glitch, they're just designated safe areas that Mr. X avoids.
Oh, okay.
Like
that's the same as Resident Evil 7.
Yeah, that's like save rooms. Jack Baker won't go in save rooms, so it's the same thing.
Okay.
I want to say on like hardcore difficulty though, he actually will go in save rooms.
Oh, that's freaky. Okay, I don't think that even in RE7, I don't think the characters did.
But what was I going to say? Like somebody hacked the game in RE2 to make the walls disappear, to make them see through, and they could look down and they would see Mr. X just wandering through the halls beneath them.
That's cool. See, on my, I can't remember if you listened to the whole thing, but on my Monstrum recording, I mentioned that someone was selling for like $5 or whatever, a hack where if you added it to your game or whatever, patched up the game with this mod, you could be invisible to the monsters. And I was really curious to want to use that. I didn't wind up doing it because I'm like, well, I'm not going to pay for a mod. You know, most mods are free, so just the principle of it. But I wanted to because I wanted to be able to view the monsters without them seeing me, to judge, to gauge whether or not they really do just like wander around, or if they teleport, or if they spawn, or if they just, you know, follow their own dynamic schedule or whatever. So someone was actually successfully able to do that in Resident Evil 2 and see that the character literally just does wander around, just freely, just wander.
Yeah, I would say it's simpler to just delete the walls rather than make yourself invisible. But yeah, they made it where the walls were all see-through, and they could just see down there that on the floor beneath them, Mr. X was going in and checking rooms, and whenever he checked like a room, he'd be like, oh, well, he's not here. Then he'd turn around and leave.
Oh, wow. That sounds really, really, really cool.
And of course, there are certain scripted areas where Mr. X can burst through a wall or kick down a door.
Man, I need to. You go ahead. I was just going to say that I need to.
You know what? I think what I was about to say was wrong, so I'll just not say it.
Ah, there you go. Save yourself the shameful embarrassment of whatever you were going to say.
Oh, one that cracked me up is if he gets to a spot where there's supposed to be a ladder, he doesn't climb up the ladder. He just jumps because he's that fucking strong.
Freaky.
Yeah.
Wow. Cool. He's got a good look, and the clip that I saw of him was literally like Leon was walking like down like, I don't know, like a corridor or something like that, and Mr. X came around the other, you know, end of the corridor that he was heading towards, and there was a zombie in between the two, and I was shocked to see, maybe this was a scripted event, in which case it's not as impressive, but literally Mr. X, as he, you know, rushed towards Leon, he literally like had the animation of grabbing the zombie and just shoving it the fuck out of the way.
That is not scripted. If there's a zombie in Mr. X's path, he will just fucking shoulder butt it out of the way.
Wow, that's impressive. I thought that was a cutscene because it looked so, it was animated so well that it was like, surely he just doesn't have that kind of spatial awareness to grab an NPC zombie and literally shove it out of his way. But I guess I was wrong. That's impressive.
Oh, the game's animated wonderfully. Hang on, there was a clip I got of my gameplay where I had an amusing event with Mr. X. Hang on, let me go ahead and grab the video for you.
Okay.
And let's see, here it is. I'll just go ahead and paste it right into the Discord.
All right, let me hop over and take a look.
But Mr. X can do some pretty fun stuff. Generally, like, he doesn't like get the drop on you too often because you can hear his heavy stomps through walls. But at that time,
I love that. That's cool.
Yeah, I had my volume down at the time, so I couldn't hear him, and that happened to me.
I'm still watching it now. I maximized it on YouTube so I could see it full screen. Oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty badass. Just wow, just okay. I opened the door, and oh shit, there he is. That's definitely the kind of stuff. When I just said just a few minutes ago that the earliest moments of RE7 are my favorite, that's primarily because you're wandering around and trying to hide from this, invincible character. So that sounds like I'd love RE2.
Yeah, and I think RE2, I don't know that I'd entirely agree that the worst part of RE7 was the final boss. The final boss is not the worst part of RE7 to me.
Oh no, absolutely not. No, no. To me, it was the ship. I hated the ship.
Yeah, the ship was not great. But
It was just
what is the big problem with the ship and the biggest problem throughout the entire game?
is that rhetorical?
Yeah, that's rhetorical. It's the fucking goo monsters.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, the molded, I don't know. They were cool at first.
But they're uninspired and they don't really have interesting mechanics.
No, not really. And there's only like 3 different kinds. Well, 4, because they got the big fat one. I forgot about that one. Yeah, I didn't like. To me, I remember when I first played Resident Evil 7. I remember literally the first time you escape Jack and go down into the crawl space. I remember literally just spending like a good couple minutes under there just gazing at the quality of the graphics, of the realism, of like the insulation peeling off the walls and the, chicken wire holding pieces of, styrofoam up. And it was just so well detailed. And I was so immersed in that area that by the time I got to the, the cargo ship or whatever it is, it was just like every corridor looked the same. And as you said, you're just fighting waves of just uninspired generic identical enemies. It was tedious. It was really more than anything. It was just tedious. It was a tedious part of the game.
Because it feels like there's an obligation every Resident Evil game. You need to have a zombie type enemy to run into.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you have to have some kind of challenge, beyond just, getting lost and searching for keys and whatnot. But unfortunately, in that game, they didn't really have a lot to pick from. So
the challenge is hoping it's not Chris's blood.
They're hoping what?
Hoping it's not Chris's blood. He's referencing.
Oh, okay, yeah. I hope this is not Chris's blood.
Finally, someone who gets my jokes.
There are so many.
You could have made a Jill sandwich.
Oh, I have my favorite one. He's like, Jill, don't go into this part of the mansion. It's dangerous. And she's like, oh, well, I'll be okay or whatever. And he's like, well, here, I found this gun. It's really powerful. And then she says, if it's the same cutscene I'm thinking of, she says, what about you, Barry? And he's like, I have this. He like pulls out a big gun or something like that. It's just so poorly delivered. I love it.
Here, Jill, have a gun. You are the master of gun locking.
Yeah.
After all.
Yeah, here's a lockpick. Maybe you, the master of unlocking, can figure out what happened to, whatever, Chris or, Wesker or whoever you were looking for at that point.
Mr. Whiskers.
Mr. Whiskers, yeah, you're right. You're looking for Mr. Whiskers. Funny story, my first PlayStation 1, Resident Evil was one of the first games that I ever rented for it. It was literally like game number 3 or whatever, and I only had the PlayStation for like a week. This was back when the system was still pretty new. It was about a year old, and there were no voices. I put in Resident Evil, and like I could hear the sound effects, I could hear the clock ticking in the foyer and everything like that. But all I could see was characters like miming and gesturing, and I'm like, this something tells me they should be like talking to each other or something. And so I brought it back to the store, to the rental store, exchanged it for another copy, and it did the same thing. And it come to find out that for some reason there was some weird problem with my actual system. My first PlayStation I ever owned had a flaw with the audio. So I returned that, got a different PlayStation, and then I could hear the dialogue. And as my cousin famously said, you were probably better off before.
Barry signs, I hope this is not Chris's blood in ASL.
I hope this is not Chris's.
I'm a sucker for... Here is a gun. It is especially good at killing living things. It's really
powerful.
Yeah. It's especially good at killing living things.
Oh, he does.
And the thing I hate is that line actually makes
drywall?
sense. He gives you the grenade launcher with the acid rounds. That's why he says that. Because the acid rounds are better against not zombies.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, okay, I can
But they
buy
could
that.
have worded that better.
Yeah.
Or when they run across what's his name, like Enrique, like Jobber Enrique dying in the hallway, and he's like, Jill, be careful, this mansion is like surrounded with terrible demons.
Yeah.
And you're
It's
2
like,
hours
what?
into the game.
Is it really that far into the game?
Oh, that begins the final act.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I thought that was way. Wow.
No,
Okay.
because that's the first time we find out that there's a traitor. Because Enrico says there's a traitor, and then Wesker shoots him from off screen.
Oh, I don't remember that part of it. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And the important part is, I think in Chris's run, like it gets implied that the traitor is Chris himself or something like that. And
Oh
it's
God, I
very
don't
weird.
remember that. That's interesting.
The trailer is the helicopter driver.
Yeah.
I forget his name.
Well, at the beginning, the first one, the one who flies off and leaves them alone, like fuck off! I ain't going to that dastardly looking mansion.
Yeah, and then he later gets face fucked by Nemesis in Resident Evil 3.
The helicopter driver?
Yeah.
Really? I never
seen that
never played 3, so that's interesting.
Oh yeah, Nemesis like picks him up by his hand and then like face fucks him with tentacles.
Is 3 the one with Leon?
No, 3 is the one with Jill.
And Nemesis.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm mixing them up.
2 is Leon and Claire versus Mr. X and Birkin.
Okay, I was thinking of 2 then. Yeah.
Yeah, the beginning of 3 is actually where I got burnt out on the series. It was nothing that 3 did wrong. Just I bought the game right away, and I played literally maybe 15 minutes of it, and then it was like, I just don't really feel like playing Resident Evil right now, and I never came back to it.
I mean, 3
Oh
is...
wait,
and
3... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that Resident Evil 7 2 years ago was the next time I touched a Resident Evil game, so we're talking 20 years in between.
Resident Evil has this recurring pattern as a series where it finds a new formula, and it goes with it until it gets tired, and then it goes with it some more, and then it goes with it some more, and then it brings in a new formula. And that new formula is always fantastic the first time they do it, and they go with it until it burns out.
I heard that that's pretty much what happened with 4, and
Yes.
then we have yet to see if that's going to happen with 7.
Resident Evil
Because
4...
my understanding.
No, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. You go ahead because you played them. I didn't.
Resident Evil 4 is one of my favorite games of all time. Resident Evil 5 is one of my most hated.
Is that the one where Chris punches boulders, or is
Yes.
that 6? Oh, it is. Okay, because I've always heard about that incident.
And Albert Wesker turns into a big tentacle monster and yells, Chris!
And Chris is turning into Super Saiyan, flying at Wesker, yelling, Wesker!
Yeah,
Yeah, like the end of Akira.
basically. You're not wrong.
Chris is throwing boulders at Wesker.
I got
But
to
he
try...
kind of. My understanding is Wesker did die pretty amazingly, didn't he? Didn't
Yes.
he get hit by rockets and fall into a volcano or some shit?
He was swimming through lava in a volcano, and both Chris and Sheva fired rockets at him. 2 rockets hit him while swimming in lava.
Okay.
And believe it or not, people
Wesker
were
died-
still asking, oh, hey, Capcom, is Wesker going to come back for Resident Evil 7? And Capcom had to say, fucking no, did you see the way he
No.
died?
Wesker died by Heihachi Mishima throwing him off of a mountain. Ultimate disrespect.
I will.
Yeah.
I should mention. I also got to play Resident Evil 6 because it was on Game Pass. I got to play it for free, which is the only reason I would ever play it. And I started that game up. That game legitimately opens on Jill and his insert name here female partner, and they're on a highway. And jet bombers come down and they drop bombs on the highway. And Leon and the chick he's running with, they run away from the bombs as the bombs hit the highway. The bombs hit the highway, cause the pieces of the highway to go flying, and the cars on them. And Leon and the girl run across the cars and pieces of highway as they go flying through the air.
Oh, I hate that kind of shit.
Uh-huh.
I guess they were on the highway to the danger zone.
Oh, that's terrible too.
Freaking Q of the CSI, yeah.
Jesus.
Like, you can see why Resident Evil 7 was like, all right, fuck it, burn it all down, we're trying it again.
Right. A lot of people said that, sadly, this makes me upset. Resident Evil 7 apparently sold well enough to be successful, but it did not meet their expectations, which bothers me because I think a lot of that is blowback from the previous game, which I've heard just universally panned. So you go ahead.
I just want to mention, it's kind of a bizarre series tradition. Every Resident Evil game sells based on how good the previous one was.
Right.
Because Resident Evil 2 sold Resident Evil 2 remake sold fucking gangbusters because Resident Evil 7 was fantastic.
I mean, in all fairness, everyone always loved Resident Evil. So clearly that played a part in it as well. But I would like to think that Resident Evil 7 was well enough received that did play a part in it, and that Capcom is aware of that. I would hope, because I would like to see more games like RE7, whereas I know there are fans out there who are like, turning up their nose and saying, this is not my Resident Evil. It's like, well, fuck you. It's a good game. So,
well, Resident Evil 7
They're turning off the nose saying, this is blood.
Yes, that's what they said. They turned up their noses. I hope this is blood.
Resident Evil 7 was perfectly timed because it came out very shortly after Outlast 2. And here's the key thing.
Outlast. Oh, Outlast. Okay, yeah, go on.
Outlast 2 was kind of seen as like the epitome of being... It was like the worst example of that genre of first-person wandering around shadows horror. The Outlast
meaning bad?
Yes. Outlast 2 was reviled. People thought it was a horrible follow-up to Outlast 1, which was actually quite liked.
Oh, okay. See, that's a bummer. Okay. All right. Yeah, go on.
I just want to butt in to say, guess what's on PS Plus starting the 5th?
Outlast 2.
Yep.
But it comes with Neo, which is a vastly better game.
Yeah.
You win some, you lose some.
Do those two games have anything to do with each other?
No, Outlast 2 is coming out probably because Halloween was just the other day.
A little late on the draw there, but okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's like Christmas decorations going on sale after Christmas, right?
Yeah, true.
Or
The Simpsons having a Treehouse of Horror episode in November, which happened once.
You mean or The Simpsons?
What about The Simpsons?
Well, you said like the Simpsons having a Treehouse of Horror after Halloween. I meant, or you mean The Simpsons?
Yeah, The Simpsons, the show. What did you say? I think we crossed wires there for a second.
No, you don't understand the freaking shitty joke I'm trying to make.
I guess not.
I'm saying the Simpsons are out of season for a time.
Oh, okay, all right. But then W, you said you still watch The Simpsons, right?
No, I said I want to watch the classic seasons.
Oh, classic seasons. Okay, all right. I thought you just said I got Netflix for The Simpsons or something like that.
I'm going to get Disney Plus for The Simpsons. They're going to have all the
seasons. Disney Plus?
Yeah, they're going to have all 20 seasons. All 20 seasons. Ignore the 7 that came after.
Yeah, wow. In fact, I would advise you ignore, I don't know, the 7 last ones as well. I think the show, I don't know. I think the show tapered out around season, let's say 12 is where I would have, right around there is where I would have thrown in the towel.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say something about Resident Evil 2. But let's
get back to that.
There's a point way back there when I brought up the molded that wound up tapering off really bad.
Oh, that was my fault then. I interrupted and we started talking about the other stuff. You were talking about their uninspired design and the cargo ship and the end of the game and...
Basically, I think Resident Evil 7, its biggest problem is that its most common enemy is it's cookie cutter, it's bland.
Yeah, it is.
And with Resident Evil 2, they were able to go back to just the zombie, which is rough because there's no enemy in video games more cookie cutter and plain than the zombie.
Right, yeah. At least you can vary the zombies' individual design. You can have zombies that are male, female, etc. They have more form and character than the molded did in RE7, but I, have frequently voiced, even though I've played several zombie games recently that are, good, they're the exception to the rule. I have been done with zombies for a decade now at this point.
Yes, but what I was referring to more specifically was in terms of gameplay, where the zombie is just generally a enemy that makes a beeline to you, melees you, and you need to kill it. And that's just all it is to their gameplay design.
Yeah.
And Resident Evil 2 makes some modifications to the zombie. Key being that in Resident Evil 2, zombies are much, much tougher. They will no longer die to a single headshot.
Oh, wow.
And if you damage them enough, they will just drop to the floor and stay limp that way. But it's not a guarantee they're dead.
So what do you... So you just have to keep pumping bullets into it?
Well, ammo is rare. So that's your choice. That's your prerogative. The only way to guarantee a zombie is dead in Resident Evil 2 is if the head has been destroyed. And the only way to destroy a head is by either deliberately using a melee weapon on it, which comes in a limited quantity, or shooting them at point blank with a shotgun.
Sounds fairly difficult when you combine that with Mr. X running around.
Yes, so the whole idea being that when you take down a zombie, you don't know if you've taken them down permanently. You can use ammo or a knife to try and destroy the body afterwards, but that expends ammo or knife durability.
Huh. Interesting.
And it gets worse when you introduce the lickers.
Yeah, it always gets worse when you introduce the lickers.
The lickers, you'll know when they're
Nothing
dead.
about salads.
Yeah, shut up. You'll know when the lickers are dead. But the problem with the lickers is that lickers are super tough. They deal a ton of damage. They might even be able to one-hit kill you.
Wow.
But you can ignore them if you walk slowly and don't make much noise and don't fire off your gun, because they won't hear you, they're blind.
Interesting. I don't remember that being a mechanic in the original RE2.
Yeah, lickers would ignore you in the original RE2 if you walked and if you didn't fire your gun and if you walked instead of running.
Huh. I wonder if I knew that back then. I don't remember that detail. There's a lot I don't remember in my old age.
So, you'll notice there's a thing of, how do you beat Mr. X? Well, you don't. He's immortal. If you shoot him, he'll be knocked over for a little bit, but that requires a lot of ammo. So really, all you can do is run away from him. How do you beat lickers? By walking slowly and not firing your gun. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, and then you've got the zombies, which you have to keep shooting if you expect to, apparently kill them. So it's, wow, what a balance you have to strike.
They put in a lot of those little things to try and make it where, like, subtle ways of creating obstacles for the player. One of my favorite ones is, it takes 5 shotgun blasts to kill a licker. Guess how big the clip size is for the shotgun?
Probably, what, 4?
4.
I knew it. Yeah, of course.
I love little ways of the developer fucking with a player like that.
That is a pretty fuck you, yeah. I mean, that sounds almost difficult to the point of frustrating, though. Is it? No, really not, huh?
If you manage your resources properly, then the game's not difficult.
Huh. Well, that's how I felt about 7, so, okay.
I mean, because the thing with 7 was just that the bakers were a lot of fun when you had to put up with them, but when you had to put up with the molded, it was like, oh, I guess I'll get through this.
Yeah, I liked it when you first encountered them in the basement. That actually made me legitimately fearful to want to go back down there. Like when you first go down to the basement, it's all dark and ominous and shit, and you kill a couple of them, and then like you go around a couple rooms to where there's like a boiler room or something, and there's like 4 of them in there. Like, that would make me run, because it's like, holy shit, I've only got limited ammo, I need to get... And then I would feel really anxious about wanting to go back down into that basement again. So at that point in the game, to me, they were a really valid threat. It was like, wow, I have actual anxiety about wanting to go back down into that scary basement again. But really, that was about the only time I felt that way about them. From that point on, they just didn't have that same threat level. I don't know, especially by the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, my thing with just the Resident Evil 2 is that the enemies never really get tired because every enemy actually introduces a new factor into the situation that you need to account for. They aren't just there for you
building obstacles.
Yeah, they aren't just there for you to pump bullets into.
Now, I've heard, this is wildly off topic, but, kind of similar in a way, but I've heard that, I mentioned Five Nights at Freddy's earlier. I only played the first game because I could not finish it. I wasn't good enough I got to, night 3 or 4 of the total of 7, I think, that you could play. Betraying the name, you could continue playing. But then my understanding is like each successive game introduced more mechanics and therefore like made more for you to have to worry about. Like the second game removed the doors that you could shut to prevent the animatronics from coming in to get you. So you had to like, have different mechanics of sealing off vents or something like that. And
so what happened in 2? What happened in 2 was they removed the doors from, well, the doors.
right.
But then you
that's one where they give you the mask, right?
Yeah, for the animatronics, you have the mask to hide under, and then for the balloon boy, you can close off the vents because he only goes from the vents, from what I remember. Then there's also the puppet, which you have to keep finding the jukebox for.
Oh, the jukebox, right.
And then yeah.
I was just gonna say, I kind of like that. Like to me personally, I think that would be really kind of, like I said, difficult, maybe to the point of frustration. But I like that they kind of just a little bit amped up how much you have to worry about. They didn't just repeat the same. Well, they did repeat the same formula, but they advanced it just enough to where you have a little bit more challenge, a little bit more to have to work. I like that.
And a sense of worrying is good.
I've only played through Five Nights at Freddy's 3, I think. And I don't remember. Yeah?
3 was the only one that had a gameplay concept that really interested me.
What's that?
Yeah, go ahead. W.
Basically, this was just my understanding of it, having only seen a little bit of information about it, so Addy would know more. But my understanding was basically there was only one actual animatronic going for you.
Yes, that is true.
The others are just ghosts.
Phantoms, nightmares.
That you do need to ward off, but if they get to you, they won't kill you. They'll just cause certain systems to cease functioning.
Right, they'll fuck up your shit to where, like, for example, you can't access like the oxygen levels or whatever.
So you're really fighting off a bunch of debuffs instead of enemies, and then there's one big enemy that you need to try and keep as many systems going to prevent him from getting to you.
Right.
That's true, but from what I remember, that 3 also had Golden Freddy as an enemy.
Yes, but wasn't he like an Easter egg enemy that you had to do some bullshit to actively bring him in?
Probably, I don't remember.
Yeah,
but I do remember. I remember parts of the freaking like energy management minigame where you had to. From what I remember, you had to choose between being able to shut the doors really good, or making sure that the jukebox exists, or just having lights or cameras.
Right.
Well, I mean, forcing choices on the player is a good way of introducing tension, because then they'll question if they made the wrong choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I can. Having not played 3, it sounds like I'm speaking outside of my element, which in a way I am. But I know for a fact there's only one actual animatronic that can kill you, because I just read about that literally about 2 nights ago. Because I've been spending the last few nights reading all about the Five Nights at Freddy lore and which games were highest rated, which games were lowest. I don't know how I got into that.
You've been stuck in for the past couple of nights. You've been stuck in a pizzeria. You want to find a way out.
Right? Yeah, that would be pretty terrible if it were that one. Yeah, I mean it's such a cool concept. It's so simple yet so effective. I mean, again, when people used to talk about Five Nights at Freddy's, and they would talk about it constantly, especially on videos that had anything to do with the actual like Chuck E. Cheese. People would be like, "Oh, look, it's Five Nights at Freddy's," and it's like, God, people, shut up! No, and you had people who believed that the game was actually based on real incidents at Chuck E. Cheese where actual animatronics mauled people or whatever by accident. That never happened. There was a mass murder at a Chuck E. Cheese once back in like the late '80s or something like that. But that's it.
But they changed mouse since then.
And it didn't have anything. It was like a janitor or something got pissed off that he got fired, and so he came back and killed everybody. So it was a whole different scenario. But when I finally sat down and gave Five Nights at Freddy's a try again, I thought the atmosphere, just the sound effects, the sense of tension again of. I mean, I don't like jump scares any more than anybody else does. They're upsetting to me. I don't like to experience them. They're not my kind of horror. But the idea of playing a game where the stress, the tension is, like W said, trying to make sure you make the right choices to avoid the jump scare, that made the game so damn tense that it was just like, honestly, one of the most effective horror games I ever played. So by the time number 2 comes out, which was literally like 6 months later, I mean, that guy really wrote the bullet. I mean, he pumped out games fast. By the time number 2 came out, and again, like Addy said, you've got all these other things to worry about. Like when I read that description, I was like, I'm out. I'm just gonna read about these games and not play them, because I don't think I'd be able to take it. I don't think I would be able to micromanage all these different systems and not get myself jump scared into oblivion.
Yeah,
So
The reason I got out of it was because the plot just got more and more convoluted with every game. Because like,
that's
that
right.
actually
first
turns
game-
you off. That's why you quit.
yes,
That's
Wow.
right.
yes,
Yeah.
because I was only a fan of the series because of the plot, but it just all like I felt like it every installment, it just got pushed back and back and back. You know, the actual like small explanations and shit. It was like, well, okay, so this happened before this part that we know,
Oh,
but
I
then
see.
this
Yeah,
happened after,
they
and then
retconned, and yeah, I got
yes,
there was some of that going on. You're right.
and it just got all over the place, and I just wasn't interested enough to keep following the series because like it's like, okay, so we know that the animatronics are possessed by the souls of children that got killed in the freaking the establishment.
Right.
One of them possibly is the kid that got freaking their face chewed off by Golden Freddy, or like, or was it Foxy? I forget. What was it? The Bite of 87.
The imagery makes it look like Golden Freddy, but I think it was just, well, maybe it was Golden Freddy. But then I know
feel
that
like
Golden Freddy is inhabited by supposedly the first of the kids that was killed. So that part I'm not clear on.
Who knows? That and then it's like, okay, so we know that they're kids. Also, we know that the Purple Man killed them. But who is the Purple Man? Well, the Purple Man, in part 2, you can see that the Purple Man exits his car, showing that he exists, that he is a functioning member of society somehow,
right,
despite killing children. But we also see him stuffing kids into the freaking animatronics. Also, there's a pie. What does the pie mean? And basically, this was all of the freaking like this was how everybody was talking about the lore. Because I feel like it's easier for you to understand the actual lore and appreciate the actual lore that's canon to the games, because you're going back and reading through summaries of
for sure.
so this was canonized.
No question. Yeah, the only reason I understand it is because I right around the time that you're talking about, game 2 or 3, I remember just like that's the latest that the game's got, and so I was like, oh, I'll have to check back on this a little later. Then I forgot, and a little later became literally this last week, like as of like 2 days ago, I went to read, hey, I wonder what advancements have been made to the plot. And now at this point, everything has been explained. Well, I shouldn't say everything, but you now know who the purple guy is, you know what his motivations are, you find out, yeah, you're right. Yeah, the plot makes a lot more sense when you look back on it once. Yeah.
Because back when I followed the plot, it was just, okay, so somebody found this small like Atari minigame in Friday the 2 where you are Chica doing platforming with cupcakes.
Right.
What do the cupcakes mean? Why is Chica a chicken?
I don't think I ever found myself asking why Chica's a chicken, but that's funny. I like that idea. Why is anything?
why is Foxy a pirate fox?
The deep questions.
Why is Mangle just Foxy without a body?
Right. They actually answered that. Supposedly it was because so many kids would mishandle him that eventually they decided that they would make him a take apart and put back together type of attraction.
Yeah, I think I was there to hear about that. But Mangle just looks like freaking Centipede Foxy.
Yeah, pretty much, which is freaky, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I think the worst character that they ever had was freaking Balloon Boy.
Well, yeah,
that or the puppet.
You see the puppet. Do you want to know what happens? I can summarize the plot for you. Okay. Again, for anyone who's listening to this who doesn't want to be spoiled, skip ahead a couple minutes. The purple guy winds up being named William Afton, and he is in fact a serial killer, and he is the CEO of the animatronics. He built the animatronics, and he just happens to also be just like this, horrible, evil serial killer.
Yeah, he's the CEO of the animatronics, but not the actual establishment.
They never make that clear. I don't think that's a good question. He runs the animatronic company, but I don't.
Oh,
wow! I wonder if he does actually also own Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. I think he does, but I don't remember that specific detail. But anyway, yeah, he used the restaurant to lure 5 children to kill. And their spirits went on to inhabit these 5 animatronics. And by the end of game 3, it's revealed in one of those 8-bit Atari, screens or whatever, that after some time, he escaped. They had him as a suspect. It's implied the police had him as a suspect, but they couldn't find the bodies, so they weren't able to convict him. So he was set free, and then he went back to the establishment to dismantle the animatronics. And when he did so, that released the souls of the children that he had killed, which freaked him out, scared him, and he went and ran into a side room of the restaurant and stuffed himself in a suit. But the suit, it's called Springtrap. It's in fact the main antagonist.
Springtrap is the bunny robot from 3.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. The main antagonist of game number 3 is actually is Purple Guy. He ran from the spirits of the kids that he killed because he was terrified. He put himself in this dilapidated spring activated Bonnie suit, and when he did it, the game's lore establishes before this part happens that just even the slightest incorrect movement can set off the springs and crush you inside the suit. So he that's what happens to him. He gets crushed and killed. But so he's dead. Springtrap is, it contains the corpse of William Afton, the serial killer. And in certain loading screens of the 3rd game, you can actually see, when Springtrap has its mouth open or whatever, you can actually see the face of the dead guy inside the suit. And so it was thought that, okay, well then things have been resolved. But no, the spirits were still left wandering. They didn't have, they had their justice, but they were not set free, etc.
So it just becomes John the Grudge.
So yeah, the Grudge. Basically, the animatronics kept on, that's all they knew to do was to kill. They were programmed to kill and capture kids because William Afton decided that he wanted to just kill more people. He thought that maybe by killing these kids, he could take their souls and become immortal. And then by game number 4, he loses his daughter. He's already dead. Or no, he's not dead yet by this point because, again, like you said, they play with the timeline. But in game number 4, to make a long story short, it's revealed that his own daughter has been killed by one of his own animatronics, and he's devastated and warped and fucked up. And so what he does is he tortures his son. Basically introduces his son at an early age to be scared of the animatronics and to be threatened by them or whatever, so he stays away. So the same fate won't happen to him. And though it hasn't been 100% confirmed, the bite of 83, the kid whose head gets crunched, is the serial killer's son. And so once that happens, he goes insane. He's on even more of a page, and until he gets killed. And finally, I'm jumping back and forth between the timelines, but finally,
is someone running a marble through a canal here?
Are you hearing this?
Yeah, that's Mike.
Okay, hang on. Let me just pieces of the microphone got loose. It shouldn't do that anymore. Yeah, that was me. Thanks for pointing that out. I wouldn't have wanted that to continue.
It was going on for a bit, but it wasn't really loud until just now.
I was probably because I was gesticulating as I was explaining the story. That's probably why I was getting animated. Yeah. Yeah, so by the last, what was supposed to have been the last game in the series, again, he's made a couple more, but I don't know if they're considered canon or not. I know one of them is just like a side spin-off game. Basically, it's like a custom game where you can set all the settings however you want and basically play your own custom game of Five Nights at Freddy's. So I don't know if that one counts, for example. He made a VR game just very recently. I don't know if that one counts. I think that's
Mike. The thing with the VR game is that you need to wait to play the VR game, because the thing with the VR game is it's actually the definitive way to play, because it's it's just the first like 4 or so games in
I
VR.
would imagine it would be horrifying.
Yeah.
Pass.
But just really quick, the game number 6, the one that was supposed to be, as far as I know, the canonically last game. What happens is you learn that the serial killer William Afton had a co-founder. He had a partner named Henry. I can't remember his last name. And Henry, what he does is the 6th game is like a pizza tycoon game, and it's all cute and innocent. You wouldn't really think anything of it, but it still has like the night scenes where you have to fend yourself off from the animatronics or whatever. And if you get the good ending of that game, it's revealed that it's like revealed live, like to you as you're playing, like it's actually happening as you're playing. Henry leaves you a recording that basically says, I have, this is all a trick. This pizza restaurant that you're trying to manage. What I did was I set this up to where the animatronics would be lured to this pizza restaurant here to kill more kids. And the point was to trap them all in one place. And now that they're all in one place, I'm going to burn this building down. And he does. He burns the building down, and he says, to you creatures, who are out for blood, I've trapped you here. You can't get out. Give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. I'm going to burn you all down, whatever. And so he does. You learn that the Henry's own daughter was killed by William Afton. The little girl that was killed outside the building that you were referring to. Either you said that he walks up to a building. The purple guy walks up to a building and kills somebody. Yeah, that turns out to be the daughter of his co-founder. And so he's like, I can't believe it. I never knew that I helped you to build these animatronics, and I never knew this whole time that you were using them to lure children and to kill children, and you even killed my own daughter, and I didn't know that it was you. So I'm going to take all these animatronics and get them in one place and just burn them all. This is the end. I'm going to just wipe you all out, and I'm going to go down with you to be with my daughter. So the puppet's there. The puppet turns out to have been, his daughter was inhabiting the puppet. Oh. And and so the whole thing burns down. And basically he's like, this is the end for everybody. This is it. I'm stopping the story right now. And so that's it. Like everything just, the souls are freed. You see their graves at the end of the game, and just boom, it's over. The nightmare. He even says something like, this place will be forgotten as the agony of all tragedies should be. People will start to forget this place ever existed. I'm putting an end to your madness. I'm, putting an end to your creations. I'm ending all of this horrible, your legacy, which I unwittingly helped you to create. I'm going to get rid of it all right now. And it's actually pretty. I can link you to the. You don't need to watch it right now. In fact, I'll just wait until after the podcast. But I can link you to the ending. It's actually really well done. Like the guy who reads the script and says, I'm gonna do all this or whatever. He's a really good voice actor, and it's done very seriously. It's very dramatic. It's a really cool ending, I think, actually.
My favorite horror reader guy is Chills.
You say that again? Chills? What?
Yeah, he's my favorite horror reader guy.
Oh, you mean there's somebody who reads, like, are you talking about like audiobooks?
Horror stories and shit like that, yeah.
Oh, like on YouTube or elsewhere?
Yeah, he has the best he has just the best, I guess it would be enunciation or something like that for it. Like, okay. Or like voice tones. Like whenever the thing is, like he does countdowns as well, and you just can't not be freaking scared when he goes number 1.
Oh God, that guy!
Yeah, the last thing you want in your Burger King burger is a foot lettuce.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. Everything he says sounds like he's asking a question.
Yes.
Yeah, I know
Uh,
that guy. I know that
but
guy.
so I actually don't watch Chills, nor do I particularly like him. But my favorite thing that he has done, like legitimately, it was actually him. Was Internet Historian got him to basically act for his artistic rendition of Jeff the Killer, and I think he's Jeff,
Okay.
and it's pretty funny. Yes, like
Yes, yo,
prepare you guys, you will
pretty
die
funny.
now.
Oh, wow. I thought that was,
It's time to go to sleep.
that's so accurate. That's exactly the way we have to be thinking of the same guy, because I remember, like, because I go on YouTube and look up, like, top 5 spookiest, unsolved mysteries or whatever, and
Yeah,
there are
top
several
spookiest
channels.
spooks.
Yeah, there's several channels out there that do this, but there's one in particular to where, like you said, the guy talks like this. Everything he says sounds like this, and half the comment section is flooded with people saying, like, "Why don't you get a narrator? Your voice sucks." That has to be the same guy I'm thinking of. Chills is his name. That's the
Yeah,
YouTube channel.
chills.
Chills. I bet that's the exact same guy. Yeah, because the stories are interesting, but you can't
The thing
listen to
is,
them.
the thing is, the thing is, the guy is legit. From what I could tell, he's actually in on the joke. He doesn't.
Really?
He's not. From
Like
what
he's
I could tell,
intentionally
yeah.
doing that?
No, I think at this point he's just doing it for the memes.
Oh, well, I mean, people still watch his channel.
Yeah, because like I think at this point it's less him being a horror narrator and more him being, well, okay, so
Asshole.
well, okay, I've built a YouTube channel out of talking like this. So
Oh, see what I was talking about earlier about having low standards? Like, why would you want to listen to that? Ugh. W, do you know who we're talking about? Have you this guy?
I don't know.
but
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm playing
but
my
the,
no,
but the best
I heard
but the
what
best
I'm hearing your conversation. I'm just all like, I don't know who this guy is. Don't care.
Yeah. Well,
but the best part is there's a guy in a wrestling YouTube channel that does freaking voice impressions. He did CM Punk's pipe bomb as Chills. It was glorious.
Oh God.
if you want me to, I can see if I can find a clip and I can send it to you after the podcast.
Yeah, that would be both funny and miserable. I can imagine that. This company is going down the toilet, because
You
of
are the
your
number
daughter
one.
and
You are the number ones who buy the cups that my face is not on.
Jesus. Yeah, W, like, literally, it's just it's somebody who hosts, like, mysteries and creepy, monster supposed sightings and shit like that, and he talks about them with, like, spooky music in the background and all that. And I don't know about now, but he has in the past, when I would check out his channel, cover, like, stuff that I think is, like, fairly interesting, but you just can't listen to him because he literally, without exaggeration, talks like this the whole time through every
But the
video.
footage is not doctored. Nor do I have any proof that it is real.
Yeah, there's a good channel called, I think, just simply Top Fives, that covers the same type of territory, and that's a British guy who just has a nice, gentle voice who actually speaks very well.
Yeah, I think they used to be Ted's top fives or something like that, or
It's
Ted's
hard
top
to say because
videos.
there's several different. There's, like, a Top Fives. There's a top tens. There's everyone's kind of jumped on that bandwagon of having, like, countdown horror lists or whatever. But I watch a lot of them. I like that stuff.
Yeah, I actually like the thing is, from what I could tell, Chills as a person is actually not bad. His content isn't like good quality for what he's trying to sell, but since since he doesn't actually seem like a bad guy, I don't dislike him.
Anyone with that voice, especially if he's doing it on purpose, I sure dislike him. It's
No,
very
no,
easy
I
for me to
think that's
dislike
just how this. I think that's legitimately just how he speaks. Because I haven't heard him speak in any way other than that.
I mean, maybe. And now that I think about it, that reminds me. On one of his videos, somebody said, and this could either be a joke or I don't know where they got it. Maybe they got it from him. Somebody said that he had, like, some kind of like impairment, like he was literally, like, something was wrong with him, and they were like, you really shouldn't mock him. He can't help it. Blah blah blah. And I wonder if that's true. There could actually be truth to it. I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? I can't say. Yeah, his inflections are all fucked up. I don't know.
I can definitely imagine the type here.
The type? Did you say you can imagine the type of
I can
person?
imagine the type. Yeah.
Yeah. He's
All right. Yeah.
I don't know if I like that better or worse than the hyperactive, YouTube chumps that are, talking in voices and shit like that. They both bother me. They both just bother me a lot. I can't. In fact, talking about both of these topics, this and Five Nights at Freddy's. Again, just 2 days ago, I watched a pair of videos. It was about 40 minutes combined that explained their best understanding of the timeline, which is where I got all the information I just repeated to you. And the creator of the game actually came out and said, well, it's not 100%, but yeah, that everything that guy said is pretty much the actual, he pretty much nailed it. And the person he was referring to was a guy who refers to himself, I guess, as Matt Pat. And
No.
Don't say the cursed name. I fucking hate that guy. That guy is the fucking devil. I fucking hate that guy.
Tell me all about it, because I did not like him one bit. Tell me about it.
Well, okay, obviously his voice, he sounds annoying, but the real thing is his YouTube channel is entirely built off telling stupid interpretations of characters. That
and also Broken Dreams.
Okay.
A couple of times, the Darius channel had interesting things like Trailer Drake at the time. Now it's, I think, Comics Drake. But Drake had an interesting series where he covered Smash Brothers characters, and he basically took a look at every single attack that any character had and went, okay, well, here's this obscure video game for the freaking ZX Spectrum, released only in Japan, but this character does do this move in that game. And he had video proof.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah.
It was, I think, like today in Smash history or something. No, I'm mixing shit up with Dorkly.
That's all right.
I don't remember what the actual name was, but it was covering like specific characters of whole move set with history for every move. So going back to the first game that move appeared in, showing you video footage of the move being done both in Smash and in the original game.
I don't know.
What's the difference? Shit like that.
I think I would like this Matt Pat character less, but W seems to know more about him than I do. So continue to tell me what is.
I used to like Matt Pat. I used to watch the Game Theorist channel a lot, and basically it's just
a Game Theorist. That's right. That was the channel. Yeah.
So basically, the whole premise of the channel is let's take something that is trending right now, and let's see how we can put pseudoscience on it, so I can sell it. And it's shit like Wario is like 7 feet tall because we made a chart where Wario is about the same size as Luigi, I think, or more like a bit smaller than Mario, and Mario is like 8 feet tall on the chart or something because it's all out of whack. Because the thing is, instead of because I think from what I remember of the chart, they stood different characters from the Mario games next to each other with an approximate size next to them.
And people wanted to watch this apparently.
Yeah, but the thing is, Lucky 2 and I don't know who else, but they were flying on the size chart. So
the whole thing sounds stupid to me. I mean, just
there was also shit like the Team Fortress 2 Pyro is gay and also possibly bisexual because they have long fingers.
Is this W? Is this the same person you're talking about? This Matt Pat guy? And
I've not seen the same video. Matt Pat is definitely the Game Theorist. Game Theorist is, how some people like to theorize, like every TV show has a theory of, the entire show actually takes place in hell, everybody's dead, and this character is Jesus Christ.
Yeah, okay, sure, yeah.
That is his channel summarized. He does that
that's really Wow.
for every
Okay.
character. And he tries to come up with he tries to answer certain questions that are left intentionally open in the lore. The one video of his that definitely springs out to mind. I've only watched 3 or 4. At past that point, I was like, "Fuck this." But the video that springs to mind is there's a character in Team Fortress 2 called the Pyro. That is
That's what I said. Yeah.
something inside of a kind of fireproof suit with a gas mask, and that's all we know about it. That it's a psychopath in a gas mask kind of fireproof suit. We don't know their gender. We don't know what they look like. We don't know if they're even human. At certain points, it's been implied that they might be a robot or like a demon or some kind of weird Cthulhu abomination. But we don't know anything about them inside the suit. And so MatPat's thing was that he would... Oh, this video finally explains, is the Pyro a woman or a man or something like that. And so it basically goes into a whole thing of basically saying, well, the Pyro's got the body shape of a man, so it's a man. But at the same time, the Pyro has longer pinkies than his ring finger. And if you hang on, what he said following that was...
I think.
And it has been biologically proven that if your pinky is longer than your ring finger, that means you're a homosexual.
I do remember actually hearing that. Yeah.
And that point was like, what the fuck? It wasn't satire, by the way.
It doesn't sound like it because I guess he just struck out and just got lucky in this case. Then, because again, the actual creator himself.
You want the worst crime that MatPat has done.
Okay.
MatPat went to the Vatican and gave the Pope Undertale.
Well, that's just weird.
That is the worst. That is the biggest sin that he has done.
What was his motivation?
Well, Undertale is big with the kids, so what if I go up to Pope Francis and give him Undertale to play? I mean, he did release a rock album, so obviously he'll play it.
How again?
By the way, the Pope actually does have a rock album.
I'm aware.
I'm telling Mike.
News to me. In the videos I saw where he's explaining the Five Nights at Freddy's, he pretty much embodied everything that I hate about like modern entertainment culture because he couldn't just talk in a straightforward manner. Literally, like every 3 seconds, something was popping up on the screen, whether like an animated, silly graphic, there were like silly boop, boop, sound effects and shit. It was like short attention span television. It was like he kept on popping up pictures of himself, which I found incredibly narcissistic. He literally posted a picture of himself popping up onto the video over and over and over again, sometimes just to give it like googly eyes to express that, wow, what I'm saying now is surprising, don't you think? And it was so fucking obnoxious. I could barely tolerate it, but I just watched it just thinking, I'm interested in what you have to say, but the way you're saying it, the way you're going about it, it was just so fucking obnoxious. He kept on just filling the screen with graphics and talking like all the way around a subject before getting to the point, and which I guess I've been guilty of myself, so fair enough. But I mean, it's just, it was really hard to watch, and I'd never heard of the guy before. It was clear from his channel that he is probably a millionaire because his channel had like tens of millions of views, and everybody in the comments section was like acting like they knew him personally. And I only knew of him because, again, the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's came out and said that he actually got the story right, almost 100%. And so I thought, okay, I don't know who this guy is. Let's check out his video. And it was hyperactive. It was cartoonish. It was obnoxious. He kept on, like I said, putting up pictures of himself in the video, literally 20, 30, 40 times. I'm not exaggerating. And I couldn't stand him. He just seemed like a smug son of a bitch. And,
Mike, if you wanna just get a scope of how much he milks a series dry with his theories, think about the fact that Undertale's creator told him to back off.
I like that.
Keep in mind, Toby Fox is a meme guy. He was probably doing that as a joke.
No, because after that he made a theory about Heartrune or whatever, something like that. That was on another different Earthbound homage that was made by a different team, and MatPat was saying something like, "Oh, it was made by Toby Fox" or something like that during the video, and Toby Fox went and was like, "No, you give credit to the original creators. You take my name off of this video, and you disappear from my life."
Wow, that made me gain a modicum of respect for Toby Fox. I never thought that would happen.
Yeah.
Who is Toby Fox, the creator of Undertale?
Yes.
Undertale is an obnoxious, retro-esque Earthbound send-up.
I've seen the pictures. Yeah, isn't the whole shtick just that, it's a game about pacifism, and that's like the big twist?
Yes, that killing people is bad. The twist is that basically it's a statement saying that murder, even in video games, is bad, and by killing the NPCs in a video game, you are tormenting them endlessly for their entire lives.
Okay.
And you are putting everybody through Groundhog's Day, and it takes the whole thing very seriously and says that killing is bad even in video games. And so
that sounds very artsy-fartsy.
And very preachy.
It is. It is both of those. I played through the game twice. I couldn't freaking... I've played through the game normal route, which includes killing some people, but not everyone. I played through the game genocide route, which involves getting the bad ending. Yeah, which involves making the freaking Lance Baron... salting the ground and also getting the bad ending, which is not even a freaking ending. It's just, you actually grinded and did RPG things in this RPG game, and you actually used the fighting mechanic, you silly little killer. I am now a freaking horror game, and I take over your windows.
Weird.
I'm not sure if it's a thing that the game is supposed to do or not, but I actually had to open a test manager and quit out of the game for it to actually quit.
That is something that the game would have actually done. It's one of those type of horrors where the scare is that it's fucking with your PC. That's comfortable,
to be fair,
isn't it?
I was just going to say how lame that is, but I have to cop to it. I've read that Five Nights at Freddy's, which I've been defending, that does that too, I guess. Some of the games in the series do that as well. So.
I think that's the cheapest shit.
That is pretty cheap, yeah. It's not very much of a, trick. I mean, it's okay, I'll make it to where you have to frustratingly exit out of your game with the task manager. Like, wow, okay, well, fuck you for wasting my time.
But so, I played through the game twice. And the fighting mechanic is good. The music, I'm actually... I didn't like most of the music, but I'm warming up to freaking shit like Megalomania. So the music is alright. The art is okay. It varies between completely garbage to actually okay looking. The story sucks ass. The characters are bad. Like, hey, do you like freaking random ass skeleton that's whole character is pasta? Do you like literally Comic Sans? That's his actual character, Comic Sans.
Oh, it is. That's right. I remember here. In fact, Kenny Omega, I think, just came out dressed as him.
Yes,
a couple days ago.
Kenny Omega should be buried.
Yeah, right.
So, freaking.
Man, don't you love that the wrestling industry is a joke now?
I know, right? They're imitating like shitty, and Undertale is like a 3-year-old thing now at this point. He's like not even.
Yeah.
It's not even like no one even talks about it anymore that I know of. But I do remember it being really big for a while there. I remember just everybody going on about how I guess just video games that just try something different.
Undertale as a whole is not a meme anymore, but Sans Undertale is.
Oh, that sucks because that's such an annoying looking character.
Yeah, Megalomania is Sans' theme, I think, for the fight with Sans, and it's not a bad song. It's a bit ruined by the meme. I still actually kind of like the song.
Well, I mean, a game can be shitty and still have good music. I mean, to be fair, it's,
And once, the thing is, the fighting mechanic is so bloody good. Because you know what the fighting mechanic is?
It's
you choose fight, and it's a freaking bullet
right?
hell. It's a bullet hell.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And that's actual innovation. That's actually an interesting freaking thing that they did with it. But then it's like, haha, you actually used the fighting mechanic I spent a shit ton of time on. You're an idiot.
You're an idiot for playing the game the way I led you to think you're supposed to play the game. You're a bad person.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Yeah, gotcha. Don't you feel bad? And the comedy.
Another thing is that I think I also disagree with the game's message because I don't see video game things as people and animals.
Well,
Well,
clearly you're a
yeah.
sociopath then.
Yeah, I am. But like it's very rare for me to feel anything, well, for to feel anything while I kill people in Mortal Kombat or I ran people over in
Right.
GTA, shit like that, because they're not real people. There's nothing for me to consider the consequences of, because there's no, there's no consequence in it for me aside from in game.
Which makes you a normal person, I would say.
As opposed to you, Mike, we all know what you do in GTA.
I do have to admit that in Spider-Man 2 for the couple generations ago systems, I do remember having a lot of sick fun, being like this heroic good guy who would beat up thugs and then take their bodies and climb up to the Empire State Building and pile drive them head first down into the
Pile
ground
drivers.
below.
Yeah,
The only way
I
to
did
deal
that
with
too.
the only way to deal with the only way to deal with thuggery.
And it's like Spidey's lost control. He's the enemy. What the fuck?
Could you imagine just walking along on the New York streets and you see fucking Spider-Man pile drive some guy in a hoodie right on the fucking road? No,
Well, you see my
they land
you
on
see
a
my
car
thing is-
too. The car's totaled.
You see, the real enemy is not Spider-Man in that case. It's gravity. Gravity killed those people.
I think it's Spider-Man.
It'd really make you a fan of J. Jonah Jameson. It would. He's a fucking
He
menace.
is a menace. Yeah. Just looking back, remembering it, I mean, there were times where I would just flat out stop the story mode in that game just to literally, like, enemy fights would sometimes pop up randomly on rooftops and shit, like as you started to get farther into the game, and I would just take just such immense pride in just like hurling them off the edge, and it's like, what a horrible monster this good guy is.
Yeah, in the new Spider-Man game, there are a couple of fights on the rooftops and shit like that. Spider-Man has like an extra powerful web shot, and you can shoot people off of the ledges.
There you go. See, I love that kind of shit. That's hilarious.
Admittedly, they finally added a system where, like, Spider-Man has like little automatic things on the side of the rooftop that will web people to the sides of roofs when they fall off. So you can't kill
Yes,
people
enemy-
anymore.
enemy-
Oh,
Machine's son.
that's the shit I hate. Okay, yeah, see, I like Spider-Man 2 because they apparently just didn't give a fuck, or they just didn't even consider it. But yeah, you could. I mean, even if you killed the guy, you could continue pummeling his corpse and playing with it for slamming it against the wall as much as you wanted. That stuff is great.
The key thing here is Spider-Man's supposed to not kill people.
Yeah, that's what's funny is, like you said, the idea of walking down a New York sidewalk or whatever, and then, oh my God, what's that in the sky? That's fucking Spider-Man pile driving a guy head first from the top of the Empire State. His body would explode.
But the thing is, Spider-Man is not only pile driving, guys. Spider-Man is doing a tombstone pile driver, while at the same time doing a Frankensteiner and a muscle buster.
Yeah, he does do all that.
Oh, Christ.
There was another game in the Warriors, the video game version of the Warriors. There was a King of the Hill mode where you could pick 20 characters. I think it was about 20, like 10 per team or whatever. And because the Warriors game, just like the movie, was comprised of a bunch of different colorful looking gang members, you'd have mimes over here, you'd have pimps over there, you'd have, big tough guys wearing vests over there or whatever. You could make this like a ragtag bunch of just like, everybody was different. You could have all 20 characters looking completely different from one another, and they're all on top of a building. And of course, the actual goal of the mode was to be the one who survived, who didn't get thrown off. But I discovered that if your character if you had, if you made your character run and jump off the roof intentionally, he would scream, and each of the characters had their own unique screams. And I just couldn't stop laughing like a little girl. When every time one character would die, you would immediately get control of the next character on your team. So just like one after another, I would have these guys deliberately suicide dive off of this roof, and they would scream. And I just couldn't get over, to me, how funny it was that even though within the game's universe they were choosing to end their lives, they were throwing themselves off the building, they still screamed on the way down. So it was literally like,
They changed their mind.
Instead of playing the mode like a normal person, I was like some sick bastard who just threw all these guys off the roof, and it was just like a 2-minute long of just
Oh man,
plummeted to their death.
I think we've all got our moment of like figuring out that a game had a specific system for that kind of thing, and we're like, well, time to exploit this for about 10 minutes until like,
right, exactly.
Like fucking remember Saints Row insurance
Oh
fraud?
my god, will I never forget it. Oh, there's a song in that game called Weekend Pop, and it's the dumbest. It's let me see if I can load it up really quick. It's the stupidest shit you've ever heard. And I would try and time the game to where whenever that song came on, I would use that song to throw myself into cars. And it was just, it was the dumbest. You have to hear this. You might even remember the song, but you won't remember it from the name.
Oh, I've not played Saints Row 2. I'm talking about Saints Row 3.
Oh, okay. I'm talking about the first one. I don't even remember. Okay. Wow. They still had the insurance all the way up into the third one.
They had the insurance in the fourth one as well.
It just
Really?
wasn't as good.
Yeah.
Let's see if
In the fourth one, you have superpowers, so you can just basically freaking launch yourself into orbit and then just fall down real hard.
Yeah. Here we go. I won't play the whole song. I'll just play a few seconds of it so you can hear how stupid it is. Just imagine your character just jumping and throwing himself in front of a car and just crumpling over to this soundtrack, to this music. Here we go. Can you hear it?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That cops out.
So stupid. You would just, it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. Just intentionally, ragdolling my character while the dumbest possible music ever invented played in the background. It was a great time. Talk about exploitation.
Oh man, I want to say there was like an example other than that. I want to say, well, Red Dead 2 was a big one because Red Dead 2, like, Rockstar hand-to-hand combat has kind of always sucked outside of Bully.
Yeah.
Like GTA 5, it's probably at its worst. So Red Dead 2, they were like, well, let's finally actually do something about it. And one of the things they had was a grappling system.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
And if you grab someone while running, you will genuinely, like, fucking Goldberg spear them. Tackle them to the ground. And then climb on top of them, and if you hold down the triangle button, Arthur will choke them to death. And the animation was so good that I had to see it 12 times. So there was, like, just some poor guy fucking driving along his wagon train, right? And I just get off... I just pull him off the fucking wagon train. I wait for him to get. I wait for him to get a little distance. Because I need to get a running start.
You made out of it. Nice.
Need to give him a little hope of failure, a little hope of victory, or else it doesn't feel as good.
And I'm the sociopath. Okay.
Run him down, fucking tackle him, and then strangle him. And then I just kept doing that to every person I saw on the road until I eventually got to town, and the sheriff was like, all right, enough of this.
Yeah, you should probably quit.
I think my biggest rampage was in freaking Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which isn't actually an Assassin's Creed game, but whatever. It's an action RPG.
Oh God! Already, Addy, you're ready for this?
Yes. But so what happens in Assassin's Creed Odyssey is if you get into a fight in a town, then the civilians can pick up arms and will attack you. So usually, whenever there's a mission that requires me to kill a person in a town or something like that, and people are in the general area, what turns into me shanking a guy ends up me killing half of Athens, and
They rose up in arms against you, you monster.
yes, so I actually had a war against all of Sparta once.
Well, of course, Sparta'd be the one where they pick up the weapon.
Fulfill
This
their
happens.
destiny.
This happens anywhere, but I think I was in Sparta at the moment. I think what happened is there's a story part where you get kicked out of Sparta if you don't have enough rubies. No, not that, but if you don't have enough evidence for freaking the kings to consider your side the true one. So you get kicked out of Sparta and you get mercenary sent on your ass. So what happened was I went to the middle of Sparta because I had a mission there I needed to do to actually level up so I can continue the story. I go to the middle of Sparta, and one of the I think it was either a mercenary or one of the guards came up to me and just immediately started combat. So I was like, okay, whatever. I guess I'll get this over with. So I got that over with, and then his fans came, and then the civilians came, and then the mercenaries came, and then even more civilians came, and basically there was no freaking pebbles on the ground left because it was all bodies.
That's actually pretty cool that they had the AI fight back like that.
Liable to get
The
themselves
game's not-
killed, though.
Yeah, the game's not bad, but it's not Assassin's Creed. You might like them. You might like them, Mike.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I have nothing, I guess, personal against that series. I just never. I played number 2. That's the only one I played. I played it for an hour. I didn't get the appeal, and yet they keep making a new one every 5 minutes, and so it's like, just go away. That's how I feel about it. It's like it's like what to me is just a generic action platformer is just like still going so strong that it's just like it irks me.
I mean, technically, it's not because the old way of doing this died with. Well, I think it technically Rogue.
They're still making them though, so I have to still keep hearing about Assassin's Creed games coming.
It's like what should I say? I don't know. Like it's basically they made 2 more games on this generation that was sort of in between the new RPG the way that they handle things and the old ways. They just sort of exist, and then now it's just they took their take on The Witcher 3 and then just plastered the Assassin's Creed on it. So yeah.
Well,
I don't know if I like them more or less for that.
Nobody can apparently stop sucking Witcher 3's dick, so I guess that it makes sense why they did that.
That's another one that I that game came out like 6 years ago, something like that, and it's just kind of like Skyrim. No one will, I guess, apparently stop talking about it.
It's not a very good game, actually.
It really? You don't think so?
Mediocre.
You're the first person I've heard say that. Wow. Okay, so that's 2 people.
I played through it. I hated it. I hated it before I played it. I gave it a chance. Played through it. It's not bad, but it's also like nowhere near what it's hyped up to be.
Nothing.
I would
ever
believe
is.
that. Yeah.
But man, I was trying to think of what game There's definitely some instance of a game I got. Oh shit! You just keep going. Just keep going.
All right.
I'm trying to think of the last game that I played that lived up to the hype. But again, really, the only last couple of major games I played have only been 7 and Metal Gear 5. I don't think I've played. Surely, Far Cry 5, which everybody everybody seems to agree that didn't live up to the hype.
The last game I played that lived up to the hype was Red Dead 1.
You're going back like what?
9
almost
years.
10 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Is it? That's just people.
That's people? What do you mean?
That's just how people are. They overhype things.
Oh no! Well, I mean, that's sad that it's been that long since you were able to have a better experience with a game.
No, I've had lots of great experiences with games. It's just that people hype things up so much that I can absolutely fucking love a game, but the way people hype it up, it makes it sound like you should personally travel to the development studio and give the head director a fucking blowjob.
Oh, see, in my case, usually when a game is so super overhyped, I wind up a game, a movie, whatever. I usually, come away just not really caring too much for it. You're saying that you still can really enjoy it, even though it doesn't live up to the hype?
Yeah. I mean, I think everything is hyped up nowadays.
Well, it is, I guess. Yeah. I'm trying to think of the last movie that I love Joker. I guess I'm ironically, the anti-comic book guy, am the only one who loved Joker. Everybody else on the forum hated it.
I'm not interested in starting a debate about that right now. Well, yeah,
there's no room for debate. I loved it, and you hated it.
Yeah,
like Knight. You literally sounded like Knight. You were just like, how dare this thing exist? It's like, wow, I never knew you to like something so. Wow, I saw a different movie.
Really
I guess.
Funny coming from me. I recognize it's really funny coming from me.
It must just, maybe it's just such a non-comic book movie. That's why I liked it and everyone else on the forum didn't. I don't know.
Well, admittedly, like, I had definitely more of a kind of, like, personal or political issue with the film.
Oh, okay. If you mentioned that, I forgot what it was, but again, my memory sucked.
I didn't mention it because I figured it would probably start a whole nother debate that I didn't want to start.
Oh, okay. Do you want to say what it is now?
Nah.
Well, now you got me curious. PM me then or something.
Yeah. Okay. I'll if I remember to later. At the current moment, I'm just racking my brain trying to think of like some particular funny instance of me having to go on a massacre in a video game.
Having to or choosing to?
Having to, because Addy sparked my memory of like instances where the city turns against you or something like that.
I know. I could swear that I also played a game where eventually, like, people will like turn on you with guns and shit. I'm thinking, where am I getting that from? What could I possibly be thinking of? I can't think of any game that would match that.
Well, like the majority of games just have civilians run away.
Right.
So, like, if you want civilians to actually fight back, you're kind of hard pressed down to just like Elder Scrolls and Fallout.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Even the PCs, just like the regular, like you said, the civilians, they will also fight you back. It's not just the guards. I forgot about that. That's a good way to lose a lot of characters in those games, because once they die permanently.
Oh yeah, like you remember Skyrim when they added Dawnguard?
Dawnguard was the vampire one, right?
Yes.
The vampire expansion. I remember. I don't remember what changed. What are you referring to?
So when they brought in Dawnguard, part of the whole thing was that now vampires would attack random cities.
Oh,
but
right.
The rate of them doing that was set too high, so it happens like every 1 or 2 in-game days.
Yes, you're right. I remember that now. Yeah, they were like, oh shit, maybe we made it to where the vampire, coming out and cleaning out the entire game isn't a good idea.
Every NPC that was not considered plot vital got fucking massacred.
I remember that now. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot about that. That was funny. I mean, it was funny for a minute until it's like, well, how do you're going online looking up, how do you stop the vampires from spawning inside the cities, Shit.
Modding. I mean,
yeah.
Even for people on PC who are using, like, the developer console to, like, resurrect people, even for them it was bad. Because the vampires would not only kill people, it would then raise them from the dead. And if a zombie gets killed, he doesn't drop a corpse, he just turns into ash.
Right.
So,
and then you had the problem of the game clogging up and getting slowed down because you'd have all these ash piles, which that was also a bug. The ash piles wouldn't disappear for a while.
And if you use the dev console, you can resurrect ragdolls into people. You cannot resurrect ash piles into people.
Right, you can't, yeah. That would be basically reverting them back to their previous form, which the game, that's one of the few things the game won't let you do, I guess.
No.
Oh, man. I forgot about that. Because Dawnguard to me was the weaker of the, a lot of people would say the one where you build a house or whatever, but that kind of sort of fit my play style, so I liked that one. But there were 3. There was Dawnguard, and then Hearthfire, yeah. And then
Dragonborn.
Dragonborn was long, but it got really Lovecraftian, and it was all about like another dimension and shit, which was really kind of bizarre for that particular game, but I liked it more. I thought it had more character. Dawnguard, the problem was, I remember at one point you had to go through a massive maze-like castle, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. I eventually used cheats to clip through the walls just to be done with it because it was so long. And I think that's also the one where at one point you're on like some like graveyard plains or something for a long time, and I remember using cheats to be done with that as well. It just too long, too much overkill.
I would describe the majority of Skyrim dungeons as dragging on and on and on and on.
You know, looking back, it's weird. I think they said that this is the first game where the dungeons were created by. Was it this game or Oblivion? One of the two. They made a big deal of the fact that the world was like totally created by hand. They didn't use like a program to populate it. To populate it with trees and stuff like that. But I found a lot of the dungeons in Skyrim to be very bland, very basic, very just, go down a few corridors, go in a circle, and then you exit. I don't know. I don't know if I prefer Oblivion or not. I don't know. I as much as I like Skyrim, I never considered that one to be the best of the three that I played anyway.
Well, I mean, if you start with Morrowind, then Oblivion and Skyrim were never going to be able to match up to it.
Yeah, I mean, Morrowind was literally just a way more complicated, I should say complex, more complex game. It had a higher learning curve, it had way more user freedom. It did not hold your hand at all. Yeah, I mean, I love Skyrim. I love Oblivion. I love Oblivion's worldscape, the fantasy setting and all that. But yeah, Morrowind was just, I don't know. I don't know if it was because it was my first or what, but it just, I don't know. I just felt it was a better RPG.
Well, I mean, it was way more complex.
You cut out for a second. Way more what?
It was way more complex.
Yeah. I mean, even leveling up. I mean, they made it to where, in Skyrim, you just, it's kind of cool. It's kind of fun, just, okay, it's time to level up, assign points to whatever skill you want. Whereas in Morrowind, you had to choose your skills ahead of time and only certain ones would level up. And you had to find a bed to sleep in before you would even level up. So if you're out in the wilderness, you could rack up 2, 3, 4 levels and not actually be able to benefit from it until you got back to town, slept in bed and then, doled out your skills and, you would only gain a level if you use those particular skills. Which, I don't know, was way more grindy than Skyrim was, but there have been people on the forum who accuse Skyrim of being a grind, which, whatever.
By the way, Mike, there's an exploit in Skyrim where, like in the starting part, actually, I'm mixing them up. In Oblivion, there's an exploit where during the starting part, there's this like cave with rats. And there's a particular corner where if you just sneak there for like an hour, you just get sneak 100 immediately.
Totally exploit the system because the rats, like, is it because the rats don't count as being able to see you? Is that what it is?
Yeah, they have a really small cone of vision, I think.
Yeah, I remember in Morrowind, the exploit was to jump everywhere, like just to find hills and just hop, because then that would boost up your athleticism. And, people found ways to, make the game cheap like that. I admit that I did a little bit of that myself. I don't know. I like games that give you that.
I remember the grindy argument with you and Ted was always simply boiled down to Ted said that you had to use the exploits. You disagreed that you didn't have to use them. They're a choice.
Right. Yeah. He was arguing, and I don't even know where he got off on making the argument. Being didn't finish the game. He played he told me half a day of it and then quit. So I don't know where he's getting this.
Do you remember where he mentioned the specific point of his argument was that he had a friend who was like an investment banker or some shit who played the game like that?
This already sounds like a TED argument. Go on.
He had a friend who was an investment banker that played the game exclusively like that because since he's an investment banker, he makes every investment as safe as possible. So when he plays Skyrim, he just cheeses it up to make sure he can't fail. And in Ted's logic is that the player will take the safest route possible, which is generally true.
Yeah, probably.
But I would say that in the case of Skyrim, hammering out the daggers is just so fucking boring that people will do it to get smithing up to 30, but stop there.
And the thing is, again, as you pointed out, you don't even have to do that. He seemed to be under the impression that was how you gain levels, and it's that's a way you can choose to do it. If you want to be cheesy and spam and grind, you can choose to do it. He's like, well, it's grinding. And I'm like, well, but you don't have to do that, though. Instead, you can just smith a various, items that you find in the field or whatever, and your smithing will go up over time. Still grinding, but it's not. You're not just repetitively repeating the same task mechanically over and over just to raise your score artificially. Like the whole game is based on the idea of you go out and you play the way you want to play, and the skills you use are the skills that will improve. Now, you can artificially inflate those skills by spamming them, yes, but you are not under any obligation to do so. And his argument was that it was grinding either way, that no matter what, it was grinding. And it's like, well, if you're stuck on that argument, there's no point in continuing any further because you're wrong.
Well, the thing is, like, Ted comes in from tabletop RPGs, and every time he's going to play a video game RPG, he is going to view it through that lens, because that is...
Yeah, that's true. He's very biased in that.
That is defining Ted's entire life. I think that one of the most important things... I'd say Ted's probably most important thing in his life is tabletop gaming, as weird as it is to say.
It defines him quite a bit, yeah. Not that there's anything at all wrong with that. It's just, yeah, that's a very, very strong trait of his character.
Yeah, and gathering XP to reach an eventual leveling point where you just invest the points as you will, I think is a big point to Ted. Because keep in mind, Ted is also a big guy on the main point of a game is the story.
Story, right.
So I think what Ted's thing here is that Skyrim rewards you for doing certain actions by improving those actions, whereas Ted's preferred RPGs reward you in all categories for playing through the story.
Right. If he had, see, as I've said before, I really don't mean to bag on the guy, because you and I I've talked to you about Ted. I shouldn't say you and I so much. I have complained to you about Ted before. Just like, oh man, he's being like this today. And that's just it. Like I said, I don't want to bag on the guy. I really don't, because on a good day, on just like a regular day, he's funny, he's fun to talk to, he's knowledgeable. On a day when he's just got like a bug up his ass, he's just so unpleasant to be around, because all he wants to do is fucking argue. And he's gotten a little bit better about it, but that was back in the day when he wrote to me, I think, an email. I think it was just a private conversation where he was like, hey, I'm excited. My wife got me Skyrim for Christmas. And looking back, it's really hard to imagine him even saying that, but he did. He was looking forward to it. And again, he played it for about a day, and he told me, yeah, I don't really, the way he described it was, quote, it wasn't in my wheelhouse. And that was normal Ted. That was Ted just being like, it's just not for me, But then he just decided, I guess because the game got annoying to him, which I can understand, he just decided that it was this terrible thing that ruins other games. He got pissed off that, according to him, Dragon Age started getting dumber and it's Skyrim's fault somehow and all that kind of shit. And it's like, it got hard to argue my point and understand his, because the way you just summarized it, I think, is a fair statement, but that's not what he was saying. Instead, what he was saying was basically, Skyrim's a shitty game and anyone who plays it is an idiot, that kind of. Well, he was that kind of Ted at the time.
All right, I'm sorry to butt in, but I have breaking news.
Breaking news?
Yes. Holy shit.
Oh, good God. Okay, yeah, I'll have to watch that because Potemkin is my boy, but that, yeah, Mike is going to not understand that at all.
I don't even know.
I'm going to summarize this. So,
I'm not even on Discord. Let me click over and... Oh, Guilty Gear? Yeah, whatever. Okay. Yeah. It's between you two.
Yeah. So, basically... Chip has freaking shadow clones, and Potemkin has machine guns now.
Oh, that all seems very cool. We'll check that out. I've kind of been holding back on news for next week's podcast.
Yeah, we'll talk more about it next week.
But what I wanted to mention with the whole thing with Skyrim, I've partially now forgotten my point. Okay, now here's the thing that involves Addy. So, Ted's thing there is, like you said, it transferred to Dragon Age. Dragon Age became a lot more Skyrim. And I think this is a big part of Ted's whole position of critiquing everything and not really taking the position of, oh, well, some people like this game, so I'll just shut up about it, is that Skyrim being as huge a success as it was, every RPG on the market wanted to imitate it because you want to be successful and you want to make money.
Yeah.
And where I think this is a major point for Addy is that Addy has watched his favorite franchise of all time, Assassin's Creed, change into a different beast from something he didn't quite enjoy, he didn't quite like as much, because of the success of Witcher 3. If Witcher 3 had never been a big success, then Assassin's Creed probably wouldn't have tried to start imitating it. And I think in your case, Mike, I think that there are several franchises you've really enjoyed that suddenly decide to try and become another franchise that made more money, and you thought that franchise was crap.
I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I'm sure you're correct.
I think this is the core basis of like Ted's whole point of like saying like, oh well, this game, you may like it, but it's fucking dog shit, is because he doesn't want this game to infect the rest of the world of that entertainment genre. And I think that I think that's also tied into your whole thing of like people are getting more mediocre with time and people are accepting mediocrity. People liked this mediocre thing, so people are liking mediocrity in more and more things.
Yeah, that is kind of how he summed it up on one of the multitude of days that we argued about it. Yeah, he'd say, because he is really big on story. I mean, he's like intense about story, and that's fine. Like, I don't get it myself. I can appreciate a story in a game, but I mean, if I'm playing a game to have fun, the story is like kind of the last of my concerns. But you're right, he comes from a D&D background. Story is very important to his character. So and to be fair, the story in Skyrim blows. It's hardly even a fucking story. That's one of the things about Skyrim I was disappointed with. You beat I want to be the Dragon Lord, and look, lo and behold, I am. Fetch quest, the end. It's whatever. It's just when he got actual facts wrong, when he went beyond opinion and said, I don't like that your game is so popular and it's like infecting, these other games that I like. It's when he started again arguing stuff that A, he had no personal experience with, and B, was just wrong. Again, like, you have to, he said something like, if your character just kind of like what Addy said, if your character can just like walk over like behind a bush or whatever and creep, and you can rubber band the controller for an hour just to jack up your stealth skill, well, everyone's going to do that. And that's just grinding. And that just proves that this game is just nothing but grinding. And it's like, but again, dude, not only are you, they don't expect you to play the game that way. You're not encouraged to play the game that way. It's just, if you want to, you can. But the idea is you're supposed to go through the game naturally, playing however style, suits you, whether it's magic or fighting with swords or whatever. And just over time, through natural use of those skills, you become stronger in them, which to me makes sense. To me, that's like a logical evolution, but he didn't want to see it that way.
I wouldn't mention like here. I'm not going to dispute Ted on that point because personally, like there's a game that me, Addy, and Pink played for the channel called Terraria. And
I've heard of it. I've seen it. That's like the 2D kind of Super Nintendo graphics. Yeah,
Minecraft with better progression. But at one point, I was able to figure out that you can catch goldfish using a bug net, right?
Okay.
And you can sell the goldfish for a pretty good price at the store. But you'd have to go and run and catch the goldfish, right?
Okay.
Now, the game has a system of, basically redstone wiring. And one of the things you can wire it up to is statues. And when a statue is activated by the electricity, it will spawn a mob of the appropriate kind based on the statue. So if you build, like, let's say a zombie statue, it will spawn a zombie. Now, to prevent grinding, if you kill that zombie, it won't drop any money. It won't drop its usual drops. However, there is a goldfish statue, and a thing they overlooked is that if you use the goldfish statue to spawn a goldfish and then catch the goldfish, it will still sell for its regular value. So what we did was I set up this little thing I called... We referred to the goldfish as Pablos, and I set up this little thing I called the Pablo engine. And what it was basically this little bathtub that I was sitting in. I had my character sit in, and there was a whole wiring underneath it to spawn goldfish out of the statue constantly. And I went and got a rubber band, and I used it to wrap it around the controller to hold down the button to fire off the bug net and catch.
Sure.
And I just left it running there for like half a day, me filling my inventory with goldfish. And then we just went back and sold them, and we used that to print an endless amount of money in that game.
Well, now, so if you had someone telling you that made the game terrible because incorrectly, they expect you to do that. Like, wouldn't that annoy you? Wouldn't you want to fight back and say, well, no, I chose to exploit the game?
Well, I think that it is a point against the game that I had to grind for money. Because otherwise,
well, I don't know the system of the game, so I don't know how getting. I mean, in Skyrim, it's very that, but in your game, you're making it sound like it's hard to get money otherwise.
Yeah, though I think there is one thing that you should bring up in an argument with Ted. Bring up in an argument with Skyrim. You're gonna argue against Skyrim.
Stupid game.
Bring up in an argument with Ted is the fact that when you level up a individual skill in Skyrim, that is also pushing up your main leveling bar. And when you push up your main leveling bar, that levels up every mob in the entire world.
Oh, I did, and he didn't want to have any of that either. I remember telling him specifically, I'm like, dude, you have to understand something. In Morrowind, the monsters were not leveled. You could wander out and, like, you know, get killed if you walk too far because the monsters are randomly leveled. People didn't like that because it made the game, you know, apparently too challenging. So in Oblivion, and even more so in Skyrim, the monsters are tweaked to be, they revolve around your level. I said because of that, you can beat the game without even gaining a level. You can literally just run and do the fetch quests or whatever and choose not to level up at any point and finish the game at level 1. And he was like, "Oh, bullshit, whatever." He kept on saying I was wrong.
That's not the point I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make is that if you leave your game like that to try and grind sneaking, or if you go and grind smithing with, you know, your iron to make a ton of daggers, the key part there is that if you just leave the game running and get sneak up to level 100, then the game will set you to like level 95. And the only skill you'll have will be sneak. Everything else you have will be underleveled.
Right.
Which
I see what you're saying now.
The game's artificial way of forcing you to even it out and take multiple skills instead of just cheesing one skill.
But then his counter to that would be, well, then you just have to grind all your skills, and that makes it even worse because then you're spending more time grinding.
That is true.
I mean, if you were to choose to grind, I mean, like you said, you make a good, you make a good point. If you were to grind by building that, someone tipped him off to the dagger thing, and that apparently is what set off the whole thing because he kept on using that as an example. You know, I saw this guy just gaining levels by doing nothing but, you know, getting cheap material to build daggers, and again, it's like you can do that if you so choose, but you know,
there is no other way to build smithing. There isn't. I have put like 300 hours into Skyrim. There is no fucking way to get smithing up other than the daggers.
To be fair, that's not literal truth. That's hyperbole, but that is the easiest way by far. I mean, that's the most cost-effective way for sure.
If you're only
otherwise you have to go get.
If you're only going to smith when you need it, you're going to get smithing up to level 35 and stop there. There is no other way you'll get to level 100.
I can't remember. What's the level 35 perk? I don't recall.
I have no fucking clue. I was just saying, knowing that you start at level 20 and go up to level 100, like you're only going to get as far as level 35, as much as you'll use smithing, which is to say, not very often. You'll just maybe I don't know, dragon scale armor or some shit,
right?
Or obsidian or glass, which doesn't drop on most enemies.
Right, and that's another thing. That's another reason why it's good to level up and just, you know, hone up your skills, because then you get the, you know, the higher enemy level drops, which that's something I modded out. That was one of the many things I didn't like about Skyrim, is that not only are the enemies leveled, but so are the drops. I don't like a game like that. I want to be able to, you know, I mean, maybe it's, you know, OP, but I want the chance of having like a, you know, a glass dagger showing up or whatever at level 1. I like that, you know, anticipation. Make it rare, sure, but make it possible. And there are mods out there that did that. I mean, Skyrim is by far not a perfect game. It's just he was so honed in on this idea that the game forces you and will not allow you through any other method of gameplay to grind to succeed. And I'm like, you are just wrong. You know, you're talking to somebody who's gone through the game 4 times. You have not gone through it once. I know more about it than you do. That's like me arguing to you that, you know, Harley Quinn was whatever born on this year instead of that year. I'm not going to do it because, you know, I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's what I'm telling you, Ted. Back off. It's a grinding game and it's stupid and the story sucks and people who like it are dumb. All right. You win, I guess.
Well, hang on. I think we might have accidentally hit upon it here, because the key thing there is that you made it where the game doesn't drop like high level loot like all the time when you get to high level, right?
Yeah, I mean that didn't factor into my argument at that time, but that is something that I decided to modify in the game that I didn't like. Yes.
But hang on, the key thing there is that you're doing that for realism's sake, right? Because you don't want random bandits dropping, fucking Daedric daggers.
I did it for the sake of immersion and excitement to make the game less bland. I liked there was a mod specifically would literally and you could adjust the percentage rates yourself, and you can make it super rare, which I did. There was a mod that allowed your character to find any item in the game in any like openable object, whether it be a corpse, a barrel, what have you. And I liked that because it was almost like a treasure hunt. It was like, you were then checking every barrel, you were looking around every corner, you were looting every crate, because it's like I never know when I'm going to find something cool. As opposed to, okay, well I know, let me check my watch. I'm not going to get any orcish armor until level whatever 25.
Yeah, but I think like a part of the thing there is, I think for a certain degree, like you played Skyrim in such a way that you were trying to hit upon a specific experience that you forced in the game, which is to play the game like as realistically and immersively as possible. Whereas Ted is trying to talk about the game like if you're gaming the game, if you're playing it as a video game instead of as an experience.
I'm not sure I follow.
Well, I mean, there are some times where video games will do video gamey things, like, oh, well, this bandit, you're level 95 and you killed this bandit, so the bandit's going to drop a Daedric knife, which is obviously absurd, but I'm just presenting it as an example, right?
Okay.
And Ted would be fine with this because he's like, well, obviously I'm level 95, I should be getting level 95 gear. Whereas you're like, this is bullshit, why would this bandit be carrying a Daedric dagger?
Right.
And I think that's a key part of the thing here. Like, Ted figures if it's a game mechanic, then it's fair game. And that's how Ted has always looked at things. Like, if you ask Ted about fighting games, Ted doesn't believe that spamming is a concept in fighting games.
Right, because if the move exists, well, that's what it's there for. You're supposed to use it.
Yes, and he mentions how people used to get pissed at him in the arcades when he played Soul Calibur, because he whooped everybody with Siegfried, but he was always spamming only the first, 4 moves.
Okay.
So I think that's the kind of position here where Ted believes that if an exploit is within the game, then one should reasonably use it because it's in the game. Therefore, if a exploit ruins the game's balance in some way, then the exploit is a point against the game. Whereas you will be like, well, this exploit doesn't make sense, so I'm just not going to use it. This isn't, I want this game to be an experience, not a cheese, so I don't want to use it.
But then ultimately the argument boils down to, if a game is exploitable, it's a bad game. And I don't think that that's fair, because it's up to the player to decide whether or not to do the exploit. Like that would be like you blaming, is it Terraria or Terrarium?
I would, to a certain degree, blame him for forgetting that. I think it actually I think it improves the game because you're cutting out the grinding, but it was not smart of them to miss out on that. Because their desired gameplay experience included grinding for money, and because they forgot about the fact that you could catch the goldfish, it wound up screwing up their desired gameplay experience.
Well, that's how it is. Like with the dagger scenario in Skyrim, the system inherent to Skyrim is, again, the more you use your preferred skills, the more you level up. And unfortunately, that is a flaw with Skyrim, because, again, in Morrowind, you had to, ahead of time, choose only the specific skills you wanted to be able to level up. You couldn't just do whatever you want. In other words, in Morrowind, not every skill contributed to level gain. Only your main skills, of 5 of which you chose, contributed to level gain. Whereas in Skyrim, any action, any completed, whatever, I leveled up in swordplay, I leveled up in magic, whatever, any of that will contribute to level gain. Like you said, that's a way to gimp yourself if you gain a bunch of levels by concentrating on something as, silly as smithing or whatever. But the thing is, that system, by giving the player the freedom to just, play the way they want and, become a smith or become a trader, Trader, become a, whatever, a, spellcaster or whatever, their system almost has to allow for exploit, because it wouldn't work otherwise. You wouldn't be able to, if they want you to be able to level up by smithing, then it's natural that exploit is going to be something that some people will choose to exploit. So it's almost like their hands are tied. Do they come up with a whole different system that doesn't match their philosophy to eliminate the chance of a player, gimping the game or exploiting the game? Or do they make the game the way they want and just say, well, hey, look, if you want to, screw up our game by, sitting in a bathtub and collecting 1 million gold fish or making 1 million daggers or whatever, hey, that's on you. To me, I think that's more of the fault of the player than the game designer.
I think this is one of those times where Ted would come in with basically like saying that if the player has to choose to make it fun, then that's kind of like you can try to choose to make anything fun, but I'm not going to really take his position there, because I do think that is a ridiculous position to say, well, the player has to choose to make things fun.
I think he might have actually made that argument too. I can't remember.
I think, well, what he is talking, there is a legitimate point of argument. Like, it is a game development philosophy thing that if you give the player a most effective means of playing the game, the player will take it.
Well, that's just an assumption, though. That doesn't mean that it should be cut just because they think I think it's incorrect to assume that every player will, in fact, or even the majority will, in fact, do that. If it's a possibility, then I just don't see why the game developer should be blamed, because it's like, in this particular case, in Skyrim's case, for example, by making it to where you can't do things such as exploiting the smithing skill and so forth, you're getting rid of part of what makes that series what it is. And a lot of players like playing the game using their system because it's unique, and they choose not to exploit it. People like me, for example. Later on, like I said, I used mods to make it different, but they weren't exploits.
Oh yeah, by all means, like, only Sith deal in absolutes or whatever. What was that fucking quote from Phantom Menace?
That's actually, you nailed it. Yeah, only a Sith deals in absolutes, which is a very absolute statement to make for a Jedi.
Yeah. So when I say, like, I didn't mean all people. Like,
you were generalizing. I gotcha.
Yeah, I would say an exploit is not bad for a game unless it is simultaneously such a strong exploit that people are pretty much going to take it universally. Well, not universally, excuse me, because that's bad. Only set the deal in absolutes. But if the exploit is so strong, while at the same time the exploit ruins the game's experience for the player, like, simultaneously both. I don't think an exploit alone is bad. I don't think an exploit that ruins the game's balance is bad if it still makes the game fun, or if it makes the game even more fun, right? Because there are some games that, like, breaking the game is what makes it fun.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have to remember that some people probably get a kick out of, jacking up their stupid character to level 70 or whatever just by smithing.
I do. I love exploiting games when it makes the game more fun. But the argument being with Skyrim that if you do exploit, then you are ruining the game for yourself.
Then again, my counter argument would be, well, then just don't do it. And then if the counter argument to that is I can't, but it's there, well, then that's a failure of self-control, not a failure on the part of the developers. Well, that's like saying, like if Knight were to say, for example, I'm going to lay a delicious, pizza down on this table, and you're starving, you haven't eaten in 3 days or whatever, don't touch it, and then I eat it, and then say it's your fault because you put it there. Well, it's like, well, no, it's my fault because I chose to eat the damn pizza.
Well,
I'm gonna eat that delicious pizza on the freaking ground, and all you have to do is just not put it on your cock.
What?
Move on. That's what I do whenever I'm in the middle of a serious talk and Eddie inserts a meme.
I miss Iadil. He was the one who would all shit like that, just out of nowhere. Just, what did you just fucking say? Yeah, never mind.
I'd say that you're both at fault because he shouldn't have put the pizza there in the first place. He knew you were going to eat it.
Yeah, but see, now the thing is here, what was his motivation? Was his motivation to? Well, this is really kind of a hard example because we're talking about the motivation for. Yeah, it's different because if he put it down there specifically like to test me or something, that would be more on him. But if he just said like, "Hey, I just made a pizza. I need somewhere to put it. I'm gonna put it here because there's a table." But don't eat it, because it's for me, it's not for you, whatever, and I choose to eat it anyway. Like, that shouldn't be on him. That opens up a whole new door, though, because, how old?
I don't think this is a great example.
Yeah, I think you get my point, but it's hard to bring up an example because, like, his argument was so like I saw his side, but it basically boiled down to, because you can exploit the game, you are going to exploit the game, and because you are going to exploit the game is a failure. And it's like, that chain of logic did not make sense to me, because it's like, I've gone through the game like 4 times, never doing it the way you're saying it has to be done. And he just wouldn't listen. It's like, no, there is no other way. It's all grinding. No, it isn't grinding. Grinding is a game like RuneScape, where you sit there for an hour with your hand in your palm, and you use your other hand to click, to grind an axe on a rock to sharpen up your, pickaxe skills or whatever. And he's like, well, that's the same thing in Skyrim. And it's like, if you want to play that way, yes, but you don't have to. And to me, that dividing line is so strong. If you don't have to, then where's the complaint? If you choose not to play that way, then the game's not ruined.
This is my head's starting to hurt. We are rehashing like an argument. Like, I'd almost now be like, I don't want to invoke the wrath here, but I would be kind of interested to see Ted's argument now, particularly considering that like the last time I've seen Ted argue about Skyrim was probably 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, let's keep it that way.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, Ted has changed a lot in the last 2 years alone.
It depends on what the topic is. I mean, again, I have brought him up a lot during this podcast. I mean, I mean it. On good days, he's a great guy, and I very much enjoy talking to him. But then when he wants to argue, he's just so petulant about what he believes in. And he's, the other day he threw in, this is stupid because it's secular. He's really big on that, and it's like, okay, well, I am secular, so I'm not going to say anything, I guess. It's just, he's changed in some ways, but not others. I don't know. He's still Ted. Still lovable, bitter old crusty Ted.
Yeah.
I mean,
by the way, Mike, I'm gonna send you a couple of links to the freaking memes, so you'll understand.
Okay.
We're up to. By the way, we're up to like 6 hours and 50 minutes. That's Skyrim talk. Like, I was keeping track of the timer up until Skyrim talk started, and then I just lost it. So.
Yeah, I don't know. It's still a very divisive subject that people are very passionate about, I guess. I mean, like, I don't even care. It again, to me, it was just the audacity of him trying to argue something to me in black and white terms, whereas I was like, you're looking at it too rigidly, and you're putting the game into, whatever, like a bracket that it does not necessarily have to fit into. And he was like, well, that's just how I see it, and if you don't, you're dumb. And it was just like, whatever. So yeah, he has changed a lot, but he's still, I can't remember what yesterday we were talking about Die Hard and whether it's a Christmas movie, which in my opinion it very much is not. But he really got pissed off. He was like, that's where the whole secular thing came out. He was like, well, just because this and that and the other, and, just because it doesn't have Santa Claus and a bunch of secular crap, that doesn't mean it's not a Christmas movie. Oh, whoa, dude. Okay. All right. Fair enough. I don't care that much. I'll go find something else to talk about on the forum.
To be
You
fair,
can do that. It's Saint Nick.
to be fair, like,
do that. It's Saint Nick.
yeah. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair to Ted, Ted is, by his own admission, does not feel nearly as strongly about the things that he talks about.
That's what he says.
No,
where's the follow through?
Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing.
You know what I mean?
Been in a voice call with Ted. It's a surreal.
I haven't. No, you said that he's really lighthearted on the voice.
Oh yeah, it's an entirely different person. It's fucking surreal.
I would imagine. I can't picture Ted not being a jerk half the time. And I've told him this, like, I do feel bad saying that because he's not here to defend himself. But I mean, I've told him the same thing on the forum. Like, there have been times where I was like, at one point I had it with him in like 2014, and I'm like, I don't even understand sometimes why I even tolerate you. Like the way you talk to other people, the way you talk to me, I don't even understand why I consider you a friend. And it kind of threw him for a loop, and I was pissed and I walked away or whatever. But I mean, since that time we've still talked a million times because I really do legitimately like the guy. I just don't like his argument style, his incessant need to argue about it. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, it's turning into a Ted bashing session on my end, and I just don't want it to be. So I apologize.
I mean, it's weird talking to him because I don't know if it was like during a tabletop session or something. But there was definitely like at least one conversation I had with Ted in a voice call where like somebody said something along the lines of, "Oh yeah, I really like Skyrim" or something like that, or like or something political that he was really strongly felt about, like, "Oh yeah, I think so and so shouldn't be able to," I don't know. And Ted's response pretty much boiled down to, "Yeah, okay." Like the most agree to disagree response I have ever heard out of Ted in my life.
Which is funny because I actually used that quote about 3 weeks ago. I was saying something and remaining calm, and he was totally just like angrily, maybe not angrily, but he was very vehemently expressing the opposite view of whatever it was we were discussing. And I just said, well, all right, well, we've said this for 3 posts now, so I guess we just have to agree to disagree. And he even that he had to fight with. He was like, that's the coward's way out. And I'm like, dude, maybe it's just I don't want to waste my time arguing with you about this anymore because I don't agree and I'm not going to. Whatever. That's the kind of shit I can't stand. Go ahead.
He gets a kick out of behaving that way. That's just the only explanation. He gets a kick out of it. He said so himself. He gets a kick out of it.
I remember him once. I was told this, so it's I can't speak for it. It's secondhand information. I can't even remember who said this, but someone on his old forum, which I don't know if it's still going or not. If it is, it's fine. If it's not, whatever. Someone said that on his forum, and I brought this up to him. He said he didn't remember it, so maybe it's fake. But someone told me that shortly after I told him off and said, like, I don't even know why I give you the time of day. He said that he reflected on that, and he said he felt bad, and he realized that, he's always got to get the last word, and that he's so used to always arguing that he always, really pushes his heart, pushes his, whatever, his thoughts really hard. And, maybe he shouldn't do that. Maybe, at the point in his life, he should relax a little bit and blah, blah, blah. And he said, like, it's not so much about losing Mike as a friend. I can handle that, whatever. It's just that it makes me take a long, hard look at myself and realize that I'm kind of acting like a dick more than I should be. And I remember I reached out to him after being pissed off at him and saying, just like, fuck off, man. Like a year later, after I split the forum for a while, literally planning not to come back. When I did come back, I wrote to him. I emailed him. I said, hey, I hope there's no hard feelings. Just we had a fight and whatever, and he was cool. He was very nice. And I said, yeah, I heard that you had said these things. And if you did, that's very, very adult of you. That's very 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 good of you to have said those things. That's very very, I respect that. And he was like, like no offense, but I don't really remember dwelling on the fight at all. I don't remember saying any of those things. So I don't know. I don't know if he's changed. He seems like he's changed a little bit. But again, when his passions get, and this is true of everybody, this is true of me too, but when his passions get raised about a certain subject, old Ted still kicks in and just like won't take an opposing viewpoint at all. Again, you see him now doing it, not with me, because I've learned I don't do it anymore, but with Wrestle Clown. If they can go on for page after page after page after page about like whether or not a wrestler is good or whatever the hell they're arguing about, like something's wrong there. There's something's not the way it should be.
Let me tell you what's wrong about that. Is that Ted finally found someone who gets as much of a kick out of it as he does.
You might be right. You might be right.
I have fucking arguments with Clown, and we get fucking pissed at each other. And Clown will be reminding me about that shit 3 years later. Clown holds a fucking grudge. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed?
Go on.
Have you noticed that every time him and Ted get into an argument, he changes Ted's nickname on the forum?
I find that funny.
Yeah.
I know his nickname is now different. It's like #1 Minecraft fan. I don't know when he did that.
Nope, that one was a while ago.
Again, already? It changed just the other day.
No,
let me check what it's. Let me check what it is right now. Give me a sec.
Mike Myers, #1 fan.
Oh right. I think that's a very funny, petty way of fucking with him. I mean, whether or not that's an abuse of privilege, I don't know. But I to be honest, I find that actually kind of amusing. Like, okay, I'll get you. I noticed it though the other day when I agreed with Ted, because again, I want to reiterate this over and over and over. I don't hate the guy. I don't even dislike him. I've told you this before, W, privately. I'm like, there are times when he just makes it so hard to like him because he's got so many good qualities, yet when he is having a bad day or when he's just really argumentative or whatever, it just makes him hard to want to be around because he just like drags everyone down into negativity and argument. And sometimes you just don't want to go to the fucking forum for that. Sometimes you just want to go and have fun, you know?
I mean, it depends a lot on what mood you're in too, because I can speak personally from experience. There are some days where I'm having a good day, and Ted's like, "Oh, hey, I disagree with you on this thing," and I'm like, "All right, let's fucking go. That's what we're doing today. We're gonna be fucking arguing about this game." But there are some days where like I'm having a bad day, and I'll be like, "Hey guys, I'm playing this game," and Ted's like, "That game fucking sucks," and I'm like, "Okay, right. Ted."
Right. And to be fair, sometimes I've said this before. I don't know how long it's been, but honestly, I do kind of feel like this forum has often brought out the worst in most of us. Maybe not you, W. Eddie.
No, it has.
Honestly, I don't. You guys, I've never really had a problem with. Again, Addy, like I said before, the posting about the Assassin's Creed. Yeah, it got on my nerves. It got on my nerves, but that's all. It just bugged me because it was getting irritating because all the arguments I made at the time, whatever, we're past it. But like you guys, I've never seen either of you as dicks. I've never thought of either of you as bad people or anything like that. I never thought that about Knight either. Dick maybe sometimes, yes, but not a bad person. It's just that like to move off of Ted for a minute because actually my point was Wrestle Clown. I noticed the other day that when I joined up with Ted, and that's how I segued into saying, because sometimes I, agree with him. Sometimes, I really like the guy, blah, 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 blah. Most times I like him. I agreed with something he was saying about Mike Myers and Christian Bale. He made what I thought were valid points. He's like, well, there's a lot more out there about Mike Myers being a douche, whereas Christian Bale, he's a better actor. He, takes himself more seriously. He's more committed to his craft, blah, blah, blah. And Wrestle Clown, again, they went around for like 4 pages on this, and then it stopped. And I didn't mean to bring it up. I mean, I meant to bring it up again, yes, but I didn't mean to make the argument flare up again. I just got on late, and I was like, oh, just to, that was an interesting argument you guys had. Here's my position. I think Ted's right, whatever. I just happen to agree with him. And Wrestle Clown came at me with just like the same rage that he came at Ted. And it's like, dude, I'm not, if you go back and look at what we said, I'm just like, Clown, I throw up my hands and just say I disagree. I'm not trying to start a fight here. And he was just like, oh, another person wants to ride Christian Bale's dick, I see. And it's like, if you say so, I guess. Like, wow. So it's like, I don't know, just every now and then somebody just gets so worked up about something. And I'm included too. Yeah. God knows I've ranted on that site plenty of time.
I like Clown. We've known each other for freaking like I don't know.
Been part of the
like 10 years,
like
but
8 years, yeah.
Yeah, but then he does shit like freaking Ben and Brian permanently.
Oh, yeah. Should we talk about
still
that?
disagree
That game's a surprise.
Yeah, I still disagree with that, but no.
I didn't even like Brian, and I thought that was in poor taste. No,
I didn't know that. I didn't know you didn't
It's public knowledge he and I didn't get along. That's just
I did not know that. I guess I never spent enough time in the game thread where Brian spent most of his time to know that you guys didn't get along. And that you didn't even like him. That's wow. I'm learning so much today. I shouldn't have waited till 100 to jump back in. What he banned him because Brian was deleting posts? Is that what it was?
Brian got into an argument with Ted, and Brian.
Ted? With Ted or Clown?
It could have been he might have even gotten into an argument with me. I don't fucking remember.
Okay, sure, I got you. It doesn't matter.
Like, Brian's never had good reactions to arguments. Anytime Brian loses an argument, his reaction has almost always been delete his account, delete it, fucking gone. And he did that in the THQ forum. He did it on 2K. He's done it on both of the FOSs. It's just a pattern with him.
Just like wiping his hands of it. Just like, fuck this then.
Yeah, it's saying, I fucking hate you guys. I don't know why I stick with you. He leaves. He comes back in 2 months. And it's just a recurring pattern with him. And this time, like, ordinarily when you delete your account, your posts stay. Right?
I thought so, yeah.
Yeah, and this time Brian, I guess, had figured that out. So instead, he was going through and fucking
deleting all his posts intentionally just to erase the argument off the board altogether, just to erase all of his posts.
Not just the argument, every post he had ever made.
Oh, really?
Okay. He had got back. He had deleted like a month's worth of posts before Clown caught him. Yeah.
That's some fucking dedication.
It is. Wow. And Clown banned him on the spot because he said that he considers the forum's archive of posts to be very important.
I don't know where I stand on that then. I knew part of that, but but then by banning, I don't see Brian's posts anywhere. By banning him, didn't that now delete?
No.
You can still find some of his posts out there somewhere.
Yeah, if you look up his if you look at older threads, then you'll find them still.
Okay, all right. I was going to say because it would have been counterproductive to ban him, but like you said, normally your posts remain once you're banned. So, okay, well, I'm trying to think. Was that I know Brian has left the forum like 3 or 4 times.
More than that.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Actually, you're right. Probably more than that, and it was usually under very sudden circumstances. He'd get upset or something like that and just get up and leave. But I think, like, didn't Brian at one point when they were arguing, Clown, maybe I'm just, I don't even remember seeing the argument, so I don't know where I'm getting this, but didn't someone say that like, didn't someone accuse Clown of never liking Brian, wanting to get rid of him, like that? Was there some talk about that?
I do not remember such a talk occurring, no.
Okay, then I guess I'm just maybe I'm just maybe I'm conflating part of the Rachel situation from several years ago.
I don't think I ever accused him of not liking Rachel.
Oh no, I'm not saying that you would have been the one to say it.
No, I was the one to say it. I was the one who got into the big fight with Clown over Rachel, and I don't remember what it was. I think I was saying that like it was. What happened was that Rachel was just suddenly banned one day, and so was Vicious. And Clown refused to clarify why, and he kept refusing to clarify why, and I vocalized that I believe that the admin should be as transparent as possible in running the forum.
I agree with that.
And it kept going for a little while, and eventually the argument got a little bit uglier, because Clown, being Clown, who he is, makes things personal. And he accused me of basically being nice to Rachel because she's a woman, and that whole thing, which, of course, I took offense to. And that eventually it wound up leading to him telling us, you and me specifically, PMing us, why the whole thing went down, and it was a lot more understandable.
Yeah, I agree.
With that said, Clown being Clown, he did make a big deal out of it, turn the argument really personal, make a lot of jokes at everyone's expense beforehand, and Clown's never been the master of crisis management.
Yeah, he and I have had that discussion, actually, when Knight had the whole religious thing going on, and, you know, he was using the political threat or whatever to basically preach to, you know, to his friends, which, whatever, it is what it is. And then some of us were getting uncomfortable, and then Muda went and made the atheist thread in response just to rub it in his face. Joey, they were both in the thread. I didn't know that Joey was the one who made it. I could have sworn that Muda made it, because I know that he's, you know, he at the time at least felt the same way as, you know, some of the rest of us did. But yeah, that seems like something Joey would have done. Yeah, poor Joey. But yeah, you know, so there were times when like that was when I left the forum for a year. Like I said, I told Clown privately, I said, look, you're the admin, and I'm not going to tell you what to do, but what I am telling you now is that something's got to give. If you don't, you know, this is bothering a lot of people. We've got people leaving. I'm on the verge of leaving, and I don't want to. But I know that if I stay, I told him this specifically. I said, if I stay, sooner or later, I'm gonna see something that's gonna make me open my mouth, and you're gonna have a war. You're gonna have me and Knight, because we totally disagree on the particular things that he was saying at that time. And I shouldn't have to sit there and keep my mouth shut, nor should I have to be expected to avoid, you know, certain threads. You know, this is a forum for everybody. I shouldn't have to stay out of a thread just because I don't like what's being said in it. You know, if this forum is meant for religious discussion or whatever, then fine, let's call it as it is. And if not, then you should do something about it and say, hey, maybe cut this back a little bit. And he was like, well, I understand, but I don't want to ban anybody. And I'm like, I'm not even telling you to ban anybody. I'm just saying that, you know, things are getting heated. You need to step in. You need to say something to somebody about something. And he did, and Wild Knight got pissed, and he said, this is persecution, and I'm sick of having to talk to people with kid gloves and stuff like that. And that made Clown double down, and he was like, well, wait a minute, yeah, you're right. People shouldn't just, if they don't like what you're saying, then they should just avoid the thread. Fuck it, they should get some balls or whatever. And I was like, dude, if that's how you see it, that is not a sign of somebody who's a good mediator, of somebody who's good at solving a problem. And if that's the case, I continue to maintain what I said before, which is if I stay now, knowing what you've just discussed or whatever, sooner or later, I'm going to open my mouth and I'm going to get passionate about how I feel. And you are going to have this whole forum fucking falling apart for no reason because two people will not stop arguing. I'm not going to do that. So I'm just going to step aside. And that's why I left.
And then Clown left for 2 years.
Yeah, that's the weird thing is that Clown left too. Knight left, I left, Caveman Gamer left, Asthma Blows left, Joey left or got banned, I can't remember. Muda quit posting for a long time, and then Clown also, you're right.
Esma and Caveman left because of Wild. Like not even because of the religious discussion.
The religious
not because of the religious argument. Just Wild in general.
Really?
They've told me, yes.
Wow. I got the impression it was specifically because he was going on so much about the religious stuff was getting very controversial, and I thought it was all about that. I didn't know that they were just sick of him.
No, Asthma disagreed with a shit ton of things on freaking hell words. It's 4 a.m. actually. It's 5, but yeah. So. Yeah, Asthma disagreed with basically everything Wild said, and Caveman just didn't feel welcome because of Wild, and neither did Asthma, so they both just kind of fizzled away.
Wow, I'm sad to hear that. I knew that their reason was Knight, but I thought it was specific to that exact conversation. I didn't know that they had, had other problems with him as well. Yeah, you're right, though. Then, now not to bag on Clown, but you're right. I remember when Clown left, God, was it then that he left? Or was it when he admitted that he rigged the vote thing about the forum structure? My memory is that he left then. Do you guys remember that?
I didn't even remember that he had rigged that vote.
Me neither. I didn't even follow that shit. I was just like, oh, well, I don't give a shit.
Here's the short version of what happened. I was like, dude, Atty, can you not post Assassin's Creed stuff in the random thread all the time? There's a game thread for that. And I can't remember what you said. You were like, yeah, and I get it. I understood your argument, but I didn't agree with it. You were like, no one goes to the game thread at that time. Knight's one of the only people who, follows the series along with me, and Knight never leaves random thread, so I can only really talk about this in the random thread. And I'm like, well, I get that, but a lot of us don't, or at least speaking for myself, don't want to just sit and listen to Assassin's Creed thread all the time, when this is the random thread where we're supposed to talk about all kinds of other stuff. There's a game thread. And Clown, I can't remember, he stepped in and said something. I think he was on my side for a minute or whatever, but then eventually he was like, well, I remember he made like an extra redundant, he made like there's the random thread and then there's like the super random thread or something like that where anything goes. And I'm like, what are you doing? Just either tell Addy to stop, or if you're fine with what he's doing, that's cool too. But then if that's the case, the whole forum should be able to post anything anywhere. You can't have both ways. You have to make a choice one way or the other. Either you have to lay down the law and say people need to post where the threads are located in their appropriate place, or if you're not going to enforce that, then let anyone post anywhere about anything. It has to be one or the other. And the forum, I just said that just like, just in other words, like, dude, make a call here. And he said, well, I'm going to put it to a vote. And I'm like, no, don't put it to a vote. This is not a big deal. This is just say something to somebody. Again, it was like with the religion thing, but not as big of a deal. I was like, don't put it to a vote. It's not that serious, But to my surprise, several other people did speak up and say, well, I have no problem with what Addy's doing. This is stupid. I think Knight was one of the ones who said that. Meanwhile, there were other people, like I think Pink, who said, well, I'm kind of on Mike's side. I think if we have a game thread, people should post game stuff in the game thread. And so Clown, what's that? Say that again.
You're thinking of W.
I was definitely the one who was vocally on Mike's side. Well, I don't know if I was the one.
You weren't the only one. I mean, there were several people on both sides.
I want to say Gramps was on our side too.
I don't know why I'm thinking it was Pink. My memory's for shit, so even though I'm reciting all these details, but yeah.
I was about to say some of these things you were remembering way better than I do. Like I halfway forgot the Assassin's Creed argument even existed.
Well, because it really wasn't the big deal that it sounded like. Because I was literally, it was just like, it's kind of annoying. Could you quit? It wasn't like this has to stop now. This is a big deal. But again, when I'm not blaming Clown, but when Clown said, well, I'm going to have a whole forum vote, I'm going to make a new random thread. I'm like, no, you're band-aiding the issue. Just be an admin and say either this is acceptable or this is acceptable. Obviously, playing to both sides, there's going to be conflict. So he made the vote, and then he locked the vote early. Like he said the vote, I remember this specifically because this is where it gets personal with me. He made the vote. He said, do you want people to be able to post anywhere, blah, blah, blah. And it was like roughly 50-50 at the time. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But at the time, it was a little bit more on our side of saying, yes, people should post in designated places where they're supposed to. But then it got to 50-50, and then suddenly the thread locked. And it was like a day before the thread was, announced as saying it was going to close. And so he was like, oh, well, it looks like it's a 50-50. So I guess to solve this problem, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this thread to where the random thread could be used for anything you guys want at any time. And then I'm going to make another random thread where you have to only be random or something like that.
But then the thing he did, by the way, because actually another thing that I raised during that time is it wasn't just the random thread that his ruling was going over. It was the whole sections. So me having my YouTube channel's thread in the random section.
That was what was the big part of the argument, was that you were advertising your YouTube videos in the random thread. That's what the big fucking problem was. I've been sitting here this entire time like there was something more than Assassin's Creed. It wasn't just Assassin's Creed.
Because I don't remember having a problem with that. Maybe if I did.
I remember advertising 2 or 3 videos, but the good chunk of them, I actually have a separate thread that's still a thing, but I don't update it. So
that's interesting. See, that's a detail I don't remember, and if I get onto you for that, I apologize, because looking back, I don't that wouldn't have been as big of an issue to me. Not that the Assassin's Creed thing was even that big of a deal, but
because I think after the Assassin's Creed talk, I was like, okay, I can see where you're going with, or why you're saying this.
Yeah, you and I actually talked about it.
Yeah, nobody responds to me, which is why I post with a random thread. But whatever. But then, with how Clown is doing things, I have my thread that is specifically for my videos in the random section, not the random thread, the random section. So would that in the new ruling allow me to post my videos there, or would it need to be moved? And if yes, then who the hell will move it? And then Clown closed the thing. And I'm not sure if he told you that everybody can post everywhere, but he told me that nobody can post anywhere that isn't a designated thread, which technically my video thread was breaking the rules. So I asked him to move my video thread to the right area, which never happened.
Oh, that's interesting.
I mean, I think a key part of this, I remember this being a big thing, was that it happened almost immediately after the Rachel thing.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, not immediately, but within a month.
Close enough to where obviously there was still some anger going on, yeah.
Very much so. And so after that whole thing went down, it turned out he was rigging the vote, and everybody was like, what the fuck, Clown? Clown just made a big thread saying, well, between this and the Rachel thing, I guess you guys aren't confident in me as an administrator anymore, and I'm not having fun here anymore. So I'm only going to show up here once a month from now on. See you later, fuckers.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
Goku was like, "Oh well, guess I'm the admin now."
Goku was like freaking. Goku pointed to his face and said, "I'm the admin now."
How it was from my perspective was it was, I think, like the next morning or whatever, I woke up and I saw that the vote was locked. And again, like if you go back, I'm sure that those posts are still there unless he deleted them himself, clown. If you were to bother to go back, you'll see me being like, just, no, it's stupid. Don't make a vote. No one cares that much. It's really not the big deal that you think it is. I'm just saying that, you need to dictate that is something okay or isn't it? And if it isn't, you need to put your foot down on it. And if it's not, then tell everybody so we're all on the same page, And he was kind of wishy-washy and whatever. And I'm not trying to, insult him, but he just didn't really want to make a decision. So he made the vote. Then he locked it ahead of time, which already made me kind of like, wow, why would you do that? And then it was, I think, that day when everything kind of exploded. He told me, obviously openly, I think everybody saw it. He said, I'll admit it. I cast a vote and then closed the thread immediately thereafter. So it was split right down the middle. So I didn't have to make a choice. And I said, maybe I shouldn't have, but I was like, wow, you're a coward. I was like, why are you even running the site if you can't even make a simple, make the rules and stick to them, dude? It's that simple, and that's coming from my experiences, having, various jobs of dealing with the public or whatever. And it was just my opinion. And, maybe I was hard on him. I don't know, probably. But then he fired back at me and said something like, oh, okay, well, let's count. Let's see. I've been the leader of, this is him talking. I've been the leader of, let's say, 3 forums, and you've had, what, 1, and it's no longer even in existence. And that pissed me the fuck off, because I was like, you don't even have any fucking clue why my forum doesn't exist anymore. And, I didn't even go into all the details, but it was because I got in a fight with my buddy because he's the one who made a bunch of decisions that I didn't agree with, and he pulled the plug, not me. But it's like, I'm not even going to tell him that, because it's like, you know what? Fuck you. You're getting personal. Fuck you. That's when it got. Go ahead. I'm sorry. What?
I'm just saying, Clown always makes things personal.
Yeah, that's what reminded me is when you said a little bit ago that that it became personal. But he threw that back at me, and I'm like, you're gonna like, wow, you're gonna use the collapse of my forum, which I never even wanted in the first place. I did it to accommodate my buddy who thought that we'd have sponsorships and everything else. Like I said, it doesn't work that way. But you're really going to use that against me now? Like, how is that relevant? The point is, you fucked up. This has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with any failures on my side. You should have made a choice, and you didn't, and you took the coward's way out. And then I think the Rachel thing might have gotten brought into it. Like someone, I'm not saying UW, but I think like somebody said like, yeah, this place is starting to fall apart because of XYZ. And that's when I remember Clown as saying, well, it looks like, just everybody hates me. And, I guess I can't please anybody because all you guys do is bitch and moan no matter what I do. It seems like, each side is going to be perpetually unhappy. So you know what? Fuck it then. I'm just going to leave. Let you guys just run this place yourselves because you obviously don't need me. And then you're right. Then he just took off. And it was like, wow, what the fuck just happened?
And the great thing is, the guy who said, oh, well, clearly Clown's doing a shit job, I don't remember anyone doing that, but if it sounds like anyone, it sounds like fucking G-Man.
I mean, I did call him, like I said, I copped to calling him a coward. I did, which was pretty low thing to do.
Yeah,
but I mean,
that's brutal. That's unnecessary.
It was pretty brutal, but I mean, it was my way of expressing, like, dude, if you would, and I told him this too, which doesn't necessarily make the coward line better, but I told him, you're having this problem because when problems arise, you don't step in and stop them. And this is a minor issue. I can't stress that enough. It's just some of us are a little bit annoyed at this thing that's going on. So just choose. Just tell us, is this okay or is that okay? Tell us. Just get us all on the same page, and I made the argument. If Atty can, post game stuff in the random thread, I should be able to post movie stuff in the wrestling thread. Fuck it. It's either all or nothing. You can't have
and it's
both.
happening.
Yeah.
I won.
Yeah, the Die Hard argument moved to the wrestling thread for some reason.
That's exactly. I remember even saying it. It just kind of became a self-fulfilling prophecy. I said, well, then fine. If you're not going to make a decision, then I'm just going to post wherever the fuck I want. And now everyone kind of does.
Yeah, that's my side won.
It works out for there's only 10 people on the forum, so it's fine.
Are we really down to 10 people?
Oh no! Let me look at who's been online in the last day. In the last day, there have been 13 people.
Oh,
hang on, that's 13
still way lower.
Plus the people that are online right now is 4, so it's 17.
So 17.
17. That's actually pretty good. And 109 fucking guests? Are you joking?
I see. I've never understood that because, again, even with our forum, the one that, like I said, I'll cop to it. I never wanted to have that forum. UW were polite enough to join it. You were the only guy from the forum who did. I tried to do what I could, but the point was
Joey and Muta both joined.
They must not have posted very often.
Are we talking Contra Code or a different one?
Yeah, Contra Code. Did you join too?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I remember that.
That's why you know my favorite game is Contra.
Oh, okay, that does make sense. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Like I said, I honestly didn't want to make. Here's the really short version of my forum and our podcast. My buddy lives back in Wisconsin. I don't anymore, so he'll sometimes call and we'll talk on the phone for a few hours. He got the idea, hey, if we have as much fun talking to each other, maybe people will enjoy listening to each other. Let's do a podcast. I say, I don't know. He's a go-getter type, really aggressive. And he's like, no, people will love it. We have great chemistry, blah, 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 blah. I'll get on Twitter. I'll get on Facebook. You make a website. And I'm like, dude, no, that's like, you're shooting to level 10. Like, let's start slow. Let's, you're taking this so seriously. No one's going to give a shit about us. No one knows who we are. And you say, well, that's just it. You have to get out there and get your voice out there and let people interact with you on the forum. And I honestly didn't want to do it, but I did it because, well, he's putting in a lot of work on his end. So sure, I'll make the stupid forum. And I posted pictures of like nostalgic stuff and everything like that. But it's like no one outside of our little group joined, just like I expected that no one would. And he said, well, just give it time. And I'm like, anyone who hears our podcast and comes to the forum and sees this pathetic, dead little site with like 5 friends who know each other, it's going to look dumb, dude. We shouldn't be doing it this way. And that was part of the argument that made us just quit doing the podcast altogether. So anyway, so that's why it really, irked me personally when Clown was like, yeah, your forum didn't even last. It's like, fucking, you don't even know the whole story, dude.
It's the same. Like, I should point out, like, our recording's now past 7 hours and 18 minutes.
That's amazing. I'm sorry.
And the back hour of that is us being like, man, Clown, what a fuckhead, right? Man, fuck that guy.
Quality entertainment, I'll tell you.
Fucking hate him.
I mean, I think we're being fair. I mean,
we are. Like, if Clown's got an issue with it, I'd totally invite him on the podcast. Like, yeah, defend it, fucker. Come on here and meet the fucking lynch mob, probably.
Well, I mean, it's almost the same as with Knight. Like, normally I don't have a problem with the guy, but then, like I said the other day, because he had residual animosity towards that argument about Christian Bale with Knight, when I happened to just like calmly agree with Knight, he tore into me. And it's like, whoa, man, relax.
Yeah,
I just don't post much on the forum anymore because it's either Christian Bale or Star Wars.
Yeah, I'm sorry that we talk so much about Star Wars. A lot of Star Wars fans on that forum.
I mean, I think there's just a lot of Star Wars fans, period, really.
That is true. But that makes it hard for people like Addy to get away from it. I can imagine that would be
I mean, we've all got one big franchise that we fucking hate, and that's pretty much a guarantee.
What would be yours?
Oh,
you're too nice to have a franchise that you hate.
Where did you come under the impression that I'm nice?
You have been for the longest time like my favorite person on this forum because you're just such a decent guy. Even when we fight and you say shit like, Mike, you're gonna cost me my job because you're talking about killing Mexicans.
Hang on, you were talking about going up on the fucking wall and getting a machine gun and just mowing them down, and I'm like, what the fuck, man?
Mike,
yes,
Alex is the kind of person who you think is really, really like nice and shit. And then one day you just wake up and your whole house is just filled with fish.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. I don't remember doing that, which is probably a statement to my cruelty. No, I remember what you're talking about. It wasn't your house. It was someone else's house.
It was Pink's.
This is a conversation you guys actually had, huh?
It's actually worse. It's actually worse that I did it to Pink. Because if I did it to you, then that would be payback for a variety of things you've done to me. But I did it to Pink. And Pink's never done anything to me, so that was just me being a dick.
Wow.
I fucking put... And when Pink built his Minecraft house on top of a mushroom, right? I put a
Oh yeah, you mentioned that earlier. Yeah.
I put a dispenser in the back of his house, and it was wired to a pressure plate near his front door. So I made it where every time he entered or exited his house, it just put a fish on his bed. And you come to your Pink's house and you just hear this wet slapping noise constantly.
The thing is, the dispenser was, from what I remember, my idea. You wanted to just spawn a shit ton of fish in his house.
That you're correct, because it was a follow up to a previous idea I had to fuck with Pink by making there be noise near his house all the time. So I built a giant cup on top of his house out of stone, and I filled it with chickens. So the Pink would get on there and be like, "What the fuck is that noise? Are there chickens on my house?"
And then I set the chickens on fire.
Yes, you did. You set the fucking chickens on fire. It's all okay though, because I pranked myself worse than I pranked anybody. I pranked myself worse than anybody else in that fucking series. Did I ever tell you, Mike, about when I dug out a massive hole underneath my house, and I put in like a stack of like 40 TNT, and I figured I'm setting up a self-destruct device for my house. I don't know when I'll use it, but I'll use it at some point. I'm sure it'll turn out to be useful. I wire it up to like this switch in the middle of a cave, right? And I'm looking at this switch, and we're talking about Kitana, her new facial model in Mortal Kombat 11. I don't know why we're talking about it, but we're talking about it. And I'm wiring all this up, and while I'm busy thinking about Kitana, you know, the wiring is being done by my lizard brain, right? My dumbass animal brain. And dumbass lizard
kind of job in it, yeah.
Lizard brain says, "We just wired up a new device. We better test to make sure it works." So I hit the switch and fucking blow a massive corridor underneath my house. And the house survived just fine, but if you look...
Well, that's a shock.
Yeah,
wow,
if you look at my front lawn, there's just an abyss going down like fucking 500 feet.
Mike has Alex told you about the time I became Thanos.
Oh, that's the important one.
What, you wiped out half the other players or something?
No, I killed all of the mobs with the snap of my fingers.
Oh,
Addy was
Slash kill.
No, hang on. Here's what it was. Addy was building, and he got sick of like the skeletons and zombies running around at night. He got sick of seeing them running all over the place. So he just brought up a console commands list, and he saw one that said, like,
no.
End all
No, dude. I know the console commands by freaking memory, most of them. So I wrote in /kill, which is the thing to kill all. So the game went, okay, no, specify what to kill, and I went, okay, /kill at E, which is kill every entity. I didn't realize that entity also meant animal.
So me and Pink were just walking around, and I just watched like a pack of sheep in front of me drop dead. And the kill feed, Minecraft has a kill feed in the text window, and it just went fucking nuts. It just went with, like, Addy killed wolf, Addy killed wolf, Addy killed minecart, Addy killed skeleton. And it was like an honest to God, a fucking text block. And you know what the shittiest part of it all was? We weren't fucking recording.
Oh, I was gonna ask. That's such a bummer. I was gonna say I want to see all that.
An even worse part about it is that, like, not worse than the not recording part, but the worst part about the actual text box thing is the text box disappeared before you could read it. Like, you couldn't scroll up fast enough to read all of it because it disappeared faster.
So instead of just saying one line of text that said, you know, Addy has committed genocide, it actually just kept on saying just a whole long scrolling list that just went so deep that it eventually scrolled too fast to even read it all.
Yes.
Nice.
Now that's a way to remind someone of the genocide they've committed. A complete list of names.
Yeah, an itemized list. Yeah, a whole scroll.
It's like Schindler's List, but in reverse.
Yeah, and right. Hitler's list.
It just says Hitler's list is just like a small piece of paper that says in very large, like, impact letters, Jew.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh God, man.
But yeah, we had
I was just gonna say, how do we even get out? Oh, we were talking about dick. That's how this all got started.
But yeah, the freaking like we have had so many freaking stupid ass moments because in Terraria, like during these 2 years, they just amount like they're coming together. In Terraria, we were flying Plantera, which is this PD piranha that's also metal. But
Okay.
but we were fighting Plantera, and my character was nearly dead. Also, like black furred werewolf, which is actually important to the story. So we were fighting Plantero. My character was nearly dead, and I went, okay, well I'm gonna make like an old like shitty cop movie joke, and I go tell my wife and kids I'm black.
I'm just imagining like a family receiving that news at home and being shocked the entire time.
Oh God, this is some good stuff, man. Like I said, I'm sorry that I missed 100 episodes of this. This is pretty great.
We're going to release a year-end compilation once we're into like the end of December, or like January 1st or some shit.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You're
your
in
best
it,
moments?
actually.
Me?
Yeah, because we went.
You're going all the way back, huh?
Yeah, the Cossack dance.
Oh, that. Sure. Okay, yeah. Although you can hardly hear me, but it was still the moment is still, you know, the joke is still there. You could just like barely hear me, like, you know, saying whatever it was that I was saying, just laughing.
Yeah, sadly, I messed up the freaking
Yeah,
audio.
it's okay. That's all right. Jeez.
All right, we want to go ahead and wrap things up because I'm getting a bit of a headache from talking so much and laughing so much.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, what are you guys going to do as far as cutting stuff out? I mean, you
Nothing.
have made this podcast your own, so I have no claim over it. But if it were me, I would leave everything just because I think it's, you know, I mean, it's up to you if you want to take out like the stuff about night and well, you'd have to make lots of little dips here and there to get all that out. But like, if you want to take out controversial stuff or whatever, or us bitching about Clown, or me bitching about Clown or whatever, I mean, feel free. But like,
Remove every mention of Knight. Not anything surrounding him, just his name.
yeah, there'll be just like blank spaces, so you know, no one will know who we're talking about, even though it'll be obvious. Yeah, it's just I guess what I'm trying to say is like if it were up to me, like it would just stay complete, like no edits, because it's just like we talked about so much tonight. Even the part where it got political, I think we all had like a really good, interesting discussion, and that led to other stuff that I thought was interesting. But that I guess what I'm saying is just that's my vote, but this is your podcast, so you know, you guys do what you want to do.
Well, Eddie can tell you that I'm a very lazy editor, so I look at this 7 hours and 30 minutes recording, and I'm just going to go ahead and say, this shit's going up by itself.
I mean, I think that's awesome. I mean, that's got to be the longest podcast any of us have done, certainly for me.
Yes.
And my girlfriend, who I barely even spoke to today, it'll be proof to her. I'll be like, look, see how long that is? I'm telling you, that's, you know, I wasn't screwing around last night. I was talking to my buddies online for 7 straight hours.
Pray to God there will not be another.
Yeah. I don't know. I had fun, but I haven't been doing this for...
Oh, I was saying that you say that to your girlfriend.
Oh, okay, sure. That takes on a whole different tone when you look at it that way. Yeah. I thought you were saying, you know, pray to God there won't be another night like this. But yeah, you're right. Yeah,
I feel like the longest recording overall for the channel was actually the Brian Overwatch recording, because I think it was only 5 hours. I'm not sure, because it went from like 6 my time, which is 12 Alex's time, which would be, I think, 1 p.m. for Mike. So it went from 6 my time all the way to like it went 6 p.m. my time to like 6 to like half past 6 a.m.
And this was, you guys were playing Overwatch together? Is
Yes.
that what you said? With Brian,
it
nonetheless, right?
It was me, Brian, and Pink.
Wow. How did Brian get involved if you said you hated him or what? No, you didn't say you hated him. You said you didn't like him.
Well, for one thing, I wasn't there for that session.
Oh, right.
But we have played together with Brian, all of us, with this team has played together with Brian before.
Yes, we got him to try the Rainbow Six Siege free weekend once. Brian was only there for those two, and he never spoke, or at least, he did speak for Overwatch, didn't he?
No, actually, he didn't speak for Overwatch because the Xbox app crashed his phone or something, so he could only listen more or less.
Right.
And yeah, that's the issue Brian had, was that he has no PC and his phone just doesn't want to work with party chat.
The only, just really quick, and this is not meant to be a criticism of him, but it's going to come off that way, but it's just an observation. I literally don't understand how he had a constantly evolving list of games that he was not only playing through, but also had yet to play through that were piling up, yet he spent all this time playing those games. So how did he afford them all? Like he if he was working, how did...
He had a job but still lived with his parents, so that was an important part.
He was working.
That just amazed me. I mean, he was like, every day he'd be like, "Oh, okay, well, I finished like 3 other games yesterday," and it's like, well, but you're like, how? Like, where are you getting the money to buy all? You're playing.
I'm not sure about where he got his money exactly or how he worked, but I do know that he was working and that he spent all his money on video games because otherwise, like, distant family members or even direct ones sometimes would just see that he has money and then basically told him.
Oh.
And I don't think, from what I gathered from how he described it, wasn't even a thing like, you live in the house, you have to put in the money to stay here. It was straight up like, hey, can I borrow like $30 from you? And then they never gave it back.
Yeah, I can understand that. Well, I think he was a drug dealer, so I think that's where he got all his money.
I mean, he was in Buffalo, New York, so...
Okay, well, there you go. It all comes together. Oh, and one other thing I should say. This is important to say. For all the... I mean, again, I think I was being fair, but a little bit harsh, talking about Clown. But it is very much worth saying that when Clown came back on a semi-regular basis, maybe about a year ago, I think it was, I wrote to him and I said, he liked one of my posts. I made a joke and he liked it. And that was the first time that he and I had any interaction since the blow up. And so I wrote to him and I said, hey, let's just, it's water under the bridge. Let's not, I don't want either of us to be tense around each other or whatever. And to his credit, he was like, oh, cool. I was really worried about that. I was trying to keep my distance so I wouldn't bother you or whatever. And I'm, no, dude, it's all right. It's in the past. Let's just not, let's not even worry about it anymore. And we've been fine ever since. So, just despite the fact that I was mad at him and I called him a coward at the time, and I felt at the time that I was right, and blah, blah, I've got anxiety issues. Sometimes I rant more than I should. Sometimes I'm more of a dick than I want to be. And it just, it's just worth pointing out that when he and I both cooled off, we were both very cordial, and he was, very apologetic. And he said I should never have, rigged the vote. And, it's like, well, it's, it's cool you to admit that. I'm sorry that I scolded you for it and blah, blah, blah. So, he manned up, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Silence.
Yeah. I mean, like, what am I supposed to say about you and Clown having, like, issues? Like, oh, well,
Well, I mean, just to let you know that he's not, just...
I didn't figure you guys were secretly still fuming at each other over that.
Well, just to give you perspective, because it seems like you're still not the biggest fan of his, which is, that's your prerogative.
Mike's actually forced to say all the good things. Clown is standing behind him with a shotgun.
Yeah. You see, the funny thing is, you guys, out of all the comments that I've made, I can't believe that you guys on the forum, all of you, not just you two, but all of you, still think that if anyone's actually going to go on a killing spree, it's going to be Clown and not me. Like, that just blows my mind. It's like, just because he dresses like a clown, are you serious? Like, have you read some of my posts?
Wait, are we doing a bit or are we not? Are we doing a bit or are we being honest?
Yes.
A little from column A, a little from column B.
If we're doing a bit, oh yeah, that Clown guy is real scary. If we're not doing a bit, the one most likely to go on a killing is one we can't remember. I guarantee you, it's going to be someone that, like, oh well, Slim Bob 395 is probably going to be the most likely to go on a killing.
Goku Bob, or maybe who else is super nice and like barely speaks. I can't think of anybody as quiet as Goku.
No,
both online
I think
and
the person who's most likely to go on a killing would be like someone with control issues, who's a dick and really wants people to,
Night.
No,
I didn't say it.
no. Ted's a dick, but Ted doesn't have control issues.
No,
True,
I mean,
yeah.
and I'll say it again. I really do want to reiterate it. I think Ted is often a wonderful guy. Like literally, I think he's when he's not being a dick, he's one of the coolest guys I've ever met. It's just he so often chooses to be a dick that it's frustrating. I guess that's how I would sum it up. Ted's Ted.
I don't mind Ted, but I usually stay my distance because I'm at this point I'm just freaking sick of arguing.
That's the thing. Like I said, now when you see Knight arguing with somebody, it's almost always Wrestle Clown for half a dozen pages because it's like I learned a while ago. Fuck it, man. We disagree. You can yell and rant and say I'm stupid all you want. I don't care. Let Wrestle Clown deal with it. It's his forum anyway.
Yeah, Ted's a fucking weirdo now. Like,
Ted's
I'll disagree. I'll disagree with him now, and I'll be like, all right, let's argue about this, and then that's when Ted will choose to be like, all right, sure. You do that, Chief. Like what?
You're right, actually.
Am I not worth it?
There are times you bring up a good point. Yeah, like again, talking about the Die Hard thing. He responded really ferociously for one post. Die Hard is so a Christmas movie because blah, 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 and secular bullshit and fuck that. And he was like really angry. And then I made like some joke at his expense. Like, well, you would see it that way because you argue about everything. You're a contrarian, haha, whatever. And he just said something like, well, if you say so. And that was the end of it. And I just like, wow, that's actually the end of it. So yeah, you're right. I guess he has gotten better.
All right, you know who would go on a freaking killing spree? Aaron, just so there won't be any background noise.
Yeah.
He'll start off by shooting that fucking air conditioner.
Oh, has he been on recently? Is that why you guys are saying that?
No. No, we're just making jokes at his expense.
Oh, okay. Aaron's ideal, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, because
I think he did. I don't think he's comfortable with us mentioning that. By the way, he flipped on Steve once because of that.
Wait, say that again. You blanked out on my end.
I don't think he's comfortable with us mentioning his name. By the way, he once flipped on Steve because of that.
Oh, really? Okay. I mean, I usually just know you guys from your screen names. I have a bad memory about keeping track of who's who outside of this site. And that, like, I mean, obviously, I've just called Knight a million times today and not Ted.
Yeah.
Clown, does anyone even know Wrestle Clown's real name? Sorry,
no, we don't.
Clown.
Wow, I never thought of that until now.
The thing with Ted is so weird that whenever I mention his full name, but he told me his full name.
Yeah, he uses it himself quite a bit.
Yeah.
Well, that's odd. Huh. I don't know. I'm fine with everybody knowing I would probably not really care if anybody... But I have literally making this... I have two cousins with the exact same first and last name as myself, and one of them lives in the same town and is like a serial criminal. So, I'm not even kidding.
Wow,
he's in prison as we speak for beating up his girlfriend, and it's like I don't want to be associated with that. The whole family's ashamed of him, and he carries my exact name. So,
wow,
that's a very good cover.
Apparently,
it's awkward because every now and then people are like, "Hey, are you Mike? So and so?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but not the one you've probably read about in the papers. The one who just he's like 50 years old. I'm only 40. Blah, blah. Go on. What were you gonna say?"
Alex, how common is the freaking surname the Red Guy?
Pretty common, as it turns out. I didn't expect it either, but in the past
that's
couple
my
days...
Christian name. Yeah, you guys never knew. Certificate, yeah. The Rat Guy. Although again on YouTube, I calls him like I sees him because, like I said before, my YouTube account got yanked for Star Wars shenanigans. Yeah.
Oh man.
Anyway, yeah, sorry to keep it going for another 10 minutes, but it's been fun.
It's fine. All right, that thumbnail is gonna be a pain. I'm gonna have to sit and fucking carve out Undertaker's face to slap in there.
Can't you just you mean you're not gonna just use the picture like in the square format that it is? You're gonna actually outline the. You're gonna I can't think of the word for it. You're gonna make like a matte
crop.
shot. Yeah, crop. Thank you, crop. That's the word I'm looking for. You're actually going to crop the character from out of the image.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to try to do, because we used to try and do it, as you mentioned, just putting the avatar square in there, but it came out looking real dopey a lot of the time.
Oh, okay. Well, it's up to you.
It may just be, like, I'm going to be busy as fuck tomorrow, and it's getting pretty late over here, and I woke up fairly early, so it might just be that the 100th podcast won't come out till Tuesday.
What's tonight, Sunday?
Sunday.
Yeah, okay.
Ordinarily, the podcast would come out the day after recording, but this time it's a 100th episode extravaganza, so I have an excuse.
Yeah. Also, by the way, this podcast was supposed to come out today.
Oh yeah, it was supposed to be recorded yesterday, but Pink had to go in and do Christmas candy yesterday, except that his boss fucking didn't bring the keys.
Wait, what about Christmas candy? What?
Pink works at a grocery
is the candy
store.
man.
Pink works at a grocery store, and he's in charge of the candy.
Oh, wow, okay.
And he was supposed to come in on Saturday to put up the Christmas candy.
Gotcha.
But his manager forgot the keys to the warehouse department or whatever.
You know what's funny is that last night when I went to go to bed, I thought, oh my god, no one talked about it being daylight savings time over here.
I
and
DM'd you about it.
You did? Really?
Yeah, it's in the PM conversation.
God, I don't know. Okay, I'm speechless. I don't remember seeing it. I must have seen it and just been like, oh, I'm half asleep. I don't know. Wow. Wow. Okay, that's scary. My girlfriend's really worried about how forgetful I am sometimes. That one actually kind of scares me a little bit. Jesus Christ. But we managed to get together. It worked.
Yeah.
This is I don't know. I've had a lot of fun. I actually really miss this. I'm glad that I was able to finally get back on with you guys.
Oh yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Yes, it has.
There is definitely a certain conversational flow that you carry.
That I carry? Me?
Yes. I would say by now, if you weren't here, and we tried to go like, oh, let's do a podcast for 740 hours. I'm pretty sure 5 hours of that would have been me and Addy fucking killing each other over Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
I think it's probably just because I don't shut up. I go on for too long. I think I'm just, I just like ramble like I just did.
Well, the thing is, like, way back on the old podcast, it would be you, it would be me, it would be maybe Joey or Muda if they're there, and we would carry the entire podcast. And it was not like I talk a lot, Addy talks a lot, Soon will talk a lot if he's given the opportunity. Pink's the only one who doesn't talk a great deal, and Pink will talk if he thinks he needs to. It's just that Pink's more of a reactor than an actor.
Yeah, I noticed he didn't talk much today, and I felt bad that might have been me just overpowering him. I thought he was just like, wow, Mike never shuts up. But if he's, kind of quiet normally, that's good. Because I noticed Soon got a lot of dialogue in, so that's good.
Oh, yeah. Like, it's always a thing
I have. Like, I'm gonna make your job even harder. Put up a timestamp.
Oh, fuck
it's
me.
Meme hour. it's 100 episode meme hour.
No. I refuse.
It's one picture.
In one picture, okay. There you go. Oh, my head actually fucking hurts. There's no way I am editing this tonight.
Let's hope I'm sending the right one.
Wait, let me go to Discord. What are we putting pictures up of?
I sent a meme.
Oh, okay.
I wish I had a webcam so you could see my head just dive straight into my fucking palm.
Is that you looking sideways in your avatar there?
Yeah, that's me looking sideways. You guys, I'm sad everybody missed it. You guys were all talking about, oh man, what an asshole to put his fucking face in his avatar. While you guys were doing that, I was quietly taking a picture of myself, uploading it to Discord, and setting it as my avatar.
You look all pissed off.
I look that way every time.
Do you really?
Yeah. It's part of why it's weird when you guys call me nice, because in real life I'm perceived as a dick because I always look pissed.
There was a guy I used to work with at a Blockbuster once who just seemed so standoffish and dickish, and then just once you started talking to him, he was the sweetest guy. And I even told him, I was like, dude, when I first met you, I thought you were an asshole. And he just laughed. He was like, why? And I was like, you just looked like you were angry and never wanted to talk. And he's like, no, I'm just quiet.
Meanwhile, here I am sitting here with freaking resting dead inside face.
Yeah. And of course, I've got the Undertaker.
Undertaker, Matt Damon, Chris Benoit.
Oh right, I was thinking of my forum avatar. I forgot that I'm actually myself, my own picture on here. I totally forgot about that. So earlier when I was giving pink Sparkle Puff shit, I was actually making fun of myself too without even realizing.
Yeah, I thought you were I thought that was the joke.
Right? No, I didn't even know. I was making fun of people are assholes, right? Pink, and I didn't even realize that I've got my face on here too.
A joke with accidental layers.
Yeah.
The only one of us that isn't an asshole is me. You heard it right here, folks.
Yeah,
as if Soon's fucking picture of Ted Cruz is him in real life. Soon's the fucking Zodiac killer.
You can't prove to me that Soon is not the origami killer in pink.
In pink? I don't want to hear about that.
Oh, this is funny stuff.
Oh Christ, we need to end this. My headache's
I
getting.
guess we probably should. Yeah,
like, this is so bad for me because like my earbud cable is so short. I have spent this entire fucking podcast hunched over. I'm gonna throw out I'm gonna throw out my back, and not only that, I've been playing Minesweeper on my phone, so I've hunched over my neck too. So my every segment of my spinal cord is aching.
You're gonna have fused vertebrae like Kurt Angle when this is all said and done.
Yeah. You know what? I think I'll just hire Pink to come over and do Bane backbreakers to me. Maybe that'll work out. That's how it went in the movie, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, that's how it looked to me.
Yeah. All right. I'll just let Pink. I'll give Pink $100 and he'll come over here and use his signature Mexican powers to fucking backbreaker me.
Is he actually Mexican?
Half.
I wouldn't have guessed that. He looks like to me almost Russian. I don't know why.
There is a very
Cossack dance.
I think it's the little tuft of hair that's coming down in his picture. That's a very Russian hairstyle.
That and the beard. He almost reminds me of Nick. I think
it's also snowing in the picture that he's taken.
Oh, I guess it is, isn't it? I can kind of tell. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Well, but then that could be. We just had a huge snowstorm come through the Midwest, though, which must have fizzled out before it hit you, right, W?
Definitely, though, we had a strong cold spell.
Yeah. It was very cold here, and we got rain, but the snow just barely missed us and went north. So, yeah, you got the tail end of it.
Yeah.
You know, I'd put up a picture of a 5-hour energy, but we've been going for 8 hours.
What is the actual exact time right now? The recording time?
Oh God, let me pull it up. It is 7 hours and 48 minutes.
Wow!
All right, 10 more minutes.
10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. Kill me now.
Time for an encore. Yeah.
Yeah, make it a whole 8. Let's make it a whole 8. I say.
I kind of want to actually make it to 8. Let's do it. Why not?
I'm in endurance mode at this point.
Might as well. What should we talk about for the last? We'll just talk about how much pain we're in.
Pain without love. Pain I can't get enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I feel like finally, if I get Mike on for more than one podcast, I'll finally have someone here who doesn't like edgelord music.
Who doesn't like what? Edge's music?
No, Edge.
Metalingus.
Hey, I actually love Metalingus. I love Metalingus.
I don't think anybody dislikes Metalingus.
I actually don't. I like his original theme. The one that didn't have lyrics to it.
I like Durango.
Where they just repeat "You think you know me" over and over.
Which one is Metalingus? I guess that one doesn't have lyrics either, does it? I don't like the one that's just you think you know me over and over. The one that says it like once and then it's like and then that's it. Oh, it is. Okay, then I do like that. Yeah. Okay.
No. The thing is, that's the base for Metalingus, and then the lyric one is the actual band version, I think, or whatever.
Whichever one goes on this day, I see clearly.
Yeah, that's full of Metalingus.
Oh, I hate that. Yeah, I never liked that theme at all.
The parts they cut out is the worst part of that song.
What's the part? What part?
Because they cut out a part, after he first raises his voice with "See the Light," I think. there's like this small settling part before he starts pulling higher notes again. It's not it. I'm not sure if it's just me, but it doesn't really work for me.
Oh, okay. Before we move on too fast, what did you say a minute ago, W, that I obviously misinterpreted?
Edgelord music.
Edgelord music. Okay. What would you define as edgelord music?
These
And I
guys
think
love
it doesn't like
3 Days Grace, anything along those lines where it's like that kind of 2000s rock of the guy going nuts.
I don't like 3 Days Grace.
Pink likes it. You're
Pink
Seven
does like 3
Dust
Days
or
Grace.
whatever.
No, I like all Seven Dust, but that's more nostalgia at this point.
Secrets are being revealed on the 100th episode. Tune in.
Yeah. Linkin Park, that kind of shit. Like, some dude singing over like generic guitar bass work, and he's singing, "Oh, the pain, it feels so bad. I'm so bad you left me, blah, the pain."
I've been liking pop punk in it for a while now.
Oh, I hate punk in almost all forms. This is funny. We all disagree on music.
I mean, yeah. I think you and I are gonna just disagree a lot on music.
You like a lot of punk?
I do like a lot of punk, but that's not necessarily what I meant.
Oh, okay.
I feel like I've definitely heard you say like, "Oh, I think so and so." I don't know why I want to say Prince. Like, are you a big Prince fan?
No, not in particular.
Yeah, okay. I'm there's some musical artists that's along the lines of Prince that you've espoused, and I definitely disagreed with.
Now you've got me curious. I mean, I do like Michael Jackson, who'd be the next similar comparison. Whatever. I mean, obviously, people. Yet again, I'm not bagging on him, but Knight's the most outspoken, I think, about this. But some people will say, whatever, fuck him because he's a child molester. I can't prove that one way or the other, and he's dead, and he was exonerated. There are signs that say that maybe he was, because he was really pretty weird, but I don't care. I just like the music, and I've been accused of being a sociopath for that. Knight says, well, you compartmentalize. If you can't separate, or rather, if you can separate the man from the act, that's like what serial killers do. And I'm like, well, all right, I guess. Whatever. I like his music. What am I supposed to say? I still like watching Chris Benoit matches. What am I supposed to say?
I'm more along Ted's line.
Those that are close in the pool area.
Like, you can't separate, or that you think like it's crazy that someone could.
I mean, I used to be able. I was never really able to separate them. I just fooled myself to thinking I could.
But, interesting.
Yeah, I definitely thought that. I thought it was a lot healthier in my life when I realized I couldn't, because it always bothered me. It always gave me, cognitive dissonance and all that.
I guess I just don't think about it that much. Like when I hear a Michael Jackson song, when I hear Michael Jackson song, when I hear
Michael Jackson song,
that's when I know that there's real danger around. When I hear a Michael Jackson song, I just like am immediately transported back to when I was young and I heard it the first time. Like, I just think of like old memories of when there wasn't the whole child molester thing. When I watch a Benoit wrestle, I don't. Like, I just see a good wrestler. I don't stop to like make myself remember. Like, it's not instinctual that I remember, oh wow, that guy, I can imagine him hanging after having slaughtered his whole family. Like, it just like doesn't even really enter my mind. Which again kind of goes back to what Knight said about me liking certain Reddit threads. He said, if you vouch for one Reddit thread, you're vouching for all of Reddit. And I'm like, it doesn't work that way. And he said, well, yes, it does. And I'm like, but there's like good Reddit threads where people have like really, I mean, again, we were talking earlier, there's a Reddit thread where people raised like $50,000 for charity. And he's like, how, like, I don't know, whatever. I guess I can.
Right now, I just can't stop thinking about Michael Jackson covering the Tong Tong.
Well, apparently right now he can't stop fucking thinking about Ted.
He's not returning the bouquets. Mike has been sending them for the past 10 years, every single day at exactly 7:50 a.m. A fresh bouquet of white roses appear on freaking Ted's doorstep with a love letter. With my special scent.
My special scent.
Boy, it smells salty for some reason.
I smell like taffy. And bubblegum and shampoo.
That's what yours smells like. I think you need to get that checked out at a doctor.
And then Mike is just in a bush, hiding like near Ted's house.
Single tear rolls down my cheek. Why doesn't he love me back?
Ted comes out, looks at the bouquet, throws it on the ground.
Yeah, again with this asshole. It's funny because just out of all the people I've had, he and I mean, obviously you guys have been on the forum for a long time too, but he and I have talked so many times. We've had just hundreds of, honestly, probably thousands of conversations at this point. So like it covers the whole gamut. Like I've had good conversations with him. I've had bad conversations. I've had bitter arguments with him. I've had really funny like joke sessions with him. So it's just like, he's almost like he's constantly like he's on there as much as I am, if not more so. So he just like there's no way to talk about the forum without him constantly coming up because there have been so many topics that he and I have engaged on, positive or negative.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely just some people that are more pervasive on the forum, I would say. And
I used to be on THQ. I racked up 40,000 posts plus. I lived on that forum.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I was. I don't know. It was.
I'm so close to 20,000 posts.
I don't even know what I'm at. Shit. Now that
you lost a lot. So.
I did. Yeah. I bailed. I actually deleted my account, which
was a stupid idea for everybody involved.
Yeah. I mean, my honest intention at that time, I mean, I'm a pretty stick to it type of guy. When I make a decision, I usually, follow through, but just, time passed and I realized that, man, maybe I overreacted or whatever. And I can't even remember what you
have 10,000 posts.
It was the religion thing.
I remember describing the situation to you guys. So I do remember leaving then, but I couldn't remember if I deleted my account then as well. But I guess I did. Because I don't think I left any other time, did I?
I don't think there was any other time where you would have had such a bad reaction.
Yeah, I don't think so either. The one time that I told Knight off, because again, I did not tell him off during the religious thing. That was the whole thing. I told Clown that I wouldn't do that because if I did, it would lead to a lot of problems between he and I, and the whole forum would get dragged down into it.
He would never accept your bouquets ever again.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we get in a fight over him not accepting my whatever you said, my single flower taped to his door with my scent on it. Yes. Yeah, I guess when I flat out told him off, and I remember it was over stupid reasons too. It was over him spoiling Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. And I remember being like, dude, why would you do that? There's people who haven't seen it yet. It just opened like a week ago. And he's like, well, I'm saving people the money of having to go see it because it's garbage. Fuck them. If they want to see it, they're stupid. He literally said that. And I'm like, why are you a dick? So that's when I told him off.
Sounds like if someone made a stupid summary of every interaction like someone's had with Ted like that. Like, hey, I watched this thing. It was stupid. If you like it, then you're stupid. And then the person reacts with, "Why are you a dick?" It's like if you tried to fucking write down a basic script for an interaction with Ted.
Right. The Cliff's Notes. As funny as it sounds, that's literally how it went. I mean, you add a few little, consonants here and there, but it was literally his argument, and fair enough, that's how he felt. He literally said, I'm spoiling it because I don't give a shit. The movie was trash, and anyone who wants to see it, they should have seen it by now. If not, that's their problem, and it's stupid anyway, so I'm saving them money. And I'm just like you said, I'm just like, why are you a dick? Just so you didn't like it. That doesn't mean you have to give anything away. There's nothing to give away. It's a stupid movie. Just don't go see it. Blah blah blah. And that's when I as I said earlier, I'm like, dude, just like I don't even know why I tolerate you. Like I don't even know why I would never let anybody act like that in my life. Why do I even let you into mine? This is ridiculous. You're a douche. And his response, to be fair, was, I appreciate your honesty. And then we didn't talk for a while. But yeah, that was not the time I left the forum. You're right. So yeah. Wow.
I believe that's just simply when Ted's Clown started to get more stringent about the spoiler policy, which at the time I was behind, but I'll admit that one's bitten me in the ass a couple times.
Everyone accidentally, I'm sure I definitely have accidentally spoiled something, but it's the principle of it. At the time, Knight's argument was, again, the whole kid gloves thing, which he was really at that time hung up on about. He was like, people are
Frodo's father.
yeah, you know, people are snowflakes, people can, you know, whatever, you know, how long until I can spoil something? What's the rule? You know, spoiler society is for babies. And my argument was, it's just about personal respect. I mean, it's not something you have to do, you know, just be cool and just don't ruin something for somebody else. I'm sure you wouldn't like having shit ruined for you. But the problem is, he was like, well, I don't care. I really don't care one way or the other if somebody ruins something for me.
Here's the thing, Mike, because I actually kind of agree with Ted on this. To me, spoilers aren't that detrimental to enjoying a piece of media, because there have been multiple times when reading a spoiler, instead of ruining the story, made me interested in other parts of it. So instead of me enjoying the twist, I enjoyed the lead up to the twist. I enjoyed what the twist paid off like. Shit like that.
You aren't necessarily incorrect. I mean, that's I guess there is no right or wrong. It's just personal philosophy. I said earlier tonight, my favorite Star Wars movie is actually Revenge of the Sith. I spoiled pretty much that entire movie for myself before I went to see it. And when I went to see it, I was excited to see all the stuff I'd read about panning out because I thought it was a good script. But the thing is, I would still not have personally spoiled the movie for anybody else, because that doesn't mean that they feel the same way about it that I do. That's the thing. I respect somebody else's wishes not to have something spoiled, even if I might not personally care. Whereas, you know, Knight, what he said was, because he doesn't care, he spoils stuff for himself all the time, he doesn't see why it's a big deal, so why should he give a shit? But he's gotten way better about that as well, and I've actually, you know, openly thanked him, like, dude, you know, thanks, you know, I did not see Joker yet, but I'm actually still intending to, so thanks for not ruining it, and, you know, stuff like that. It's just a personal courtesy thing, you know. I mean, just it takes 3 seconds to, you know, press the little spoiler button or whatever. Just my opinion.
Yeah, I was about to say with Addy, like, the key part there is your experience for you. But
what do you mean?
Well, Addy said his experience was it didn't bother him.
Oh, right.
His experience for him. I mean, personally, like, I could say I've gone through the same thing, and I know you've gone through the same thing with Breaking Bad is a series I can think of that you were vocal about having spoiled for yourself, and it improved your enjoyment of the series.
I forgot about that. That's a good example. Yeah, I spoiled the entirety of that series for myself. I read every like major plot detail from season 1 all the way to the last season, and yet I still, to this day, consider it to be like the best show I've ever seen.
And
you're right.
I'm in the same territory with Game of Thrones. I spoiled pretty much everything. Like, I didn't have much choice because Game of Thrones is like the biggest show ever. So
yeah, kind of hard to avoid.
Yeah, every season people will be like, "Holy shit, Red Wedding," or "Holy shit, Joffrey," you know. So I was already spoiled on everything, so I just looked it all up myself anyways one day. Like, we got a trial with HBO just for Chernobyl because, you know, it sounded interesting to us and it was all over social media, so we were like, oh, let's watch Chernobyl. And I read all about Game of Thrones on, you know, all the wikis and stuff, and I was like, hey, this actually sounds pretty good. So we started Game of Thrones too and watched it all the way through and thoroughly enjoyed seasons 1 through 4 and 6, but not 5 or 7 or 8.
Not 5, 7, or 8. Let me think back. 5 is the worst for sure.
No.
I liked 7, but yeah, I get the argument against it. Yeah,
5's got some enjoyable parts. 5 is the only one. Well, 5 Stannis is still good in 5, I think.
Is he even still alive at 5? Yeah, he is.
He dies at the end of it.
I guess talking about spoiler alerts. Anyone who's listening to this is not gonna whatever.
We're at the 8-hour mark. If you are watching this, you do it's not a casual listen at this point.
That's very true. Sorry to get on you.
No, I understand, especially after we just were talking.
I was gonna say, just the irony of the timing of it. Yeah. Season 5 is both when the writers ran out of material because that was the last book that at that time existed, and B, that is commonly known as the worst of the books, the one that season 5 was based on. Seasons 3 and 4 were both based on one book, whereas season 5 crammed the contents of 2 books into one season, and those 2 books were both seen as the worst that he had written to that point. So 5 was almost destined to be the worst, really.
I mean,
yet it's the first one that won the best program or the best drama or whatever.
Funny how things
Emmy.
work.
Yeah, to be fair though, that really bothered me for a long. They gave the best, like the first 4 excellent seasons they avoid, but then they give number 5 the worst season they award. It turns out that Breaking Bad was up against Game of Thrones in the years preceding season 5. So instead of going to Game of Thrones, it went to Breaking Bad. So that made me.
I mean, even with season 5 being as bad as it was, like saying that the book, it was destined because of the books, like, you got to keep in mind that the Dorne storyline was so poorly adapted.
Oh, I forgot. I wasn't even thinking about that. The Dorne storyline. Oh my god,
like
that was bad.
Because like the rest of season 5 is tolerable. Like
I
would say the King's Landing storyline with the High Sparrow is downright good. Like that part has aged
That's
well.
probably the best part of the season, I would say.
Like if you cut season 5 down to just that and Stannis in the North, I would say it's an okay season. It's still not as good as the others, but like without Dorne, like Dorne was offensively bad. Like what are you doing?
The critics, like, that's the first season of the show where the critics were like, okay, wait a minute, I think the show is actually starting to fuck up, and the Dorne storyline was what was blamed. Like, not even just the fact that it seemed to go nowhere, but it was poorly handled, and they were like, people were criticizing how poor like the action scenes were, like they were badly choreographed, and yeah, people hated the Dorne storyline. I guess that's why I forgot all about it.
I haven't read a great degree about the books. My understanding is that the Dorne storyline is entirely different in the books, and it actually focuses on the Martells, rather than the Martells just kind of being a side thing.
Right. I think you're right. I know that it takes a lot more. See, that's why books. See, is it books 4 and 5 or books 5 and 6? I can't remember how many he's even done by.
Well,
books 4 and 5, I think.
Yeah.
The thing is, after it was it was books 4 and 5. He made 3 books, which comprised the first 2 seasons of the show, and then his 3rd book was split into seasons 3 and 4 because that was the first one that was really big, really complex, blah blah blah. The Red Wedding and Joffrey, I think, both happened in the same book, if I recall correctly. And then what happened was he decided to, for whatever reason, it's kind of cool, but it pissed a lot of people off. On his next book, he split the cast between the books. In other words, he only talked about half of the characters per book. So you didn't have the book jumping between all the major characters. Instead, Jon Snow appeared in only one of the 2 books, whereas like Cersei and, King's Landing only happened in the other book. So, like, to this point, because I think Jon Snow was in the earlier of the 2 books, at this point, book readers don't even know what happened to him after the Night's Watch turned on him. No, that's where the book readers are still at.
Well, it's actually, I think it's worse than that. I think Jon was in the latter of the 2 books. The former of the 2 books had him tell Sam, go to Old Town and find out how to beat the White Walkers.
Okay, you could be right. I didn't know that you knew about the books. Okay,
I legitimately just read Wikipedia summaries like last week.
Oh, okay. Then I'll trust your judgment on it. Okay, I just remember that the books were split, and that one of them, like, the fans have been waiting like 10 years to find out what happened to some of the characters in the books, because the ones that were in the first book, which was released in 2009 or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if they had kept GRRM on the show, I think they could have definitely been able to still keep going. But at the same time, like, GRRM writes in a way that is very difficult to predict.
And, yeah, that's true.
Like, one of the bigger things that gets cut out is, I think in the books, like, it's already obvious that the Martells have been secretly helping either, I forget if it's Daenerys or Young Griff, but whichever of the Targaryens in Essos, and, like, plotting against the rest of Westeros after Oberyn's death, which, who the fuck knows where that storyline would go in the books.
Right.
Whereas in the show, the storyline is fairly obvious. The Martells get their shit pushed in, and then, that's all.
I remember also Grimm, GRR. So I remember I was surprised that he actually was this strongly worded about it. He said again, whatever, like you said, if you're in it this far, there's going to be spoilers. So whatever, fuck it. He said that the show handled Jon's, revival in a ridiculous way. He was like, that's totally not how it's going to happen, which I find very interesting. He also... This actually irritates me. Several cast members have said they've confirmed. They were like, yes, he has said that the show ends the same way that the books do. They still end with Bran as king, et cetera, et cetera. But then just like last week, a couple of weeks ago or whatever, he said, no, the books don't end the same. So it's like, what the fuck? Like, a lot of conspiracy theorists think that he just let the show ride and do what it was going to do and wait for the reception and see what people thought, and then tailor, even subconsciously, how could you not then tailor your books to avoid what people hated about the show?
At the same time, it could be reason that the TV executives told the actors to say the books will end the same way just to save face.
Yeah, that's true. That's another way of looking at it. You're right.
I mean, for my part, I'd have to assume Grimm is not stupid enough to put Bran on the throne just because that's such an unsatisfying ending.
It was just so out of fucking left field. Like, nothing foreshadowed it. Like, really? That's where his journey, like, that he's the most interesting character because he fell out of a window and landed and, like, spent 6 years in a wheelchair? Really?
And then
I should say 5 because he's the only character in the cast that spent a whole season not even being in the show. For fuck's sake, he's the best character? Okay.
It's the fact that they say he's got the most interesting story when in the same shot there is Tyrion himself, there is Arya,
right, who's doing the actual speech even, yeah.
There's Brienne, there's Sansa, there's Jon fucking Snow who came back from the dead. Like, even Grey Worm's got a more interesting story than fucking... He was born into slavery, made free, but decided to serve Daenerys instead, came to a foreign land, fought this dead threat he'd never heard of before in his fucking life. Like, man, I can't imagine what it was like for the Dothraki and the Unsullied in that fight, you know? They were just like, okay, so, change of plans, we're not taking over the world, instead we're fighting zombies. Like, if I were in Grey Worm position, I'd be like, hang on, we skipped a step there.
Right. 10,000 Dothraki screamers on an open field, Ned.
Yeah, turns out it ain't worth shit.
Yeah, it didn't turn out too well.
I appreciate that there was no Westerosi general who was like, hey, we've got a castle right here. Maybe we shouldn't fight in this open field.
That was a lot of the criticism after that episode aired. They were like, A, it's too dark and I can't see what's going on, and B, like, why would you not hole up and hide inside these fortifications that are made for that purpose?
Because Rohan fell.
Yeah, basically, we want a big charge of the Rohan cavalry. That's what
it
we
looked
want.
Good. I mean, it was a cool shot, but it was stupid.
Well, it wasn't a cool shot because you couldn't see shit.
You couldn't see it. You could see their fire, their torches, their swords, their lit swords.
That was a neat effect. I'll admit that was a neat effect, seeing the fires all go out. But then Jorah is the only one to make it out, and you're like, how the fuck? Why Jorah? Why only him?
Maybe he's a coward and he stayed behind, and we just didn't see that part. He was like, oh shit, I'm gonna back off and let them go deal with it, and started riding back.
As a matter of fact, now that it pops into my mind, why was Jorah the only Westerosi who decided to join them?
Yeah, now that you mention it, why did everybody else get to hang back?
The Knights of the Vale were right fucking there.
Yeah, I guess they just figured that they'd be better backup, I guess. I don't know. There's a lot that's stupid about that battle, to be honest.
This is the thing. The ending is so bad that we make up conspiracy theories. What if the Westerosi are horribly racist and they deliberately sent the Dothraki to their deaths?
Oh, wow. Wow, that's an interesting twist. Then you got a whole different story there.
Yeah, I mean, because it ties in... Like, you fill in so many of the plot holes with just horrible theories, like, oh man, why did Bran let so many people die needlessly? And then it's like, what if Bran's just been evil this entire time, conspiring to take the throne?
Right. When you look on the Reddit thread that I mentioned earlier, that soon, I think it was soon, I didn't see who spoke on the screen, but somebody was familiar with it. When you go to a certain Reddit site, or a subreddit called Free Folk. Yeah, they were very, very outspoken about stuff like this. Yeah, and they were like, you know, they said all that you would have had to do is make Bran like evil, and then like you've completely flipped the show on its head, and you have like this huge talking point, but no, they didn't do anything.
All they would have had to do is follow the damn train.
Yeah, all you had to do is follow the damn train, CJ.
All you had to do was follow the damn plot, CJ.
Which is, you know, both of which are some of the most difficult tasks that have ever been undertaken.
So why'd we hand it to two monkeys scratching their asses?
You know, and it's funny, too, how, I mean, on one hand, I kind of feel bad for them, but then, like, they just did an interview where they were like, yeah, we don't really about... Night. I didn't read it directly, but I've heard two people quote it, and the two writers said something along the lines of, you know, we're just trying to make something that's kind of like mass appeal for moms and football players for some reason. And we don't really care about the fantasy element, blah, blah, blah. Knight phrased it in such a way to where it sounded like they were talking about Game of Thrones, where when I read that same quote on the Star Wars site, it made it sound like they were talking about Star Wars. So I'm not sure who they were actually, you know, which property they were actually referring to, but either way, that's not good. either way, that's like, wow. So they didn't even give a shit. Wow.
Well, the key thing there is they also said they didn't have any idea what they were doing.
They did say that, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I forgot they said that. Wow. But they spent years saying very proudly that they got the show because they were able to answer the question of John's parentage, proving to GRRM that they were readers. Well, so apparently they faked him out, I guess.
Yes, but David Benioff also famously once said that themes are for 8th grade book reports.
Oh, wow.
Uh-huh.
It's funny the stuff that you learn about some of these people after the fact.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, their careers have been, I don't know if they pay attention. I don't know if, like, the media, studios, and, other people in Hollywood pay attention. But, like, everyone hates them now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they are just despised.
That's a complete career 180. But I mean,
it was.
If you screw the pooch as badly as they did, like, they were handed the golden goose and they just fucking punted it like a football.
You can't argue otherwise. I mean, again, season 8 like a lot of other people did, but I could, like, any argument anyone has against season 8, I get where they're coming from. It's like I don't feel that way myself, but I can see why you would. Sure, definitely.
Well, yeah, because everyone other than the writers put in good work, but the writers dropped the fucking ball.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And it's funny that if you go back and look at, like, the ratings, not only the critical but the viewership, that season was comprised of 6 episodes. Only the last 3. It started with the battle. It started with that battle that, like, sunk. Everyone was like, "Wow, that was a bad episode," and then it just continued until the show ended. 3 episodes. That's all it took. 3 episodes completely flipped the show around for millions of people.
It's like, imagine if Breaking Bad. They're like, all right, we're making a season 6. Only has 6 episodes. At episode 3, Walt will kill both Lydia and Jack, and then Jesse becomes the villain.
That's a good comparison, actually. That would feel so fucking out of left field.
No, wait. Walter Jr. kills Lydia and Jack.
Walter Okay, yeah.
No,
you're right,
Badger
yeah, because it would have been the... You're right. It would have been, what's her name? Maisie Williams. Yeah, I gotcha.
I actually don't mind Arya killing the Night King. What I mind is her not killing Cersei. That's the one...
it's almost like they got that backwards.
Yeah.
People were pissed about her killing the Night King. I was just befuddled. I was like, why her? That's weird.
To subvert expectations.
That's literally what the answer was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of just, we did it to play with you, basically. We did it because you expected something different. And so, it's like a waiter saying, well, I'm not, oh, you ordered steak, here's a plate of, I don't know, spaghetti. Well, why did you do that? To subvert your expectations. Aren't you happy? Like, aren't you grateful that I just gave you something you didn't want? No. I mean, in my case, I would be because I love spaghetti, but...
Someone touched my spaghetti.
Yeah, my spaghetti.
Oh,
that's from a freaking like I think it's an Italian American or something like a dub of like the three freaking Goldilocks, but it's with I think mice or something for some reason.
With mice?
Yeah, something like that. It's like the father of my mouse says, "Somebody touch my spaghetti."
Very stereotypical. Someone that touched my spaghetti.
Yeah.
Very Mario-esque.
I thought it was from one of the CDI Marios.
I actually at first thought it was from Tim and Eric's Awesome Show or whatever. I'm not familiar with that sketch at all.
My favorite, the one freaking Mario quote from the CDI games that I like spewing out is, "All toasters toast toast."
What? I don't think I've ever even heard that. What is he saying?
All toasters toast.
Oh. I don't. Out of all the YouTube poops I've watched, I don't remember ever seeing that scene.
And they're in a room filled with like the old timey toasters, and Mario has an unopened freaking bag of like white bread in his hand.
What a ridiculous!
He
Okay.
he says, "You know what they say? All toasters toast toast."
No one says that. That's never been said.
The Philips CDI games summarized.
Freaking. It's nice of the princess to invite us over for dinner, eh, Luigi? I hope she made lots of spaghetti.
Yeah, okay, now that I definitely remember. Yeah, I hope they serve lots of spaghetti.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Hey guys, did you know that the file size for this podcast is up to 1.5 gigabytes?
You
That's
know,
nothing. That's nothing, dude. When I
But it's audio
depending on
only.
yeah, when I said depending on how I set the bitrate or an hour of recording can vary from a gig to 13.
Jesus. Do you set
Yeah.
the bit rate low? Because whenever I ask, because I rip, well, I used to. I found a guy who downloads them and uploads them for others, but I used to rip DVD commentaries to keep for myself, and I would then mix them in with my own pirated copies of the movies, and I would put them at the lowest possible bit rate, because when it's just people talking and not music, I didn't feel that it affected very much. Like, you could still
Depends.
hear them. Go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead.
It depends on well, the equipment, the person using it, shit like that. But basically 16-bit. But for audio, it's 16 bits, which is, well, I think 100,000 kilohertz or something like that.
Oh,
Is
okay.
No, keep going. I just saw some fun.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, I think that's all right. Like that's CD quality audio
Oh
usually.
wow, yeah. So you
The
go way higher. I go like just like voice quality or whatever, and that works for me. But again, I have different. It's that doesn't make me
yeah
right and you
yeah
wrong. I'm just surprised that you make it that big. But
no.
then
The thing is, Mike, 16 bits is the standard for any PC. See, 16-bit is just the default shit. What I would want to record it because the bitrate actually changes audio quality in that more like finer sounds can get picked up better because what the bitrate changes is how much the sawtooth or such waves can differ.
oh okay, all right, that makes
So
sense.
with less bitrate, you're making the sound more blocky and more compressed. Which with more bitrate, you're making it more free flowing. And
Okay,
so the highest bitrate that shit uses that I can tell is 22 bits, which is well 20, 22,000 I think
sure.
kilohertz, and that's really that it like it's usually used with float, which I actually don't know what the hell it does because I'm not an audio engineer. I just use audio equipment a lot.
I would assume that means it's variable, but I wouldn't know.
Probably. But basically, what the difference between 16 bits and 32 bits, if I'm not mixing up the numbers anyway, is that with 16-bit, you can get a small like take for example, I have an Audio Technica microphone, which I'm not sure of the exact model because I forgot, but it's an Audio Technica microphone, so it's not bad. But it does have this background buzz that on
Okay.
16-bit is this amount, but if I were I to set the whole thing to 32-bit, it would be a bit louder, but that would also mean that um, if it were an issue in 16-bit, getting picked up with really fine sounds, then on 32-bit, it would probably pick them up.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah. And that's basically all I know about audio bitrate.
Yeah, for when I put MP3s on my iPod or whatever, I'm sure that they're a little bit higher. But for spoken audio, I lower. But again, that's just my personal experience.
Yeah, the real thing here is actually video bitrate, which is an issue because
That's part of the problem, is that if when you go to have it really sucks that you can't put this on YouTube without putting video to it. Even if it's just a still image, that still counts as video, and that like quadruples the file size. It's
it
so
actually
irritating.
doesn't.
What's that? It doesn't?
No, so how video editing softwares work is that if you just have one part not move, if one part is really static, then even if say you recorded something with a camera, if you record yourself talking in a room and you just never move your arms or shit like that, or you leave in a part of like the wall that never changes and you never go, or your hand never goes before it, or even if it does, but not a lot of times, then for the parts where your hand isn't in that area, the video editing software. I'm not actually sure if it's the software or if it's
I was going to say it must be the
camera.
software. Because on again, I have less. With me, it's just the Windows Movie Maker or whatever. But if I start with just an MP3 that's, let's say, I don't know, 200 megabytes. If I then put a still photo in there and then drag the still photo out to match the length of the audio, therefore making, quote, video to match the audio, then the file size gets huge. And then when you add it to YouTube, YouTube makes the file size even bigger. So that's my experience. You're admittedly, actual, like, better paid, expensive, program. I mean, Windows Movie Maker is, just basic stuff.
I like that you guys are talking about video and audio file sizes for this extended conversation, and thus increasing the size of this fucking file.
You're welcome. But yeah, so basically what the video editing softwares do
he keeps going.
This is what it's been for the last fucking 4 hours. Every time I'm like, guys, maybe we should wrap it up, and then fucking Addy or Mike is like, oh yeah, that reminds me. You fuckers.
We do a Family Guy flashback.
Oh, fucking Gary Coleman with a fucking gumball machine. Excuse me. Let's do some fucking quality comedy bits here. Fucking have Cartman rack up the thing, and it brings up a new gag. Oh, celebrity plus environment, and let's go with Peter Griffin. Fucking hell.
But yes, so what video editing softwares do is they take a picture of that part of the video and just import it there without you knowing, so it doesn't have to refresh the picture every second, thus making the video not be as space consuming.
Okay, well, I mean, if that's how it works in your program, that's good. That's definitely good, because again, I would expect that this file would be like 5 gigs by the end of it otherwise.
Oh man, fucking the rest of my family's out on like a trip here, but the animals are still here, and I'm still in charge of them. And I swear,
they're doing an uprising.
Yeah, it's like 12:30 at night here, and I'm like yelling about shit. So the cat is just looking
it's
at me.
6:20 a.m.
Yeah, the cat is just looking at me bewildered, like, what the fuck? You should be asleep right now. Why are you yelling? Stop fucking yelling. I need to sleep, asshole.
Yeah, well, cats sleep all the time anyway. He'll make up for it sometime.
No. Yeah, that's true. But the dogs are looking at me confused.
Yeah, the dogs don't sleep as much as cats do. At least in my experience, they don't.
I'll know that they're displeased when the puppy comes in here and shits on my floor.
I think everybody should be displeased about that.
I thought you were about to say
everybody should shit on your floor.
to express their dissatisfaction. If you're pissed at somebody, just shit on their floor. They'll know.
No. If you're angry at something or someone, go to Douglas' house and shit on his floor.
Now, hang on, that would be too much shit on the floor. No, stick with what I said earlier. Just shit on the floor of the person you're disappointed with.
Man, yeah.
I'm imagining like someone at Walmart, and they're like, "Hey, I'd like to return this," and the person behind the counter is like, "Sir, you very blatantly tampered with this. You took it out of the box, and you've been using it for like a month." So the customer just takes off their pants,
just promptly drops their shorts or whatever. Yeah,
without saying anything. Like,
right.
Maintaining eye contact.
Starts spewing freaking like deer droplets. But it's projectiles.
What I like most about that is the lack of dialogue. It's like, what would the clerk be thinking? It's like, wow, I kind of respect how
it's Sunday
was, but that sucks. And just the audacity, just the okay, all right, but without saying it, just okay, I'll show you, just dumping right there in front of him without a word.
The clerk is like, John has done this for the 3rd time this month.
I'm so sick of this customer.
He gets his fucking way every time. He brings in this fucking shit he clearly bought a month ago.
It's a pizza, like a pizza rack, and you can see like pizza crust and cut marks on it from the pizza cutter. Oh no, I never used it. Cheese.
It still has a printer
Brand
on it.
new. So he protests by shitting out, just promptly, just as you said, perfect eye contact and everything. That's fucking hilarious.
Sir, there's nothing wrong with it. And he just rips off a chunk.
Of what?
What? Presumably pizza, but we don't know what you eat in Hungary. Jeez, we gotta question that.
He rips off a chunk of the clerk.
See, yeah, oh god, I don't
Dead
wanna keep this
raccoon.
going.
I don't know.
Yeah, the puppy's starting to get displeased. He came up here and just stuck his head up like, hey, fucker, shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. I'm a growing baby dog. I need sleep.
I was singing a couple of weeks ago, just in my room, just singing one of the punk songs I do like. It's called "Who Killed Bambi," and the song is retarded. It's literally like "Who killed Bambi?" It's like deliberately ridiculous. And I was singing along to it in the style of the song, and my cat was so, I guess, either confused and or threatened that she bit me. And I was like, oh, and I kind of shook her off, and then I kept singing and she bit me again. And I think literally she thought like I was being possessed or something. I think she was trying to like free me of whatever had overtaken me.
I don't know. Animals have ways of telling you like stop doing that. And
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
like my cat I've noticed like she's very nice. She doesn't bite or claw. But if she wants me to stop doing something, like she will just put both her paws on my hand and like try to force my hand to stop moving.
That's funny. That's cute.
Like my cat's one of the only ones that will let people like come up and rub its belly. But that's because it's got
rare.
It's got a very nice way of showing. It just grabs your hand to say stop. Three
As
pets
opposed
and
to
you're
like
done.
grab it on and kicking.
I've not had her kick me yet. No.
Mine is still young. She's only a couple years young, so she'll roll over to like especially when she wakes up in the morning or whatever, she'll roll over and contort and be all happy. And I can gently rub her belly for like a second before she kicks into like play mode, and she'll grab my my finger and bite on it in a playful way and kick it with her feet. And it's nice that she's playful, but sometimes I just want to pet her. Sometimes I just want to show her some love. But she'll probably relax in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have. I mean, I didn't choose the name, but I really should be called Mike the Cat Guy because really I'm a cat person. I love rats, and I did raise rats for 10 years. But I mean, cats are my bag. I mean it when I talk on the forum and I say that I care more about cats than most people.
You don't raise rats since the incident.
What? Wait, I should raise rats and do what?
Who do you think delivers the bouquets?
I thought that's what he said. Yeah, something about the fucking the bouquets again.
No, I said that you don't raise rats since the incident.
Oh, okay, yeah. I used to have another cat, and I actually had rats at the same time. And you'd think that like the cats would chase the rats, but no, the rats would chase the cat, and the cat would be terrified. She'd bat at it, smack it, like what the fuck are you? Get away! And the rat was so curious.
And the rat made the cat arrive.
Well, I mean, the rat would hop after the cat, wanting to be curious and wanting to play, and the cat was just like she couldn't comprehend what the fuck it was that was coming after her. It was pretty. I don't know. Cats are a trip. I love cats.
Why are these goblins chasing me, human?
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't possibly. She'd never seen rats before, so she was. I don't know if she knew that they were kind of like big mice, or I don't know if she thought they were miniature like kittens. I don't know what she thought, but she didn't. She literally like kind of race around the room trying to get away from the rat, and the rat would just happily bounce, trying to go play. It's I don't know. Like I said, cats are wild. Rats are too.
Yeah. Oh, my cat hates the puppy.
Strangely enough, the stereotype is that cats and dogs don't get along, but hearing you say that is kind of surprising to me because in my experience, cats and dogs actually get along pretty well most of the time.
Well, it's weird because this cat got along with my chihuahua exceedingly well. They slept together and everything. And they were pretty much
wow.
Yeah, they were pretty much joined at the hip. But this puppy, she hates it.
Poor puppy.
Well, the puppy's not making things nice. Sometimes when the puppy's bored, he'll be like, "Oh, well, nobody's interested in me right now. I'm gonna go bark at the cat later." And
just like walk right up to it and just bark at it?
Yeah, he'll hunt the cat. He'll figure out where the cat is in the house, and he'll just go bark at her right in her fucking face.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't like that either.
And the cat, if he gets too close, the cat responds with like straight up machine gun punches. Like Addie, imagine Dudley, machine gun blow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much that.
Or like one of help me out. What's her name? The chick that I really like in King of Fighters.
Yes, that.
Yeah, I can't remember her name. It's not Vanessa, is it?
Yes,
I think it is.
It is. Wow. Okay. Wow. What a coincidence. Because my cat's name is Vanessa. I didn't name her. I adopted her, and her name is Vanessa. So wow, I can picture that. Just boom, 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 boom.
There's a bird in the house, and it doesn't do a whole lot aside from yelling.
Yeah, that's birds. I had 3 birds once, and let me tell you, that's all they fucking did.
Yeah,
and they
pretty
never
much.
Shut up.
I had a couple of
So
parakeets.
you're telling it's a parakeet.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Also
yeah,
me.
parakeet.
I also had parakeets.
Yeah, I mean they're pretty birds, but yeah, they squawk and just don't shut up. They don't make the best of pets. Not my experience.
Well, we had
So
3 in there.
what you're saying is that it needs to disappear one night.
It's sad. Well, I mean, probably a relief, but still sad.
Oh God! If Addie lets his fucking parakeet out, watch it accidentally create an invasive species, and suddenly Hungary is overrun with parakeets.
No, I've actually trained it pretty good to shut up when I'm near it.
How so? What do you smack it?
No.
Good.
Take that, you small fucker.
Poor thing.
Basically, what happened is that, freaking like it's my niece's pet bird, so I don't have my hands on it. By which I mean I refuse to freaking train it. For the most
I'm
part.
imagining Addie like strangling this poor
I
tiny
know,
bird with one hand.
Yeah, I thought the same. I don't put my hands on it. But
I don't have my hands on it. I don't have my hands on it. I'm strangling it with my feet.
Oh,
Put in the educated feet to good use, but yeah. So basically, there's a time when most of the family is out, and it's just me and the parakeet that's up. So it's basically gotten used to yelling while the other parts of the family are out, just yelling really loudly until I freaking take it and bring it into this room that I'm in right now. Just putting it down, and then it shuts up until they are like due to come home.
it just wants company. Then that's kind of sad. I thought you were gonna say that you like go grab its cage and shake it or something. Like knock his cage over and kick it around. No,
I'm not that evil.
Good.
I've only done it to one animal.
Oh, I don't even want to hear about that.
Word to the wise, parakeets, yeah, they're very lonely animals, and they don't take other parakeets as company very well. Yeah, we figured,
okay, so good.
We figured getting 3, they'd keep each other company. Fuck no, they want humans.
Yeah, they've thought about getting it a mate, but no.
Clearly, 1 parakeet is too much trouble. Why not have 8?
Yeah, the thing is, once again, is I don't consider it my animal, so it's not my right to discipline it, and I don't train it. I'm just basically looking at it and freaking trying to make it shut up so it leaves me alone.
As long as you don't put your hands on it.
I won't.
Just your feet. Did you call them magic feet? Is that what you said?
Educated feet.
Oh, educated feet. Oh my god. 2K14. That was like one of the one things I really didn't like about the game is that line was used so much.
Dude, I used to basically exclusively play Van Damme in SVR 11. Guess what's the one line they have about Van Damme?
All I remember from SVR 11.
There's actually 2 lines about Van Damme. One is Van Damme with the monkey flip, and the second is Van Damme is putting his educated feet to good use.
Maybe
those are the 2 lines.
I'm wondering that if maybe I'm getting it wrong. I could have sworn that line lasted all the way up until 2K14?
It did. I think.
Oh, it did. Okay.
I think I actually remember this. That I think they just edited the Van Damme line.
They did.
Because Jerry has the exact same intonation, but it sounds like the sentence been cut in half.
Oh.
And I could never figure out why. But that makes sense that they cut out the fucking subject of the sentence and left it as just the object.
That does make sense, actually. Yeah, because I remember he's putting his educated feet to good use.
And he would say that every time someone threw a kick, and sometimes even not then.
Yeah, sometimes it'd be like a punch or something.
Well, sometimes he'd do a fucking suplex.
A lot of footwork involved with suplexes.
She reminds me of my ex-girlfriend. No hair, just a red head.
If Lita was in the match, that was guaranteed to happen.
Oh man, I don't remember that one. That's bad. I believe it. I just don't remember.
I remember.
Which game was that one? Was that also SVR 11?
That was any of them really, but yeah, it was SVR. That was SVR 11. I think they removed it by 14, but I'm not sure.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they didn't fix the commentary for years.
Yeah, they still haven't. I think it's still shit.
Just different people, that's all. Shitty commentary, different crew.
Because the last one I played that I actually listened to the commentary, like 2K19, I just played the TV on mute the entire time. But 2K17 or 2K16, whichever one it was that still had Lawler, every fucking move I would do, they would commentate as if I had whiffed it. And they would say, oh man, I don't know what he was thinking, thinking that he could connect with that. Oh no, he's an idiot. And it's like fucking hard cut to Brock Lesnar annihilating I don't know who. And it's like, man, what an idiot. How did he think that would hit?
The thing is, the freaking commentary is so broken. I watched New Legacy play 2K20 with the patch on previous day of the patch, and they had a freaking fight in the Swamp Air arena, and I think Daniel Bryan repped Daniel Bryan whiffed a grab on Randy Orton, and Cole is just yelling, "Oh, he's putting it in! He's putting it in!"
He's putting it in. He misses a punch. He's putting it in.
Oh god, that sounds like commentary for something else entirely.
It does. It does. I on the PC version of 2K18, you're not. I don't know. They didn't design it this way, is what I'm saying. But you can remove the audio files of the commentary, and you can actually play the game with commentary off, but all other sounds on in such a fashion, and it really makes a difference. It really makes a difference.
I remember one of the games that allowed you to at least had a separate slider for voice volume, and I just turned that down.
Yeah, they used to do that. Yeah, I don't know why that stopped. You're right. I think there were a few games that had that feature.
For the most part, it was great. It was a little weird for the taunts that had audio attached. So old Titus O'Neil would make his big barking taunt, and then it would just be him going, like, ducking with his hands over his face.
Kind of gesturing, yeah. The people at the playtest kept imitating that, and being that I didn't, I wasn't watching, I haven't watched in years, I didn't understand why they kept doing it. So I thought, like, I didn't even realize it was a wrestling reference. Like, we walked to a restaurant, because, they treated us well. They took us to restaurants and shit. And, like, we'd be walking, like 20 of us or whatever, and like suddenly one of them would just, and I was like, what the, like, why are they doing this? And meanwhile, Aubrey would call suplexes suplees. So it was, I don't know, it was weird.
Yeah. The one thing I remember about that audio thing is that I don't remember which game it was, but there was this bug they did with Brie Bella, where if you somehow manage to get 4 Brie Bellas in the game, or like more than one Brie Bella into the game, if you press the Brie mode, it never ended. Like if everybody like, the thing is, the Brie mode, like if people press the Brie mode taunt at like roughly the same time, the audio clip just got louder.
These wonderful, polished games.
Yeah.
Oh god, you guys did see my post I had about my all Scott Steiner Money in the Bank match, right?
I
No.
didn't actually. No, was that in the Discord tonight?
No, it was on the forum a while ago. We were talking about bugs we had.
I'll have to
2K14.
go.
2K14. I bought the Scott Steiner DLC because I was stupid, and
Well, he came with like a bunch of different NWO guys, didn't he? Didn't he come with like Giant and Hall and Nash
Scott
and Hollywood
Hogan.
Hogan and?
yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, go on anyway.
I think NWO Savage, which was one of the big ones I wanted because it came with a couple of animations I wanted for it came with a couple of animations I wanted for Savage, but I had just for giggles I figured out that using Storyline Creator, you could put as many copies of one wrestler in one match.
Yeah, yeah,
Otherwise, 2K14 doesn't let you do, but only for Create a Storyline it does.
right.
So I made a ladder match that was just 6 Scott Steiners. For giggles, because it's fucking Scott Steiner, right?
Sure.
And the thing fell apart immediately.
The game couldn't handle that much pump.
The fucking... So, one guy got out of the fucking ring and just walked up to the stage and kept walking. Don't know what that was.
I'm done with this shit.
One guy was just walking into the ropes on the right side of the ring. Done. One guy got out, went into the ring apron, got a chair, stopped moving, period. He was just frozen on the chair. 2 guys went to ringside and were just fighting, and they went on with their business as per usual, but they just kept fighting at ringside.
As the other guys just wandered in place.
And the one remaining guy, he gets a ladder, he puts it in the middle of the ring, he climbs up it. Somebody at some point knocks the ladder out from underneath him. Scott does not fall. Even worse, Scott starts humping in the air forward, like gyrating forward, as if you were humping. And he just keeps doing that. And he keeps doing it like towards the camera. And the camera pans down to keep him within the shot.
Right.
He goes into the crowd and eventually he clips through the fucking side of the arena and just keeps going. And the camera is just staring at the crowd, trying to keep track of Scott as he leaves.
I don't know
So
why,
he,
but this one,
he humped, like floated all the way through the crowd. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like the animation of him humping continued as he like floated away from the ring and through the crowd.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't
Until
know
he
why.
disappeared.
I don't know why, but this
Could
shit
you
reminds me of
imagine
him.
being an audience member for all of this? We have a
What's the-
special match for you tonight, folks.
Steiner's Ascension. That's the new Steiner Brothers finisher, Steiner Ascension.
He eventually just phases through the fucking seat, the banister.
Right,
and gets
right.
like somebody's out in the parking lot and they just see flying above them Scott Steiner.
They watch him as he just
but the
goes
thing
past
is-
the parking lot, through the McDonald's, into the forest behind the McDonald's.
But the thing is, like,
Says he's still out there.
while Steiner is freaking gyrating, there's also just a thing of just a constellation following him, saying shit like 25.50% chances of winning.
Like they're keeping track of him like on the global news. Scott Steiner is flying over India right now.
The Steiner comet has passed Uruguay.
Exactly, the Steiner Comet. Yeah, they're tracking it to see where it's going to go next.
It's like how NASA would like track Santa Claus. Just for the
Santa,
sake of-
I was thinking that, yeah, for Christmas, exactly. The Santa radar, or whatever they called it.
It becomes a fucking holiday when Scott Steiner's passing over your country.
It only happens once a year. There he is, see him? He's still gyrating. He's still got it.
Happy Big Papa Pump.
I wonder if he would then like pose, like as he passes by, like he's way up in the air and poses as he continues to hump. You know, maybe he shouts out some of his phrases. Yeah, play to the crowd. You know.
You wake up on like a cold December morning. You're full of glee because the thing that woke you up is this really like harsh voice yelling, "Holla if you hear me!"
Yeah, it's like, it's that time of the year again.
You're just in bed, and then you see above you like Scott Steiner's knees humping through your roof.
Yeah, clipping through, exactly.
You see Scott Steiner in the sky looking down at you like Wario.
Oh God, he's getting closer. Sooner or later, he's going to collide with the Earth, and there will be collateral, massive damage.
There's a fucking Majora's Mask countdown.
Yeah, I remember that, with the evil fucking moon looking down at you.
Yeah, Link has to save the world before the pump blows up the Earth.
No, he's humping towards the Earth, so he's working towards getting the Earth pregnant.
Yeah.
He tries to get... There's a story, I can't remember who said this, now that I think about it. It's a great story, but somebody said... God, I wish I remember who said this. It might have just been like a random fan online. But I read that somebody ran across Scott Steiner at an airport, and he was afraid to approach him because he's, Scott Steiner. But eventually he did, and he was surprised that Steiner was really nice. He was like, "Yeah, what's your name?" or whatever, and he signed like, whatever, a paper for the guy. And the guy like shook his hand. He went his own way, leave Scott to get on his plane or whatever. And he said as this person, whoever told the story, got like 100 or 200 feet away or whatever, he heard running. And he turned to look behind him, and Scott Steiner was chasing after him. And the guy was confused, but he continued to walk, kind of looking behind himself, like, "What's going on? What did I make him mad? What the hell?" And he says he gets on an elevator, and he starts going up the elevator, or the escalator, I should say, the escalator. And once the escalator gets like halfway up, Scott Steiner reaches the bottom of it, and that's where he stops, and he just stares up at the guy. And that's it. That's the whole story. It's like,
That's
what
the whole story.
Yeah, I mean, I almost, it's just like so bizarre. I tend to believe it. He was super nice, and then he like chased after the guy, but then he stopped at the escalator. He said he was terrified. He's like, I didn't know what Scott was going to do to me or why he was going after me, but thank God he stopped at the escalator.
Well, it's like that fucking SCP that only moves if nobody's looking at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the thing with the Scott Steiner humping towards the Earth is like I imagine it like on the freaking eve of the third day, Scott Steiner is cutting a promo going like, "I have been with every woman on Earth, and now it's time for Mother Earth to feel Big Papa Pump."
I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, if it's his character.
I mean, knowing Scott, he'd probably botch the attempt.
He'd tear a quad in the process. I remember I listened to a podcast of his, and it was, I might have even mentioned this on the forum. It was really kind of disturbing because you could hear him breathe at the beginning of the podcast, and it was really obnoxious, like almost like chewing, like he might have been like chewing on something or something, because the beginning of the podcast literally was like,
that sounds like Scott.
Yeah, and it was like, wow. And he was just waiting for the guy to say, "Okay, folks, we're here with Scott Steiner." But you heard this weird noise of him just like masticating his cheeks or breathing really heavy through steroids or something. I don't know what was going on. It was audio, it was not video, so I couldn't see what was actually going on. I couldn't see his expression, but it was really disturbing to listen to.
Scott was taking it to a Slim Jim.
In that same podcast, I do have to give him a little props, though. He said that when he was going to join the WWE, they said, "Well, we have this drug test, and we need to take you to go get tested for steroids. It's just a standard thing. Everyone has to do it." And he said, "Okay, yeah, have Triple H drive me." In other words, have him do the test too. Yeah, you want me? Yeah, have your son-in-law come with. Yeah, let's try that.
I don't know. That sounds uncharacteristically quick-witted for Scott.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, he's kind of a dope.
I wonder if he came up with that like 10 hours later. Like, man, it'd be really funny if I said this.
Probably. I mean, he said it for the podcast, so who knows how long he got to be able to think about it, plan for it.
That's why his answers were oddly plotting and not non-thinking throughout the whole show, because he was fucking thinking of that.
Yeah, that's true.
He just spends an hour sitting there like, what would be funny?
Well, Scott, you have to go take a steroid test. Everyone has to do it. No. Oh, all right. Well, we'll talk later.
Scott is like one. Scott is 1 month into being employed by WWE. He's like, oh damn! I had a 10.15% chances of getting Triple H to get a steroid test.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird that when he joined, they were posing against each other than wrestling. Remember that? They had like a bunch of pose downs against each. Maybe it was just one. I don't know. Him and Triple H, they were both like all into flexing against each other and shit. I don't know if you guys remember that. I don't know.
No, all I've ever seen of that feud was the. You remember? Do you remember that there was a Botchamania entirely devoted to Steiner, and it was called Steiner Mania?
No, I didn't actually. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it shows off how many times he botched against Hunter. And you can almost see on Hunter's face, Hunter going like, God damn it, Scott.
Oh, so it wasn't even like a career-long thing. It was just devoted to that one match. There was enough material from one match to be able to put together a whole thing.
It was career-wide, but like a good like quarter of it is that one match.
Wow. I do remember people... I remember watching that match and not thinking it was bad, but I apparently wasn't paying a lot of attention because I've heard that it was a train wreck.
There is one, quite possibly the worst cutter cell I've ever seen in my life.
Wow, okay.
Because Hunter goes for the cutter on him, right?
Sure.
Because at that time, Randy Orton hadn't claimed it as his.
Yeah.
And the way Scott sells it is by falling on his back.
I remember.
I can imagine Triple H just looking at him like what the fuck are you doing? Oh, my back.
It looks like the world's dumbest, like, it looks like a horribly botched, like, snapmare or something.
Triple H sets up for a cutter. Scott Steiner sells the Tiger Driver.
Yeah. They were good for a little while when they were a team. I don't know. Scott just got too obviously big. I don't know what the fuck happened to his brother. Maybe he died. I don't even know.
There's also a very famous Scott Steiner botch gif of him working with Christian in TNA.
I couldn't even imagine the two of them working together effectively. Wow.
Yeah. I think you guys have seen it where they were supposed to do the thing where Scott grabs Christian, holds him by the back, and slams his face into the ring stairs, right?
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, kind of like a forward face plant type of thing.
Yeah. Just your basic face smash. And Scott apparently remembered the first part, but forgot to do the actual smashing. But,
so what do you mean? You just grabbed him and stood there?
Yeah, and
really?
Hang on, Christian still thinks they're going for it. So Christian just
yeah, I have seen this. Yes, you're right. He plants himself.
I remember this.
Yes.
And Scott still does it with his fingers, not the rest of his arms. But if you look
after the fact, he follows Christian's lead. He's like, "Oh, if you want to headbutt yourself, here I'll work with you." Yeah, sure. I forgot about that. I have seen that clip. That's great stuff.
I'm looking it up just to remind myself. Oh god, but it's like it's one of my favorite dumb wrestling botch gifs. Oh, here it is. Oh god, it's worse than I remember.
That's always the best when it's worse than you remember.
Like Scott doesn't even try.
Oh, you're right. He doesn't. He just kind of holds his hand there, like. He's almost like Frankenstein's monster.
What the hell is that even?
Christian almost looks like he's mad, not even doing a move. Damn it! And then Scott's just like, what do I?
The thing is, like, it's the freaking limpest hitting your head against the freaking mat.
Because Scott was supposed to guide him. Scott was supposed to help, and he's just not helping.
No, his hands just kind of sit there, and then they literally just kind of like not even follow him. They just kind of slip off, and then they're like, "Oh wait, where are you going?"
So, he's standing there like fucking Frankenstein. Like,
right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So you know those people who freaking edit these gifs to make them be like freaking about Dragon Ball and shit. Somebody needs to edit this. Somebody needs to edit this so it's Scott Steiner doing freaking Force lightning on Christian.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
He almost looks like he's casting a spell on him. The way his hands at the very end kind of almost wiggle at his head, like "Ooh, gonna get you," you know. Yeah, I could picture somebody like making like sparkles or something come out when Christian goes flying. Literally, it literally looks like Christian's just angry. I mean, I know that's not what's happening, but it's literally almost like he's like, "Damn it, Scott!" and he pounds the mat, and Scott's just like, "What?" And then the chick in the audience,
Scott's like, "I have arms."
He's just holding them out like limp noodles.
For curiosity,
who's the third guy? Who's the other guy there? Do you know?
Probably some
Samoa Joe.
Yeah, it's Samoa Joe.
Oh wait, no.
Well, it looks like the right side of his tights are brown, which the kind of two-colored tights is Samoa Joe's thing.
I'll check because it's not a large GIF. Give me a sec.
For curiosity's sake, I did look up what are the Google results for wrestling botch GIFs.
What are the what botch GIFs?
I looked up what are the Google results for wrestling botch GIFs.
Oh, Google results. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, did Samoa Joe ever have freaking?
Yeah. he takes like 5 steps before he sells it.
The classic Mark Henry pushing Batista sell.
So
cartwheels backwards.
Did Samoa Joe ever have shit on his like shoes like Van Damme?
Probably.
I never paid enough attention to Samoa Joe to know.
I'm gonna go ahead and say let's wrap up the podcast right now. If we want to talk about these gifts, we can talk about the gifts off recording because holy fuck.
Yeah, no one's gonna know what we're talking about.
All
True.
Right. Yeah. We will see you later, folks. Thank you for sticking for 9 hours. We passed the 9-hour mark.
Are you serious?
We did. 9? We did. We passed the 9-hour mark.
9-hour energy.
You did not stick with us. You definitely skipped to the end of the video. I know what you did. Goodbye.